No, indeed no, but will you dine with me quietly today, and allow me to present to you my wife and 2 children born, since we parted I say today for tomorrow. I return to my prefecture. I am infinitely obliged by your invitation, but today I dine with the Comte de Beauvilliers to meet some of the corps diplomatique. I must make good my place in the salons, since you so clearly show me that I have no chance of one in the legislature runeless. Unless what? Unless there happen one of those revolutions in which the scum comes uppermost. No fear of that. The subterranean barracks and railway have ended forever the rise of the scum, the reign of the canal, and its barricades. Adieu, my dear Hennequin, my respectful homages, a madame. After that day, the writing of Pierre Firmin in Le Sens Commune, though still keeping within the pale of the law, became more decidedly hostile to the imperial system, still, without committing their author to any definite program of the sort of government that should succeed it. Chapter Roman 4. The weeks glided on. Isera's manuscript bad passed into print. It came out in the French fashion of feuilleton's small detachment at a time, a previous flourish of trumpets by Savarin, and the clique at his command ensured it attention, if not from the general public, at least from critical and literary coteries. Before the 4th installment appeared, it had outgrown the patronage of the coteries. It seized hold of the public. It was not in the last school in fashion. Incidents were not crowded, and violently were few and simple, rather appurtening to an elder school, in which poetry of sentiment and grace of diction prevailed. That very resemblance to old favorites gave it the attraction of novelty. In a word, it excited a pleased admiration, and great curiosity was felt as to the authorship when it oozed out that it was by the young lady whose future success in the musical world had been so sanguinely predicted by all who had heard her sing. The interest wonderfully increased. Petitions to be introduced to her acquaintance were showered upon Savarin. Before she scarcely realized her dawning fame, she was drawn from her quiet home and retired habits. She was feted and courted in the literary circle of which Savarin was a chief. That circle touched on one side Bohemia, on the other that realm of politer fashion which in every intellectual metropolis, but especially in Paris, seeks to gain borrowed light from luminaries in art and letters. But the very admiration she obtained somewhat depressed, somewhat troubled her. After all, it did not differ from that which was at her command as a singer. On the one hand, she shrank instinctively from the caresses of female authors and the familiar greetings of male authors, who frankly lived in philosophical disdain of the conventions respected by sober, decorous mortals. On the other hand, in the civilities of those who, while they courted a rising celebrity, still held their habitual existence apart from the artistic world, there was a certain air of condescension, of patronage, towards the young stranger with no other protector but Signora Venosta, the Sidevent public singer, and who had made her debut in a journal edited by Roman 1000 Gustave Rameau, which, however disguised by exaggerated terms of praise, wounded her pride of woman in flattering her vanity as author. Among this latter set were wealthy, high-born men who addressed her as woman, beautiful and young, with words of gallantry that implied love, but certainly no thought of marriage. Many of the most ardent were indeed married already, but once launched into the thick of Parisian hospitalities, it was difficult to draw back. The Venosta wept at the thought of missing some lively soiree, and Savarin laughed at her shrinking fastidiousness as that of a child's ignorance of the world. But still, she had her mornings to herself, and in those mornings devoted to the continuance of her work, for the commencement was in print before a third was completed. She forgot the commonplace world that received her in the evenings insensibly to herself. The tone of this work had changed. As it proceeded, it had begun seriously indeed, but in the seriousness there was a certain latent joy. It might be the joy of having found vent of utterance. It might be rather a joy still more latent, inspired by the remembrance of Graham's words and looks, and by the thought that she had renounced all idea of the professional career which he had evidently disapproved. Life then seemed to her a bright possession. We have seen that she had begun her Roman without planning how it should end. She had, however, then meant it to end somehow or other happily. Now the luster had gone from life. The tone of the work was saddened. It foreboded a tragic close, but for the general reader it became with every chapter still more interesting. The poor child had a singularly musical gift of stylia music, which lent itself naturally to pathos every very young writer knows how. His work, if one of feeling, will color itself from the views of some truth in his innermost self, and in proportion as it does, so how his absorption in the work increases, till it becomes part and parcel of his own mind and heart. The presence of a hidden sorrow may change the fate of the beings he has created and guide to the grave those whom, in a happier vein, he would have united at the altar. It is not till a later stage of experience and art that the writer escapes from the influence of his individual personality and lives in existences that take no colorings from his own genius. Usually must pass through the subjective process before it gains the objective. Even a Shakespeare represents himself in the sonnets before no trace of himself is visible in a Falstaff or a Lear. No news of the Englishman, not a word. Isora could not but feel that in his words, his looks that day in her own garden, and those yet happier days at Enghien, there had been more than friendship, there had been love enough to justify her own pride in whispering to herself, "And I love too," but then that last parting, how changed he was, how cold. She conjectured that jealousy of Raymond might in some degree account for the coldness when he first entered the room, but surely not when he left, surely not when she had overpassed the reserve of her sex, and implied by signs rarely misconstrued by those who love, that he had no cause for jealousy of another, yet he had gone parted with her pointedly as a friend, a mere friend. How foolish she had been to think this rich, ambitious foreigner could ever have meant to be more in the occupation of her work. She thought to banish his image, but in that work the image was never absent. There were passages in which she pleadingly addressed it, and then would cease abruptly, stifled by passionate tears. Still, she fancied that the work would reunite them, that in its pages he would hear her voice and comprehend her heart, and thus all praise of the work became very, very dear to her. At last, after many weeks, Savrin heard from Graham. The letter was dated Aix-la-Chapelle, at which the Englishman said he might yet be some time detained. In the letter Graham spoke chiefly of the new journal, in polite compliment of Savrin's own effusions, in mixed praise and condemnation of the political and social articles, signed Pierre Firmin, praise of their intellectual power, condemnation of their moral cynicism. The writer, he said, reminds me of a passage in which Montesquieu compares the heathen philosophers to those plants which the earth produces in places that have never seen the heavens the soil of. His experience does not grow a single belief, and as no community can exist without a belief of some kind, so a politician without belief can but help to destroy. He cannot reconstruct. Such writers corrupt a society, they do not reform a system. He closed his letter with a reference to Isora. Do in your reply, my dear Savrin, tell me something about your friends, Signora Venosta and the Signorina, whose work so far as yet published I have read with admiring astonishment at the power of a female writer so young to rival the veteran practitioners of fiction in the creation of interest, in imaginary characters, and in sentiments which, if they appear somewhat over-romantic and exaggerated, still touch very fine chords in human nature not awakened in our trite, everyday existence. I presume that the beauty of the Roman has been duly appreciated by a public so refined as the Parisian, and that the name of the author is generally known. No doubt she is now much the rage of the literary circles, and her career as a writer may be considered fixed prey. Present my congratulations to the Signorina when you see her. Savrin had been in receipt of this letter some days before he called on Isora, and carelessly showed it to her. She took it to the window to read in order to conceal the trembling of her hands. In a few minutes, she returned it silently. Those Englishmen, said Savrin, have not the heart of compliment. I am by no means flattered by what he says of my trifles, and I dare say you are still less pleased with this chilly praise of your charming tale. But the man means to be Roman 153. Certainly, said Isora, smiling faintly. Only think of Raymond, resumed Savrin, on the strength of his salary in the Sens commune, and on the chateaux en Espagne which he constructs thereon. He has already furnished an apartment in the Chaussée d'Antin, and talks of setting up a coop, in order to maintain the dignity of letters when he goes to dine with the duchesses who are some day or other to invite him, yet I admire his self-confidence, though I laugh at it. A man gets on by a spring in his own mechanism, and he should always keep it wound up. Rameau will make a figure. I used to pity him. I begin to respect. Nothing succeeds like success. But I see I am spoiling your morning. Au revoir, mon enfant. Left alone, Isra brooded in a sort of mournful wonderment over the words, referring to herself in Graham's letter. Read though, but once she knew them by heart, what did he consider those characters she had represented as wholly imaginary in one, most prominent, the most attractive? Could he detect no likeness to himself? What did he consider so over-romantic and exaggerated sentiments, which cushed appeals from her heart to his? Alas, in matters of sentiment, it is the misfortune of us men that even the most refined of us often grate upon some sentiment in a woman, though she may not be romantic, not romantic at all. As people go, some sentiment which she thought must be so obvious if we cared a straw about her, and which, though we prize her above the Indies, is by our dim-hornied masculine vision undiscernible. It may be something in itself, the airiest of trifles, the anniversary of a day in which the first kiss was interchanged, nay, of a violet gathered, a misunderstanding cleared up, and of that anniversary we remember no more than we do of our bells and choral. But Shesh remembers it. It is no bells and choral to her. Of course much is to be said in excuse of man brute, though he be consider the multiplicity of his occupations, the practical nature of his cares. But granting the validity of all such excuse, there is in man an original obtuseness of fibre. As regards sentiment, in comparison with the delicacy of woman's, it comes perhaps from the same hardness of constitution, which forbids us the luxury of ready tears. Thus, it is very difficult for the wisest man to understand thoroughly. A woman Goethe says somewhere that the highest genius in man must have much of the woman in it. If this be true, the highest genius alone in man can comprehend and explain the nature of woman, because it is not remote from him, but an integral part of his masculine self. I am not sure, however, that it necessitates the highest genius, but rather a special idiosyncrasy in genius, which the highest may or may not have. I think Sophocles a higher genius than Euripides, but Euripides has that idiosyncrasy and Sophocles not. I doubt whether women would accept Goethe as their interpreter with the same readiness with which they would accept Schiller. Shakespeare, no doubt, excels all poets in the comprehension of women, in his sympathy with them, in the woman part of his nature, which Goethe ascribes to the highest genius. But putting aside that monster, I do not remember any English poet whom we should consider conspicuously eminent in that lore, unless it be the prose poet, nowadays generally underrated and little read, who wrote the letters of Clarissa Harlowe. I say all this in vindication of Graham Vane. If though a very clever man, and by no means uninstructed in human nature, he had utterly failed in comprehending the mysteries, which to this poor woman-child seemed to need no key for one who really loved her. But we have said somewhere before in this book that music speaks in a language which cannot explain itself except in music. So speaks in the human heart much which is akin to music. Fiction, that is poetry, whether in form of rhyme or prose, speaks thus pretty often. A reader must be more commonplace than I trust my gentle readers are if he suppose that, when Isra symbolized the real hero of her thoughts in the fabled hero of her romance, she depicted him as one of whom the world could say that is Graham Vane. I doubt if even a male poet would so vulgarize any woman whom he thoroughly reverenced and loved. She is too sacred to him to be thus unveiled to the public stare, as the sweetest of all ancient love poets says well, qui sapit in tacito gaudit illesinu. But a girl in her first untold timid love, to let the world know that is the man I love, and would die for. If such a girl be, she has no touch of the true woman genius. And certainly she and Isra have nothing in common. Well, then, in Isra's invented hero, though she saw the archetypal form of Graham Vane, saw him, as in her young vague romantic dreams idealized, beautified, transfigured, would have been the vainest of men if he had seen therein the reflection of himself. On the contrary, he said, in the spirit of that jealousy to which he was too prone. Alas, this then is some ideal already seen, perhaps, compared to which how commonplace am I. And thus persuading himself, no wonder that the sentiments surrounding this unrecognized archetype appeared to him over-romantic. His taste acknowledged the beauty of form which clothed them. His heart envied the ideal that inspired them. But they seemed so remote from him, they put the dreamland of the writer farther and farther from his workday real life. In this frame of mind, then, he had written to Savarin, and the answer he received hardened it still more. Savarin had replied, as was his laudable wont in correspondence, the very day he received Graham's letter, and therefore, before he had even seen Isura in his reply, he spoke much of the success her work had obtained, of the invitations showered upon her, and the sensation she caused in the salons of her future career, with hope that she might even rival Madame de Grantmesnil some day when her ideas became emboldened by maturer experience, and a closer study of that model of eloquent style, saying that the young editor was evidently becoming enamored of his fair contributor, and that Madame Savrin had ventured the prediction that the Signorina's Roman would end in the death of the heroine and the marriage of the writer. Chapter Roman 5. And still the weeks glided on. Autumn succeeded to summer, the winter to autumn. The season of Paris was at its height. The wondrous capital seemed to repay its imperial embellisher by the splendor and the joy of its fêtes, but the smiles on the face of Paris were hypocritical and hollow. The empire itself had passed out of fashion. Grave men and impartial observers felt anxious. Napoleon had renounced less ideas Napoleonians. He was passing into the category of constitutional sovereigns, and reigning not by his old undivided prestige, but by the grace of party. The press was free to circulate complaints as to the past and demands as to the future, beneath which the present reeled ominous of earthquake. People asked themselves if it were possible that the empire could coexist with forms of government, not imperial, yet not genuinely constitutional, with a majority daily yielding to a minority. The basis of universal suffrage was sapped. About this time, the articles in the Sens Commune signed Pierre Firmin were creating not only considerable sensation, but marked effect on opinion, and the sale of the journal was immense. Necessarily, the repute and the position of Gustave Réaumur as the avowed editor of this potent journal rose with its success. Nor only his repute and position. Banknotes of considerable value were transmitted to him by the publisher with the brief statement that they were sent by the sole proprietor of the paper. As the editor's fair share of profit, the proprietor was never named, but Réaumur took it for granted that it was Roman 1000 lebo. Roman 1000 lebo he had never seen since the day he had brought him the list of contributors, and was then referred to the publisher whom he supposed Roman 1000 lebo had secured, and received the first quarter of his salary in advance. The salary was a trifle compared to the extra profits thus generously volunteered. He called at Lebo's office and saw only the clerk, who said that his chef was abroad. Prosperity produced a marked change for the better, if not in the substance of Réaumur's character, at least in his manners and social converse. He no longer exhibited that restless envy of rivals, which is the most repulsive symptom of vanity. Diseased, he pardoned Isura her success. Nay, he was even pleased at it. The nature of her work did not clash with his own kind of writing. It was so thoroughly womanlike that one could not compare it to a man's. Moreover, that success had contributed largely to the profits by which he had benefited, and to his renown as editor of the journal, which accorded place to this newfound genius. But there was a deeper and more potent cause for sympathy with the success of his fair young contributor. He had imperceptibly glided into love with Hera, love very different from that with which poor Julie Caumartin flattered herself. She had inspired the young poet. Isura was one of those women for whom even in nature's the least chivalric love, however ardent, cannot fail to be accompanied with a certain reverence with which the ancient knighthood, in its love for women, honored the ideal purity of womanhood itself. Till then Réaumur had never revered anyone. On her side, brought so frequently into communication with the young conductor of the journal, in which she wrote, Isura entertained for him a friendly, almost sister-like affection. I do not think that even if she had never known the Englishman she would have really become in love with Réaumur, despite the picturesque beauty of his countenance and the congeniality of literary pursuits. But perhaps she might have fancied herself in love with him, until one, whether man or woman, has known real love, fancy is readily mistaken for it. But little as she had seen of Graham, and that little not in itself wholly favorable to him, she knew in her heart of hearts that his image would never be replaced by one equally dear. Perhaps in those qualities that placed him in opposition to her, she felt his attractions. The poetical in woman exaggerates the worth of the practical in man. Still, for Réaumur, her exquisitely kind and sympathizing nature conceived one of those sentiments which in woman are almost angel-like, We have seen in her letters to Madame de Grantmesnil that from the first he inspired her with a compassionate interest. Then the compassion was checked by her perception of his more unamiable and envious attributes. But now those attributes, if still existent, had ceased to be apparent to her, and the compassion became unalloyed. Indeed, it was thus so far increased that it was impossible for any friendly observer to look at the beautiful face of this youth prematurely wasted and worn without the kindliness of pity. His prosperity had brightened and sweetened the expression of that face, but it had not effaced the vestiges of decay, rather perhaps deepened them, for the duties of his post necessitated a regular labor to which he had been unaccustomed, and the regular labor necessitated, or seemed to him to necessitate, an increase of fatal stimulants. He imbibed absinthe with everything he drank, and to absinthe he united opium. This, of course, Isora knew not, any more than she knew of his liaison with the Ondine of his muse. She saw only the increasing delicacy of his face and form, contrasted by his increased geniality and liveliness of spirits. And the contrast saddened her intellectually too. She felt for him compassion. She recognized and respected in him the yearnings of a genius too weak to perform a tithe of what in the arrogance of youth it promised to its ambition. She saw too those struggles between a higher and a lower self, to which a weak degree of genius united with a strong degree of arrogance is so often subjected. Perhaps she overestimated the degree of genius, and what if rightly guided it could do, but she did, in the desire of her own heavenlier instinct, aspire to guide it heavenward, and as if she were 20 years older than himself, she obeyed that desire in remonstrating and warning and urging. And the young man took all these preachments with a pleased, submissive patience, such as the new year dawned upon the grave of the old one. Was the position between these two, and nothing more was heard from Graham Vane. Chapter Romans 6. It has now become due to Graham Vane, and to his place in the estimation of my readers, to explain somewhat more distinctly the nature of the quest, in prosecution of which he had sought the aid of the Parisian police, and under an assumed name made the acquaintance of Roman 1000 Lebo. The best way of discharging this duty will perhaps be to place before the reader the contents of the letter which passed under Graham's eyes on the day in which the heart of the writer ceased to beat. Confidential, to be opened immediately after my death, and before the perusal of my Will Richard King. To Graham Vane, Esq. My dear Graham, by the direction on the envelope of this letter, before the perusal of my will, I have wished to save you from the disappointment you would naturally experience if you learned my bequest, without being provised of the conditions which I am about to impose upon your honor. You will see ere you conclude this letter that you are the only man living to whom I could entrust the secret it contains, and the task it enjoins. You are aware that I was not born to the fortune that passed to me by the death of a distant relation who had in my earlier youth children of his own. I was an only son, left an orphan at the age of 16, with a very slender pittance. My guardians designed me for the medical profession. I began my studies at Edinburgh, and was sent to Paris to complete them. It so chanced that there I lodged in the same house with an artist named Auguste Duvel, who, failing to gain his livelihood as a painter in what for his style was ambitiouses termed the historical school, had accepted the humbler calling of a drawing master. He had practiced in that branch of the profession for several years at Tours, having a good clientele among English families. Settled there, this clientele, as he frankly confessed, he had lost from some irregularities of conduct. He was not a bad man, but of convivial temper, and easily led into temptation. He had removed to Paris a few months before I made his acquaintance. He obtained a few pupils, and often lost them as soon as gained. He was unpunctual and addicted to drink, but he had a small pension accorded to him, he was wont to say mysteriously, by some high-born kinsfolk too proud to own connection with a drawing master, and on the condition that he should never name them, he never did name them to me, and I do not know to this day whether the story of this noble relationship was true or false. A pension, however, he did receive quarterly from some person or other, and it was an unhappy provision for him. It tended to make him an idler in his proper calling, and whenever he received the payment he spent it in debauch to the neglect, while it lasted, of his pupils. This man had residing with him a young daughter singularly beautiful. You may divine the rest. I fell in love with her, a love deepened by the compassion with which she inspired me. Her father left her so frequently that, living on the same floor, we saw much of each other. Parent and child were often in great need, lacking even fuel or food. Of course, I assisted them to the utmost of my scanty means, much as I was fascinated by Louise Duval. I was not blind to great defects in her character. She was capricious, vain, aware of her beauty, and sighing for the pleasures or the gods beyond her reach. I knew that she did not love me. There was little indeed to captivate her fancy in a poor, threadbare medical student, and yet I fondly imagined that my own persevering devotion would at length win her affections. I spoke to her father more than once of my hope some day to make Louise my wife. This hope, I must frankly acknowledge, he never encouraged. On the contrary, he treated it with scorn. His child with her beauty would look much higher, but be continued all the same to accept my assistance and to sanction my visits. At length my slender purse was pretty well exhausted, and the luckless drawing master was so harassed with petty debts that further credit became impossible. At this time I happened to hear from a fellow student that his sister, who was the principal of a ladies' school in Cheltenham, commissioned him to look out for a first-rate teacher of drawing with whom her elder pupils could converse in French, but who should be sufficiently acquainted with English to make his instructions intelligible to the young. The salary was liberal, the school large, and of high repute, and his appointment to it would open to an able teacher no inconsiderable connection among private families. I communicated this intelligence to Duval. He caught at it eagerly. He had learned at Tours to speak English fluently, and as his professional skill was of high order and he was popular with several eminent artists, he obtained certificates as to his talents, which my fellow student forwarded to England with specimens of Duval's drawings. In a few days the offer of an engagement arrived, was accepted, and Duval and his daughter set out for Cheltenham at the eve of their departure. Louise, profoundly dejected at the prospect of banishment to a foreign country, and placing no trust in her father's reform to steady habits, evinced a tenderness for me hitherto new. She wept bitterly. She allowed me to believe that her tears flowed at the thought of parting with me, and even besought me to accompany them to Cheltenham, if only for a few days. You may suppose how delightedly I complied with the request. Duval had been about a week at the watering place, and was discharging the duties he had undertaken with such unwonted steadiness and regularity that I began sorrowfully to feel I had no longer an excuse for not returning to my studies at Paris. When the poor teacher was seized with a fit of paralysis, he lost the power of movement, and his mind was affected. The medical attendant called in said that he might linger thus for some time, but that even if he recovered his intellect, which was more than doubtful, he would never be able to resume his profession. I could not leave Louise in circumstances so distressing. I remained. The little money Duval had brought from Paris was now exhausted, and when the day on which he had been in the habit of receiving his quarter's pension came round, Louise was unable even to conjecture how it was to be applied for. It seems he had always gone for it in person, but to whom he went was a secret which he had never divulged, and at this critical juncture his mind was too enfeebled even to comprehend us. When we inquired, I had already drawn from the small capital on the interest of which I had maintained myself. I now drew out most of the remainder, but this was a resource that could not last long, nor could I, without seriously compromising Louis' character, be constantly in the house with a girl so young, and whose sole legitimate protector was thus afflicted. There seemed but one alternative to that of abandoning her altogether, namely, to make her my wife, to conclude the studies necessary to obtain my diploma, and purchase some partnership in a small country practice. With the scanty surplus that might be left of my capital, I placed this option before Louise timidly, for I could not bear the thought of forcing her inclinations. She seemed much moved by what she called my generosity. She consented. We were married. I was, as you may conceive, wholly ignorant of French law. We were married according to the English ceremony and the Protestant ritual. Shortly after our marriage, we all three returned to Paris, taking an apartment in a quarter remote from that in which we had before lodged. in order to avoid any harassment to which such small creditors as Duvel had left behind him might subject us. I resumed my studies with redoubled energy, and Louise was necessarily left much alone with her poor father. In the daytime, the defects in her character became more and more visible. She reproached me for the solitude to which I condemned her. Our poverty galled her. She had no kind greeting for me when I returned at evening, wearied out before marriage. She had not loved me after marriage. Alas, I fear she hated. We had been returned to Paris some months. When poor Duvel died, he had never recovered his faculties, nor had we ever learned from whom his pension had been received. Very soon after her father's death, I observed a singular change in the humor and manner of Louise. She was no longer peevish, irascible, reproachful, but taciturn and thoughtful, she seemed to me. Under the influence of some suppressed excitement, her cheeks flushed, and her eye abstracted. At length one evening, when I returned, I found her gone. She did not come back that night, nor the next day. It was impossible for me to conjecture what had become of her. She had no friends. So far as I knew, no one had visited at our squalid apartment. The poor house in which we lodged had no concierge whom I could question, but the ground floor was occupied by a small tobacconist's shop, and the woman at the counter told me that for some days before my wife's disappearance, she had observed her pass the shop window in going out in the afternoon and returning towards the evening. Two terrible conjectures beset me. Either in her walk she had met some admirer with whom she had fled, or unable to bear the companionship and poverty of a union which she had begun to loathe, she had gone forth to drown herself in the Seine. On the third day from her flight, I received the letter I enclose. Possibly the handwriting may serve you as a guide in the mission I entrust to you. Monsieur, you have deceived me, vilely taken advantage of my inexperienced youth and friendless position to decoy me into illegal marriage. My only consolation under my calamity and disgrace is that I am at least free from a detested bond. You will not see me again. It is idle to attempt to do so. I have obtained refuge with relations whom I have been fortunate enough to discover, and to whom I entrust my fate. And even if you could learn the shelter I have sought, and have the audacity to molest me, you would but subject yourself to the chastisement you so richly deserve. Louise Duvel. At the perusal of this cold-hearted, ungrateful letter, the love I had felt for this woman, already much shaken by her wayward and perverse temper, vanished from my heart, never to return. But as an honest man, my conscience was terribly stung. Could it be possible that I had unknowingly deceived her, that our marriage was not legal? When I recovered from the stun, which was the first effect of her letter, I sought the opinion of an avow in the neighborhood named Sartigas, and to my dismay, I learned that while I marrying, according to the customs of my own country, was legally bound to Louise in England, and could not marry another, the marriage was in all ways illegal for her, being without the consent of her relations, while she was under age, without the ceremonials of the Roman Catholic Church, to which, though I never heard any profession of religious belief from her or her father, it might fairly be presumed that she belonged, and above all without the form of civil contract, which is indispensable to the legal marriage of a French subject. The avow said that the marriage therefore in itself was null, and that Louise could, without incurring legal penalties for bigamy, marry again in France, according to the French laws, but that under the circumstances it was probable that her next of kin would apply on her behalf to the proper court for the formal annulment of the marriage, which would be the most effectual mode of saving her from any molestation on my part, and remove all possible questions hereafter as to her single state and absolute right to remarry. I had better remain quiet and wait for intimation of further proceedings. I knew not what else to do, and necessarily submitted. From this wretched listlessness of mind, alternated now by vehement resentment against Louise, now by the reproach of my own sense of honor in leaving that honor in so questionable a point of view, I was aroused by a letter from the distant kinsman, by whom hitherto I had been so neglected in the previous year. He had lost one of his 2 children, the other was just dead, no nearer relation now surviving stood between me and my chance of inheritance from him. He wrote word of his domestic affliction with a manly sorrow, which touched me, said that his health was failing, and begged me as soon as possible to come and visit him in Scotland. I went, and continued to reside with him till his death some months afterwards. By his will, I succeeded to his ample fortune, on condition of taking his name. As soon as the affairs connected with this inheritance permitted, I returned to Paris, and again saw Roman 1000 Sardiges. I had never heard from Louise nor from anyone connected with her, since the letter you have read. No steps had been taken to annul the marriage, and sufficient time had elapsed to render it improbable that such steps would be taken now. But if no such steps were taken, however free from the marriage bond, Louise might be it clearly remained binding on myself. At my request, Roman 1000 Sardiges took the most vigorous measures that occurred to him to ascertain where Louise was, and what and who was the relation with whom she asserted she had found refuge. The police were employed, advertisements were issued concealing names but sufficiently clear to be intelligible to Louise if they came under her eye, and to the effect that if any informality in our marriage existed, she was implored for her own sake to remove it by a second ceremonial answer to be addressed to the avow. No answer came. The police had hitherto failed of discovering her, but were sanguine of success, when a few weeks after these advertisements, a packet reached Roman 1000 Sardiges, enclosing the certificates annexed to this letter of the death of Louise Duvel at Munich. Certificates, as you will see, are to appearance officially attested and unquestionably genuine, so they were considered by Roman 1000 Sardiges as well as by myself here. Then all inquiry ceased, the police were dismissed. I was free. By little and little, I overcame the painful impressions which my ill-starred union and the announcement of Louis' early death bequeathed. Rich and of active mind, I learned to dismiss the trials of my youth as a gloomy dream. I entered into public life. I made myself a creditable position, became acquainted with your aunt. We were wedded, and the beauty of her nature embellished mine. Alas, alas, 2 years after our marriage, nearly 5 years after I had received the certificates of Louis' death, I and your aunt made a summer excursion into the country of the Rhine. On our return, we rested at Aix-la-Chapelle. One day, while there I was walking alone in the environs of the town, when on the road a little girl, seemingly about 5 years old, in chase of a butterfly, stumbled and fell just before my feet. I took her up, and as she was crying more from the shock of the fall than any actual hurt, I was still trying my best to comfort her, when a lady some paces behind her came up, and in taking the child from my arms, as I was bending over her, thanked me in a voice that made my heart stand still. I looked up and beheld Louise. It was not till I had convulsively clasped her hand and uttered her name that she recognized me. I was no doubt the more altered of the two. Prosperity and happiness had left little trace of the needy, careworn, threadbare student. But if she were the last to recognize, she was the first to recover self-possession. The expression of her face became hard, and said, I cannot pretend to repeat with any verbal accuracy the brief converse that took place between us, as she placed the child on the grass bank beside the path, bade her stay there quietly, and walked on with me some paces, as if she did not wish the child to hear what was said. The purport of what passed was to this effect: she refused to explain the certificates of her death further than that, becoming aware of what she called the persecution of the advertisements issued and inquiries instituted. She had caused those documents to be sent to the address given in the advertisement in order to terminate all further molestation. But how they could have been obtained, or by what art so ingeniously forged as to deceive the acuteness of a practiced lawyer, I know not to this day. She declared indeed that she was now happy in easy circumstances, and that if I wished to make some reparation for the wrong I had done her, it would be to leave her in peace, and in case which was not likely ever met again, to regard and treat her as a stranger, that she on her part never would molest me, and that the certified death of Louise Duvel left me as free to marry again as she considered herself to be. My mind was so confused, so bewildered, while she thus talked, that I did not attempt to interrupt her. The blow had so crushed me that I scarcely struggled under it. Only as she turned to leave me, I suddenly recollected that the child, when taken from my arms, had called her Mammon, and judging by the apparent age of the child, it must have been born but a few months after Louise had left Methot. It must be mine, and so in my dreary woe I faltered out, But what of your infant, surely, that has on me a claim that you relinquish for yourself? You are not unfaithful to me, while you deemed you were my wife. Heavens, can you insult me by such a doubt? No, she cried out impulsively and haughtily. But as I was not legally your wife, the child is not legally yours, it is mine, and only mine nevertheless. If you wish to claim either, she paused, as in doubt. I saw at once that she was prepared to resign to me the child. If I had urged her to do so, I must own with a pang of remorse that I recoiled from such a proposal. What could I do with the child? How explain to my wife the cause of my interest in it, if only a natural child of mine? I should have shrunk from owning to Janet a youthful error, but as it was child by a former marriage, the former wife still living me, blood ran cold with dread. And if I did take the child, invent what story I might as to its parentage, should I not expose myself, expose Janet, to terrible constant danger? The mother's natural affection might urge her at any time to seek tidings of the child, and in so doing she might easily discover my new name, and perhaps years hence establish on me her own claim. No, I could not risk such perils, I replied sullenly. You say rightly, the child is yoursenly yours. I was about to add an offer of pecuniary provision for it, but Louise had already turned scornfully towards the bank on which she had left the infant. I saw her snatch from the child's hand some wild flowers the poor thing had been gathering, and how often have I thought of the rude way in which she did it, not as a mother who loves her child. Just then other passengers appeared on the road, two of them. I knew, an English couple very intimate with Lady Janet and myself. They stopped to accost me, while Louise passed by with the infant towards the town. I turned in the opposite direction and strove to collect my thoughts. Terrible as was the discovery thus suddenly made, it was evident that Louise had as strong an interest as myself to conceal it. There was little chance that it would ever be divulged. Her dress and that of the child were those of persons in the richer classes of life. After all, doubtless, the child needed not pecuniary assistance from me, and was surely best off under the mother's care. Thus I sought to comfort and to delude myself. The next day Janet and I left Aix-la-Chapelle and returned to England, but it was impossible for me to banish the dreadful thought that Janet was not legally my wife, that could she even guess the secret lodged in my breast, she would be lost to me forever, even though she died of the separation. You know well how tenderly she loved me. My nature underwent a silent revolution. I had previously cherished the ambition common to most men in public life, ambition for fame, for place, for power. That ambition left me. I shrank from the thought of becoming too well known, lest Louise or her connections, as yet ignorant of my new name, might more easily learn what the world knew, namely, that I had previously borne another name, the name of her husband, and, finding me wealthy and honored, might hereafter be tempted to claim for herself or her daughter the ties she adjured for both, while she deemed me poor and despised. But partly my conscience, partly the influence of the angel by my side, compelled me to seek whatever means of doing good to others. Position and circumstances placed at my disposal. I was alarmed when even such quiet exercise of mind and fortune acquired a sort of celebrity. How painfully I shrank from it. The world attributed my dread of publicity to unaffected modesty. The world praised me, and I knew myself an impostor. But the years stole on. I heard no more of Louise or her child, and my fears gradually subsided. Yet I was consoled when the two children born to me by Janet died in their infancy. Had they lived, who can tell whether something might not have transpired to prove them illegitimate? I must hasten on. At last came the great and crushing calamity of my life. I lost the woman who was my all in all. At least she was spared the discovery that would have deprived me of the right of tending her deathbed, and leaving within her tomb a place vacant for myself. But after the first agonies that followed her loss, the conscience I had so long sought to tranquilize became terribly reproachful. Louise had forfeited all right to my consideration, but my guiltless child had not done so. Did it live still? If so, was it not the heir to my fortunes, only child left to me? True, I have the absolute right to dispose of my wealth. It is not in land, it is not entailed, but was not the daughter I had forsaken morally. The first claimant was no reparation due to her. You remember that my physician ordered me some little time after your aunt's death to seek a temporary change of scene. I obeyed, and went away no one knew whither. Well, I repaired to Paris. There I sought Roman 1,000 sartiges. The avow I found he had been long dead. I discovered his executors, and inquired if any papers or correspondence between Richard MacDonald and himself many years ago were in existence. All such documents, with others not returned to correspondence at his decease, had been burned by his desire. No possible clue to the whereabouts of Louise, should any have been gained, since I last saw her, was left. What then to do I knew not. I did not dare to make inquiries through strangers, which, if discovering my child, might also bring to light a marriage that would have dishonored the memory of my lost saint. I returned to England, feeling that my days were numbered. It is to you that I transmit the task of those researches, which I could not institute. I bequeath to you, with the exception of trifling legacies and donations to public charities, the whole of my fortune. But you will understand by this letter that it is to be held on a trust, which I cannot specify in my will. I could not, without dishonoring the venerated name of your aunt, indicate as the heiress of my wealth a child by a wife living at the time I married Janet. I cannot form any words for such a devise, which would not arouse gossip and suspicion, and furnish ultimately a clue to the discovery I would shun. I calculate that after all deductions, the sum that will devolve to you will be about that which I mean to be absolutely and at once yours is the comparatively trifling legacy of if Louis's child be not living, or if you find full reason to suppose that despite appearances the child is not mine, the whole of my fortune lapses to you. But should Louise be surviving and need pecuniary aid, you will contrive that she may have such an annuity as you may deem fitting, without learning whence it come. You perceive that it is your object, if possible even more than mine, to preserve free from slur the name and memory of her who was to you a second mother. All ends we desire would be accomplished, could you, on discovering my lost child, feel that without constraining your inclinations you could make her your wife. She would then naturally share with you my fortune, and all claims of justice and duty would be quietly appeased. She would now be of age suitable to yours. When I saw her at Aix, she gave promise of inheriting no small share of her mother's beauty. If Louis's assurance of her easy circumstances were true, her daughter has possibly been educated and reared with tenderness and care. You have already assured me that you have no prior attachment. But if on discovering this child you find her already married, or one whom you could not love nor esteem, I leave it implicitly to your honor and judgment to determine what share of the left in your hands should be consigned to her. She may have been corrupted by her mother's principles. She may, heaven forbid, have fallen into evil courses, and wealth would be misspent in her hands. In that case, a competence sufficing to save her from further degradation from the temptations of poverty would be all that I desire you to devote from my wealth. On the contrary, you may find in her one who in all respects ought to be my chief inheritor. All this I leave in full confidence to you, as being of all the men I know the one who unites the highest sense of honor with the largest share of practical sense and knowledge of life. The main difficulty, whatever this lost girl may derive from my substance, will be in devising some means to convey it to her so that neither she nor those around her may trace the bequest to me. She can never be acknowledged as my child, never. Reverence for the beloved dead forbids that this difficulty your clear, strong sense must overcome. Mine is blinded by the shades of death. You too will deliberately consider how to institute the inquiries after mother and child, so as not to betray our secret. This will require great caution. You will probably commence at Paris through the agency of the police, to whom you will be very guarded in your communications. It is most unfortunate that I have no miniature of Louise, and that any description of her must be so vague that it may not serve to discover her. But such as it is, it may prevent your mistaking for her some other of her name. Louise was above the common height, and looked taller than she was, with the peculiar combination of very dark hair, very fair complexion, and light gray eyes. She would now be somewhat under the age of 40. She was not without accomplishments derived from the companionship with her father. She spoke English fluently. She drew with taste, and even with talent. You will see the prudence of confining research at first to Louise, rather than to the child, who is the principal object of it, for it is not till you can ascertain what has become of her that you can trust the accuracy of any information respecting the daughter, whom I assume perhaps after all erroneously to be mine. Though Louise talked with such levity of holding herself free to marry, the birth of her child might be sufficient injury to her reputation to become a serious obstacle to such second nuptials. Not having taken formal steps to annul her marriage with myself, if not thus remarried, there would be no reason why she should not resume her maiden name of Duvel, as she did in the signature of her letter to me, finding that I had ceased to molest her by the inquiries to elude which she had invented the false statement of her death. It seems probable, therefore, that she is residing somewhere in Paris. And in the name of Duvel, of course the burden of uncertainty as to your future cannot be left to oppress you for an indefinite length of time. If at the end, say, of 2 years, your researches have wholly failed, consider 3/4 of my whole fortune to have passed to you, and put by the 4th to accumulate, should the child afterwards be discovered, and satisfy your judgment as to her claims on me as her father. Should she not, it will be a reserve fund for your own children. But oh, if my child could be found in time, and oh, if she be all that could win your heart, and be the wife you would select from free choice, I can say no more. Pity me, and judge leniently of Janet's husband. R.K. The key to Graham's conduct is now given. Deep sorrow that took him to the tomb of the aunt he so revered, and whose honored memory was subjected to so great a risk, the slightness of change in his expenditure and mode of life, after an inheritance supposed to be so ample, the abnegation of his political ambition, the subject of his inquiries, and the cautious reserve imposed upon them, above all the position towards Isora in which he was so cruelly placed. Certainly his first thought in revolving the conditions of his trust had been that of marriage with this lost child of Richard King's, should she be discovered single, disengaged, and not repulsive to his inclinations. Tacitly he subscribed to the reasons for this course alleged by the deceased. It was the simplest and readiest plan of uniting justice to the rightful inheritor, with care for a secret so important to the honor of his aunt, of Richard King himself, his benefactor, of the illustrious house from which Lady Janet had sprung. Perhaps, too, the consideration that by this course a fortune so useful to his career was secured was not without influence on the mind of a man naturally ambitious. But on that consideration he forbade himself to dwell. He put it away from him as a sin, yet to marriage with anyone else until his mission was fulfilled, and the uncertainty as to the extent of his fortune was dispelled. There interposed grave practical obstacles. How could he honestly present himself to a girl and to her parents in the light of a rich man, when in reality he might be but a poor man? How could he refer to any lawyer the conditions which rendered impossible any settlement that touched a shilling of the large sum which at any day he might have to transfer to another? Still, when once fully conspicuous how deep was the love with which Isora had inspired him, the idea of wedlock with the daughter of Richard King, if she yet lived and was single, became inadmissible. The orphan condition of the young Italian smoothed away the obstacles to proposals of marriage which would have embarrassed his addresses to girls of his own rank, and with parents who would have demanded settlements. And if he had found Isora alone on that day on which he had seen her last, he would doubtless have yielded to the voice of his heart, avowed his love, wooed her own, and committed both to the tie of betrothal. We have seen how rudely such yearnings of his heart were repelled on that last interview. His English prejudices were so deeply rooted that even if he had been wholly free from the trust bequeathed to him, he would have recoiled from marriage with a girl who, in the ardor for notoriety, could link herself with such associates as Gustave Raymond, by habits a bohemian, and by principles a socialist. In flying from Paris, he embraced the resolve to banish all thought of wedding Isora, and to devote himself sternly to the task which had so sacred a claim upon him. Not that he could endure the idea of marrying another, even if the lost heiress should be all that his heart could have worshipped, had that heart been his own to give. But he was impatient of the burden heaped on him of the fortune, which might not be his, of the uncertainty, which paralyzed all his ambitious schemes for the future. Yet strive as he would, and no man could strive more resolutely, could not succeed in banishing the image of Isora. It was with him always, and with it a sense of irreparable loss, of a terrible void, of a pining anguish. And the success of his inquiries at Aix-la-Chapelle, while sufficient to detain him in the place, was so slight, and advanced by such slow degrees, that it furnished no continued occupation to his restless mind. Roman 1000 Renard was acute and painstaking, but it was no easy matter to obtain any trace of a Parisian visitor to so popular a spa so many years ago. The name Duvel, too, was so common that at Aix, as we have seen at Paris, time was wasted in the chase of a Duvel who proved not to be the lost Louise. At last Roman 1000 Renard chanced on a house in which in the year 1849 two ladies from Paris had lodged for 3 weeks. One was named Madame Duval, the other Madame Marigny. They were both young, both very handsome, and much of the same height and coloring. But Madame Marigny was the handsomer of the two. Madame Duval frequented the gaming tables, and was apparently of very lively temper. Madame Marigny lived very quietly, rarely or never stirred out, and seemed in delicate health. She, however, quitted the apartment somewhat abruptly, and to the best of the lodging-house keeper's recollection, took rooms in the country near Aix. Could not remember where. About 2 months after the departure of Madame Marigny, Madame Duval also left Aix, and in company with a French gentleman who had visited her much of late, a handsome man of striking appearance. The lodging housekeeper did not know what or who he was. She remembered that he used to be announced to Madame Duval by the name of Roman 1000 Achille. Madame Duval had never been seen again by the lodging house keeper after she had left, but Madame Marigny she had once seen nearly 5 years after she had quitted the lodging. Seen her by chance at the railway station, recognized her at once, and accosted her, offering her the old apartment. Madame Marigny had, however, briefly replied that she was only at Aix for a few hours and should quit it the same day. The inquiry now turned towards Madame Marigny. The date on which the lodging-house keeper had last seen her coincided with the year in which Richard King had met Louise. Possibly, therefore, she might have accompanied the latter to Aix at that time, and could, if found, give information as to her subsequent history and present whereabouts. After a tedious search throughout all the environs of Aix, Graham himself came by the merest accident upon the vestiges of Louis' friend. He had been wandering alone in the country round Aix, when a violent thunderstorm drove him to ask shelter in the house of a small farmer, situated in a field a little off the byway, which he had taken while waiting for the cessation of the storm. And drying his clothes by the fire in a room that adjoined the kitchen, he entered into conversation with the farmer's wife, a pleasant, well-mannered person, and made some complimentary observation on a small sketch of the house in watercolors that hung upon the wall. "Ah," said the farmer's wife, "that was done by a French lady who lodged here many years ago. She drew very prettily, poor thing." "A lady who lodged here many years ago? How many?" "Well, I guess somewhere about 20. "Ah, indeed, was it a Madame Marigny?" "Bon Dieu, that was indeed her name. Did you know her? I should be so glad to hear. She is well, and I hope happy." "I do not know where she is now, and am making inquiries to ascertain. Pray, help me. How long did Madame Marigny lodge with you?" "I think pretty well 2 months. Yes, 2 months. She left a month after her confinement." "She was confined here?" "Yes, when she first came I had no idea that she was enceinte. She had a pretty figure, and no one would have guessed it, in the way she wore her shawl. Indeed, I only began to suspect it a few days before it happened, and that was so suddenly that all was happily over before we could send for the accoucheur." "And the child lived, a girl or a boy?" "A girl, the prettiest baby." "Did she take the child with her when she went?" "No, it was put out to nurse with a niece of my husband, who was confined about the same time. Madame paid liberally in advance, and continued to send money half-yearly till she came herself and took away the little girl." "When was thought a little less than 5 years after she had left it?" "Why, you know all about it, monsieur. Yes, not quite 5 years after she did not come to see me, which I thought unkind. But she sent me through my niece-in-law a real gold watch and a shawl. Poor dear lady, she was all over with proud ways, and would not bear to be questioned. But I am sure she was none of your French light ones, but an honest wife like myself, though she never said so." "And have you no idea where she was all the 5 years she was away, or where she went after reclaiming her child?" "No, indeed, monsieur. But her remittances for the infant must have been made by letters, and the letters would have had postmarks." "Well, I dare say I am no scholar myself, but suppose you see Marie Hubert, that is my niece-in-law. Perhaps she has kept the envelopes." "Where does Madame Hubert live?" "It is just a league off by the short path. You can't miss the way. Her husband has a bit of land of his own, but he is also a carrier. Max Hubert, carrier, written over the door, just opposite the first church you get to. The rain has ceased, but it may be too far for you today." "Not a bit of it, many thanks. But if you find out the dear lady, and see her, do tell her how pleased I should be to hear good news of her and the little one. Graham strode on under the clearing skies to the house, indicated he found Madame Hubert at home, and ready to answer all questions, but alas, she had not the envelopes. Madame Marigny, on removing the child, had asked for all the envelopes or letters, and carried them away with her. Madame Hubert, who was as little of a scholar as her aunt-in-law was, had never paid much attention to the postmarks on the envelopes, and the only one that she did remember was the first that contained a banknote, and that postmark was Vienna. But did not Madame Marigny's letters ever give you an address to which to write with news of her child? I don't think she cared much for her child, monsieur. She kissed it very coldly. When she came to take it away, I told the poor infant that that was her own mamma, and Madame said, yes, you may call me Mammon, in a tone of voice not at all like that of a mother. She brought with her a little bag, which contained some fine clothes for the child, and was very impatient till the child had got them on. Are you quite sure it was the same lady who left the child? Oh, there is no doubt of that. She was certainly Tres Belle, but I did not fancy her as Aunt Roman 999. She carried her head very high, and looked rather scornful. However, I must say, she behaved very generously. Still, you have not answered my question, whether her letters contained no address. She never wrote more than 2 letters. One, enclosing the first remittance, was but a few lines saying that if the child was well and thriving, I need not write, but if it died or became dangerously ill, I might at any time write a line to Madame Post Restant, Vienna. She was traveling about, but the letter would be sure to reach her sooner or later. The only other letter I had was to apprise me that she was coming to remove the child, and might be expected in 3 days after the receipt of her letter. And all the other communications from her were merely remittances in blank envelopes. Exactly so. Graham, finding he could learn no more, took his departure. On his way home, meditating the new idea that his adventure that day suggested, he resolved to proceed at once, accompanied by Roman 1000 Renard, to Munich, and there learn what particulars could be yet ascertained respecting those certificates of the death of Louise Duval, to which, sharing Richard King's very natural belief that they had been skillfully forged, he had hitherto attached no importance. Chapter Roman 7. No satisfactory result attended the inquiries made at Munich, save, indeed, this certain tithe certificates, attesting the decease of some person calling herself Louise Duval, had not been forged. They were indubitably genuine. A lady bearing that name had arrived at one of the principal hotels late in the evening, and had there taken handsome rooms. She was attended by no servant, but accompanied by a gentleman who, however, left the hotel as soon as he had seen her lodged to her satisfaction. The books of the hotel still retained the entry of her name, Madame Duval, Francaise Rentière. On comparing the handwriting of this entry with the letter from Richard King's first wife, Graham found it to differ, but then it was not certain, though probable, that the entry had been written by the alleged Madame Duval herself. She was visited the next day by the same gentleman who had accompanied her. On arriving, he dined and spent the evening with her, but no one at the hotel could remember what was the gentleman's name, nor even if he were announced by any name. He never called again. 2 days afterwards, Madame Duval was taken ill. A doctor was sent for, and attended her till her death. This doctor was easily found. He remembered the case perfectly. Congestion of the lungs, apparently caused by cold, caught on her journey. Fatal symptoms rapidly manifested themselves, and she died on the 3rd day from the seizure. She was a young and handsome woman. He had asked her during her short illness if he should not write to her friends if there were no one she would wish to be sent for. She replied that there was only one friend to whom she had already written, and who would arrive in a day or 2, and on inquiring, it appeared that she had written such a letter and taken it herself to the post on the morning of the day she was taken. Roman 99. She had in her purse not a large sum, but money enough to cover all her expenses, including those of her funeral, which, according to the law in force at the place, followed very quickly on her decease. The arrival of the friend to whom she had written being expected, her effects were in the meanwhile sealed up. The day after her death, a letter arrived for her which was opened. It was evidently written by a man, and apparently by a lover. It expressed an impassioned regret that the writer was unavoidably prevented returning to Munich so soon as he had hoped, but trusted to see his dear Bouton de Rose in the course of the following week. It was only signed Achille, and gave no address. 2 or 3 days after a lady also young and handsome arrived at the hotel and inquired for Madame Duval. She was greatly shocked at hearing of her decease. When sufficiently recovered to bear being questioned as to Madame Duval's relations and position, she appeared confused, said after much pressing that she was no relation to the deceased, that she believed Madame Duval had no relations with whom she was on friendly terms, at least she had never heard her speak of any, and that her own acquaintance with the deceased, though cordial, was very recent. She could or would not give any clue to the writer of the letter signed Achille, and she herself quitted Munich that evening, leaving the impression that Madame Duval had been one of those ladies who, in adopting a course of life at variance with conventional regulations, are repudiated by their relations, and probably drop even their rightful names. Achille never appeared, but a few days after, a lawyer at Munich received a letter from another at Vienna requesting, in compliance with a client's instructions, the formal certificates of Louise Duval's death. These were sent as directed, and nothing more about the ill-fated woman was heard of. After the expiration of the time required by law, the seals were removed from the effects, which consisted of 2 mauls and a dressing case, but they only contained the articles appertaining to a lady's wardrobe or toilette, no letters, not even another note from Achille, no clue, in short, to the family or antecedents of the deceased. What then had become of these effects, no one at the hotel could give a clear or satisfactory account. It was said by the mistress of the hotel, rather sullenly, that they had, she supposed, been sold by her predecessor, and by order of the authorities for the benefit of the poor. If the lady who had represented herself as Louise Duval's acquaintance had given her own name, which doubtless she did, no one recollected it, it was not entered in the books of the hotel, for she had not lodged there, nor did it appear that she had allowed time for formal examination by the civil authorities. In fact, it was clear that poor Louise Duval had been considered as an adventuress by the hotelkeeper and the medical attendant at Munich, and her death had excited so little interest that it was strange that even so many particulars respecting it could be gleaned. After a prolonged but fruitless stay at Munich, Graham and Roman 1000 Renard repaired to Vienna. There, at least, Madame Marigny had given an address, and there she might be heard of. At Vienna, however, no research availed to discover a trace of any such person, and in despair, Graham returned to England in the January of 1870 and left the further prosecution of his inquiries to Roman 1000 Renard, who, though obliged to transfer himself to Paris for a time, promised that he would leave no stone unturned for the discovery of Madame Marigny, and Graham trusted to that assurance when Roman 1000 Renard, rejecting half of the large gratuity offered him, added, "G. Sways, franchise this with me has ceased to be an affair of money, it has become an affair that involves my amour propre." Chapter Roman 8. If Graham Vane had been before caressed and courted for himself, he was more than ever appreciated by polite society now that he added the positive repute of wealth to that of a promising intellect. Fine ladies said that Graham Vane was a match for any girl. Eminent politicians listened to him with a more attentive respect and invited him to selector dinner parties. His cousin, the Duke, urged him to announce his candidature for the county and purchase back at least the old Stammschloss. But Graham obstinately refused to entertain either proposal, continued to live as economically as before in his old apartments, and bore with an astonishing meekness of resignation the unsolicited load of fashion heaped upon his shoulders. At heart he was restless and unhappy. The mission bequeathed to him by Richard, King, haunted his thoughts like a spectre not to be exorcised. Was his whole life to be passed in the weary sustainment of an imposture which in itself was gall and wormhood to a nature constitutionally frank and open? Was he forever to appear a rich man and live as a poor one? Was he, till his deathbed, to be deemed a sordid miser whenever he refused a just claim on his supposed wealth, and to feel his ambition excluded from the objects it earnestly coveted, and which he was forced to appear too much of an Epicurean philosopher to prize? More torturing than all else to the man's innermost heart was the consciousness that he had not conquered, could not conquer, the yearning love with which Isura had inspired him, and yet that against such love all his reasonings, all his prejudices more stubbornly than ever were combined in the French newspapers, which he had glanced over while engaged in his researches in German critical journals. Themselves had seen so many notices of the young author highly eulogistic, it is true, but which to his peculiar notions were more offensive than if they had been sufficiently condemnatory of her work to discourage her from its repetition, notices which seemed to him the supreme impertinences which no man likes exhibited towards the woman to whom he would render the chivalrous homage of respect. Evidently, this girl had become as much public property as if she had gone on the stage. Minute details of her personal appearance, of the dimples on her cheek, of the whiteness of her arms, of her peculiar way of dressing her hair, anecdotes of her from childhood, of course, invented. But how could Graham know that of the reasons why she had adopted the profession of author, instead of that of the singer, of the sensation she had created in certain salons? To Graham, who knew Paris so well, salons in which he would not have liked his wife to appear, of the compliments paid to her by grand seigneurs noted for their liaisons with ballet danseurs, or by authors whose genius soared far beyond the flamanchimenia of a world confined by respect for one's neighbor's landmark soul, this, which belongs to ground of personal gossip, untouched by English critics, of female writers, ground especially favored by continental, and I am grieved to say by American journalists. All this was to the sensitive Englishman much what the minute inventory of Egeria's charms would have been to Numa Pompilius. The nymph, hallowed to him by secret devotion, was vulgarized by the noisy hands of the mob, and by popular voices which said, "We know more about Egeria than you do." And when he returned to England and met with old friends familiar to Parisian life, who said, "Of course, you have read the Cicogna's Roman. What do you think of it? Very fine writing, I dare say, but above me, I go in for less Misters de Paris or Monte Cristo." But I even find Georges Sand a bore. Then, as a critic, Graham Vane, fired up, extolled the Roman he would have given his ears for Isora never to have written, but retired from the contest, muttering inly, "How can I, Graham Vane, how can I be such an idiot? How can I in every hour of the 24 sigh to myself, what are other women to me? Isora, Isora." Book Roman 7, Chapter Roman 1. It is the first week in the month of May 1870. Celebrities are of rapid growth in the salons of Paris. Gustave Rameau has gained the position for which he sighed. The journal he edits has increased its hold on the public, and his share of the profits has been liberally augmented by the secret proprietor. Rameau is acknowledged as a power. Literary circles and as critics belonging to the same clique praise each other in Paris, whatever they may do in communities more rigidly virtuous. His poetry has been declared by authorities in the press to be superior to that of Alfred de Musset in vigor, that of Victor Hugo in refinement, neither of which assertions would much perhaps shock a cultivated understanding. It is true that Gustave's poetry has not gained a wide audience among the public, but with regard to poetry nowadays, there are plenty of persons who say, as Dr. Johnson said of the verse of Spratt, "I would rather praise it than read." At all events, Rameau was courted in gay and brilliant circles, and following the general example of French littérateurs in fashion, lived well up to the income he received, had a delightful bachelor's apartment furnished with artistic effect, spent largely on the adornment of his person, kept a coupe, and entertained profusely at the Café Anglais and the Maison Dorée. A reputation that inspired a graver and more unquiet interest had been created by the Vicomte de Maullion. Recent articles in the Sens Commune, written under the name of Pierre Firmin on the discussions on the vexed question of the plebiscite, had given umbrage to the government, and Rameau had received an intimation that he as editor was responsible for the compositions of the contributors to the journal he edited, and that though so long as Pierre Firmin had kept his caustic spirit within proper bounds, the government had winked at the evasion of the law which required every political article in a journal to be signed by the real name of its author. It could do so no longer. Pierre Firmin was apparently a nom de plume. If not, his identity must be proved, or Rameau would pay the penalty which his contributor seemed bent on incurring. Rameau, much alarmed for the journal that might be suspended, and for himself who might be imprisoned, conveyed this information through the publisher to his correspondent Pierre Firmin, and received the next day an article signed Victor de Maullion, in which the writer proclaimed himself to be one and the same with Pierre Firmin, and taking a yet bolder tone than he had before assumed, dared the government to attempt legal measures against him. The government was prudent enough to disregard that haughty bravado, but Victor de Mauleon rose at once into political importance. He had already in his real name and his quiet way established a popular and respectable place in Parisian society. But if this revelation created him enemies whom he had not before provoked, he was now sufficiently acquitted by tacit consent of the sins formerly laid to his charge, to disdain the assaults of party wrath his old reputation. For personal courage and skill in sword and pistol served indeed to protect him from such charges as a Parisian journalist does not reply to with his pen. If he created some enemies, he created many more friends, or at least partisans and admirers. He only needed fine and imprisonment to become a popular hero. A few days after he had thus proclaimed himself Victor de Mauleon, who had before kept aloof from Rameau and from salons at which he was likely to meet that distinguished minstrel, solicited his personal acquaintance and asked him to breakfast. Rameau joyfully went. He had a very natural curiosity to see the contributor, whose articles had so mainly ensured the sale of the Sens Commune. In the dark-haired, keen-eyed, well-dressed, middle-aged man, with commanding port and courtly address, he failed to recognize any resemblance to the flaxen-wigged, long-coated, bespectacled, shambling sexagenarian whom he had known as Lebo only now, and then a tone of voice struck him as familiar, but he could not recollect where he had heard the voice. It resembled the thought of Lebo, did not occur to him. If it had occurred, it would only have struck him as a chance coincidence. Rameau, like most egotists, was rather a dull observer of men. His genius was not objective. "I trust, Monsieur Rameau," said the Vicomte, as he and his guest were seated at the breakfast table, "that you are not dissatisfied with the remuneration your eminent services in the journal have received." "The proprietor, whoever he be, has behaved most liberally," answered Rameau. "I take that compliment to myself, cher confrère, for though the expenses of starting the Sens Commune and the caution money lodged were found by a friend of mine, that was as a loan which I have long since repaid, and the property in the journal is now exclusively mine. I have to thank you not only for your own brilliant contributions, but for those of the colleagues you secured. Monsieur Savrin's piquant criticisms were most valuable to us. At starting, I regret to have lost his aid, but as he has set up a new journal of his own, even he has not wit enough to spare for another. Apropos of our contributors, I shall ask you to present me to the fair author of The Artist's Daughter. I am of too prosaic a nature to appreciate justly the merits of a Roman, but I have heard warm praise of this story from the youngthie are the best judges of that kind of literature, and I can at least understand the worth of a contributor who trebled the sale of our journal. It is a misfortune to us, indeed, that her work is completed, but I trust that the sum sent to her through our publisher suffices to tempt her to favor us with another Roman in series." "Mademoiselle Cicogna," said Rameau, with a somewhat sharper intonation of his sharp voice, "has accepted for the republication of her Roman in a separate form terms which attest the worth of her genius, and has had offers from other journals for a serial tale of even higher amount than the sums so generously sent to her through your publisher." "Has she accepted them, Monsieur Rameau? If so, tant pis pour vous. Pardon me, I mean that your salary suffers in proportion as the Sens Commune declines in sale." "She has not accepted them. I advised her not to do so until she could compare them with those offered by the proprietor of the Sens Commune." "And your advice guides her? Ah, cher confrère, you are a happy man. You have influence over this young aspirant to the fame of a de Staël or a Georges Sand." "I flatter myself that I have some," answered Rameau, smiling loftily as he helped himself to another tumbler of Volnay-Winnick excellent, but rather heady. "So much the better. I leave you free to arrange terms with Mademoiselle Cicogna higher than she can obtain elsewhere, and kindly contrive my own personal introduction to her. You have breakfasted already. Permit me to offer you a cigar. Excuse me if I do not bear you company. I seldom smoke, never of a morning. Now to business and the state of France. Take that easy chair, seat yourself comfortably, so listen. If ever Mephistopheles revisit the earth, how he will laugh at universal suffrage and vote by ballot in an old country like France, as things to be admired by educated men and adopted by friends of genuine freedom. I don't understand you, said Rame. In this respect, at least let me hope that I can furnish you with understanding. The emperor has resorted to a plebiscite, viz., a vote by ballot and universal suffragias, to certain popular changes, which circumstances compel him to substitute for his former personal rule. Is there a single intelligent liberal who is not against that plebiscite? Is there any such who does not know that the appeal of the emperor to universal suffrage and vote by ballot must result in a triumph over all the variations of free thought by the unity which belongs to order represented through an able man at the head of the state? The multitude never comprehend principles. Principles are complex ideas. They comprehend a single idea, and the simplest idea is a name that rids their action of all responsibility to thought. Well, in France, there are principles superabundant, which you can pit against the principle of imperial rule, but there is not one name you can pit against Napoleon III. Therefore, I steer our little bark in the teeth of the popular gale. When I denounce the plebiscite and Le Sens commune will necessarily fall in salate, is beginning to fall already. We shall have the educated men with us, the rest against. In every country, even in China, where all are highly educated, a few must be yet more highly educated than the many. Monsieur Rameau, I desire to overthrow the empire. In order to do that, it is not enough to have on my side the educated men. I must have the canal of Paris and of the manufacturing towns, but I use the canal for my purpose. I don't mean to enthrone it. You comprehend, the canal quiescent is simply mud at the bottom of a stream. The canal agitated is mud at the surface. But no man capable of three ideas builds the palaces and senates of civilized society out of mud, be it at the top or the bottom of an ocean. Can either you or I desire that the destinies of France shall be swayed by coxcombical artisans who think themselves superior to every man who writes grammar, and whose idea of a commonwealth is the confiscation of private property? Rameau, thoroughly puzzled by this discourse, bowed his head and replied whisperingly, Proceed. You are against the empire, yet against the populace. What are you? For not surely the legitimists, are you Republican or Leonist, or what? Your questions are very pertinent, answered the Vicomte courteously, and my answer shall be very frank. I am against absolute rule, whether under a Buonaparte or a Bourbon. I am for a free state, whether under a constitutional hereditary sovereign like the English or Belgian, or whether republican in name, it be less democratic than constitutional monarchy in practice like the American. But as a man interested in the fate of Le Sens commune, I hold in profound disdain all crotchets for revolutionizing the elements of human nature. Enough of this abstract talk, to the point. You are of course aware of the violent meetings held by the socialists, nominally against the plebiscite, really against the emperor himself. Yes, I know at least that the working class are extremely discontented. The numerous strikes last month were not on a mere question of wage. They were against the existing forms of society, and the articles by Pierre Firmin, which brought me into collision with the government, seem to differ from what you now say. They approved those strikes. They appeared to sympathize with the revolutionary meetings at Belleville and Montmartre. Of course you use coarse tools for destroying. We cast them aside for finer ones when we want to reconstruct. I attended one of those meetings last night. See, I have a pass for all such assemblies signed by some dolt who cannot even spell the name he assumes. Pomme de terre, a commissary of police, sat yawning at the end of the orchestra, his secretary by his side, while the orators stammer out fragments of wood. Thunderbolts, commissary of police yawns more wearily than before. Secretary disdains to use his pen, seizes his pen-knife, and pares his nails up. Rises a wild-haired, weak-limbed silhouette of a man, and affecting a solemnity of mien, which might have become the virtuous Guizot, moves this resolution: the French people condemns Charles Louis Napoleon III to the penalty of perpetual hard labor. Then up rises the commissary of police, and says quietly, I declare this meeting at an end. Sensation among the audience. Ethi gesticulatethi screechthi bellow. The commissary puts on his greatcoat. The secretary gives a last touch to his nails, and pockets his penknifeth audience disperses. Silhouette of a man effaces itself, all is over. You described the scene most wittily, said Rameau, laughing, but the laugh was constrained, a wood cynic himself. There was a something grave and earnest in the real cynic that awed him. What conclusion do you draw from such a scene, cher poet? Asked de Maulin, fixing his keen, quiet eyes on Rameau. What conclusion? Well, that. Yes, continue. That the audience was sadly degenerated from the time when Mirabeau said to a master of the ceremonies, "We are here by the power of the French people, and nothing but the point of the bayonet shall expel us." Spoken like a poet, a French poet, I suppose you admire Roman 1000 Victor Hugo, conceding that he would have employed a more sounding phraseology, comprising more absolute ignorance of men, times, and manners, in unintelligible metaphor and melodramatic braggadocio. Your answer might have been his, but pardon me if I add it would not be that of common sense. Monsieur le Vicomte might rebuke me more politely, said Rameau, coloring high. Accept my apologies, I did not mean to rebuke, but to instruct. The times are not those of 1789, and nature, ever repeating herself in the production of coxcombs and blockheads, never repeats herself in the production of Mirabeau's The Empire is doomed, because it is hostile to the free play of intellect. Any government that gives absolute preponderance to the many is hostile to intellect, for intellect is necessarily confined to the few. Intellect is the most revengeful of all the elements of society. It cares not what the materials through which it insinuates or forces its way to its seat. I accept the aid of pomme de terre. I do not demean myself to the extent of writing articles that may favor the principles of pomme de terre, signed in the name of Victor de Maulin or of Pierre Firinin. I will beg you, my dear editor, to obtain clever, smart writers who know nothing about socialists and internationalists, who therefore will not commit la scène commune by advocating the doctrines of those idiots, but who will flatter the vanity of the canilevigli, write any stuff they please about the renown of Paris, the eye of the world, the sun of the European system, Roman 100 of the artisans of Paris, as supplying soul to that eye and fuel to that sun. Any blog of that sort, Jenner Victor Hugo. Nothing definite against life and property, nothing that may not be considered hereafter as the harmless extravagance of a poetic enthusiasm. You might write such articles yourself. In fine, I want to excite the multitude, and yet not to commit our journal to the contempt of the few. Nothing is to be admitted that may bring the law upon us, except it be signed by my name. There may be a moment in which it would be desirable for somebody to be sent to prison. In that case, I allow no substitute. I go myself. Now you have my most secret thoughts. I entrust them to your judgment with entire confidence. Monsieur Lebeau gave you a high character, which you have hitherto deserved. By the way, have you seen anything lately of that bourgeois conspirator? No, his professed business of letter writer or agent is transferred to a clerk who says Roman 1000 Lebeau is abroad. Or I don't think that is true. I fancy I saw him the other evening gilding along the lanes of Belleville. He is too confirmed a conspirator to be long out of Paris. No place like Paris for seething brains. Have you known Roman 1000 Lebeau long? Asked Rameau. I many years. We are both Norman by birth, as you may perceive, by something broad in our accent. How I knew your voice was familiar to me. Certainly, it does remind me of Lebeau's. Normans are like each other in many things besides voice and accent. Obstinacy, for instance, in clinging to ideas once formed. This makes them good friends and steadfast enemies. I would advise no man to make an enemy of Lebeau. Au revoir, cher confrère. Do not forget to present me to Mademoiselle Cicogna. Chapter Roman 2. On leaving de Maulin and regaining his coupe, Rameau felt at once bewildered and humbled, for he was not prepared for the tone of careless superiority which the Vicomte assumed over him. He had expected to be much complimented, and he comprehended vaguely that he had been somewhat snubbed. He was not only irritated, was bewildered, for de Maulin's political disquisitions did not leave any clear or definite idea on his mind as to the principles which, as editor of the Sens Commune, he was to see adequately represented and carried out. In truth, Rameau was one of those numerous Parisian politicians who have read little and reflected less on the government of men and states. Envy is said by a great French writer to be the vice of democracies. Envy certainly had made Rameau a democrat he could talk and write glibly enough upon the themes of equality and fraternity, and was so far an ultra-democrat that he thought moderation the sign of a mediocre understanding. Desmoulins' talk therefore terribly perplexed him. It was unlike anything he had heard before its revolutionary professions, accompanied with so much scorn for the multitude, and the things the multitude desired were Greek to him. He was not shocked by the cynicism, which placed wisdom in using the passions of mankind as tools for the interests of an individual, but he did not understand the frankness of its avowal. Nevertheless, the man had dominated over and subdued him. He recognized the power of his contributor without clearly analyzing its naturia power, made up of large experience of life, of cold examination of doctrines that heated other soft patrician, calm off intellectual sneer off, collected confidence in self. Besides, Rameau felt with a nervous misgiving that in this man, who so boldly proclaimed his contempt for the instruments he used, he had found a master Desmoulins, then was sole proprietor of the journal, from which Rameau drew his resources, might at any time dismiss him, might at any time involve the journal in penalties, which even if Rameau could escape in his official capacity as editor still might stop the Sens commune, and with it Rameau's luxurious subsistence. Altogether, the visit to Desmoulins had been anything but a pleasant one. He sought, as the carriage rolled on, to turn his thoughts to more agreeable subjects, and the image of Isaura rose before him to do him justice. He had learned to love this girl as well as his nature would permit. He loved her with the whole strength of his imagination, and though his heart was somewhat cold, his imagination was very ardent. He loved her also with the whole strength of his vanity, and vanity was even a more preponderant organ of his system than imagination to carry off, as his prize, one who had already achieved celebrity, whose beauty and fascination of manner were yet more acknowledged than her genius, would certainly be a glorious triumph. Every Parisian of Rameau's stamp looks forward in marriage to a brilliant salon. What salon more brilliant than that which he and Isaura united could command? He had long conquered his early impulse of envy at Isaura's success, in fact, that success had become associated with his own, and had contributed greatly to his enrichment, so that to other motives of love he might add the prudential one of interest. Rameau well knew that his own vein of composition, however lauded by the cliques, and however unrivaled in his own eyes, was not one that brings much profit in the market. He compared himself to those poets who are too far in advance of their time to be quite as sure of bread and cheese as they are of immortal fame. But he regarded Isaura's genius as of a lower order, and a thing in itself, very marketable. Marry her, and the bread and cheese were so certain that he might elaborate as slowly as he pleased the verses destined to immortal fame. Then he should be independent of inferior creatures like Victor Desmoulins. But while Rameau convinced himself that he was passionately in love with Isaura, he could not satisfy himself that she was in love with him. Though during the past year they had seen each other constantly, and their literary occupations had produced many sympathies between them, though he had intimated that many of his most eloquent love poems were inspired by her, though he had asserted in prose, very pretty prose too, that she was all that youthful poets dream of, yet she had hitherto treated such declarations with a playful laugh, accepting them as elegant compliments inspired by Parisian gallantry, and he felt an angry and sore foreboding that if he were to insist too seriously on the earnestness of their import, and ask her plainly to be his wife, her refusal would be certain, and his visits to her house might be interdicted. Still, Isaura was unmarried still. She had refused offers of marriage from men higher placed than himself still. He divined no one whom she could prefer, and as he now leaned back in his coupe, he muttered to himself, "Oh, if I could but get rid of that little demon Julie, I would devote myself so completely to winning Isaura's heart that I must succeed. But how to get rid of Julie? She so adores me, and is so headstrong, she is capable of going to Isaura, showing my letters, making such a scene." Here he checked the carriage at a café on the boulevard, descended, imbibed 2 glasses of absinthe, then feeling much emboldened, remounted his coupe, and directed the driver to Isaura's apartment. Chapter Roman 3. Yes, celebrities are of rapid growth in the salons of Paris, far more solid than that of Rameau, far more brilliant than that of Desmoulins, was the celebrity which Isaura had now acquired. She had been unable to retain the pretty suburban villa at A. The owner wanted to alter and enlarge it for his own residence, and she had been persuaded by Signora Venosta, who was always sighing for fresh salons to conquer, to remove towards the close of the previous year to apartments in the center of the Parisian beau monde, without formally professing to receive on one evening in the week. Her salon was open to those who had eagerly sought her acquaintance, comprising many stars in the world of fashion, as well as those in the world of art and letters. And as she had now wholly abandoned the idea of the profession for which her voice had been cultivated, she no longer shrank from the exercise of her surpassing gift of song for the delight of private friends. Her physician had withdrawn the interdict on such exercise. His skill, aided by the rich vitality of her constitution, had triumphed over all tendencies to the malady for which he had been consulted. To hear Isora Sikogna sing in her own house was a privilege sought and prized by many who never read a word of her literary compositions. A good critic of a book is rare, but good judges of a voice are numberless. Adding this attraction of song to her youth, her beauty, her frank powers of conversing, innocent sweetness of manner, free from all conventional affectation, and to the fresh novelty of a genius which inspired the young with enthusiasm and beguiled the old to indulgence, it was no wonder that Isora became a celebrity at Paris. Perhaps it was a wonder that her head was not turned by the adulation that surrounded her, but I believe, be it said with diffidence, that a woman of mind so superior that the mind never pretends to efface the heart is less intoxicated with flattery than a man equally exposed to it. It is the strength of her heart that keeps her head sober. Isora had never yet overcome her first romance of love. As yet, amid all her triumphs, there was not a day in which her thoughts did not wistfully, mournfully fly back to those blessed moments in which she felt her cheek color before a look, her heart beat at the sound of a footfall. Perhaps, if there had been the customary finesse to this young Roman saith lover's deliberate renunciation, his formal farewell, the girl's pride would ere this have conquered her affection. Possibly, who knows, replaced it. But reader, be you male or female, have you ever known this sore trial of affection and pride, that from some cause or other to you mysterious, the dear intercourse to which you had accustomed the secret life of your life abruptly ceases? You know that a something has come between you and the beloved which you cannot distinguish, cannot measure, cannot guess, and therefore cannot surmount. And you say to yourself at the dead of solitary night, oh, for an explanation, oh, for one meeting more, all might be so easily set right, or if not, I should know the worst, and knowing it could conquer. This trial was Isora's. There had been no explanation, no last farewell between her and Graham. She divined no woman lightly makes a mistake there, that he loved her. She knew that this dread something had intervened between her and him when he took leave of her before others so many months ago, that this dread something still continued. What was it? She was certain that it would vanish could they but once meet again, and not before others. Oh, for such a meeting! She could not herself destroy hope. She could not marry another. She would have no heart to give to another while he was free, while in doubt if his heart was still her own. And thus her pride did not help her to conquer her affection. Of Graham Vane she heard occasionally. He had ceased to correspond with Savron, but among those who most frequented her salon were the Morleys, Americans so well educated and so well placed, as the Morleys knew something about every Englishman of the social station of Graham Vane. Isora learned from them that Graham, after a tour on the continent, had returned to England at the commencement of the year, had been invited to stand for Parliament, had refused, that his name was in the list published by the Morning Post of the elite, whose arrivals in London or whose presence at dinner tables is recorded as an event, that the Athenaeum had mentioned a rumor that Graham Vane was the author of a political pamphlet, which, published anonymously, had made no inconsiderable sensation. Isora sent to England for that pamphlet. The subject was somewhat dry, and the style, though clear and vigorous, was scarcely of the eloquence which wins the admiration of women, and yet she learned every word of it by heart. We know how little she dreamed that the celebrity which she hailed as an approach to him was daily making her more remote. The sweet labors she undertook for that celebrity continued to be sweetened yet more by secret associations with the absent one. How many of the passages most admired could never have been written had he been never known. And she blessed those labors the more that they upheld her from the absolute feebleness of sickened reverie. beguiled her from the gnawing torture of unsatisfied conjecture. She did comply with Madame de Grantmesnil's commanded pass from the dusty beaten road of life into green fields and along flowery riverbanks, and did enjoy that ideal byworld. But still, the one image which reigned over her human heart moved beside her in the gardens of fairyland. Chapter Roman 4. Isora was seated in her pretty salon with the Venoster Roman 1000, Savrin the Morleys, and the financier Louvier, when Raymau was announced. "Ha!" cried Savrin, "we were just discussing a matter which nearly concerns you, cher poet. I have not seen you since the announcement that Pierre Firmin is no other than Victor de Maullion, ma foi. That worthy seems likely to be as dangerous with his pen as he was once with his sword. The article in which he revealed himself makes a sharp lunge on the government. Take care of yourself. When hawks and nightingales fly together, the hawk may escape, and the nightingale complain of the barbarity of kings. In a cage fleboliter gemens in felix avis. He is not fit to conduct a journal," replied Raymau magniloquently, "who will not brave a danger for his body, in defense of the right to infinity for his thoughts." "Bravo," said Mrs. Morley, clapping her pretty hands. "That speech reminds me of home. The French are very much like the Americans in their style of oratory." "So said Louvier, my old friend. The Vicomte has come out as a writer, a politician, a philosopher. I feel hurt that he kept this secret from me despite our intimacy. I suppose you knew it from the first Roman 1000 Rame." "No, I was as much taken by surprise as the rest of the world. You have long known Roman 1000 de Maullion." "Yes, I may say we began life towards that is much at the same time." "What is he like in appearance?" asked Mrs. Morley. "The ladies thought him very handsome when he was young," replied Louvier. "He is still a fine-looking man, about my height." "I should like to know him," cried Mrs. Morley, "if only to tease that husband of mine. He refuses me the dearest of woman's rights. I can't make him jealous." "You may have the opportunity of knowing this Sidevant Lovelace very soon," said Raymau, "for he has begged me to present him to Mademoiselle Sicogna, and I will ask her permission to do so on Thursday evening when she receives." Isora, who had hitherto attended very listlessly to the conversation, bowed assent. "Any friend of yours will be welcome, but I own the articles signed in the name of Pierre Firmin do not prepossess me in favor of their author." "Why so?" asked Louvier. "Surely you are not an imperialist." "Nay, I do not pretend to be a politician at all, but there is something in the writing of Pierre Firmin that pains and chills me." "Yet the secret of its popularity," said Savrin, "is that it says what every one saysonly better." "I see now that it is exactly that which displeases me. It is the Paris talk, condensed into epigram. The graver it is, the less it elevates. Lighter it is, the more it saddens." "That is meant to hit me," said Savrin, with his sunny laugh. "Whom you call cynical." "No, dear Roman 1000 Savrin, for above all your cynicism is genuine gaiety, and below its solid kindness you have that which I do not find in Roman 1000 de Maullion's writing, nor often in the talk of the Salonier, have youthfulness. Youthfulness ad sixte flatterer. Genius does not count its years by the almanac," said Mrs. Morley. "I know what Isora means. She is quite right. There is a breath of winter in Roman 1000 de Maullion's style, and an odor of fallen leaves. Not that his diction wants vigor, on the contrary, it is crisp with hoarfrost, but the sentiments conveyed by the diction are those of a nature sere and withered, and it is in this combination of brisk words and decayed feelings that his writing represents the talk and mind of Paris. He and Paris are always fault-finding. Fault-finding is the attribute of old age." Colonel Morley looked round with pride, as much as to say, "Clever talker, my wife." Savrin understood that look, and replied to it courteously. "Madame has a gift of expression which Émile de Girardin can scarcely surpass, but when she blames us for fault-finding, can she expect the friends of liberty to praise the present style of things?" "I should be obliged to the friends of liberty," said the colonel dryly, "to tell me how that state of things is to be mended. I find no enthusiasm for the Orleanists, none for a republic. People sneer at religion, no belief in a cause no adherence to an opinion, but the worst of it is that like all people who are blasés, the Parisians are eager for strange excitement and ready to listen to any oracle who promises a relief from indifferentism. This it is which makes the press more dangerous in France than it is in any other country elsewhere. The press sometimes leads, sometimes follows public opinion. Here, there is no public opinion to consult, and instead of opinion, the press represents passion. My dear Colonel Morley, said Savrin, I hear you very often say that a Frenchman cannot understand America. Permit me to observe that an American cannot understand Francia, at least Paris. Apropos of Paris, that is a large speculation of yours, Louvier, in the new suburb. And a very sound one. I advise you to invest in it. I can secure you at present 5% on the rental. That is nothing. Houses will be worth double when the Rue de Louvier is completed. Alas, I have no money. My new journal absorbs all my capital. Shall I transfer the money I hold for you, Signorina, and add to them whatever you may have made by your delightful Roman, as yet lying idle to this investment? I cannot say more in its favor than this. I have embarked a very large portion of my capital in the Rue de Louvier, and I flatter myself that I am not one of those men who persuade their friends to do a foolish thing by setting them the example. Whatever you advise on such a subject, said Isora graciously, is sure to be as wise as it is kind. You consent, then? Certainly. Here the Venoster, who had been listening with great attention to Louvier's commendation of this investment, drew him aside and whispered in his ear, I suppose, Roman 1,000 Louvier, that one can't put a little money, very little money, poco pocolino, into your street. Into my street? Ah, I understand. Into the speculation of the Rue de Louvier. Certainly you can. Arrangements are made on purpose to suit the convenience of the smallest capitalists from 500 francs upwards. And you feel quite sure that we shall double our money when the street is completed. I should not like to have my brains in my heels. Aver il cervello nella calcignavis, to act without prudent reflection. More than double it, I hope, long before the street is completed. I have saved a little money, very little. I have no relations, and I mean to leave it all to the Signorina, and if it could be doubled, why, there would be twice as much to leave her. So there would, said Louvier, you can't do better than put it all into the Rue de Louvier. I will send you the necessary papers tomorrow when I send hers to the Signorina. Louvier here turned to address himself to Colonel Morley, but finding that degenerate son of America indisposed to get cent per cent for his money when offered by a Parisian, he very soon took his leave. The other visitors followed his example, except Raymond, who was left alone with the Venoster and Isora. The former had no liking for Raymond, who showed her none of the attentions her innocent vanity demanded, and she soon took herself off to her own room to calculate the amount of her savings and dream of the Rue de Louvier and golden joys. Raymond, approaching his chair to Isora's, then commenced conversation dryly enough upon pecuniary matters, acquitting himself of the mission with which Desmoulins had charged him, the request for a new work from her pen for the Sens Commune, and the terms that ought to be asked for compliance. The young lady author shrank from this talk. Her private income, though modest, sufficed for her wants, and she felt a sensitive shame in the sale of her thoughts and fancies. Putting hurriedly aside the mercantile aspect of the question, she said that she had no other work in her mind at present, that, whatever her vein of invention might be, it flowed at its own will, and could not be commanded. Nay, said Raymond, this is not true. We fancy in our hours of indolence that we must wait for inspiration, but once force ourselves to work, and ideas spring forth at the wave of the pen. You may believe me, here I speak from experience. I compelled to work, and in modes not to my taste I do my task. I know not how I rub the lamp, the genius comes. I have read in some English author that motive power is necessary to continued labor. You have motive power, I have none. I do not quite understand you. I mean that a strong ruling motive is required to persist in any regular course of action that needs effort. The motive with the majority of men is the need of subsistence with a large number, as in trades or professions, not actually want, but a desire of gain and perhaps of distinction. in their calling the desire of professional distinction, expands into the longings for more comprehensive fame, more exalted honors, with the few who become great writers, soldiers, statesmen, orators. And do you mean to say you have no such motive? None in the sting of want, none in the desire of gain. But fame. Alas, I thought so once, I know not now, I begin to doubt. If fame should be sought by women, this was said very dejectedly. Tut, dearest signorina, what gadfly has stung you? Your doubt is a weakness unworthy of your intellect, and even were it not, genius is destiny, and will be obeyed. You must write despite yourself, and your writing must bring fame, whether you wish it or not. Isaura was silent, her head drooped on her breast, there were tears in her downcast eyes. Rameau took her hand, which she yielded to him passively, and clasping it in both his own, he rushed on impulsively. Oh, I know what these misgivings are when we feel ourselves solitary, unloved. How often have they been mine, but how different would labor be if shared and sympathized with by a congenial mind, by a heart that beats in unison with one's own. Isaura's breast heaved beneath her robe, she sighed softly. And then how sweet the fame of which the one we love is proud, how trifling becomes the pang of some malignant depreciation, which a word from the beloved one can soothe. O signorina, O Isaura, are we not made for each other, kindred, pursuits, hopes, and fears, in common the same race, to run the same goal, to win I need motive stronger than I have yet known for the persevering energy that ensures success. Supply to me that motive, let me think, that whatever I win in the strife of the world is a tribute to Isaura. No, do not seek to withdraw this hand, let me claim it as mine for life. I love you as man never loved before, do not reject my love. They say the woman who hesitates is lost. Isaura hesitated, but was not yet lost. The words she listened to moved her deeply. Offers of marriage, she had already received one from a rich middle-aged noble, a devoted musical virtuoso, one from a young avocat fresh from the provinces and somewhat calculating on her dot, one from a timid but enthusiastic admirer of her genius and her beauty himself, rich, handsome, of good birth, but with shy manners and faltering tongue. But these had made their proposals with the formal respect habitual to French decorum in matrimonial proposals. Words so eloquently impassioned as Gustave Rameau's had never before thrilled her ears. Yes, she was deeply moved, and yet by that very emotion she knew that it was not to the love of this wooer that her heart responded. There is a circumstance in the history of courtship familiar to the experience of many women, that while the suitor is pleading his cause, his language may touch every fiber in the heart of his listener, yet substitute, as it were, another presence for his own. She may be saying to herself, oh, that another had said those words, and be dreaming of the other, while she hears the one. Thus it was with Isaura, and not till Rameau's voice had ceased did that dream pass away, and with a slight shiver she turned her face towards the wooer sadly and pityingly. It cannot be, she said in a low whisper, I were not worthy of your love. Could I accept it? Forget that you have so spoken. Let me still be a friend, admiring your genius, interested in your career. I cannot be more. Forgive me if I unconsciously led you to think I could. I am so grieved to pain you. Am I to understand, said Rameau coldly, for his amour-propre was resentful, that the proposals of another have been more fortunate than mine? And he named the youngest and comeliest of those whom she had rejected. Certainly not, said Isaura. Rameau rose and went to the window, turning his face from her. In reality, he was striving to collect his thoughts and decide on the course it were most prudent for him now to pursue. The fumes of the absinthe, which had, despite his previous forebodings, emboldened him to hazard his avowal, had now subsided into the languid reaction which is generally consequent on that treacherous stimulus, a reaction not unfavorable to passionless reflection. He knew that if he said he could not conquer his love, he would still cling to hope and trust, to perseverance and time. He should compel Isaura to forbid his visits and break off their familiar intercourse. This would be fatal to the chance of yet winning her, and would also be of serious disadvantage to his more worldly interests. Her literary aid might become essential to the journal on which his fortunes depended, and at all events, in her conversation, in her encouragement, in her sympathy with the pains and joys of his career, he felt a support, a comfort, nay, an inspiration for the spontaneous gush of her fresh thoughts and fancies. served to recruit his own jaded ideas and enlarge his own stinted range of invention. No, he could not commit himself to the risk of banishment from Isora. And mingled with meaner motives for discretion, there was one of which he was but vaguely conscious, purer and nobler in the society of this girl, in whom whatever was strong and high in mental organization became so sweetened into feminine grace by gentleness of temper and kindliness of disposition. Rameau felt himself a better man. The virgin-like dignity with which she moved, so untainted by a breath of scandal amid salons, in which the envy of virtues doubted sought to bring innocence itself into doubt, warmed into a genuine reverence the cynicism of his professed creed. While under her chastening influence, he was sensible of a poetry infused within him far more true to the Camoni than all he had elaborated into verse in these moments. He was ashamed of the vices he had courted as distractions. He imagined that with her all his own, it would be easy to reform. No, to withdraw wholly from Isora was to renounce his sole chance of redemption. While these thoughts, which it takes so long to detail, passed rapidly through his brain, he felt a soft touch on his arm, and turning his face, slowly encountered the tender, compassionate eyes of Isora. "Be consoled, dear friend," she said, with a smile half cheering, half mournful. "Perhaps, for all true artists, the solitary lot is the best." "I will try to think so," answered Rameau, "and meanwhile, I thank you with a full heart for the sweetness with which you have checked my presumption. Presumption shall not be repeated. Gratefully I accept the friendship you deign to tender me. You bid me forget the words I uttered. Promise, in turn, that you will forget Thema. At least consider them withdrawn. You will receive me still as friend." "As friend, surely, yes. Do we not both need friends?" She held out her hand. As she spoke, he bent over it, kissed it with respect, and the interview thus closed. Chapter V. It was late in the evening that day, when a man who had the appearance of a decent bourgeois in the lower grades of that comprehensive class entered one of the streets in the Faubourg Montmartre, tenanted chiefly by artisans. He paused at the open doorway of a tall, narrow house, and drew back as he heard footsteps descending a very gloomy staircase. The light from a gas lamp on the street fell full on the face of the person thus quitting the house, the face of a young and handsome man, dressed with the quiet elegance which betokened one of higher rank or fashion than that neighborhood was habituated to find among its visitors. The first comer retreated promptly into the shade, and as by sudden impulse, drew his hat low down over his eyes. The other man did not, however, observe him, went his way with a quick step along the street, and entered another house some yards distant. "What can that pious Bourbonite do here?" muttered the first comer. "Can he be a conspirator? Diable tease, as dark as Erebus, on that staircase." Taking cautious hold of the banister, the man now ascended the stairs. On the landing of the first floor, there was a gas lamp, which threw upward a faint ray that finally died at the third story. But at that third story, the man's journey ended. He pulled a bell at the door to the right, and in another moment or so the door was opened by a young woman of 28 or 30, dressed very simply, but with a certain neatness not often seen in the wives of artisans in the Faubourg Montmartre. Her face, which though pale and delicate retained much of the beauty of youth, became clouded as she recognized the visitor. Evidently, the visit was not welcome to her. "Monsieur Lebeau again," she exclaimed, shrinking back. "At your service, cheer dame. The goodman is of course at home. I catch sight of him." And sliding by the woman, Roman 1000 Lebeau passed the narrow lobby, in which she stood, through the open door conducting into the room, in which Armand Monnier was seated, his chin propped on his hand, his elbow resting on a table, looking abstractedly into space. In a corner of the room, two small children were playing languidly with a set of bone tablets inscribed with the letters of the alphabet. But whatever the children were doing with the alphabet, they were certainly not learning to read from it. The room was of fair size and height, and by no means barely or shabbily furnished. There was a pretty clock on the mantelpiece. On the wall were hung designs for the decoration of apartments and shelves on which were ranged a few books. The window was open, and on the sill were placed flower pots. You could scent the odor they wafted into the room altogether. It was an apartment suited to a skilled artisan earning high wages, From the room we are now in branched on one side, a small but commodious kitchen on the other side, on which the door was screened by a portiere with a border prettily worked by female handsome years ago, for it was faded no as a bedroom communicating with one of less size, in which the children slept. We do not enter those additional rooms, but it may be well here to mention them as indications of the comfortable state of an intelligent, skilled artisan of Paris, who thinks he can better that state by some revolution which may ruin his employer. Monnier started up at the entrance of Lebo, and his face showed that he did not share the dislike to the visit which that of the female partner of his life had evinced. On the contrary, his smile was cordial, and there was a hearty ring in the voice which cried out, "I am glad to see you something to do, eh? Always ready to work for liberty, mon brave. I hope so. What's in the wind now?" "Oh, Armand, be prudent, prudent," cried the woman piteously. "Do not lead him into further mischief, Monsieur Lebo." As she faltered forth the last words, she bowed her head over the two little ones, and her voice died in sobs. "Monnier," said Lebo gravely, "Madame is right. I ought not to lead you into further mischief. There are 3 in the room who have better claims on you than—" "The cause of millions," interrupted Monnier. "No." He approached the woman and took up one of the children, very tenderly stroking back its curls and kissing the face, which, if before surprised and saddened by the mother's sob, now smiled gaily under the father's kiss. "Canst thou doubt, my Heloise," said the artisan mildly, "that whatever I do thou, and these are not uppermost in my thoughts, I act for thine interest, and thirst the world, as it exists, is the foe of you 3. The world I would replace it by will be more friendly." The poor woman made no reply, but as he drew her towards him she leant her head upon his breast and wept quietly. Monnier led her thus from the room, whispering words of soothing. The children followed the parents into the adjoining chamber. In a few minutes Monnier returned, shutting the door behind him and drawing the portiere close. "You will excuse me, citizen, and my poor wife she is to me, and to all who visit here, though the law says she is not. I respect Madame the more for her dislike to myself," said Lebo with a somewhat melancholy smile. "Not dislike to you personally, citizen, but dislike to the business which she connects with your visits, and she is more than usually agitated on that subject this evening, because just before you came another visitor had produced a great effect on her feelings. Poor dear Heloise." "Indeed, how?" "Well, I was employed in the winter in redecorating the salon and boudoir of Madame de Vandermeer. Her son, Roman 1000 Raoul, took great interest in superintending the details. He would sometimes talk to me very civilly, not only on my work, but on other matters. It seems that Madame now wants something done to the salle-à-manger, and asked old Gerard, me late master, you know, to send me of. Course he said that was impossible, for, though I was satisfied with my own wages, I had induced his other men to strike, and was one of the ringleaders in the recent strike of artisans in general, a dangerous man, and he would have nothing more to do with me. So Roman 1000 Raoul came to see and talked to Mesquers. Gone before you rang at the Bellevue, might have almost met him on the stairs. I saw a beau monsieur come out of the house, and so his talk has affected Madame very much. It was quite brother-like. He is one of the religious set, and they always get at the weak side of the soft sex." "I," said Lebo thoughtfully, "if religion were banished from the laws of men, it would still find a refuge in the hearts of women. But Raoul de Vandermeer did not presume to preach to Madame upon the sin of loving you and your children." "I should like to have heard him preach to her," cried Monnier fiercely. "No, he only tried to reason with me about matters he could not understand." "Strikes?" "Well, not exactly strikesh. Did not contend that we workmen had not full right to combine and to strike for obtaining fairer money's worth for our work. But he tried to persuade me that whereas in my case it was not a matter of wages, but of political, principally off war against capitalists, I could but injure myself and mislead others. He wanted to reconcile me to old Gerard, or to let him find me employment elsewhere. And when I told him that my honor forbade me to make terms for myself till those with whom I was joined were satisfied, he said, 'But if this lasts much longer, your children will not look so rosy Then poor Helle began to wring her hands and cry, and he took me aside and wanted to press money on me's alone. He spoke so kindly that I could not be angry, but when he found I would take nothing, he asked me about some families in the street of whom he had a list, and who he was informed were in great distress. That is true, I am feeding some of them myself out of my savings. You see, this young monsieur belongs to a society of men, many as young as he is, which visits the poor and dispenses charity. I did not feel I had a right to refuse aid for others, and I told him where his money would be best spent, I suppose. He went there when he left me. I know the society you mean, that of St. Francois de Sales. It comprises some of the most ancient of that old noblesse, to which the ouvriers in the Great Revolution were so remorseless. We ouvriers are wiser now. We see that in assailing them, we gave ourselves worse tyrants. In the new aristocracy of the capitalists, our quarrel now is that of artisans against employers. Of course, I am aware of that, but to leave general politics, tell me frankly, how has the strike affected you? As yet, I mean in purse. Can you stand its pressure? If not, you are above the false pride of not taking help from me, a fellow conspirator, though you were justified in refusing it when offered by Raoul de Vandermeer, the servant of the church. Pardon, I refuse aid from anyone except for the common cause, but do not fear for me. I am not pinched. As yet I have had high wages for some years, and since I and Helles came together, I have not wasted a sous out of doors, except in the way of public duty, such as making converts at the Jean-Jacques and elsewhere. Glass of beer and a pipe don't cost much, and Helles is such a housewife, so thrifty, scolds me if I buy her a ribbon. Poor love, no wonder that I would pull down a society that dares to scoff at her, dares to say she is not my wife and her children are base born. No, I have some savings left, yet war to society, war to the knife. Monnier, said Lebeau in a voice that evinced emotion, listen to me. I have received injuries from society, which when they were fresh, half-maddened method is 20 years ago. I would then have thrown myself into any plot against society that proffered revenge. But society, my friend, is a wall of very strong masonry. As it now stands, it may be sapped in the course of 1,000 years, but stormed in a day. No, you dash your head against it, you scatter your brains, and you dislodge a stone. Society smiles in scorn, effaces the stain, and replaces the stone. I no longer war against society. I do war against a system in that society which is hostile to me. Systems in France are easily overthrown. I say this because I want to use you, and I do not want to deceive. Deceive me, bah, you are an honest man, cried Monnier, and he seized Lebeau's hand and shook it with warmth and vigor. But for you I should have been a mere grumbler, no doubt. I should have cried out where the shoe pinched and railed against laws that vex me. But from the moment you first talked to me, I became a new man. You taught me to act as Rousseau and Madame de Grantmesnil had taught me to think and to feel. There is my brother, a grumbler too, but professes to have a wiser head than mine. He is always warning me against you, against joining a strike, against doing anything to endanger my skin. I always went by his advice, till you taught me that it was well enough for women to talk and complain, men should dare and do. Nevertheless, said Lebeau, your brother is a safer counselor to a peer de famille than Roman one. I repeat what I have so often said before, I desire, and I resolve that the empire of Roman 1000 Bonaparte shall be overthrown. I see many concurrent circumstances to render that desire and resolve of practicable fulfillment. You desire and resolve the same thing. Up to that point we can work together. I have encouraged your action only so far as it served my design, but I separate from you the moment you would ask me to aid your design in the hazard of experiments which the world has never yet favored, and trust me, Monnier, the world never will favor. That remains to be seen, said Monnier with compressed, obstinate lips. Forgive me, but you are not young, you belong to an old school. Poor young man, said Lebeau, readjusting his spectacles, I recognize in you the genius of Paris. Be the genius good or evil, Paris is never warned by experience, be it. So I want you so much, your enthusiasm is so fiery that I can concede no more to the mere sentiment, which makes me say to myself, it is a shame to use this great-hearted, wrong-headed creature for my personal ends. I come at once to the point. That is the matter on which I seek you this evening. At my suggestion, you have been a ringleader in strikes, which have terribly shaken the imperial system more than its ministers deem now. I want a man like you to assist in a bold demonstration against the imperial resort to a rural priesthood suffrage on the part of the enlightened working class of Paris. Good, said Monnier. In a day or two, the result of the plebiscite will be known. The result of universal suffrage will be enormously in favor of the desire expressed by one man. I don't believe it, said Monnier stoutly. France cannot be so hoodwinked by the priests. Take what I say for granted, resumed Lebeau calmly. On the 8th of this month, we shall know the amount of the majority, some millions of French votes. I want Paris to separate itself from France and declare against those blundering millions. I want an immute, or rather, a menacing demonstration, not a premature revolution. Mind, you must avoid bloodshed. It is easy to say that beforehand, but when a crowd of men once meets in the streets of Paris, it can do much by meeting and cherishing resentment. If the meeting be dispersed by an armed force, which it would be waste of life to resist. We shall see when the time comes, said Monnier, with a fierce gleam in his bold eyes. I tell you, all that is required at this moment is an evident protest of the artisans of Paris against the votes of the rurals of France. Do you comprehend me? I think so. If not, I obey. What we ouvriers want is what we have not. Go ahead to dictate action to us. See to this, then rouse the men you can command. I will take care that you have plentiful aid from foreigners. We may trust to the confreres of our council to enlist Poles and Italians. Gaspard Lanoy will turn out the volunteer rioters at his command. Let the emeute be within, say, a week. After the vote of the plebiscite is taken, you will need that time to prepare. Be contented, it shall be done. Good night. Then Lebeau leisurely took up his hat and drew on his gloves. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned briskly on the artisan and said in quick, blunt tones, Armand Monnier, explain to me why it is that you are Parisian artisan, the type of a class, the most insubordinate, the most self-conceited that exists on the face of earth. Take, without question, with so docile a submission, the orders of a man who plainly tells you he does not sympathize in your ultimate objects, of whom you really know very little, and whose views you candidly own you think are those of an old and obsolete school of political reasoners. You puzzle me to explain, said Monnier with an ingenuous laugh that brightened up features stern and hard though comely when in repose, partly because you are so straightforward and do not talk blog, partly because I don't think the class I belong to would stir an inch unless we had a leader of another class, and you give me at least that leader again. You go to that first stage, which we all agree to take, and well, do you want me to explain more? Yes. At by end you have warned me like an honest man, I warn you that first step we take together. I want to go a step further. You retreat, you say no. I reply, you are committed. That further step you must take. Or I cry, Traitro la lantern, you talk of superior experience. But what does experience really tell you? Do you suppose that Philippe Egalité, when he began to plot against Louis Roman XVI, meant to vote for his kinsman's execution by the guillotine? Do you suppose that Robespierre, when he commenced his career as the foe of capital punishment, foresaw that he should be the minister of the reign of terror? Not a bit of it. Each was committed by his use of those he designed for his tools. So must you bear, you perish. Lebeau, leaning against the door, heard the frank avowal he had courted without betraying a change of countenance. But when Armand Monnier had done, a slight movement of his lips showed emotion. Was it of fear or disdain? Monnier, he said gently, I am so much obliged to you for the manly speech you have made. The scruples which my conscience had before entertained are dispelled. I dreaded lest I, a declared wolf, might seduce into peril an innocent sheep. I see I have to deal with a wolf of younger vigor and sharper fangs than myself. So much the better. Obey my orders now. Leave it to time to say whether I obey yours later. Au revoir. Chapter Romans 6. Isaura's apartment on the following Thursday evening was more filled than usual. Besides her habitual devotees in the artistic or literary world, there were diplomatists and deputies commixed with many fair chiefs of la jeunesse dorée, amongst the latter the brilliant Enguerrand de Vandermeer, who, deeming the acquaintance of every celebrity essential to his own celebrity in either Carthage, the beau monde or the demi-monde, had 2 Thursdays before made Louvier attend her soirée, and present him Louvier, though gathering to his own salons authors and artists very rarely favored their rooms with his presence, he did not adorn Isaura's party that evening, but Duplessis was there in compensation. It had chanced that Valerie had met Isaura at some house in the past winter, and conceived an enthusiastic affection for her since. Then Valerie came very often to see her, and made a point of dragging with her to Isaura's Thursday reunions. Her obedient father's soirées, musical or literary, were not much in his line, but he had no pleasure like that of pleasing his spoilt child. Our old friend Frédéric Lemercier was also one of Isaura's guests. That night he had become more and more intimate with Duplessis, and Duplessis had introduced him to the fair Valerie as un jeune homme plein de moyens qui ira loin. Savrin was there, of course, and brought with him an English gentleman of the name of Bevel, as well known at Paris as in London, invited everywhere, popular everywhere, one of those welcome contributors to the luxuries of civilized society, who trade in gossip, sparing no pains to get the pick of it, and exchanging it liberally, sometimes for a haunch of venison, sometimes for a cup of tea. His gossip, not being adulterated with malice, was in high repute for genuine worth. If Bevel said this story is a fact, you no more thought of doubting him than you would doubt Rothschild if he said this is Lafitte of 48. Mr. Bevel was at present on a very short stay at Paris, and naturally wishing to make the most of his time, he did not tarry beside Savrin, but after being introduced to Isaura, flitted here and there through the assembly. Apis matini, more Madoc, grata carpentis thymo. The bee proffers honey, but bears a sting. The room was at its fullest when Gustave Rameau entered, accompanied by Monsieur de Maullion. Isaura was agreeably surprised by the impression made on her by the Vicomte's appearance and manner. His writings, and such as she had heard of his earlier repute, had prepared her to see a man decidedly old, of withered aspect and sardonic, smilly-aggressive in demeanor, forward or contemptuous in his very politeness, a Mephistopheles engrafted on the stem of a Don Juan. She was startled by the sight of one who, despite his 48 years and at Paris, a man is generally older at 48 than he is elsewhere, seemed in the zenith of ripened manhood, startled yet more by the singular modesty of a deportment too thoroughly hybrid not to be quietly simple, startled most by a melancholy expression in eyes that could be at times soft though always so keen, and in the grave pathetic smile which seemed to disarm censure of past faults, in saying, "I have known sorrows." He did not follow up his introduction to his young hostess by any of the insipid phrases of compliment to which she was accustomed, but after expressing in grateful terms his thanks for the honor she had permitted Rameau to confer on him, he moved aside, as if he had no right to detain her from other guests more worthy her notice, towards the doorway, taking his place by Enguerrand, amidst a group of men of whom Duplessis was the central figure. At that time of the first week in May 1870, all who were then in Paris will remember that there were 2 subjects uppermost in the mouths of men: first, the plebiscite; secondly, the conspiracy to murder the emperor, which the disaffected considered to be a mere fable, a pretense got up in time to serve the plebiscite and prop the empire. Upon this latter subject Duplessis had been expressing himself with unwonted animation, a loyal and earnest imperialist. It was only with effort that he could repress his scorn of that meanest sort of gossip which is fond of ascribing petty motives to eminent men. To him nothing could be more clearly evident than the reality of this conspiracy, and he had no tolerance for the malignant absurdity of maintaining that the emperor or his ministers could be silly and wicked enough to accuse 72 persons of a crime which the police had been instructed to invent. As de Maullion approached, the financier brought his speech to an abrupt close. He knew in the Vicomte de Maullion, the writer of articles which had endangered the government, and aimed no pointless shafts against its imperial head. "My cousin," said Enguerrand gaily, as he exchanged a cordial shake of the hand with Victor, "I congratulate you on the fame of journalist, into which you have vaulted armed capa pie like a knight of old into his saddle. But I don't sympathize with the means you have taken to arrive at that renown. I am not myself an imperialist of Vandermeer, can be scarcely that, but if I am compelled to be on board a ship I don't wish to take out its planks, and let in an ocean when all offered to me instead is a crazy tub and a rotten rope. Très bien, said Duplessis in parliamentary tone and phrase. But said Desmoulins with his calm smile, would you like the captain of the ship when the sky darkened, and the sea rose to ask the common sailors whether they approved his conduct on altering his course or shortening his sail, better trust to a crazy tub and a rotten rope than to a ship in which the captain consults a plebiscite. Monsieur, said Duplessis, your metaphor is ill chosen. No metaphor indeed is needed. The head of the state was chosen by the voice of the people, and when required to change the form of administration which the people had sanctioned and inclined to do so from motives the most patriotic and liberal, he is bound again to consult the people from whom he holds his power. It is not, however, of the plebiscite we were conversing so much as of the atrocious conspiracy of assassinso, happily discovered. In time I presume that Monsieur Desmoulins must share the indignation which true Frenchmen of every party must feel against a combination united by the purpose of murder. The Vicomte bowed as in assent. But do you believe, asked a liberal depute, that such a combination existed except in the visions of the police or the cabinet of a minister? Duplessis looked keenly at Desmoulins while this question was put to him. Belief or disbelief in the conspiracy was with him, and with many, the test by which a sanguinary revolutionist was distinguished from an honest politician. Ma foi, answered Desmoulins, shrugging his shoulders, I have only one belief left, but that is boundless. I believe in the folly of mankind in general, and of Frenchmen in particular, that 72 men should plot the assassination of a sovereign on whose life interests so numerous and so watchful depend, and imagine they could keep a secret which any drunkard amongst them would blab out. Any tatterdemalion would sell is a bêtise so gross that I think it highly probable, but pardon me if I look upon the politics of Paris, much as I do upon its Meudon, must pass through it. When one walks in the street, one changes one's shoes. Before entering the Salon, a word with you. Enguerrand, taking his kinsman's arm, he drew him aside from the circle. What has become of your brother? I see nothing of him now. Oh, Raoul, answered Enguerrand, throwing himself on a couch in a recess and making room for Desmoulins beside him. Raoul is devoting himself to the distressed ouvriers who have chosen to withdraw from work. When he fails to persuade them to return, he forces food and fuel on their wives and children. My good mother encourages him in this costly undertaking, and no one but you who believe in the infinity of human folly would credit me when I tell you that his eloquence has drawn from me all the argent de poche I get from our shop. As for himself, he has sold his horses, and even grudges a cab fare, saying that is a meal for a family. Ah, if he had but gone into the church, what a saint would have deserved canonization. Do not lament, will probably have what is a better claim than mere saintship on heaven. Martyrdom, said Desmoulins with a smile in which sarcasm disappeared in melancholy. Poor Raoul. What of my other cousin, the beau Marquis? Several months ago his legitimist faith seemed vacillating, talked to me very fairly about the duties a Frenchman owed to France, and hinted that he should place his sword at the command of Napoleon Roman III. I have not yet heard of him as a soldat de France. I hear a great deal of him as a viveur de Paris. Don't you know why his desire for a military career was frostbitten? No, why? Elaine came from Bretagne, profoundly ignorant of most things known to a gamin of Paris, when he conscientiously overcame the scruples natural to one of his name, and told the Duchesse de Tarascon that he was ready to fight under the flag of France, whatever its color. He had a vague reminiscence of ancestral Rochebriants earning early laurels at the head of their regiments. At all events, he assumed, as a matter of course, that he in the first rank as gentilhomme would enter the army, if as a South lieutenant still as gentilhomme, but when told that as he had been at no military college, he could only enter the ranks as a private soldierhood with private soldiers for at least 2 years, before passing through the grade of corporal, his birth, education, habits of life could with great favor raise him to the station of a South lieutenant. You may conceive that the martial ardor of a Rochebriant was somewhat cooled. If he knew what the dormitory of French privates is, and how difficult a man well educated, well brought up, finds it first to endure the coarsest ribaldry and the loudest blasphemy, and then having endured and been compelled to share them, ever enforce obedience and discipline as a superior among those with whom just before he was an equal. His ardor would not have been merely cooled, would have been changed into despair for the armies of France if hereafter they are met by those whose officers have been trained to be officers from the outset, and have imbibed from their cradle an education not taught to the boy pedants from school. Twofold education, how with courtesy to command, how with dignity to obey, to return to Rochebriant. Such salons as I frequent are somewhat formales, befits my grave years, and my modest income. I may add now that you know my vocation befits me also as a man who seeks rather to be instructed than amused in those salons. I did last year sometimes, however, meet Rochebriant, I sometimes still meet you, but of late he has deserted such sober reunions, and I hear with pain that he is drifting among those rocks against which my own youth was shipwrecked. Is the report true? I fear, said Enguerrand reluctantly, that at least the report is not unfounded, and my conscience accuses me of having been to blame in the first instance. You see, when Alain made terms with Louvier, by which he obtained a very fair income, if prudently managed, I naturally wished that a man of so many claims to social distinction, and who represents the oldest branch of my family, should take his right place in our world of Paris. I gladly therefore presented him to the houses, and the men most a la mode advised him as to the sort of establishment in apartments horses Roman 100, which it appeared to me that he might reasonably afford. I mean, such as with his means I should have prescribed to myself. I understand, but you, dear Enguerrand, are a born Parisian, every inch of you, and a born Parisian is, whatever be thought to the contrary, the best manager in the world. He alone achieves the difficult art of uniting thrift with show. It is your provincial who comes to Paris in the freshness of undimmed youth, who sows his whole life on its barren streets. I guess the rest. Alain is ruined. Enguerrand, who certainly was so far a born Parisian that with all his shrewdness and savoir-faire, he had a wonderfully sympathetic heart, very easily moved one way or the other. Enguerrand winced at his elder kinsman's words, complimentarily reproachful, and said in unwonted tones of humility, "Cousin, you are cruel, but you are in the right. I did not calculate sufficiently on the chances of Alain's head being turned here. My excuse, he seemed to me so much more thoughtful than most at our age, are so much more stately and proud, well also so much more pure, so impressed with the responsibilities of station, so bent on retaining the old lands in Bretagne by habit, and rearing so simple and self-denying that I took it for granted he was proof against stronger temptations than those which a light nature like my own puts aside with a laugh. And at first I had no reason to think myself deceived, when some months ago I heard that he was getting into debt, losing at play, paying court to female vampires who drain the lifeblood of those on whom they fasten their fatal lips. Oh, then I spoke to him earnestly, and in vain. In vain, a certain Chevalier de Finisterre, whom you may have heard of, certainly, and met a friend of Louvier's. The same man has obtained over him an influence which so far subdues mine that he almost challenged me when I told him his friend was a scamp. In fine, though Alain and I have not actually quarreled, we pass each other with bonjour mon ami. My dear Enguerrand, you have done all you could. Flies will be flies, and spiders spiders, till the earth is destroyed by a comet. Nay, I met a distinguished naturalist in America who maintained that we shall find flies and spiders in the next world. You have been in America. Ah, true, I remember California. Where have I not been? Tush, music shawl, I hear our fair hostess sing. I am afraid not tonight, because Madame S. is to favor us, and the Signorina makes it a rule not to sing at her own house when professional artists do. You must hear the cicogna quietly some day, such a voice, nothing like it. Madame S., who, since she had learned that there was no cause to apprehend that Isora might become her professional rival, conceived for her a wonderful affection, and willingly contributed her magnificent gifts of song to the charms of Isora's salon. Now began a fragment from I Puritani, which held the audience as silent as the ghosts listening to Sappho, and when it was over several of the guests slipped away, especially those who disliked music and feared Madame S. might begin again. Enguerrand was not one of such soulless recreants, but he had many other places to go to besides. Madame S. was no novelty to him. De Maullion now approached Isura, who was seated next to Valerie, and after well-merited encomium on Madame S.'s performance, slid into some critical comparisons between that singer and those of a former generation, which interested Isura and evinced to her quick perceptions that kind of love for music, which has been refined by more knowledge of the art than is common to mere amateurs. "You have studied music, Monsieur de Maullion," she said. "Do you not perform yourself?" "I know, but music has always had a fatal attraction for me. I ascribe half the errors of my life to that temperament, which makes me too fascinated by harmonies, too revolted by discords. I should have thought such a temperament would have led from errors, not errors, discords. To the inner sense, yes, but to the outer sense, not always. Virtues are often harsh to the ear, errors very sweet-voiced. The sirens did not sing out of tune. Better to stop one's ears than glide on Scylla or be merged into Charybdis." "Monsieur," cried Valerie, with a pretty brusquerie, which became her, "well, you talk like a vandal. It is, I think, by Mademoiselle Duplessis that I have the honor to be rebuked. Is Monsieur your father very susceptible to music?" "Well, I cannot say that he cares much for it, but then his mind is so practical, and his life so successful. No Scylla, no Charybdis for him. However, mademoiselle, I am not quite the vandal you suppose. I do not say that susceptibility to the influence of music may not be safe, nay healthful to others. It was not so to me in my youth. It can do me no harm now." Here Duplessis came up and whispered his daughter it was time to leave. They had promised the Duchesse de Tarascon to assist at the soirée. She gave. That night Valerie took her father's arm with a brightening smile and a heightened color. Elaine de Rochebriant might probably be at the Duchesse's. "Are you not going also to the Hotel de Tarascon, Roman 1000?" de Maullion asked Duplessis. "No, I was never there, but once the Duchesse is an imperialist, at once devoted and acute, and no doubt very soon divined my lack of faith in her idols." Duplessis frowned and hastily led Valerie away. In a few minutes, the room was comparatively deserted. De Maullion, however, lingered by the side of Isura till all the other guests were gone. Even then he lingered still, and renewed the interrupted conversation with her, the Venosta joining therein, and so agreeable did he make himself to her Italian tastes by a sort of bittersweet wisdom like that of her native proverbs, comprising much knowledge of mankind on the unflattering side of humanity, in that form of pleasantry which has a latent sentiment of pathos that, the Venosta exclaimed, "Surely you must have been brought up in Florence." There was that in de Maullion's talk hostile to all which we call romance that excited the imagination of Isura and compelled her instinctive love for whatever is more sweet, more beautiful, more ennobling on the many sides of human life, to oppose what she deemed the paradoxes of a man who had taught himself to belie even his own nature. She became eloquent, and her countenance, which in ordinary moments owed much of its beauty to an expression of meditative gentleness, was now lighted up by the energy of earnest conviction, the enthusiasm of an impassioned zeal. Gradually de Maullion relaxed his share in the dialogue, and listened to her rapt and dreamily, as in his fiery youth he had listened to the songs of the sirens. No siren Isura. She was defending her own cause, though unconsciously defending the vocation of art, as the embellisher of external nature, and more than embellisher of the nature which dwells crude, but plastic in the soul of man. Indeed, therein the creator of a new nature strengthened, expanded, and brightened in proportion as it accumulates the ideas that tend beyond the boundaries of the visible and material nature, which is finite, forever seeking in the unseen, and the spiritual, the goals in the infinite, which it is their instinct to divine. That which you contemptuously call romance, said Isura, is not essential only to poets and artists. The most real side of every life, from the earliest dawn of mind in the infant, is the romantic. When the child is weaving flower chains, chasing butterflies, or sitting apart and dreaming what it will do in the future, is not that the child's real life, and yet is it not also the romantic? But there comes a time when we weave no flower chains and chase no butterflies. Is it so? Still on one side of life, flowers and butterflies may be found to the last, and at least to the last, are there no dreams of the future? Have you no such dreams at this moment? And without the romance of such dreams, would there be any reality to human life, which could distinguish it from the life of the weed that rots on Lethe? Alas, mademoiselle, said de Maullion, rising to take leave, your argument must rest without answer. I would not if I could confute the beautiful belief that belongs to youth, fusing into one rainbow all the tints that can color the world. But the Signora Venosta will acknowledge the truth of an old saying, expressed in every civilized language, but best perhaps in that of the Florentine: you might as well physic the dead as instruct the old. But you are not old, said the Venosta with Florentine politeness, you not a grey hair. 'Tis not by the grey of the hair that one knows the age of the heart, answered de Maullion in another paraphrase of Italian proverb, and he was gone. As he walked homeward through deserted streets, Victor de Maullion thought to himself, poor girl, how I pity her, married to Gustave. Rama married to any man. Nothing in the nature of man, be he the best and the cleverest, can ever realize the dream of a girl who is pure and has genius. Is not the converse true? What girl the best and the cleverest comes up to the ideal of even a commonplace man, if he ever dreamed of an ideal? Then he paused, and in a moment or so afterwards, his thought knew such questionings no more. It turned upon personalities, on stratagems and plots, on ambition. The man had more than his share of that peculiar susceptibility, which is one of the characteristics of his countrymen: susceptibility to immediate impulse, susceptibility to fleeting impressions. It was a key to many mysteries in his character when he owned his subjection to the influence of music, and in music recognized not the seraph's harp, but the siren's song. If you could have permanently fixed Victor de Maullion in one of the good moments of his life, even now some moment of exquisite kindness, of superb generosity, of dauntless courage, you would have secured a very rare specimen of noble humanity, but so to fix him was impossible. That impulse of the moment vanished the moment after, swept aside by the force of his very talents, concentrated by his intense sense of individuality, sense of wrongs, or of rights, interests, or objects personal to himself. He extended the royal saying, let it cest moi, to words far more grandiloquent. The Universities Roman I, the Venosta would have understood him, and smiled approvingly if he had said with good-humored laugh, I dead, the world is dead. That is an Italian proverb, and means much the same thing. Book Roman 8, Chapter Roman 1. On the 8th of May, the vote of the plebiscite was recorded between 7 and 8 millions of Frenchmen, in support of the imperial programme, plain words of the emperor himself, against a minority of 1,500,000. But among the 1,500,000 were the old throneshakers, those who compose, and those who lead the mob. Of Paris on the 14th, as Raymond was about to quit the editorial bureau of his printing office, a note was brought in to him, which strongly excited his nervous system. It contained a request to see him forthwith, signed by those two distinguished foreign members of the secret council of 10, Thaddeus Laubinski and Leonardo Rasselli. The meetings of that council had been so long suspended that Raymond had almost forgotten its existence. He gave orders to admit the conspirators. The two men entered the poll, tall, stalwart, and with martial stride, the Italian, small, emaciated, with skulking, noiseless, cat-like step, both looking wondrous threadbare, and in that state called shabby genteel, which belongs to the man who cannot work for his livelihood, and assumes a superiority over the man who can. Their outward appearance was in notable discord with that of the poet-politician, all new in the last fashions of Parisian elegance, and redolent of Parisian prosperity and extrait de mousseline. Confrère, said the Pole, seating himself on the edge of the table, while the Italian leaned against the mantelpiece and glanced round the room with furtive eye, as if to detect its innermost secrets or decide where safest to drop a lucifer match for its conflagration. Confrère, said the Pole, your country needs you. Rather, the cause of all countries, interposed the Italian softly. Humanity. Please to explain yourselves, but stay, wait a moment, said Raymond, and rising he went to the door, opened it, looked forth, ascertained that the coast was clear, then reclosed the door as cautiously as a prudent man closes his pocket whenever shabby-genteel visitors appeal to him in the cause of his country, still more if they appeal in that of humanity. Confrere, said the Pole, this day a movement is to be made, a demonstration on behalf of your country. Of humanity, again, softly interposed the Italian. Attend and share it, said the Pole. Pardon me, said Rameau, I do not know what you mean. I am now the editor of a journal in which the proprietor does not countenance violence. And if you come to me as a member of the council, you must be aware that I should obey no orders, but that of its president, whom I have not seen for nearly a year. Indeed, I know not if the council still exists. The council exists, and with it, the obligation it imposes, replied Thaddeus. Pampered with luxury here, the Pole raised his voice. Do you dare to reject the voice of poverty and freedom? Hush, dear, but too vehement confrere, murmured the bland Italian. Permit me to dispel the reasonable doubts of our confrere. And he took out of his breast pocket a paper which he presented to Rameau. On it were written these words: This evening, May 24th, demonstration Faubourg du Temple watch. Events under orders of a Roman 1000 bid. The youngest member take that first opportunity to test nerves and discretion. He is not to act, but to observe. No name was appended to this instruction, but a cipher intelligible to all members of the council, as significant of its president Jean Lebo. If I err not, said the Italian citizen, Rameau is our youngest confrere. Rameau paused. The penalties for disobedience to an order of the president of the council were too formidable to be disregarded. There could be no doubt that though his name was not mentioned, Rameau was accurately designated as the youngest member of the council. Still, however, he might have owed his present position to the recommendation of Lebo. There was nothing in the conversation of Roman 1000 Demolian which would warrant participation in a popular emeute by the editor of a journal belonging to that mocker of the mob Arbutand. Here again, he glanced over the paper, was asked not to act, but to observe. To observe was the duty of a journalist. He might go to the demonstration. As Demolian confessed, he had gone to the Communist Club, a philosophical spectator. You do not disobey this order, said the Pole, crossing his arms. I shall certainly go into the Faubourg du Temple this evening, answered Rameau dryly. I have business that way. Bon, said the Pole, I did not think you would fail us, though you do edit a journal, which says not a word on the duties that bind the French people to the resuscitation of Poland, and is not pronounced, in decided accents, upon the cause of the human race, put in the Italian whispering. I do not write the political articles in Le Seize Commune, answered Rameau, and I suppose that our president is satisfied with them, since he recommended me to the preference of the person who does. Have you more to say? Pardon me, my time is precious, for it does not belong to me. Eno, said the Italian, we will detain you no longer here. With a bow and a smile, he glided towards the door. Confrere, muttered the Pole, lingering, you must have become very rich, though not forget the wrongs of Poland. I am their representative, speaking in that character, not as myself individually. I have not breakfasted. Rameau, too thoroughly Parisian not to be as lavish of his own money as he was envious of another's, slipped some pieces of gold in the Pole's hand. The Pole's bosom heaved with manly emotion. These pieces bear the effigies of the Tarantai. Accept them as redeemed from disgrace by their uses to freedom. Share them with Signor Rasselli in the name of the same cause, whispered Rameau. With a smile he might have plagiarized from Demolian. The Italian, whose ear was inured to whispers, heard, and turned round as he stood at the threshold. No confrere of France, no confrere of Poland. I am Italian, always to take the life of an enemy. Our honorable no way is honorable, which begs money from a friend. An hour or so later Rameau was driven in his comfortable coupe to the Faubourg du Temple. Suddenly, at the angle of a street, his coachman was stopped. A rough-looking man appeared at the door. Descends moan petty bourgeois. Behind the rough-looking man were menacing faces. Rameau was not physically a coward. Very few Frenchmen are still fewer Parisians, and still fewer, no matter what their birthplace, the men whom we call vain men, who overmuch covet distinction and overmuch dread reproach. Why should I descend at your summons, said Rameau haughtily. Bar coachman, drive on. The rough-looking man opened the door and silently extended a hand to Rameau. saying, "Gently take my advice, Moan. Bourgeois, get out, we want your carriage. It is a day of barricades, every little helps, even your coupe." While this man spoke, others gesticulated, some shrieked out, "He is an employer, he thinks he can drive over the employed." Some leader of the crowded Parisian crowd always has a classical leader who has never read the classics, thundered forth Tarquin's car, down with Tarquin. Therewith came a yell, "A la lantern Tarquin." We Anglo-Saxons of the old country or the new are not familiarized to the dread roar of a populace, delighted to have a Roman authority for tearing us to pieces. Still Americans know what is lynch law. Rameau was in danger of lynch law when suddenly a face not unknown to him interposed between himself and the rough-looking man. "Ah," cried this newcomer, "my young confrere Gustave Rameau, welcome citizens. Make way, I answer, for this patriot Armand Monnier. He comes to help yous. Is this the way you receive him?" Then in a low voice to Rameau, "Come out, give your coupe to the barricade. What matters such rubbish trust to me? I expected you. Hist Lebo bids me see that you are safe, Rameau." Then seeking to drape himself in majestias, the aristocrats of journalism in a city wherein no other aristocracy is recognized, naturally and commendably do, when ignorance combined with physical strength asserts itself to be a power beside which the power of knowledge is what a learned poodle is to a tiger. Rameau then descended from his coupe and said to this titan of labor, as a French marquis might have said to his valet, and as when the French marquis has become a ghost of the past, the man who keeps a coupe says to the man who mends its wheels, "Honest fellow, I trust you." Monnier led the journalist through the mob to the rear of the barricade hastily constructed. Here were assembled very motley groups. Majority were ragged boys, the gamins of Paris, commingled with several women of no reputable appearance, some dingily, some gaudily apparelled. The crowd did not appear as if the business in hand was a very serious one. Amidst the din of voices, the sounds of laughter rose, predominant jests, and bon mots flew from lip to lip. The astonishing good humor of the Parisians was not yet excited into the ferocity that grows out of it by a street contest. It was less like a popular emeute than a gathering. Schoolboys bent not less on fun than on mischief. But still amid this gayer crowd were sinister lowering faces. The fiercest were not those of the very poor, but rather of artisans who, to judge by their dress, seemed well off, of men belonging to yet higher grades. Rameau distinguished amongst these the médecins des pauvres, the philosophical atheists, sundry young long-haired artists, middle-aged writers for the Republican press in close neighborhood, with ruffians of villainous aspect who might have been newly returned from the galleys. None were regularly armed. Still revolvers and muskets and long knives were by no means unfrequently interspersed among the rioters. The whole scene was to Rameau a confused panorama, and the dissonant tumult of yells and laughter, of menace and joke, began rapidly to act on his impressionable nerves. He felt that which is the prevalent character of a Parisian riot: intoxication, of an impulsive sympathy coming there as a reluctant spectator. If action commenced, he would have been borne readily into the thick of the action, could not have helped it already. He grew impatient of the suspense of strife. Monnier, having deposited him safely with his back to a wall at the corner of a street handy for flight, if flight became expedient, had left him for several minutes having business elsewhere. Suddenly, the whisper of the Italian stole into his ear, "These men are fools. This is not the way to do business. This does not hurt the robber of nice Garibaldi's nice. They should have left it to me." "What would you do?" "I have invented a new machine," whispered the friend of humanity. "It would remove all at one blow, lion and lioness whelp and jackal sand. Then the revolution, if you will not. This paltry tumult, the cause of the human race, is being frittered away. I am disgusted with Lebo. Thrones are not overturned by gammons." Before Rameau could answer, Monnier rejoined him. The artisan's face was overcast, his lips compressed, yet quivering with indignation. "Brother," he said to Rameau, "today the cause is betrayed." Word travail was just then coming into vogue at Paris. Blouses I counted on are recreant. I have just learned that all is quiet in the other quartier, where the rising was to have been simultaneous with this. We are in a guet-apens. The soldiers will be down on us in a few minutes. Hark, don't you hear the distant tramp? Nothing for us but to die like men. Our blood will be avenged later here. And he thrust a revolver into Rameau's hand. Then, with a lusty voice that rang through the crowd, he shouted, "Vive la pupille!" The rioters caught and reached the cry mingled with other cries, "Vive la République! Vive le drapeau rouge!" The shouts were yet at their full when a strong hand grasped Monnier's arm, and a clear, deep, but low voice thrilled through his ear. Obey, I warned you, no fight today. Time, not ripe, all that is needed is donido, not undo it. Hissed, the surgeons de ville are force enough to disperse the swarm of those gnats. Behind the surgeons come soldiers, who will not fraternize, lose not one life today. The morrow, when we shall need every man, every gammon will dawn soon. Answer not. Obey. The same strong hand, quitting its hold on Monnier, then seized Rameau by the wrist, and the same deep voice said, come with me. Rameau, turning in amaze, not unmixed with anger, saw beside him a tall man with sombrero hat pressed close over his head, and in the blouse of a laborer, but through such disguise, he recognized the pale gray whiskers and green spectacles of Lebo. He yielded passively to the grasp that led him away down the deserted street at the angle. At the further end of that street, however, was heard the steady thud of hoofs. The soldiers are taking the mob at its rear, said Lebo calmly. We have not a moment to lose his way. And he plunged into a dismal court, then into a labyrinth of lanes. Followed mechanically by Rameau, they issued at last on the boulevards, in which the usual loungers were quietly sauntering, wholly unconscious of the riot elsewhere. Now take that fiacre and go home. Write down your impressions of what you have seen, and take your MS to Roman 1000. Demolian. Lebo here quitted him. Meanwhile all happened as Lebo had predicted. The surgeons de ville showed themselves in front of the barricades. A small troop of mounted soldiers appeared in the rear. The mob greeted the first with yells and a shower of stones. At the sight of the last, they fled in all directions, and the surgeons de ville, calmly scaling the barricades, carried off in triumph as prisoners of war 4 gammons, 3 women, and 1 Irishman, loudly protesting innocence and shrieking murder. So ended the first inglorious rise against the plebiscite and the empire on the 14th of May, 1870. From Isra Sicogna to Madame de Grantmesnil, Saturday, May 21. I am still, dearest Eulalie, under the excitement of impressions wholly new to me. I have this day witnessed one of those scenes which take us out of our private life, not into the world of fiction, but of history, in which we live as in the life of a nation. You know how intimate I have become with Valerie Duplessis. She is in herself so charming in her combination of petulant willfulness and guileless naivete that she might sit as a model for one of your exquisite heroines. Her father, who is in great favor at court, had tickets for the Salle des Etats of the Louvre. Tadiouin, as the journals will tell you, the results of the plebiscite were formally announced to the Emperor, and I accompanied him and Valerie. I felt on entering the hall as if I had been living for months in an atmosphere of false rumors, for those I chiefly meet in the circles of artists and men of letters, and the wits and flaneurs who haunt such circles are nearly all hostile to the emperor. They agree at least in asserting the decline of his popularity, failure of his intellectual powers, in predicting his downfall, deriding the notion of a successor in his son. Well, I know not how to reconcile these statements with the spectacle I have beheld today. In the chorus of acclamation, amidst which the emperor entered the hall, it seemed as if one heard the voice of the France he had just appealed to. If the fates are really weaving woe and shame in his woof, it is in hues which to mortal eyes seem brilliant with glory and joy. You will read the address of the President of the Corps Legislatif. I wonder how it will strike you. I own fairly that me it wholly carried away. At each sentiment I murmured to myself, is not this true? And if true, are France and human nature ungrateful? It is now, said the President, 18 years since France, wearied with confusion and anxious for security, confiding in your Genoese, and the Napoleonic dynasty placed in your hands together with the imperial crown, the authority which the public necessity demanded. Then the address proceeded to enumerate the blessings that ensued: social order speedily restored, welfare of all classes of society, promote advances in commerce and manufactures, to an extent hitherto unknown. Is not this true? And if so, are you, noble daughter of France, ungrateful? Then came words which touched me deeply, who, knowing nothing of politics, still feel the link that unites art to freedom. But from the first your Majesty has looked forward to the time when this concentration of power would no longer correspond to the aspirations of a tranquil and reassured country, and foreseeing the progress of modern society, you proclaimed that liberty must be the crowning of the edifice. Passing then over the previous gradual advances in popular government, the President came to the present self-abnegation unprecedented in history, and to the vindication of that plebiscite, which I have heard so assailed, viz. Fidelity to the great principle upon which the throne was founded, required that so important a modification of a power bestowed by the people should not be made without the participation of the people themselves. Then, enumerating the millions who had welcomed the new form of government, the president paused a second or two, as if with suppressed emotion, and every one present held his breath, till in a deeper voice, through which there ran a quiver that thrilled through the hall, he concluded with, France is with you. France places the cause of liberty under the protection of your dynasty, and the great bodies of the state. Is France with him? I know not. But if the malcontents of France had been in the hall at that moment, I believe they would have felt the power of that wonderful sympathy which compels all the hearts in great audiences to beat in accord, and would have answered, "It is true." All eyes now fixed on the emperor, and I noticed few eyes which were not moist with tears. You know, that calm, unrevealing face of his face, which sometimes disappoints expectation, but there is that in it which I have seen in no other, but which I can imagine to have been common to the Romans of old, the dignity that arises from self-control and expression, which seems removed from the elation of joy, the depression of sorrow, not unbecoming to one who has known great vicissitudes of fortune, and is prepared alike for her frowns or her smiles. I had looked at that face, while Roman 1000 Schneider was reading the address. It moved not a muscle. It might have been a face of marble, even when at moments the words were drowned in applause, and the empress, striving at equal composure, still allowed us to see a movement of her eyelids, a tremble on her lips. The boy at his right, heir to his dynasty, had his looks fixed on the president, as if eagerly swallowing each word in the address, save once or twice, when he looked around the hall curiously, and with a smile as a mere child might look. He struck me as a mere child. Next to the prince was one of those countenances which, once seen, are never to be forgotten, true Napoleonic type, brooding, thoughtful, ominous, beautiful, but not with the serene energy that characterizes the head of the first Napoleon when emperor, and wholly without the restless eagerness for action which is stamped in the lean outline of Napoleon when first consul. Prince Napoleon, there is a beauty to which as woman I could never give my heart. Were I a man, the intellect that would not command my trust, but nevertheless in beauty it is signal, and in that beauty the expression of intellect is predominant. Oh dear Eulalie, how I am digressing. The empress spoke, and, believe me, Eulalie, whatever the journals or your compatriots may insinuate, there is in that man no sign of declining intellect or failing health. I care not what may be his years, but that man is in mind and in health as young as Caesar when he crossed the Rubicon. The old cling to the past, the do not go forward to the future. There was no going back in that speech of the emperor. There was something grand and something young in the modesty with which he put aside all references to that which his empire had done in the past, and said, with a simple earnestness of manner which I cannot adequately describe, "We must more than ever look fearlessly forward to the future. Who can be opposed to the progressive march of a regime founded by a great people in the midst of political disturbance, and which now is fortified by liberty?" As he closed, the walls of that vast hall seemed to rock with an applause that must have been heard on the other side of the Seine. Vive l'Empereur, vive l'Imperatrice, vive le Prince Imperial, and the last cry was yet more prolonged than the others, as if to affirm the dynasty. Certainly I can imagine no court in the old days of chivalry more splendid than the audience in that grand hall of the Louvre. To the right of the throne, all the ambassadors of the civilized world, in the blaze of their rich costumes and manifold orders. In the gallery, at the left, yet more behind, the dresses and jewels of the dames d'honneur and of the great officers of state. And when the empress rose to depart, certainly my fancy cannot picture more queen-like image, or one that seemed more in unison with the representation of royal pomp and power. The very dress of color, which would have been fatal to the beauty of most women, equally fair, a deep golden color, Valerie profanely called it buff, seemed so to suit the splendor of the ceremony. And the day, it seemed as if that stately form stood in the midst of a sunlight reflected from itself. Day seemed darkened when that sunlight passed away. I fear you will think I have suddenly grown servile to the gauds and shows of mere royalty. I ask myself if that be so. I think not. Surely it is a higher sense of greatness, which has been impressed on me by the pageant of today. I feel as if there were brought vividly before me the majesty of France through the representation of the ruler she has crowned. I feel also as if there in that hall I found a refuge from all the warring contests, in which no two seem to me in agreement as to the sort of government to be established in place of the present. The liberty clamored for by one would cut the throat of the liberty worshipped by another. I see 1,000 phantom forms of liberty, but only one living symbol of order, that which spoke from a throne today. Isora left her letter uncompleted on the following Monday. She was present at a crowded soiree given by Roman 1000 Louvier. Among the guests were some of the most eminent leaders of the opposition, including that vivacious master of sharp sayings, Roman 1000p, whom Savarin entitled the French Sheridan. If laws could be framed in epigrams, he would be also the French Salon. There too was Victor de Maullion, regarded by the Republican Party with equal admiration and distrust, for the distrust he himself pleasantly accounted in talk with Savarin. How can I expect to be trusted? I represent common sense. Every Parisian likes common sense in print and cries, "Je suis travail," when common sense is to be put into action. A group of admiring listeners had collected round one, perhaps the most brilliant of those oratorical lawyers, by whom in France the respect for all laws has been so often talked away. He was speaking of the Saturday's ceremonial with eloquent indignation. It was a mockery to France to talk of her placing liberty under the protection of the empire. There was a flagrant token of the military force under which civil freedom was held in the very dress of the emperor, and his insignificant son, the first in the uniform of a general of division, the second, forsooth, in that of a South lieutenant. The other liberal chiefs chimed in. The army, said one, was an absurd expense. It must be put down. The world was grown too civilized for war, said another. The empress was priest-ridden, said a third. Churches might be tolerated. Voltaire built a church, but a church simply to the God of nature, not of priestcraft, and so on. Isora, whom any sneer at religion pained and revolted here, turned away from the orators to whom she had before been listening with earnest attention, and her eyes fell on the countenance of de Maullion, who was seated opposite. The countenance startled her. Its expression was so angrily scornful that expression, however, vanished at once, as de Maullion's eyes met her own, and drawing his chair near to her, he said, smiling, "Your look tells me that I almost frightened you by the ill-bred frankness with which my face must have betrayed my anger at hearing such imbecile twaddle from men who aspire to govern our turbulent France. You remember that after Lisbon was destroyed by an earthquake, a quack advertised pills against earthquakes. These messieurs are not so cunning as the quack. He did not name the ingredients of his pills." "But Roman 1000 de Maullion," said Isora, "if you, being opposed to the empire, think so ill of the wisdom of those who would destroy it, are you prepared with remedies for earthquakes more efficacious than their pills?" I reply as a famous English statesman, when in opposition replied to a somewhat similar question, "I don't prescribe till I am called in." To judge by the 7.5 millions whose votes were announced on Saturday, and by the enthusiasm with which the emperor was greeted, there is too little fear of an earthquake for a good trade of the pills of these messieurs, or for fair play to the remedies you will not disclose till called in. Ah, mademoiselle, playful wit, from lips not formed for politics, makes me forget all about emperors and earthquakes. Pardon that commonplace compliment. Remember, I am a Frenchman, and cannot help being frivolous. You rebuke my presumption too gently. True, I ought not to intrude political subjects on one like you. I understand so little about them, but this is my excuse. I do so desire to know more. Roman 1000 de Maullion paused and looked at her earnestly with a kindly half-compassionate look, wholly free from the impertinence of gallantry. Young poetess, he said softly, you care for politics. Happy indeed is he, whether he succeed or fail in his ambition abroad. Proud should he be of an ambition crowned at home, who has made you desire to know more of politics. The girl felt the blood surge to her temples. How could she have been so self-confessed? She made no reply, nor did Roman 1000 Demolian seem to expect one with that rare delicacy of high breeding, which appears in France to belong to a former generation. He changed his tone and went on as if there had been no interruption to the question her words implied. You think the empire secureth that it is menaced by an earthquake, you deceive yourself. The emperor began with a fatal mistake, but a mistake it needs many years to discover. He disdained the slow, natural process of adjustment between demand and suppléemploi. And workmen he desired no ignoble ambition to make Paris the wonder of the world, the eternal monument of his reign. In so doing, he sought to create artificial modes of content for revolutionary workmen. Never has any ruler had such tender heed of manual labor. To the disparagement of intellectual culture, Paris is embellished. Paris is the wonder of the world. Other great towns have followed its example. They too have their rows of palaces and temples. Well, the time comes when the magician can no longer give work to the spirits he raises, then they must fall on him and rend out of the very houses he built. For the better habitation of workmen will flock the malcontents who cry down with the empire. On the 21st of May, you witnessed the pompous ceremony which announces to the empire a vast majority of votes that will be utterly useless to it, except as food for gunpowder in the times that are at hand. 7 days before, on the 14th of May, there was a riot in the Faubourg des Templiers. Put down, you scarcely hear of it. That riot was not the less necessary to those who would warn the empire that it is mortal true the riot disperses, but it is unpunished. Riot unpunished is a revolution begun. The earthquake is nearer than you think. And for that earthquake, what are the pills you quacks advertise? They prate of an age too enlightened for war. They would mutilate the army disbanded, if they could, with Prussia, next door to France. Prussia, desiring not unreasonably to take that place in the world which France now holds, will never challenge France. If she did, she would be too much in the wrong to find a second Prussia, knowing that she has to do with the vainest, the most conceited, the rashest antagonist that ever flourished. A rapier in the face of a spadassin. Prussia will make France challenge her. And how do ces messieurs deal with the French army? Do they dare to say to the ministers, reform it? Do they dare say, prefer for men whose first duty it is to obey discipline to equality, insist on the distinction between the officer and the private, and never confound it? Prussian officers are well-educated gentlemen. See that yours are. Oh no, they are democrats too staunch not to fraternize with an armed mob. They content themselves with grudging an extra sou to the commissariat and winking at the millions, fraudulently pocketed by some liberal contractor. Idestia France, to be beaten, not as at Waterloo by hosts combined, but in fair duel by a single foe. Oh, the shame, the shame! But as the French army is now organized, beaten she must be if she meets the march of the German. You appall me with your sinister predictions, said Isora, but happily there is no sign of war. Roman 1000 Duplessis, who is in the confidence of the emperor, told us only the other day that Napoleon, on learning the result of the plebiscite, said the foreign journalists, who have been insisting that the empire cannot coexist with free institutions, will no longer hint that it can be safely assailed from without, and more than ever I may say l'empire c'est la paix. Monsieur de Molian shrugged his shoulders. The old story, Troy and the wooden horse. Tell me, Roman 1000 de Molian, why do you who so despise the opposition join with it in opposing the empire? Mademoiselle, the empire opposes me. While it lasts, I cannot be even a depute. When it is gone, heaven knows that I may be perhaps dictator. One thing you may rely upon, that I would, if not dictator myself, support any man who was better fitted for that task. Better fitted to destroy the liberty which he pretended to fight for. Not exactly so, replied Roman 1000 de Molian imperturbable, better fitted to establish a good government in lieu of the bad one he had fought against, and the much worse governments that would seek to turn France into a madhouse and make the maddest of the inmates the mad doctor. He turned away, and here their conversation ended. But it so impressed Isora that the same night she concluded her letter to Madame de Grantmesnil by giving a sketch of its substance, prefaced by an ingenuous confession, that she felt less sanguine confidence in the importance of the applauses which had greeted the emperor at the Saturday's ceremonial and ending. Thus I can but confusedly transcribe the words of this singular man, and can give you no notion of the manner and the voice, which made them eloquent, tell me, can there be any truth in his gloomy predictions? I try not to think so, but they seem to rest over that brilliant hall of the Louvre like an ominous thundercloud. Chapter Roman 2. The Marquis de Rochebriant was seated in his pleasant apartment, glancing carelessly at the envelopes of many notes and letters lying yet unopened on his breakfast table. He had risen late at noon, for he had not gone to bed till dawn. The night had been spent at his club over, the card table be no means to the pecuniary advantage of the Marquis. The reader will have learned through the conversation recorded in a former chapter between de Maulin and Enguerrand de Vandermeer that the austere Seigneur Breton had become a fast viveur of Paris. He had long since spent the remnant of Louvier's premium of L, and he owed a year's interest for this last. There was an excuse. Roman 1000, Carlot the contractor, to whom he had been advised to sell the yearly fall of his forestries, had removed the trees, but had never paid a sou beyond the preliminary deposit, so that the revenue out of which the mortgagee should be paid, his interest, was not forthcoming. Elaine had instructed Roman 1000 Hebert to press the contractor. The contractor had replied that if not pressed he could soon settle all claims. If pressed, he must declare himself bankrupt. The Chevalier de Finisterre had laughed at the alarm which Elaine conceived when he first found himself in the condition of debtor. For a sum he could not pay, creditor for a sum he could not recover. Bagatelle, said the Chevalier Tichou Carlot, if you give him time, is as safe as the Bank of France, and Louvier knows it. Louvier will not trouble you. Louvier, the best fellow in the world, ill call on him and explain matters. It is to be presumed that the Chevalier did so explain, for though both at the first and quite recently at the second default of payment, Elaine received letters from Roman 1000, Louvier's professional agent, as reminders of interest due, and as requests for its payment. The Chevalier assured him that these applications were formalities of convention, that Louvier in fact knew nothing about them, and when dining with the great financier himself and cordially welcomed and called mon cher, Elaine had taken him aside and commenced explanation and excuse. Louvier had cut him short. Peste, don't mention such trifles. There is such a thing as business that concerns my agent, such a thing as friendship that concerns me. Allez. Thus Roman 1000, de Rochebriant, confiding in debtor and in creditor, had suffered 12 months to glide by without much heed of either, and more than live up to an income amply sufficient, indeed, for the wants of an ordinary bachelor, but needing more careful thrift than could well be expected from the head of one of the most illustrious houses in France, cast so young into the vortex of the most expensive capital in the world. The poor Marquis glided into the grooves that slant downward, much as the French Marquis of tradition was wont to glide. Not that he appeared to live extravagantly, but he needed all he had for his pocket money, and had lost that dread of being in debt which he had brought up from the purer atmosphere of Bretagne. But there were some debts which, of course, a Rochebriant must pay. Debts of honor, and Elaine had on the previous night incurred such a debt, and must pay it that day. He had been strongly tempted, when the debt rose to the figure it had attained, to risk a change of luck. But whatever his imprudence, he was incapable of dishonesty. If the luck did not change and he lost more, he would be without means to meet his obligations. As the debt now stood, he calculated that he could just discharge it by the sale of his coupe and horses. It is no wonder he left his letters unopened. However charming they might be, he was quite sure they would contain no check which would enable him to pay his debt and retain his equipage. The door opened, and the valet announced Roman 1000, Le Chevalier de Finisterre, a man with smooth countenance, an air distinct, a pleasant voice, and perpetual smile. Well, mon cher, cried the Chevalier, I hope that you recovered the favor of fortune before you quitted her green table last night. When I left, she seemed very cross with you. And so continued to the end, answered Elaine, with well-simulated gaiety, much too bon gentilhomme to betray rage or anguish for pecuniary loss. After all, said de Finisterre, lighting his cigarette, the uncertain goddess could not do you much harm. The stakes were small, and your adversary, the prince, never goes double or quits. Nor I either. Small, however, is a word of relative import. The stakes might be small to you, to me large. Entre nous, cher ami, I am at the end of my purse, and I have only this consolation: I am cured of play, not that I leave the complaint leaves me, it can no more feed on me than a fever can feed on a skeleton. Are you serious? As serious as a mourner who has just buried his all tut with such an estate as Rochibriant. For the first time in that talk, Elaine's countenance became overcast. And how long will Rochibriant be mine? You know that I hold it at the mercy of the mortgagee, whose interest has not been paid, and who could, if he so pleased, issue notice take proceedings that. Pest interrupted de Finisterre Louvier, take proceedings Louvier, the best fellow in the world. But don't I see his handwriting on that envelope? No doubt an invitation to dinner. Elaine took up the letter thus singled forth from a miscellany of epistles, some in female handwritings unsealed, but ingeniously twisted into Gordian knots, some also in female handwritings, carefully sealed, authors in a looking envelopes addressed in bold, legible clerk-like calligraphy. Taken altogether, these epistles had a character in common. They betoken the correspondence of a viveur regarded from the female's side, as young, handsome, well-born, the male's side, as a viveur who had forgotten to pay his hosier and tailor. Louvier wrote a small, not very intelligible, but very masculine hand, as most men who think cautiously and act promptly do write. The letter ran thus. Cher Petit Marquis. At that commencement Elaine haughtily raised his head and bit his lips. Cher Petit Marquis, it is an age since I have seen you know. Doubt my humble soirees are too dull for a beau séjour so. Courted, I forgive you, would I were a beau seigneur at your age. Alas, I am only a commonplace man of business, growing old too. Aloft from the world in which I dwell, you can scarcely be aware that I have embarked a great part of my capital in building speculations. There is a Rue de Louvier that runs its drains right. Through my purse, I am obliged to call in the moneys due to me. My agent informs me that I am just 7,000 louis short of the total I need, all other debts being paid in, and that there is a trifle more than 7,000 louis owed to me as interest on my hypothèque on Rochibriant. Kindly pay into his hands before the end of this week. That sum you have been too lenient to Carlotte, who must owe you. More than that, send agent to him Dessel to trouble you, and am au désespoir to think that my own pressing necessities compel me to urge you to take so much trouble. Mais que faire the Rue de Louvier stops the way, and I must leave it to my agent to clear it. Accept all my excuses with the assurance of my sentiments, the most cordial Paul Louvier. Elaine tossed the letter to de Finisterre, read that from the best fellow in the world. The Chevalier laid down his cigarette and read Diable, he said, when he returned the letter, and resumed the cigarette. Diable Louvier must be much pressed for money, or he would not have written in this strain. What does it matter? Carlotte owes you more than 7,000 louis. Let your lawyer get them, and go to sleep with both ears on your pillow. You think Carlotte can pay if he will? Foi, did not Roman 1,000 Gandrin tell you that Roman 1,000 Carlotte was safe to buy your wood at more money than anyone else would give? Certainly, said Elaine, comforted. Gandrin left that impression on my mind. I will set him on the man. All will come right, I dare say. But if it does not come right, what would Louvier do? Louvier do, answered Finisterre reflectively. Well, do you ask my opinion and advice? Earnestly I ask. Honestly then, I answer, I am a little on the bourse myself. Most Parisians are. Louvier has made a gigantic speculation in this new street, and with so many other irons in the fire, he must want all the money he can get at. I dare say that if you do not pay him what you owe, he must leave it to his agent to take steps for announcing the sale of Rochibriant. But he detests scandal. He hates the notion of being severe, rather than that, in spite of his difficulties, he will buy Rochibriant of you at a better price than it can command at public sale. Sell it to him, appeal to him to act generously, and you will flatter him. You will get more than the old place is worth. Invest the surplus, live as you have done, or better, and marry an heiress morbleu, a Marquis de Rochibriant. If he was 60 years old, would rank high in the matrimonial market, the more the Democrats have sought to impoverish titles and laugh down historical names, the more do rich Democrat fathers-in-law seek to decorate their daughters with titles and give their grandchildren the heritage of historical names. You look shocked, Pova anti. Let us hope, then, that Carlot will pay set your dog I mean your lawyer at him seize him by the throat. Before Elaine had recovered from the stately silence with which he had heard this very practical counsel, the valet again appeared and ushered in Roman 1000 Frederic Lemercier. There was no cordial acquaintance between the visitors. Lemercier was chafed at finding himself supplanted in Elaine's intimate companionship by so new a friend, and de Finistera affected to regard Lemercier as a wood exquisite of low birth and bad taste. Elaine, too, was a little discomposed at the sight of Lemercier, remembering the wise cautious which that old college friend had wasted on him at the commencement of his Parisian career, and smitten with vain remorse that the cautions had been so arrogantly slighted. It was with some timidity that he extended his hand to Frederic, and he was surprised as well as moved by the more than usual warmth with which it was grasped by the friend he had long neglected. Such affectionate greeting was scarcely in keeping with the pride which characterized Frederic Lemercier. "Ma foi," said the Chevalier, glancing towards the clock, "how time flies! I had no idea it was so late. I must leave you now, my dear Rochebriant. Perhaps we shall meet at the club later. I dine there today. Au plaisir. Roman 1000 Lemercier." Chapter Roman 3. When the door had closed on the Chevalier, Frederic's countenance became very grave. Drawing his chair near to Elaine, he said, "We have not seen much of each other lately. No excuses. I am well aware that it could scarcely be otherwise. Paris has grown so large and so subdivided into sets that the best friends belonging to different sets become as divided as if the Atlantic flowed between them. I come today in consequence of something I have just heard from Duplessis. Tell me, have you got the money for the wood you sold to Roman 1000 Carlot a year ago?" "No," said Elaine falteringly. "Good heavens, none of it. Only the deposit of 10%, which of course I spent, for it formed the greater part of my income. What of Carlot? Is he really unsafe?" "He is ruined and has fled the country. His flight was the talk of the Bourse. This morning Duplessis told me of it." Elaine's face paled. "How is Louvier to be paid?" "Read that letter." Lemercier rapidly scanned his eye over the contents of Louvier's letter. "It is true, then, that you owe this man a year's interest more than 7,000 louis." "Somewhat more, but that is not the first care that troubles me. Rochebriant may be lost, but with it not my honor. I owe the Russian prince 300 louis, lost to him last night at Ecart. I must find a purchaser for my coupe and horses. They cost me 600 louis last year. Do you know anyone who will give me 3? "Pooh, I will give you 6. Your leson alone is worth half the money." "My dear Frederic, I will not sell them to you on any account, but you have so many friends who would give their soul to say, 'I bought these horses of Rochebriant.' Of course I do. Ha, young Raymau, you are acquainted with him." "Raymau? I never heard of him." "Vanity of vanities. Then what is fame?" "Raymau is the editor of Le Sens Commune. You read that journal?" "Yes, it has clever articles, and I remember how I was absorbed in the eloquent romance which appeared in it." "Ah, by the Signora Cicogna, with whom I think you were somewhat smitten last year." "Last year was I. How a year can alter a man. But my debt to the prince, what has Le Sens Commune to do with my horses?" "I met Raymau at Savrin's the other evening. He was making himself out a hero and a martyr. His coupe had been taken from him to assist in a barricade in that senseless emeute 10 days ago. The coupe got smashed, the horses disappeared. He will buy one of your horses and coupe." "Leave it to me. I know where to dispose of the other 2 horses. At what hour do you want the money?" "Before I go to dinner at the club." "You shall have it within 2 hours, but you must not dine at the club today. I have a note from Duplessis to invite you to dine with him today." "Duplessis? I know so little of him." "You should know him better. He is the only man who can give you sound advice as to this difficulty with Louvier, and he will give it the more carefully and zealously, because he has that enmity to Louvier which one rival financier has to another. I dine with him too. We shall find an occasion to consult him. Quietly, he speaks of you most kindly, what a lovely girl his daughter is. I dare say, or I wish I had been less absurdly fastidious. I wish I had entered the army as a private soldier 6 months ago. I should have been a corporal by this time still. It is not too late. When Rochebriant is gone, I can yet say with the mousquetaire in the melodrame, I am rich, I have my honor and my sword. Nonsense, Rochebriant shall be saved. Meanwhile, I hasten to Raymau au revoir at the Hotel Duplessis of an Auclac. Lemercier went, and in less than 2 hours sent the Marquis banknotes for 600 louis, requesting an order for the delivery of the horses and carriage. That order, written and signed, Elaine hastened to acquit himself of his debt of honor, and contemplating his probable ruin with a lighter heart, presented himself at the Hotel Duplessis. Duplessis made no pretensions to vie with the magnificent existence of Louvier. His house, though agreeably situated and flatteringly styled, the Hotel Duplessis, was of moderate size, very unostentatiously furnished, nor was it accustomed to receive the brilliant motley crowds which assembled in the salons of the elder financier. Before that year, indeed, Duplessis had confined such entertainments as he gave to quiet men of business or a few of the more devoted and loyal partisans of the imperial dynasty. But since Valerie came to live with him, he had extended his hospitalities to wider and livelier circles, including some celebrities in the world of art and letters, as well as of fashion. The party assembled that evening at dinner were Isora with the Signora Venosta, one of the imperial ministers, the colonel whom Elaine had already met at Lemercier's supper, deputes ardent imperialists, and the Duchesse de Tarascon. These, with Elaine and Frederic, made up the party. The conversation was not particularly gay. Duplessis himself, though an exceedingly well-read and able man, had not the genial accomplishments of a brilliant host, constitutionally grave and habitually taciturn, though there were moments in which he was roused out of his wonted self into eloquence, or seemed today absorbed in some engrossing train of thought. The minister, the deputes, and the Duchesse de Tarascon talked politics and ridiculed the trumpery. Mute of the 14th exulted in the success of the plebiscite, and admitting with indignation the growing strength of Prussia, and with scarcely less indignation, but more contempt, censuring the selfish egotism of England in disregarding the due equilibrium of the European balance of power, hinted at the necessity of annexing Belgium as a set-off against the results of Sadowa. Elaine found himself seated next to Isarato, the woman who had so captivated his eye and fancy on his first arrival in Paris. Remembering his last conversation with Graham nearly a year ago, he felt some curiosity to ascertain whether the rich Englishman had proposed to her, and if so, been refused or accepted. The first words that passed between them were trite enough, but after a little pause in the talk, Elaine said, "I think mademoiselle and myself have an acquaintance in common. Monsieur Vane, a distinguished Englishman. Do you know if he be in Paris at present? I have not seen him for many months." "I believe he is in London, at least. Colonel Morley met the other day a friend of his, who said so." Though Isara strove to speak in a tone of indifference, Elaine's ear detected a ring of pain in her voice, and watching her countenance, he was impressed with a saddened change in its expression. He was touched, and his curiosity was mingled with a gentler interest as he said, "When I last saw Roman 1000 Vane, I should have judged him to be too much under the spell of an enchantress to remain long without the pale of the circle she draws around her." Isora turned her face quickly towards the speaker, and her lips moved, but she said nothing audibly. Can there have been quarrel or misunderstanding, thought Elaine, and after that question, his heart asked itself, supposing Isora were free, her affections disengaged, could he wish to woo and to win her? And his heart answered, 18 months ago thou wert nearer to her than now thou wert removed from her forever, when thou didst accept the world as a barrier between you. Then, poor as thou wert, thou wouldst have preferred her to riches. Thou went then sensible only of the ingenuous impulses of youth. But the moment thou saidst, I am Rochebriant, and having once owned the claims of birth and station. I cannot renounce them for love Isora became, but a dream now that ruin stares thee in the face. Know that thou must grapple with the sternest difficulties of adverse fatithu, hast lost the poetry of sentiment, which could alone give to that dream the colors and the form of human life he could not. Again think of that fair creature as a prize that he might even dare to covet, and as he met her inquiring eyes and saw her quivering lip, he felt instinctively that Graham was dear to her, and that the tender interest with which she inspired himself was untroubled by one pang of jealousy. He resumed. Yes, the last time I saw the Englishman he spoke with such respectful homage of one lady whose hand he would deem it the highest reward of ambition to secure, that I cannot but feel deep compassion for him if that ambition has been foiled, and thus only do I account for his absence from Paris. You are an intimate friend of Mr. Vane's. No, indeed, I have not that honor. Our acquaintance is but slight, but it impressed me with the idea of a man of vigorous intellect, frank temper, and perfect honor. Isora's face brightened with the joy we feel when we hear the praise of those we love. At this moment Duplessis, who had been observing the Italian and the young Marquis for the first time during dinner, broke silence. Mademoiselle, he said, addressing Isora across the table, I hope I have not been correctly informed that your literary triumph has induced you to forego the career in which all the best judges concur that your successes would be not less brilliant. Surely one art does not exclude another. Elated by Elaine's report of Graham's words, by the conviction that these words applied to herself, and by the thought that her renunciation of the stage removed a barrier between them, Isora answered with a sort of enthusiasm. I know not, Roman 1000 Duplessis, if one art excludes another, if there be desire to excel in each, but I have long lost all desire to excel in the art you refer to, and resigned all idea of the career in which it opens. So Roman 1000 Vane told me, said Elaine in a whisper. When? Last year, in the day that he spoke in terms of admiration, so merited, of the lady whom Roman 1000 Duplessis has just had the honor to address. All this while Valerie, who was seated at the further end of the table beside the minister who had taken her in to dinner, had been watching with eyes the anxious, tearful sorrow of which none but her father had noticed the low-voiced confidence between Elaine and the friend whom, till that day, she had so enthusiastically loved. Hitherto, she had been answering in monosyllables all attempts of the great man to draw her into conversation, but now, observing how Isora blushed and looked down, that strange faculty in women which we men call dissimulation, and which in them is truthfulness too, their own nature enabled her to carry off the sharpest anguish she had ever experienced by a sudden burst of levity of spirit. She caught up some commonplace the minister had adapted to what he considered the poverty of her understanding with a quickness of satire which startled that grave man, and he gazed at her astonished. Up to that moment he had secretly admired her as a girl well-brought. Upas girls fresh from a French convent are supposed to be now hearing her brilliant rejoinder to his stupid observation. He said inly, dame, the low birth of a financier's daughter shows itself. But being a clever man himself, her retort put him on his mettle, and he became to his own amazement brilliant himself, with that matchless quickness which belongs to Parisians. The guests around him seized the new esprit de conversation which had been evoked between the statesman and the childlike girl beside him, and as they caught up the ball lightly flung among them, they thought within themselves how much more sparkling the financier's pretty lively daughter was than that dark-eyed young muse of whom all the journalists of Paris were writing in a chorus of welcome and applause, and who seemed not to have a word to say worth listening to except to the handsome young Marquis, whom no doubt she wished to fascinate. Valerie fairly outshone Isora in intellect and in wit, and neither Valerie nor Isora cared to the value of a beanstraw about that distinction. Each was thinking only of the prize which the humblest peasant women have in common with the most brilliantly accomplished of their sex, the heart of a man beloved. Chapter Roman 4. On the continent generally, as we all know, men do not sit drinking wine together after the ladies retire, so when the signal was given, all the guests adjourned to the salon and Elaine quitted Issoura to gain the ear of the Duchesse de Tarascon. "It is long at least long for Paris life," said the Marquis, "since my first visit to you in company with Enguerrand de Vandermeer much that you then said rested on my mind, disturbing the prejudices I took from Bretagne. I am proud to hear it, my kinsman. You know that I would have taken military service under the Emperor, but for the regulation which would have compelled me to enter the ranks as a private soldier. I sympathize with that scruple, but you are aware that the Emperor himself could not have ventured to make any exception even in your favor. Certainly not. I repent me of my pride. Perhaps I may enlist still in some regiment sent to Algiers. No, there are other ways in which a Rochebriant can serve a throne. There will be an office at court vacant soon, which would not misbecome your birth. Pardon me, a soldier serves his country, a courtier owns a master, and I cannot take the livery of the Emperor, though I could wear the uniform of France. Your distinction is childish, my kinsman, said the Duchesse impetuously. You talk as if the Emperor had an interest apart from the nation. I tell you that he has not a corner of his heart, not even one reserved for his son, and his dynasty in which the thought of France does not predominate. I do not presume, Madame la Duchesse, to question the truth of what you say, but I have no reason to suppose that the same thought does not predominate in the heart of the Bourbon. The Bourbon would be the first to say to me, if France needs your sword against her foes, let it not rest in the scabbard. But would the Bourbon say the place of a Rochebriant is among the valetaille of the Corsican's successor? Alas for poor France, said the Duchesse, and alas for men like you, my proud cousin, if the Corsican's successors or successor be. Henry Roman V, interrupted Elaine with a brightening-eyed dreamer, no, some descendant of the mob kings who gave Bourbons and nobles to the guillotine. While the Duchesse and Elaine were thus conversing, Issoura had seated herself by Valerie, and unconscious of the offense she had given, addressed her in those pretty caressing terms with which young lady friends are wont to compliment each other. But Valerie answered curtly or sarcastically, and turned aside to converse with the minister a few minutes more, and the party began to break up. Lemercier, however, detained Elaine, whispering, Duplessis will see us on your business so soon as the other guests have gone. Chapter Roman V. Monsieur le Marquis, said Duplessis, when the salon was cleared of all but himself, and the two friends, Lemercier has confided to me the state of your affairs in connection with Roman 1000 Louviers, and flatters me by thinking my advice may be of some service, if so command me. I shall most gratefully accept your advice, answered Elaine, but I fear my condition defies even your ability and skill. Permit me to hope not, and to ask a few necessary questions. Roman 1000 Louviers has constituted himself your sole mortgagee. To what amount, at what interest, and from what annual proceeds is the interest paid? Herewith Elaine gave details already furnished to the reader. Duplessis listened and noted down the replies. I see it all, he said, when Elaine had finished. Roman 1000 Louviers had predetermined to possess himself of your estate. He makes himself mortgagee at a rate of interest so low that I tell you fairly, at the present value of money, I doubt if you could find any capitalist who would accept the transfer of the mortgage at the same rate. This is not like Louviers, unless he had an object to gain, and that object is your land. The revenue from your estate is derived chiefly from wood, out of which the interest due to Louviers is to be paid. Roman 1000 Gandrin, in a skillfully guarded letter, encourages you to sell the wood from your forests to a man who offers you several thousand francs more than it could command from customary buyers. I say nothing against Roman 1000 Gandrin, but every man who knows Paris as I do knows that Roman 1000 Louviers can put, and has put, a great deal of money into Roman 1000 Gandrin's pocket. The purchaser of your wood does not pay more than his deposit, and has just left the country insolvent. Your purchaser, Roman 1000 Carlot, was an adventurous speculator. He would have bought anything at any price, provided he had time to pay. If his speculations had been lucky, he would have paid. Roman 1000 Louviers knew, as I knew, that Roman 1000 Carlot was a gambler, and the chances were that he would not pay. Roman 1000 Louviers allows a year's interest on his hypothèque to become due notice thereof duly given to you by his agent. No, you come under the operation of the law, of course, you know what the law is." "Not exactly," answered Elaine, feeling frostbitten by the congealing words of his counselor, "but I take it for granted that if I cannot pay the interest of a sum borrowed on my property, that property itself is forfeited." "No, not quite that. Law is Roman 1449. If the interest which should be paid half-yearly remains unpaid at the end of a year, the mortgagee has a right to be impatient, has he not?" "Certainly he has." "Well then, on fate un commandment tendent to saisi immobilier, viz. the mortgagee gives a notice that the property shall be put up for sale, then it is put up for sale, and in most cases the mortgagee buys it in here. Certainly no competitors, in the mere business way, would vie with Louvier. The mortgage at 3.5% covers more than the estate is apparently worth. But stop, Roman 1000 Le Marquis, the notice is not yet served. The whole process would take 6 months from the day it is served to the taking possession after the sale. In the meanwhile, if you pay the interest due, the action drops. Courage, Roman 1000 Le Marquis, hope. Yet if you condescend to call me friend. "And me," cried Lemercier, "I will sell out of my railway shares tomorrow's to it duplicis enough to pay off the damnable interest. See to it, mon ami." "Agree to that, Roman 1000 Le Marquis, and you are safe for another year," said Duplessis, folding up the paper on which he had made his notes, but fixing on Elaine quiet eyes half concealed under drooping lids. "Agree to that," cried Rochebriant Rissing. "Agree to allow even my worst enemy to pay for me moneys I could never hope to repay. Agree to allow the oldest and most confiding friends to do so. Roman 1000 Duplessis. Never. If I carried the porters not of an overguet, I should still remain gentilhomme and Breton." Duplessis, habitually the driest of men, rose with a moistened eye and flushing cheek. "Monsieur le Marquis, vouchsafe me the honor to shake hands with you. I too am by descent gentilhomme, by profession a speculator on the bourse. In both capacities, I approve the sentiment you have uttered. Certainly, if our friend Frederick lent you 7,000 louis or so this year, it would be impossible for you even to foresee the year in which you could repay it." Brother Duplessis paused a minute, and then, lowering the tone of his voice, which had been somewhat vehement and enthusiastic, into that of a colloquial goodfellowship, equally rare to the measured reserve of the financier, he asked, with a lively twinkle of his grey eye, "Did you never hear, Marquis, of a little encounter between me and Roman 1000 Louvier?" "Encounter at Armsdo's Louvier fight?" asked Elaine innocently. "In his own way he is always fighting, but I speak metaphorically. You see this small house of mine so pinched in by the houses next to it that I can neither get space for a ballroom for Valerie nor a dining-room for more than a friendly party like that which has honored me today. Bien, I bought this house a few years ago, meaning to buy the one next to it and throw the two into one. I went to the proprietor of the next house, who, as I knew, wished to sell. He thought, this is the rich Monsieur Duplessis, and he asked me 2,000 louis more than the house was worth. We men of business cannot bear to be too much cheated. A little cheating, we submit. Too much cheating raises our goal. Breathize was on Monday. I offered the man 1,000 louis above the fair price, and gave him till Thursday to decide. Somehow or other Louvier hears of this hillo, says Louvier here is a financier who desires a hotel to vie with mine. He goes on Wednesday to my next-door neighbor. "Friend, you want to sell your house, I want to buy the price." The proprietor, who does not know him by sight, says it is as good as sold. Roman 1000 Duplessis. "And I shall agree. What sum did you ask?" Roman 1000 Duplessis. He names the sum 2,000 louis more than he can get elsewhere. But Roman 1000 Duplessis will give me the sum you ask too little. I will give 3,000 a fig for Roman 1000 Duplessis. I am Monsieur Louvier, so when I call on Thursday, the house is sold. I reconcile myself easily enough to the loss of space for a larger dining-room. But though Valerie was then a child at a convent, I was sadly disconcerted by the thought that I could have no salle de bal ready for her when she came to reside with me. Well, I say to myself, patience. I owe Roman 1000 Louvier a good turn. My time to pay him off will come. It does come, and very soon. Roman 1000 Louvier buys an estate near Paris, builds a superb villa close to his property, is a rising forest ground for sale. He goes to the proprietor, says the proprietor to himself, "The great Louvier wants this," and adds 5,000 louis to its market price. Louvier, like myself, can't bear to be cheated egregiously. Louvier offers 2,000 louis more than the man could fairly get and leaves him till Saturday to consider. I hear of the speculators, hear of everything. On Friday night I go to the man, and I give him 6,000 louis, where he had asked 5,000. Fancy Louvier's face the next day. But there my revenge only begins. Continued Duplessis, chuckling inwardly. My Forrest looks down on the villa he is building. I only wait till his villa is built in order to send to my architect and say, build me a villa at least twice as grand as Roman 1,000 Louviers, then clear away the forest trees, so that every morning he may see my palace dwarfing into insignificance his own. Bravo, cried Lemercier, clapping his hands. Lemercier had the spirit of party, and felt for Duplessis against Louvier, much as in England Whig feels against Tory, or vice versa. Perhaps now, resumed Duplessis, more soberly, perhaps, now Roman 1,000 Le Marquis, you may understand why I humiliate you by no sense of obligation, if I say that Roman 1,000 Louvier shall not be the Seigneur de Rochebriant. If I can help it, give me a line of introduction to your Breton lawyer, and to Mademoiselle your auntlet. Me have your letters early tomorrow. I will take the afternoon train. I know not how many days I may be absent, but I shall not return till I have carefully examined the nature and conditions of your property. If I see my way to save your estate, and give a mauvaise court jura to Louvier, so much the better for you. Roman 1,000 Le Marquis. If I cannot, I will say frankly, make the best terms you can with your creditor. Nothing can be more delicately generous than the way you put it, said Elaine, but pardon me if I say that the pleasantry with which you narrate your grudge against Roman 1,000 Louvier does not answer its purpose in diminishing my sense of obligation. So, linking his arm in Lemercier's, Elaine made his bow and withdrew. When his guests had gone, Duplessis remained seated in meditation, apparently pleasant meditation, for he smiled while indulging it. He then passed through the reception rooms to one at the far end, appropriated to Valerie as a boudoir or morning room adjoining her bedchamber. He knocked gently at the door, and all remaining silent within, he opened it noiselessly and entered. Valerie was reclining on the sofa near the window, her head drooping, her hands clasped on her knees. Duplessis neared her with tender, stealthy steps, passed his arm round her, and drew her head towards his bosom. Child, he murmured, my child, my only one. At that soft, loving voice, Valerie flung her arms round him and wept aloud like an infant in trouble. He seated himself beside her, and wisely suffered her to weep on till her passion had exhausted itself. He then said, half fondly, half chillingly, have you forgotten our conversation only 3 days ago? Have you forgotten that I then drew forth the secret of your heart? Have you forgotten what I promised you in return for your confidence? And a promise to you have I ever yet broken? Father, father, I am so wretched and so ashamed of myself for being wretched. Forgive me. No, I do not forget your promise, but who can promise to dispose of the heart of another? And that heart will never be mine, but bear with me a little, I shall soon recover. Valerie, when I made you the promise you now think I cannot keep, I spoke only from that conviction of power to promote the happiness of a child which nature implants in the heart of parents, and it may be also from the experience of my own strength of will, since that which I have willed I have always won. Now I speak on yet surer ground. Before the year is out, you shall be the beloved wife of Elaine de Rochebriant. Dry your tears and smile on me, Valerie. If you will not see in me mother and father, both, I have double love for you, motherless child of her who shared the poverty of my youth, and did not live to enjoy the wealth, which I hold as a trust for that heir to mine all which she left me. As this man thus spoke, you would scarcely have recognized in him the old saturnine Duplessis. His countenance became so beautified by the one soft feeling which care and contest, ambition and money-seeking had left unaltered in his heart. Perhaps there is no country in which the love of parent and child, especially of father and daughter, is so strong as it is in France. Even in the most arid soil, among the avaricious, even among the profligate, it forces itself into flower. Other loves fade away. In the heart of the true Frenchman, that parent love blooms to the last. Valerie felt the presence of that love as a divine protecting guardianship. She sank on her knees and covered his hand with grateful kisses. Do not torture yourself, my child, with jealous fears of the fair Italian. Her lot and Elaine de Rochebriant's can never unite, and whatever you may think of their whispered converse, Elaine's heart at this moment is too filled with anxious troubles to leave one spot in it accessible even to a frivolous gallantry. It is for us to remove these troubles. And then, when he turns his eyes towards you, it will be with the gaze of one who beholds his happiness. You do not weep now, Valerie. Book Roman 9, chapter Roman 1, on waking some morning. Have you ever felt, reader, as if a change for the brighter in the world without, and within you had suddenly come to pass? Some new glory has been given to the sunshine, some fresh balm to the air. You feel younger and happier and lighter. In the very beat of your heart you almost fancy you hear the chime of some spiritual music far off, as if in the deeps of heaven. You are not at first conscious how or wherefore this change has been brought about. Is it the effect of a dream in the gone sleep that has made this morning so different from mornings that have dawned before? And, while vaguely asking yourself that question, you become aware that the cause is no mere illusion, that it has its substance in words spoken by living lips, in things that belong to the workday world. It was thus that Isora woke the morning after the conversation with Elaine de Rochebriant, and as certain words then spoken echoed back on her ear, she knew why she was so happy, why the world was so changed. In those words, she heard the voice of Graham Vayner. She had not deceived herself. She was loved. She was loved. What mattered that long, cold interval of absence? She had not forgotten. She could not believe that absence had brought forgetfulness. There are moments when we insist on judging another's heart by our own. All would be explained. Some day all would come right. How lovely was the face that reflected itself in the glass as she stood before it, smoothing back her long hair, murmuring sweet snatches of Italian love song and blushing with sweeter love thoughts as she sang all that had passed in that year, so critical to her outer life of authorship. The fame, the public career, the popular praise vanished from her mind as a vapor that rolls from the face of a lake, to which the sunlight restores the smile of a brightened heaven. She was more the girl now than she had ever been since the day on which she sat reading Tasso on the craggy shore of Sorrento. Singing still as she passed from her chamber, and entering the sitting-room which fronted the east, and seemed bathed in the sunbeams of deepening May, she took her bird from its cage, and stopped her song to cover it with kisses which perhaps yearned for vent somewhere. Later in the day she went out to visit Valerie, recalling the altered manner of her young friend. Her sweet nature became troubled. She divined that Valerie had conceived some jealous pain, which she longed to heal. She could not bear the thought of leaving anyone that day unhappy, ignorant before of the girl's feelings towards Elaine. She now partly guessed the woman who loves in secret is clairvoyante as to such secrets in another. Valerie received her visitor with a coldness she did not attempt to disguise. Not seeming to notice this, Isora commenced the conversation with frank mention of Rochebriant. I have to thank you so much, dear Valerie, for a pleasure you could not anticipate that of talking about an absent friend, and hearing the praise he deserved from one so capable of appreciating excellence as Roman 1000 de Rochebriant appears to be. You are talking to Roman 1000 de Rochebriant of an absent friend. You seemed, indeed, very much interested in the conversation. Do not wonder at that, Valerie, and do not grudge me the happiest moments I have known for months. In talking with Roman 1000 de Rochebriant, no doubt, Mademoiselle Sicogna, you found him very charming. To her surprise and indignation, Valerie here felt the arm of Isora tenderly entwining her waist, and her face drawn towards Isora's sisterly kiss. Listen to me, naughty child, listen, and believe Roman 1000 de Rochebriant can never be charming to men, ever touch a chord in my heart or my fancy, except as friend to another, or kiss me in your turn, Valeria's suitor to yourself. Valerie here drew back her pretty childlike head, gazed keenly a moment into Isora's eyes, felt convinced by the limpid candor of their unmistakable honesty, and flinging herself on her friend's bosom, kissed her passionately and burst into tears. The complete reconciliation between the two girls was thus peacefully effected, and then Isora had to listen at no small length to the confidences poured into her ears by Valerie, who was fortunately too engrossed by her own hopes and doubts to exact confidences in return. Valerie's was one of those impulsive, eager natures that longs for a confidant. Not so Isora's. Only when Valerie had unburthened her heart and been soothed and caressed into happy trust in the future did she recall Isora's explanatory words, and said archly, "And your absent friend, tell me about him, is he as handsome as Elaine?" "Nay," said Isora, rising to take up the mantle and hat she had laid aside on entering. "They say that the color of a flower is in our vision, not in the leaves." Then, with a grave melancholy in the look she fixed upon Valerie, she added, "Rather than distrust of me should occasion you pain, I have pained myself in making clear to you the reason why I felt interest in Roman 1000 de Rochebriant's conversation in turn. I ask of you a favor, though not on this point question me farther. There are some things in our past which influence the present, but to which we dare not assign a futurian, which we cannot talk to another. What soothsayer can tell us if the dream of a yesterday will be renewed on the night of a morrow? All is said, we trust one another dearest. Chapter Roman 2. That evening, the Morleys looked in at Isora's on their way to a crowded assembly at the house of one of those rich Americans who were then outvying the English residents at Paris in the good graces of Parisian society. I think the Americans get on better with the French than the English do. I mean the higher class of Americans. They spend more money, their men speak French better, the women are better dressed, and as a general rule have read more largely and converse more frankly. Mrs. Morley's affection for Isora had increased during the last few months. As so notable an advocate of the ascendancy of her sex, she felt a sort of grateful pride in the accomplishments and growing renown of so youthful a member of the oppressed sisterhood. But apart from that sentiment, she had conceived a tender mother-like interest for the girl who stood in the world, so utterly devoid of family ties, so destitute of that household guardianship and protection, which with all her assertion of the strength and dignity of woman, and all her opinions as to woman's right of absolute emancipation from the conventions fabricated by the selfishness of man, Mrs. Morley was too sensible not to value for the individual, though she deemed it not needed for the mass. Her great desire was that Isora should marry well and soon. American women usually marry so young that it seemed to Mrs. Morley an anomaly in social life that one so gifted in mind and person as Isora should already have passed the age in which the belles of the great republic are enthroned as wives and consecrated as mothers. We have seen that in the past year she had selected from our unworthy but necessary sex Graham Vane as a suitable spouse to her young friend. She had divined the state of his heart, had more than suspicions of the state of Isora's. She was exceedingly perplexed and exceedingly chafed at the Englishman's strange disregard to his happiness and her own projects. She had counted all this past winter on his return to Paris, and she became convinced that some misunderstanding, possibly some lovers' quarrel, was the cause of his protracted absence, and a cause that, if ascertained, could be removed. A good opportunity now presented itself. Colonel Morley was going to London the next day. He had business there, which would detain him at least a week. He would see Graham, and as she considered her husband the shrewdest and wisest person in the world, I mean of the male sex, had no doubt of his being able to turn Graham's mind thoroughly inside out and ascertain his exact feelings and intentions. If the Englishman thus assayed were found of base metal, then at least Mrs. Morley would be free to cast him altogether aside and coin, for the uses of the matrimonial market, some nobler effigy in purer gold. "My dear child," said Mrs. Morley in a low voice, nestling herself close to Isora, while the colonel, duly instructed, drew off the venaster, "have you heard anything lately of our pleasant friend Mr. Vane?" You can guess with what artful design Mrs. Morley put that question point-blank, fixing keen eyes on Isora. While she put it, she saw the heightened color, the quivering lip of the girl thus abruptly appealed to, and she said, "Inly I was right, she loves him. I heard of Mr. Vane last night accidentally. Is he coming to Paris soon? Not that I know of how charmingly that wreath becomes you. It suits the earrings so well too. Frank chose it. He has good taste for a man. I trust him with my commissions to hunt and rascals, but I limit him as to price. He is so extravagant. Men are when they make presents. They seem to think we value things according to their cost. They would gorge us with jewels and let us starve for want of a smile. Not that Frank is so bad as the rest of them, but apropos of Mr. Vane, Frank will be sure to see him and scold him well for deserting us. All I should not be surprised if he brought the deserter back with him, for I send a little note by Frank, inviting him to pay us a visit. We have spare rooms in our apartments." Isora's heart heaved beneath her robe, but she replied in a tone of astonishing indifference, "I believe this is the height of the London season, and Mr. Vane would probably be too engaged to profit even by an invitation so tempting. Nous verrons how pleased he will be to hear of your triumphs. He admired you so much before you were famous. What will be his admiration? Now men are so vain they care for us so much more when people praise us. But till we have put the creatures in their proper place, we must take them for what they are." Here the Venoster, with whom the poor colonel had exhausted all the arts at his command for chaining her attention, could be no longer withheld from approaching Mrs. Morley, and venting her admiration of that lady's wreath earrings, robes, flounces. This dazzling apparition had on her the effect which a candle has on a moth fluttered round it, and longed to absorb herself in its blaze. But the wreath especially fascinated her, a wreath which no prudent lady with colorings less pure and features less exquisitely delicate than the pretty champion of the rights of women could have fancied on her own brows without a shudder. But the Venoster in such matters was not prudent. "It can't be, dear," she cried piteously, extending her arms towards Isora. "I must have one exactly like. Who made it, cara signora? Give me the address." "Ask the colonel, dear madame. He chose and bought it," and Mrs. Morley glanced significantly at her well-tutored Frank. "Madame," said the colonel, speaking in English, which he usually did with the Venustajo, valued herself on knowing that language, and was flattered to be addressed in it. Well, he amused himself by introducing into its forms the dainty Americanisms with which he puzzled the Britisher might well puzzle the Florentine. "Madame, I am too anxious for the appearance of my wife to submit to the test of a rival schemer like yourself, in the same apparel, with all the homage due to a sex of which I am enthused. Dreadful, I decline to designate the florist from whom I purchased Mrs. Morley's head fixings." "Wicked man," cried the Venoster, shaking her finger at him coquettishly, "you are jealous. Fie, a man should never be jealous of a woman's rivalry with women." And then, with a cynicism that might have become a greybeard, she added, "But of his own sex, every man should be jealous though of his dearest friend. Isn't it so, colonelo?" The colonel looked puzzled, bowed, and made no reply. "That only shows," said Mrs. Morley, rising, "what villains the colonel has the misfortune to call friends and fellowmen." "I fear it is time to go," said Frank, glancing at the clock. In theory the most rebellious, in practice the most obedient of wives, Mrs. Morley here kissed Isora, resettled her crinoline, and shaking hands with the Venoster, retreated to the door. "I shall have the wreath yet," cried the Venoster impishly. "La speranza e fenomena, hope, is female." "Alas," said Isora, half mournfully, half smiling, "alas, do you not remember what the poet replied when asked what disease was most mortal? Hectic fever, caught from the chill of hope." Chapter Roman 3. Graham Vane was musing very gloomily in his solitary apartment one morning when his servant announced Colonel Morley. He received his visitor with more than the cordiality with which every English politician receives an American citizen. Graham liked the colonel too well for what he was in himself to need any national title to his esteem. After some preliminary questions and answers as to the health of Mrs. Morley, the length of the colonel's stay in London, what day he could dine with Graham at Richmond or Gravesend, the colonel took up the ball. "We have been reckoning to see you at Paris, sir, for the last 6 months. I am very much flattered to hear that you have thought of me at all, but I am not aware of having warranted the expectation you so kindly express. I guess you must have said something to my wife, which led her to do more than expecto reckon on your return. And by the way, sir, I am charged to deliver to you this note from her, and to back the request it contains that you will avail yourself of the offer. Without summarizing the points, I do so." Graham glanced over the note addressed to him. "Dear Mr. Vane, you forget how beautiful the environs of Paris are in May and June, how charming it was last year at the Lake of Enghien, how gay were our little dinners out of doors in the garden arbors with the Savarins and the fair Italian and her incomparably amusing chaperone Frank has my orders to bring you back to renew these happy days. while the birds are in their first song and the leaves are in their youngest green, I have prepared your rooms, chez nous, a chamber that looks out on the Champs Elysees, and a quiet cabinet de travail at the back in which you can read, write, or sulk undisturbed. Come, and we will again visit Enghien and Montmorency. Don't talk of engagements. If man proposes, woman disposes. Hesitate not. Be your sincere little friend, Lizzie. My dear Morley, said Graham with emotion, I cannot find words to thank your wife sufficiently for an invitation so graciously conveyed. Alas, I cannot accept it. Why? Asked the Colonel dryly. I have too much to do in London. Is that the true reason, or am I to suspicion that there is anything, sir, which makes you dislike a visit to Paris? The Americans enjoy the reputation of being the frankest putters of questions, whom liberty of speech has yet educated into la recherche de la vérité, and certainly Colonel Morley in this instance did not impair the national reputation. Graham Vane's brows slightly contracted, and he bit his lip as if stung by a sudden pang, but after a moment's pause he answered with a good-humored smile. No man who has taste enough to admire the most beautiful city and appreciate the charms of the most brilliant society in the world can dislike Paris. My dear sir, I did not ask you if you disliked Paris, but if there were anything that made you dislike coming back to it on a visit. What a notion and what a cross-examiner you would have made if you had been called to the bar. Surely, my dear friend, you can understand that when a man has in one place business, which he cannot neglect, he may decline going to another place, whatever pleasure it would give him to do so. By the way, there is a great ball at one of the ministers. Tonight you should go there, and I will point out to you all those English notabilities in whom Americans naturally take interest. I will call for you at 11 o'clock. Lord, who is a connection of mine, would be charmed to know you. Morley hesitated, but when Graham said how your wife will scold you if you lose such an opportunity of telling her whether the Duchess of is as beautiful as report says, and whether Gladstone or Disraeli seems to your phrenological science to have the finer head, the Colonel gave in, and it was settled that Graham should call for him at the Langham Hotel. That matter arranged, Graham probably hoped that his inquisitive visitor would take leave for the present, but the Colonel evinced no such intention. On the contrary, settling himself more at ease in his armchair, he said, If I remember aright, you do not object to the odor of tobacco. Graham rose and presented to his visitor a cigar-box, which he took from the mantelpiece. The Colonel shook his head and withdrew from his breast pocket a leather case, from which he extracted a gigantic regalia. This he lighted from a gold matchbox in the shape of a locket attached to his watch chain, and took 2 or 3 preliminary puffs with his head thrown back and his eyes meditatively intent upon the ceiling. We know already that strange whim of the Colonel's, than whom, if he so pleased, no man could speak purer English, as spoken by the Britisher, to assert the dignity of the American citizen, by copious use of expressions and phrases familiar to the lips of the governing class, of the great republic delicacies of speech, which he would have carefully shunned in the polite circles of the Fifth Avenue in New York. Now, the Colonel was much too experienced a man of the world not to be aware that the commission with which his Lizzie had charged him was an exceedingly delicate one, and it occurred to his mother wit that the best way to acquit himself of it, so as to avoid the risk of giving or of receiving serious affront, would be to push that whim of his into more than wonted exaggeration. Thus he could more decidedly and briefly come to the point, and should he in doing so appear too meddlesome, rather provoke a laugh than a frown, retiring from the ground with the honors due to a humorist accordingly in his deepest nasal intonation, and withdrawing his eyes from the ceiling, he began. You have not asked, sir, after the Signorina, or as we popularly call her, Mademoiselle Cicogne. Have I not? I hope she is quite well, and her lively companion, Signora Venosta. They are not sick, sir, or at least they were not so last night when my wife and I had the pleasure to see them. Of course, you have read Mademoiselle Cicogne's book, A Bright Performance, Sir, age considered. Certainly, I have read the book. It is full of unquestionable genius. Is Mademoiselle writing another? But of course she is. I'm not aware of the fact, sir. It may be predicated such a mind cannot remain inactive. And I know from Roman 1000 Savrin, and that rising young man, Gustave Rameau, that the publishers bid high for her brains. Considerable 2 translations have already appeared in our country. Her fame, sir, will be worldwide. She may be another George Sand, or at least another Eulalie Grantmesnil. Graham's cheek became as white as the paper I write on. He inclined his head as in assent, but without a word. The colonel continued. We ought to be very proud of her acquaintance, sir. I think you detected her gifts, while they were yet unconjectured, my wife says. So you must be gratified to remember that clear grit, sir, and no mistake. I certainly more than once have said to Mrs. Morley that I esteemed Mademoiselle's powers so highly that I hoped she would never become a stage singer and actress. But this Roman 1000 Rameau, you say he is a rising man. It struck me when at Paris that he was one of those charlatans with a great deal of conceit and very little information, who are always found in scores on the ultra-liberal side of politics. Possibly I was mistaken. He is the responsible editor of Le Sens Commune, in which talented periodical Mademoiselle Sicogna's book was first raised. Of course, I know that a journal which, so far as I have looked into its political or social articles, certainly written by a cleverer and an older man than Roman 1000 Rameau, is for unsettling all things and settling nothing. We have writers of that kind among ourselves. I have no sympathy with them. To me, it seems that when a man says off with your head, he ought to let us know what other head he would put on our shoulders, and by what process the change of heads shall be effected. Honestly speaking, if you and your charming wife are intimate friends and admirers of Mademoiselle Sicogna, I think you could not do her a greater service than that of detaching her from all connection with men like Roman 1000 Rameau and journals like La Sens Commune. The colonel here withdrew his cigar from his lips, lowered his head to a level with Graham's, and relaxing into an arch significant smile, said, Start to Paris, and dissuade her yourself. Start, go ahead, don't be shy, don't seesaw on the beam of speculation. You will have more influence with that young female than we can boast. Never was England in greater danger of quarrel with America than at that moment. But Graham curbed his first wrathful impulse and replied coldly. It seems to me, Colonel, that you, though very unconsciously, derogate from the respect due to Mademoiselle Sicogna, that the counsel of a married couple like yourself and Mrs. Morley should be freely given to and duly heeded by a girl deprived of her natural advisers in parents is a reasonable and honorable supposition. But to imply that the most influential adviser of a young lady so situated is a young single man in no way related to her appears to me a dereliction of that regard to the dignity of her sex, which is the chivalrous characteristic of your countrymen, and to Mademoiselle Sicogna herself, a surmise which she would be justified in resenting as an impertinence. I deny both allegations, replied the colonel serenely. I maintain that a single man whips all connubial creation when it comes to gallantizing a single young woman, and that no young lady would be justified in resenting as impertinence my friendly suggestion to the single man so deserving of her consideration, as I estimate you to be, to solicit the right to advise her for life, and that's a caution. Here the colonel resumed his regalia, and again gazed intent on the ceiling. Advise her for life, you mean, I presume, as a candidate for her hand. You don't turkey now. Well, I guess you are not wide of the mark there, sir. You do me infinite honor, but I do not presume so far. So not as yet before a man who is not without gumption runs himself for Congress, he likes to calculate how the votes will run. Well, sir, suppose we are in caucus, and let us discuss the chances of the election with closed doors. Graham could not help smiling at the persistent officiousness of his visitor, but his smile was a very sad one. Pray change the subject, my dear Colonel Morley. It is not a pleasant one to me, and as regards Mademoiselle Sicogna, can you think it would not shock her to suppose that her name was dragged into the discussions you would provoke even with closed doors? So, replied the colonel imperturbably, since the doors are closed, there is no one, unless it be a spirit listener under the table, who can wire to Mademoiselle Sicogna the substance of debate, and for my part, I do not believe in spiritual manifestations. Fact is that I have the most amicable sentiments towards both parties, and if there is a misunderstanding which is opposed to the union of the states, I wish to remove it while yet in time. Now let us suppose that you decline to be a candidate. There are plenty of others who will run, and as an elector must choose one representative or other, so a gal must choose one husband or other, and then you only repent when it is too late. It is a great thing to be first in the field. Let us approximate to the point. The chances seem good. Will you run, yes or no? I repeat, Colonel Morley, that I entertain no such presumption. The colonel here rising extended his hand, which Graham shook with constrained cordiality, and then leisurely walked to the door. There he paused, as if struck by a new thought, and said gravely, in his natural tone of voice, "You have nothing to say, sir, against the young lady's character and honor." "I heavens, no, Colonel Morley, such a question insults me." The colonel resumed his deepest nasal bass. "It is only then because you don't fancy her now so much as you did last year. Fact, you are soured on her and fly off the handle. Such things do happen. The same thing has happened to myself, sir, in my days of celibacy. There was a gal at Saratoga whom I gallantized, and whom while I was at Saratoga I thought heaven had made to be Mrs. Morley. I was on the very point of telling her so when I was suddenly called off to Philadelphia. And at Philadelphia, sir, I found that heaven had made another Mrs. Morley. I state this fact, sir, though I seldom talk of my own affairs, even when willing to tender my advice in the affairs of another, in order to prove that I do not intend to censure you. If heaven has served you in the same manner, sir, a man may go blind for one gal when he is not yet dry behind the ears, and then, when his eyes are skinned, go in for one better. All things mortal meet with a change, as my sister's little boy said, when at the age of 8 he quitted the Methodies, and turned shaker, threep, and argue, as we may. You and I are both mortal s'mores. The pity. Good morning, sir, glancing at the clock, which proclaimed the hour of 3 P. Roman 1000 I. A good evening. By the post that day, the colonel transmitted a condensed and laconic report of his conversation with Graham Vane. I can state its substance in yet fewer words. He wrote word that Graham positively declined the invitation to Paris, that he had then, agreeably to Liz's instruction, ventilated the Englishman in the most delicate terms as to his intentions with regard to Isora, and that no intentions at all existed. The sooner all thoughts of him were relinquished as a new suitor on the ground, the better it would be for the young lady's happiness in the only state in which happiness should be, if not found, at least sought, whether by maid or man. Mrs. Morley was extremely put out by this untoward result of the diplomacy she had entrusted to the colonel, and when the next day came a very courteous letter from Graham thanking her gratefully for the kindness of her invitation, and expressing his regret briefly, though cordially, at his inability to profit by it, without the most distant allusion to the subject which the colonel had brought on the tapis, or even requesting his compliments to the Signoras Venosta and Cicogna, she was more than put out, more than resentful, was deeply grieved, being, however, one of those gallant heroes of womankind who do not give in at the first defeat. She began to doubt whether Frank had not rather overstrained the delicacy which he said he had put into his soundings. He ought to have been more explicit. Meanwhile, she resolved to call on Isora, and without mentioning Graham's refusal of her invitation, endeavor to ascertain whether the attachment which she felt persuaded the girls secretly cherished for this recalcitrant Englishman was something more than the first romantic fancy, whether it was sufficiently deep to justify farther effort on Mrs. Morley's part to bring it to a prosperous issue. She found Isora at home and alone, and to do her justice, she exhibited wonderful tact in the fulfillment of the task she had set herself, forming her judgment by manner and not words. She returned home convinced that she ought to seize the opportunity afforded to her by Graham's letter. It was one to which she might very naturally reply, and in that reply she might convey the object at her heart more felicitously than the colonel had done. The cleverest man is, she said to herself, stupid compared to an ordinary woman in the real business of life, which does not consist of fighting and money-making. Now there was one point she had ascertained by words in her visit to Isora, point on which all might depend. She had asked Isora when and where she had seen Graham last, And when Isura had given her that information, and she learned it, was on the eventful day on which Isura gave her consent to the publication of her MS, if approved by Savrin in the journal, to be set up by the handsome-faced young author, she leapt to the conclusion that Graham had been seized with no unnatural jealousy, and was still under the elusive glamour of that green-eyed fiend. She was confirmed in this notion not altogether an unsound one, when asking with apparent carelessness, "And in that last interview, did you see any change in Mr. Vane's manner, especially when he took leave?" Isura turned away pale, and involuntarily clasping her hands as women do when they would suppress pain, replied in a low murmur, "His manner was changed." Accordingly, Mrs. Morley sat down and wrote the following letter. "Dear Mr. Vane, I am very angry indeed with you for refusing my invitation. I had so counted on you, and I don't believe a word of your excuse engagements to balls and dinners, I suppose, as if you were not much too clever to care about such silly attempts to enjoy solitude in crowds. And as to what you men call business, you have no right to have any business at all. You are not in commerce, you are not in Parliament. You told me yourself that you had no great landed estates to give you trouble. You are rich without any necessity to take pains to remain rich, or to become richer. You have no business in the world, except to please yourself. And when you will not come to Paris to see one of your truest friends, which I certainly am, it simply means that no matter how such a visit would please me, it does not please yourself. I call that abominably rude and ungrateful. But I am not writing merely to scold you. I have something else on my mind, and it must come out certainly. When you were at Paris last year, you did admire above all other young ladies Isura Sikogna, and I honored you for doing so. I know no other young lady to be called her equal. Well, if you admired her then, what would you do now? If you met her then, she was but a girl, very brilliant, very charming, it is true, but undeveloped, untested. Now she is a woman, a princess among women, but retaining all that is most lovable in a girl, so courted, yet so simply, so gifted, yet so innocent. Her head is not a bit turned by all the flattery that surrounds her. Come and judge for yourself. I still hold the door of the rooms destined to you open for repentance. My dear Mr. Vane, do not think me a silly matchmaking little woman when I write to you thus a cœur ouvert. I like you so much that I would fain secure to you the rarest prize which life is ever likely to offer to your ambition. Where can you hope to find another Isura among the stateliest daughters of your English dukes? Where is there one whom a proud man would be more proud to show to the world, saying she is mine? Where one more distinguished, I will not say by mere beauty, there she might be eclipsed, but by sweetness and dignity combined in aspect, manner, every movement, every smile. And you who are yourself so clever, so well read, you who would be so lonely with a wife who was not your companion, with whom you could not converse on equal terms of intellect, me dear friend, where could you find a companion in whom you would not miss the poet soul of Isura? Of course, I should not dare to obtrude all these questionings on your innermost reflection if I had not some idea, right or wrong, that since the days when at Enghien and Montmorency, seeing you and Isura side by side, I whispered to Frank, so should those two be through life. Some cloud has passed between your eyes and the future on which they gazed. Cannot that cloud be dispelled? Were you so unjust to yourself as to be jealous of a rival, perhaps of a Gustave Rameau? I write to you frankly, answer me frankly. And if you answer Mrs. Morley, I don't know what you mean. I admired Mademoiselle Sikogna as I might admire any other pretty, accomplished girl. But it is really nothing to me whether she marries Gustave Rameau or anyone else. We then burn this letter, forget that it has been written, and may you never know the pang of remorseful sigh if in the days to come you see her whose name in that case I should profane. Did I repeat it, the comrade of another man's mind, the half of another man's heart, the pride and delight of another man's blissful home. Chapter Roman 4. There is somewhere in Lord Lytton's writings so numerous that I may be pardoned if I cannot remember where a critical definition of the difference between dramatic and narrative art of story, instanced by that marvelous passage in the loftiest of Sir Walter Scott's works, in which all the anguish of Ravenswood on the night before he has to meet Lucy's brother in mortal combat is conveyed without the spoken words required in tragedy. It is only to be conjectured by the tramp of his heavy boots to and fro all the night long in his solitary chamber, heard below by the faithful Caleb, The drama could not have allowed that treatment the drama must have put into words, as soliloquy agonies, which the non-dramatic narrator knows that no soliloquy can describe humbly, do I imitate. Then the great master of narrative, in declining to put into words the conflict between love and reason that tortured the heart of Graham Vane, when dropping noiselessly the letter I have just transcribed, he covered his face with his hands, and remained I know not how long in the same position, his head bowed, not a sound escaping from his lips. He did not stir from his rooms that day, and had there been a Caleb's faithful ear to listen his tread, too might have been heard all that sleepless night, passing to and fro, but pausing oft along his solitary floors. Possibly love would have borne down all opposing seasonings, doubts, and prejudices, but for incidents that occurred the following evening. On that evening Graham dined en famille with his cousins the Altons after dinner. The Duke produced the design for a cenotaph inscribed to the memory of his Aunt Lady Janet King, which he proposed to place in the family chapel at Alton. I know, said the Duke kindly, you would wish the old house from which she sprang to preserve some such record of her who loved you as her son, and even putting you out of the question, it gratifies me to attest the claim of our family to a daughter who continues to be famous for her goodness, and made the goodness so lovable that envy forgave it for being famous. It was a pang to me when poor Richard King decided on placing her tomb among strangers, but in conceding his rights as to her resting place, I retain mine to her name, nostris liberis virtutis exemplar. Graham wrung his cousin's hand, could not speak, choked by suppressed tears. The Duchess, who loved and honored Lady Janet almost as much as did her husband, fairly sobbed aloud. She had indeed reason for grateful memories of the deceased. There had been some obstacles to her marriage with the man who had won her heart, arising from political differences and family feuds between their parents, which the gentle meditation of Lady Janet had smoothed away, and never did union founded on mutual and ardent love more belie the assertions of the great Bichat, esteemed by Dr. Buckle the finest intellect which practical philosophy has exhibited since Aristotle, that love is a sort of fever which does not last beyond 2 years, than that between those eccentric specimens of a class, denounced as frivolous and artless by philosophers English and French, who have certainly never heard of Bichat. When the emotion the Duke had exhibited was calmed down, his wife pushed towards Graham a sheet of paper inscribed with the epitaph composed by his hand. Is it not beautiful? She said falteringly, not a word, too much or too little. Graham read the inscription slowly, and with very dimmed eyes. It deserved the praise bestowed on it, for the Duke, though a shy and awkward speaker, was an incisive and graceful writer. Yet in his innermost self Graham shivered when he read that epitaph. It expressed so emphatically the reverential nature of the love which Lady Janet had inspired, the genial influences which the holiness of a character so active in doing good had diffused around it. It brought vividly before Graham that image of perfect, spotless womanhood, and a voice within him asked, would that cenotaph be placed amid the monuments of an illustrious lineage, if the secret known to thee could transpire, what though the lost one were really as unsullied by sin, as the world deems, would the name now treasured as an heirloom not be a memory of gall and a sound of shame? He remained so silent, after putting down the inscription, that the Duke said modestly, my dear Graham, I see that you do not like what I have written. Your pen is much more practiced than mine. If I did not ask you to compose the epitaph, it was because I thought it would please you more in coming as a spontaneous tribute due to her from the representative of her family. But will you correct my sketch, or give me another according to your own ideas? I see not a word to alter, said Graham. Forgive me if my silence wronged my emotion. The truest eloquence is that which holds us too mute for applause. I knew you would like it. Leopold is always so disposed to underrate himself, said the Duchess, whose hand was resting fondly on her husband's shoulder. Epitaphs are so difficult to write, especially epitaphs on women of whom in life, the least said the better. Janet was the only woman I ever knew whom one could praise in safety. Well expressed, said the Duke, smiling, and I wish you would make that safety clear to some lady friends of yours to whom it might serve as a lesson proof against every breath of scandal. Herself, Janet King, never uttered and never encouraged one ill-natured word against another. But I am afraid, my dear fellow, that I must leave you to a tete-a-tete with a leaner. You know that I must be at the house. This evening I only paired till 9:30. I will walk down to the house with you, if you are going on foot. No, said the Duchess, you must resign yourself to me for at least half an hour. I was looking over your aunt's letters today, and I found one which I wish to show you. It is all about yourself, and written within the last few months of her life. Here she put her arm into Graham's, and led him into her own private drawing-room, which, though others might call it a boudoir, she dignified by the name of her study. The Duke remained for some minutes thoughtfully leaning his arm on the mantelpiece. It was no unimportant debate in the Lords that night, and on a subject in which he took great interest, and the details of which he had thoroughly mastered. He had been requested to speak, if only a few words, for his high character and his reputation for good sense gave weight to the mere utterance of his opinion. But though no one had more moral courage in action, the Duke had a terror at the very thought of addressing an audience which made him despise himself. Ah, he muttered, if Graham Vane were but in Parliament, I could trust him to say exactly what I would rather be swallowed up by an earthquake than stand up and say for myself. But now he has got money, he seems to think of nothing but saving it. Chapter V. The letter from Lady Janet, which the Duchess took from the desk and placed in Graham's hand, was in strange coincidence with the subject that for the last 24 hours had absorbed his thoughts and tortured his heart. Speaking of him in terms of affectionate eulogy, the writer proceeded to confide her earnest wish that he should not longer delay that change in life, which, concentrating so much that is vague in the desires and aspirations of man, leaves his heart and his mind made serene by the contentment of home, free for the steadfast consolidation of their warmth and their light upon the ennobling duties that unite the individual to his race. There is no one, wrote Lady Janet, whose character and career, a felicitous choice in marriage, can have greater influence over than this dear adopted son of mine. I do not fear that in any case he will be liable to the errors of his brilliant father. His early reverse of fortune here seems to me one of those blessings which heaven conceals in the form of affliction, for in youth the genial freshness of his gay, animal spirits, a native generosity mingled with desire of display and thirst for applause, made me somewhat alarmed for his future. But though he still retains these attributes of character, they are no longer predominant, they are modified and chastened. He has learned prudence. But what I now fear most for him is that which he does not show in the world, which neither Leopold nor you seem to detect it, is an exceeding sensitiveness of pride. I know not how else to describe it. It is so interwoven with the highest qualities that I sometimes dread injury to them, could it be torn away from the faultier ones which it supports. It is interwoven with that lofty independence of spirit which has made him refuse openings the most alluring to his ambition. It communicates a touching grandeur to his self-denying thrift. It makes him so tenacious of his word, once given, so cautious before he gives it public. Life to him is essential. Without it, he would be incomplete. And yet I sigh to think that whatever success he may achieve in it will be attended with proportionate pain. Calumny goes side by side with fame, and courting fame. As a man, he is as thin-skinned to calumny as a woman. The wife for Graham should have qualities not taken individually uncommon in English wives, but in combination somewhat rare. She must have mind enough to appreciate his, not to clash with it. She must be fitted with sympathies to be his dearest companion, his confidant in the hopes and fears, which the slightest want of sympathy would make him keep ever afterwards pent within his breast. In herself, worthy of distinction, she must merge all distinction in his. You have met in the world men who, marrying professed beauties or professed literary geniuses, are spoken of as the husband of the beautiful Mrs. A, or of the clever Mrs. B. Can you fancy Graham Vane in the reflected light of one of those husbands? I trembled last year when I thought he was attracted by a face which the artists raved about, and again by a tongue which dropped bons mots that went the round of the club. I was relieved when, sounding him, he said laughingly, "No, dear aunt, I should be one sore from head to foot if I married a wife that was talked about for anything but goodness." No, Graham Vane will have pains sharp enough if he lived to be talked about himself, but that tenderest half of himself, the bearer of the name he would make, and for the dignity of which he alone would be responsible, that were the town talk, he would curse the hour he gave anyone the right to take on herself, his man's burden of calumny and fame, I know not which I should pity the most, Graham Vane or his wife. Do you understand me, dearest Elena? No doubt you do, so far that you comprehend that the women whom men most admire are not the women we as women ourselves would wish our sons or brothers to marry. But perhaps you do not comprehend my cause of fear, which is this: for in such matters men do not see, as we women do. Graham abhors in the girls of our time frivolity and insipidity. Very rightly you will say, true, but then he is too likely to be allured by contrasts. I have seen him attracted by the very girls we recoil from more than we do from those we allow to be frivolous and insipid. I accused him of admiration for a certain young lady whom you call odious, and whom the slang that has come into vogue calls fast, and I was not satisfied with his answer. Certainly, I admire her. She is not a doll, she has ideas. I would rather of the two see Graham married to what men call a doll than to a girl with ideas which are distasteful to women. Lady Janet then went on to question the Duchess about a Miss Asterisk, with whom this tale will have nothing to do, but who, from the little which Lady Janet had seen of her, might possess all the requisites that fastidious correspondent would exact for the wife of her adopted son. This Miss Asterisk had been introduced into the London world by the Duchess. The Duchess had replied to Lady Janet that if earth could be ransacked, a more suitable wife for Graham Vane than Miss Asterisk could not be found. She was well born an heiress. The estates she inherited were in the county Offa's, the county in which the ancestors of D'Altons and Vanes had for centuries established their whereabout. Miss Asterisk was pretty enough to please any man's eye, but not with the beauty of which artists rave. Well informed enough to be companion to a well-informed man, but certainly not witty enough to supply bons mots to the clubs. Miss Asterisk was one of those women of whom a husband might be proud, yet with whom a husband would feel safe from being talked about. And in submitting the letter we have read to Graham's eye, the Duchess had the cause of Miss Asterisk pointedly in view. Miss Asterisk had confided to her friend that of all men she had seen, Mr. Graham Vane was the one she would feel the least inclined to refuse. So when Graham Vane returned the letter to the Duchess, simply saying, "How well my dear aunt divined what is weakest in me," the Duchess replied quickly, "Miss Asterisk dines here tomorrow. Pray come, you would like her if you knew more of her. Tomorrow I am engaged. An American friend of mine dines with me, but 'tis no matter, for I shall never feel more for Miss Asterisk than I feel for Mont Blanc." Chapter Romans 6. On leaving his cousin's house, Graham walked on he scarce knew or cared whither. The image of the beloved dead so forcibly recalled the solemnity of the mission with which he had been entrusted, and which hitherto he had failed to fulfill. What if the only mode by which he could, without causing questions and suspicions that might result in dragging today the terrible nature of the trust he held, enrich the daughter of Richard King, repair all wrong hitherto done to her, and guard the sanctity of Lady Janet's home should be in that union which Richard King had commended to him, while his heart was yet free? In such a case, would not gratitude to the dead, duty to the living, make that union imperative at whatever sacrifice of happiness to himself? The 2 years to which Richard King had limited the suspense of research were not yet expired. Then, too, that letter of Lady Janet, so tenderly anxious for his future, so clear-sighted as to the elements of his own character in its strength or its infirmity, combined with graver causes to withhold his heart from its yearning impulse, and no, not steel it against Isora, but forbid it to realize in the fair creature and creator of romance his ideal of the woman to whom an earnest, sagacious, aspiring man commits all the destinies involved in the serene dignity of his hearth. He could not but own that this gifted author, this eager seeker after Fameth's brilliant and bold competitor with men on their own stormy battleground, was the very person from whom Lady Janet would have warned away his choice. She Isora merge her own distinctions in a husband's, leave exclusively to him the burden of fame and calumny, shun to be talked about she who could feel her life to be a success or a failure according to the extent and the loudness of the talk which it courted. While these thoughts racked his mind, a kindly hand was laid on his arm, and a cheery voice accosted him. "Well met, my dear Vane. I see we are bound to the same place. There will be a good gathering tonight." "What do you mean, Bevel? I am going nowhere, except to my own quiet rooms." "Pooh, come in here at least for a few minutes," and Bevel drew him up to the doorstep of a house close by, where on certain evenings a well-known club drew together men who seldom meet so familiarly elsewhere, men of all callings, a club especially favored by wits authors and the flaneurs of polite society. Graham shook his head about to refuse when Bevel added, I have just come from Paris and can give you the last news, literary, political, and social. By the way, I saw Savron the other night at the Cynics, introduced me there. Graham winced. He was spelled by the music of a name, and followed his acquaintance into the crowded room, and after returning many greetings and nods, withdrew into a remote corner and motioned Bevel to a seat beside him. So you met Savron, where did you say? At the house of the new lady author. I hate the word authoress, Mademoiselle Cicogna. Of course you have read her book. Yes. Full of fine things, is it not, though somewhat high-flown and sentimental? However, nothing succeeds like success. No book has been more talked about at Paris. The only thing more talked about is the lady author herself. Indeed, and how? She doesn't look 20, a mere girl of that kind of beauty, which so arrests the eye that you pass by other faces to gaze on it. And the dullest stranger would ask who, and what is she? A girl, I say, like that, who lives as independently as if she were a middle-aged widow, receives every week she has her Thursdays with no other chaperone than an old sidevant Italian singing woman, dressed like a guy must set Parisian tongues into play, even if she had not written the crack book of the season. Mademoiselle Cicogna receives on Thursdays, no harm in that, and if she have no other chaperone than the Italian lady you mention, it is because Mademoiselle Cicogna is an orphan, and having a fortune such as it is of her own, I do not see why she should not live as independently as many an unmarried woman in London placed under similar circumstances. I suppose she receives chiefly persons in the literary or artistic world, and if they are all as respectable as the Savrons, I do not think ill nature itself could find fault with her social circle. You know the Cicogna, I presume. I am sure I did not wish to say anything that could offend her best friends, only I do think it is a pity she is not married, poor girl. Mademoiselle Cicogna, accomplished, beautiful, of good birth, the Cicogna's rank among the oldest of Lombard families, is not likely to want offers. Offers of marriage, well, I dare say from authors and artists. You know Paris better even than I do, but I don't suppose authors and artists, they make the most desirable husbands, and I scarcely know a marriage in France between a man-author and lady-author which does not end in the deadliest of all animosities, that of wounded amour propre. Perhaps the man admires his own genius too much to do proper homage to his wife's. But the choice of Mademoiselle Cicogna need not be restricted to the pale of authorship. Doubtless, she has many admirers beyond that quarrelsome borderland. Certainly countless adorers. Enguerrand de Vendemiaire, know that diamond of dandies. Perfectly's he an admirer. Cela Vassan's Dyer told me that though she was not the handsomest woman in Paris, all other women looked less handsome since he had seen her. But of course French lady-killers like Enguerrand, when it comes to marriage, leave it to their parents to choose their wives and arrange the terms of the contract. Talking of lady-killers, I beheld amid the throng at Mademoiselle Cicogna's the sidevant Lovelace, whom I remember some 23 years ago as the darling of wives and the terror of husbands, Victor de Mauleon. Victor de Mauleon at Mademoiselle Cicogna's. What, is that man restored to society? You are thinking of the ugly old story about the jewel. So yes, he has got over that. All his grand relations, the Vandemers, Beauvilliers, Rochebriant, and others, took him by the hand when he reappeared at Paris last year, and though I believe he is still avoided by many, he is courted by still more, and avoided, I fancy, rather from political than social causes. The imperialist set of course execrate and prescribe him. You know he is the writer of those biting articles signed Pierre Firmin in the Sens Commune, and I am told he is the proprietor of that very clever journal which has become a power. So that is the journal in which Mademoiselle Cicogna's Roman first appeared. So Victor de Mauleon, one of her associates, her counselor and friend. No, I didn't say that. On the contrary, he was presented to her the first time the evening I was at the house. I saw that young silk-haired coxcomb Gustave Rameau introduce him to her. You don't perhaps know Rameau, editor of the Sens Commune, writes poems and criticisms. they say he is a red Republican, but Desmoulins keeps truculent French politics subdued, if not suppressed. In his cynical journal, somebody told me that the cicogna is very much in love with Rameau. Certainly, he has a handsome face of his own, and that is the reason why she was so rude to the Russian Prince X. How rude did the prince propose to her? Propose, you forget, is married. Don't you know the princess still? There are other kinds of proposals than those of marriage, which a rich Russian prince may venture to make to a pretty novelist brought up for the stage. Bevel, cried Graham, grasping the man's arm fiercely. How dare you? My dear boy, said Bevel, very much astonished, I really did not know that your interest in the young lady was so great. If I have wounded you in relating a mere on dit, picked up at the Jockey Club, I beg you 1,000 pardons. I dare say there was not a word of truth in it. Not a word of truth, you may be sure. If the on dit was injurious to Mademoiselle Cicogna, it is true I have a strong interest in her. Any man, any gentleman would have such interest in a girl so brilliant and seemingly so friendless. It shames one of human nature to think that the reward which the world makes to those who elevate its platitudes, brighten its dullness, delight its leisure, is slander. I have had the honor to make the acquaintance of this lady before she became a celebrity, and I have never met in my paths through life a purer heart or a nobler nature. What is the wretched on dit you condescend to circulate? Permit me to add, he who repeats a slander shares the crime. Upon my honor, my dear Vane, said Bevel seriously, he did not want for spirit. I hardly know you this evening. It is not because dueling is out of fashion that a man should allow himself to speak in a tone that gives offense to another who intended none. And if dueling is out of fashion in England, it is still possible in France. In Trenus, I would rather cross the channel with you than submit to language that conveys unmerited insult. Graham's cheek, before ashen pale, flushed into dark red. I understand you, he said quietly, and will be at Boulogne tomorrow. Graham Vane, replied Bevel, with much dignity. You and I have known each other a great many years, and neither of us has cause to question the courage of the other. But I am much older than yourself. Permit me to take the melancholy advantage of seniority. A duel between us, in consequence of careless words said about a lady in no way connected with either, would be a cruel injury to her. A duel on grounds so slight would little injure me. Man about town who would not sit an hour in the House of Commons if you paid him £1,000 a minute. But you, Graham Vane, you whose destiny it is to canvass electors and make laws, would it not be an injury to you to be questioned at the hustings why you broke the law, and why you sought another man's life? Come, come, shake hands, and consider all that seconds, if we chose them, would exact, is said every affront on either side, retracted every apology on either side made. Bevel, you disarm and conquer me. I spoke like a hot-headed fool. Forget it, forgive, but I can listen calmly. Know what is that on dit? One that thoroughly bears out your own very manly upholding of the poor young orphan, whose name I shall never again mention without such respect as would satisfy her most sensitive champion. It was said that the Prince X boasted that before a week was out, Mademoiselle Cicogna should appear in his carriage at the Bois de Boulogne, and where at the Opera diamonds he had sent to her, that this boast was enforced by a wager, and the terms of the wager compelled the prince to confess the means he had taken to succeed and produce the evidence that he had lost or won. According to this on dit, the prince had written to Mademoiselle Cicogna, and the letter had been accompanied by a parure that cost him 500,000 francs, that the diamonds had been sent back with a few words of such scorn as a queen might address to an upstart lackey. But my dear Vane, it is a mournful position for the girl to receive such offers, and you must agree with me in wishing she were safely married even to Monsieur Rameau Coxcomb, though he be, let us hope, that they will be an exception to French authors, male and female, in general, and live like turtle doves. Chapter Romans 7. A few days after the date of the last chapter, Colonel Morley returned to Paris. He had dined with Graham at Greenwich, had met him afterwards in society, and paid him a farewell visit on the day before the colonel's departure, but the name of Isaura Cicogna had not again been uttered by either. Morley was surprised that his wife did not question him minutely as to the mode in which he had executed her delicate commission, and the manner as well as words with which Graham had replied to his ventilations, but his Lizzie cut him short when he began his recital. "I don't want to hear anything more about the man. He has thrown away a prize richer than his ambition will ever gain, even if it gained him a throne. That it can't gain him in the old country. The people are loyal to the present dynasty, whatever you may be told to the contrary. Don't be so horribly literal, Frank. That subject is done with. How was the Duchess of dressed?" But when the colonel had retired to what the French call the cabinet de Treveland, which he more accurately termed his smoke den, there indulged in the cigar which, despite his American citizenship, was forbidden, in the drawing room of the tyrant who ruled his life, Mrs. Morley took from her desk a letter received 3 days before, and brooded over it, intently studying every word. When she had thus reperused it, her tears fell upon the page. "Isora," she muttered, "poor Isora, I know she loves him, and how deeply a nature like hers can love, but I must break it to her. If I did not, she would remain nursing a vain dream, and refuse every chance of real happiness for the sake of nursing it." Then she mechanically folded up the letter. I need not say it was from Graham. Vanna restored it to the desk, and remained musing, till the colonel looked in at the door, and said peremptorily, "Very late, come to bed." The next day, Madame Savrin called on Isora. "Chère enfant," said she, "I have bad news for you. Poor Gustave is very ill, an attack of the lungs, and fever. You know how delicate he is." "I am sincerely grieved," said Isora in earnest, tender tones. "It must be a very sudden attack. He was here last Thursday. The malady only declared itself yesterday morning, but surely you must have observed how ill he has been looking for several days past. It pained me to see him." "I did not notice any change in him," said Isora, somewhat conscience-stricken, wrapped in her own happy thoughts. She would not have noticed change in faces yet more familiar to her than that of her young admirer. "Isora," said Madame Savrin, "I suspect there are moral causes for our friend's failing health. Why should I disguise my meaning? You know well how madly he is in love with you, and have you denied him hope? I like Roman 1000 Rame. As a friend, I admire him at times, I pity him. Pity is akin to love. I doubt the truth of that saying. At all events, as you apply it now, I could not love Roman 1000 Rame. I never gave him cause to think I could. I wish for both your sakes that you could make me a different answer for his sake, because knowing his faults and failings, I am persuaded that they would vanish in a companionship so pure, so elevating, as yours. You could make him not only so much happier, but so much better a man. Hush, let me go on, let me come to yourself. I say, for your sake, I wish it. Your pursuits, your ambition, are akin to his. You should not marry one who could not sympathize with you in these. If you did, he might either restrict the exercise of your genius, or be chafed at its display. The only authoress I ever knew whose married lot was serenely happy too. The last was the greatest of English poetesses, married to a great English poet. You ought not to devote yourself to the splendid career to which your genius irresistibly impels you without that counsel, that support, that protection which a husband alone can give. My dear child, as the wife myself of a man of letters, and familiarized to all the gossip, all the scandal to which they who give their names to the public are exposed, I declare that if I had a daughter who inherited Savrin's talents and was ambitious of attaining to his renown, I would rather shut her up in a convent than let her publish a book that was in everyone's hands until she had sheltered her name under that of a husband. And if I say this of my child, with a father so wise in the world's ways, and so popularly respected as my bonhomme, what must I feel to be essential to your safety? Poor stranger in our land, poor solitary orphan, with no other advice, guardian than the singing mistress, whom you touchingly call Mater, I see how I distress and pain you. I cannot help it. Listen, the other evening, Savrin came back from his favorite café in a state of excitement that made me think he came to announce a revolution. It was about you, he stormed. He wept, actually wept me. Philosophical, laughing, Savrin, he had just heard of that atrocious wager made by a Russian barbarian. Everyone praised you for the contempt with which you had treated the savage's insolence, but that you should have been submitted to such an insult without one male friend who had the right to resent and chastise it. You cannot think how Savrin was chafed and galled. You know how he admires, but you cannot guess how he reveres you. And since then he says to me every day that girl must not remain single, better marry any man who has a heart to defend a wife's honor, and the nerve to fire a pistol. Every Frenchman has those qualifications. Here Isura could no longer restrain her emotions. She burst into sobs so vehement, so convulsive, that Madame Savrin became alarmed, but when she attempted to embrace and soothe her, Isura recoiled with a visible shudder, and gasping out "Cruel, cruel," turned to the door and rushed to her own room. A few minutes afterwards, a maid entered the salon with a message to Madame Savrin that Mademoiselle was so unwell that she must beg Madame to excuse her return to the salon. Later in the day, Mrs. Morley called, but Isura would not see her. Meanwhile, poor Raymond was stretched on his sickbed, and in sharp struggle between life and death. It is difficult to disentangle one by one all the threads in a nature so complex as Raymond's. But if we may hazard a conjecture, the grief of disappointed love was not the immediate cause of his illness, and yet it had much to do with it. The goad of Isura's refusal had driven him into seeking distraction in excesses which a stronger frame could not have courted with impunity. The man was thoroughly Parisian in many things, but especially in impatience of any trouble. Did love trouble him, love could be drowned in absinthe, and too much absinthe may be a more immediate cause of congested lungs than the love which the absinthe had lulled to sleep. His bedside was not watched by hirelings. When first taken thus ill to attend to his editorial duties, information was conveyed to the publisher of the Sens Commune, and in consequence of that information, Victor de Maullion came to see the sick man by his bed. He found Savrin, who had called as it were by chance, and seen the doctor, who had said, "It is grave, he must be well nursed." Savrin whispered to de Maullion, "Shall we call in a professional nurse or a soeur de charite?" De Maullion replied also in a whisper, "Somebody told me that the man had a mother." It was true, Savrin had forgotten it. Raymond never mentioned his parents, was not proud of them. They belonged to a lower class of the bourgeoisie, retired shopkeepers, and a red republican is sworn to hate of the bourgeoisie, high or low, while a beautiful young author pushing his way into the Chaussee d'Antin does not proclaim to the world that his parents had sold hosiery in the Rue Saint-Denis. Nevertheless, Savrin knew that Raymond had such parents still living, and took the hint. 2 hours afterwards, Raymond was leaning his burning forehead on his mother's breast. The next morning the doctor said to the mother, "You are worth 10 of me. If you can stay here, we shall pull him through." "Stay here, me own boy," cried indignantly the poor mother. Chapter Roman 8. The day which had inflicted on Isura so keen an anguish was marked by a great trial in the life of Alain de Rochebriant. In the morning he received the notice of uncommandment tendant a cessi immobilier on the part of his creditor Roman 1,000 louviers, in plain English, an announcement that his property at Rochebriant would be put up to public sale on a certain day in case all debts due to the mortgagee were not paid. Before an hour afterwards came a note from Duplessis, stating that he had returned from Bretagne on the previous evening, and would be very happy to see the Marquis de Rochebriant before 2 o'clock, if not inconvenient to call. Alain put the commandment into his pocket and repaired to the Hotel Duplessis. The financier received him with very cordial civility. Then he began, "I am happy to say I left your excellent aunt in very good health. She honored the letter of introduction to her, which I owe to your politeness, with the most amiable hospitalities. She insisted on my removing from the auberge at which I first put up, and becoming a guest under your venerable rooftria, most agreeable lady, and a most interesting chateau. I fear your accommodation was in striking contrast to your comforts at Paris. My chateau is only interesting to an antiquarian enamored of ruins." Pardon me, ruins is an exaggerated expression. I do not say that the chateau does not want some repairs, but they would not be costly. The outer walls are strong enough to defy time for centuries to come, and a few internal decorations, and some modern additions of furniture, would make the old manoir a home fit for a prince. I have been over the whole estate too, with the worthy Roman 1,000 Heberta superb property, which Roman 1,000 louviers appears to appreciate, said Alain, with a somewhat melancholy smile, extending to Duplessis the menacing notice. Duplessis glanced at it and said dryly, Roman 1000 Louvier knows what he is about, but I think we had better put an immediate stop to formalities, which must be painful to a creditor so benevolent. I do not presume to offer to pay the interest due on the security you can give. For the repayment, if you refused that offer from so old a friend as Lemercier, of course, you could not accept it from me. I make another proposal to which you can scarcely object. I do not like to give my scheming rival on the bourse the triumph of so profoundly planned speculation. Aid me to defeat him. Let me take the mortgage on myself and become sole mortgagee. Hushan, this condition that there should be an entire union of interests between us two, that I should be at liberty to make the improvements I desire, and when the improvements be made, there should be a fair arrangement as to the proportion of profits due to me as mortgagee and improver to you as original owner. Attend, my dear Marquis, I am speaking as a mere man of business. I see my way to adding more than a third, I might even say a half to the present revenues of Rochebriant. The woods have been sadly neglected. Drainage alone would add greatly to their produce. Your orchards might be rendered magnificent supplies to Paris with better cultivation. Lastly, I would devote to building purposes or to market gardens all the lands round the two towns of, and I think I can lay my hands on suitable speculators for these last experiments. In a word, though the market value of Rochebriant as it now stands would not be equivalent to the debt on it in 5 or 6 years, it could be made worthwhile. I will not say how much, but we shall be both well satisfied with the result. Meanwhile, if you allow me to find purchasers for your timber, and if you will not suffer the Chevalier de Finisterre to regulate your expenses, you need have no fear that the interest due to me will not be regularly paid, even though I shall be compelled for the first year or two, at least, to ask a higher rate of interest than Louvier exacted, say 1/4% more. And in suggesting that, you will comprehend that this is now a matter of business between us and not of friendship. Alain turned his head aside to conceal his emotion, and then, with the quick affectionate impulse of the genuine French nature, threw himself on the financier's breast and kissed him on both cheeks. You save me, you save the home and the tombs of my ancestors. Thank you, I cannot, but I believe in God. I pray, I will pray for you as for a father. And if ever, he hurried on in broken words, I am mean enough to squander on idle luxuries 1 franc that I should save for the debt due to you. Chide me as a father would chide a graceless son. Moved as Alain was, Duplessis was moved, yet more deeply. What father would not be proud of such a son? Ah, if I had such a one, he said softly. Then, quickly recovering his wonted composure, he added with the sardonic smile which often chilled his friends and alarmed his foes, Monsieur Louvier is about to pass that which I ventured to promise him, a mauvaise courtier. Lend me that commandment tendant to say, I must be off to my avow, with instructions. If you have no better engagement, pray dine with me today, and accompany Valerie and myself to the opera. I need not say that Alain accepted the invitation. How happy Valerie was that evening. Chapter Roman 9. The next day Duplessis was surprised by a visit from Roman 1000 Louvier. That magnate of millionaires had never before set foot in the house of his younger and less famous rival. The burly man entered the room with a face much flushed, and with more than his usual mixture of jovial brusquerie and opulent swagger. Startled to see me, I dare say, began Louvier, as soon as the door was closed. I have this morning received a communication from your agent containing a check for the interest due to me from Roman 1000 Rochebriant, and a formal notice of your intention to pay off the principal on behalf of that popinjay prodigal. Though we two have not hitherto been the best friends in the world, I thought it fair to a man in your station to come to you direct and say, cher confrere, what swindler has bubbled you? You don't know the real condition of this Breton property, or you would never so throw away your millions. The property is not worth the mortgage I have on it by 30,000 louis. Then Roman 1000 Louvier, you will be 30,000 louis the richer if I take the mortgage off your hands. I can afford the loss no offensibiter than you can, and I may have fancies which I don't mind paying for, but which cannot influence another. See, I have brought with me the exact schedule of all details respecting this property. you need not question their accuracy. They have been arranged by the Marquis' own agents Roman 1000 Gandrin and Roman 1000 Hebert. They contain you will perceive every possible item of revenue down to an apple tree. Now look at that, and tell me if you are justified in lending such a sum on such a property. Thank you very much for an interest in my affairs that I scarcely ventured to expect Roman 1000 Louvier to entertain. But I see that I have a duplicate of this paper furnished to me very honestly by Roman 1000 Hebert himself. Besides, I too have fancies which I don't mind paying for, and among them may be a fancy for the lands of Rochebriant. Look you, Duplessis, when a man like me asks a favor, you may be sure that he has the power to repay it. Let me have my whim here, and ask anything you like from me in return. Dazzle not to oblige you, but this has become not only a whim of mine, but a matter of honor, and honor, you know, my dear Roman 1000 Louvier, is the first principle of sound finance. I have myself, after careful inspection of the Rochebriant property, volunteered to its owner to advance the money to pay off your hypothèque. And what would be said on the Bourse if Lucien Duplessis failed in an obligation? I think I can guess what will one day be said of Lucien Duplessis if he make an irrevocable enemy of Paul Louvier Corblumone, share a man of thrice your capital, who watched every speculation of yours with a hostile, I might some beau jour make even you a bankrupt. Forewarned, forearmed, replied Duplessis, imperturbably, fas est ob host docere. I mean, it is right to be taught by an enemy, and I never remember the day when you were otherwise. And yet I am not a bankrupt, though I receive you in a house, which thanks to you is so modest in point of size. Bah, that was a mistake of minind, ha ha, you had your revenge, there that forest. Well, as a peace offering, I will give you up the forest, and content my ambition as a landed proprietor with this bad speculation of Rochebriant. Confound the forest, I don't care for it now. I can sell my place for more than it has cost me to one of your imperial favorites. Build a palace in your forest. Let me have Rochebriant and name your terms. 1,000 pardons, but I have already had the honor to inform you that I have contracted an obligation which does not allow me to listen to terms. As a serpent that after all crawlings and windings rears itself on end, Louvier rose crest erect. So then it is finished. I came here disposed to offer peace. You refuse and declare war. Not at all, I do not declare war. I accept it if forced on me. Is that your last word, Roman 1000 Duplessis? Monsieur Louvier, it is. Bonjour. And Louvier strode to the door. Here he paused. Take a day to consider. Not a moment. Your servant, Monsieur, very humble servant. Louvier vanished. Duplessis leaned his large, thoughtful forehead on his thin, nervous hand. This loan will pinch me, he muttered. I must be very wary now, with such a foe. Well, why should I care to be rich? Valerie's happiness are secured. Chapter Roman 10. Madame Savrin wrote a very kind and very apologetic letter to Isora, but no answer was returned to it. Madame Savrin did not venture to communicate to her husband the substance of a conversation which had ended so painfully. He had in theory a delicacy of tact, which if he did not always exhibit it in practice, made him a very severe critic of its deficiency. In others, therefore unconscious of the offense given, he made a point of calling at Isora's apartments, and leaving word with her servant that he was sure she would be pleased to hear Roman 1000 Rameau was somewhat better, though still in danger. It was not till the third day after her interview with Madame Savrin that Isora left her own room. She did so to receive Mrs. Morley. The fair American was shocked to see the change in Isora's countenance. She was very pale, and with that indescribable appearance of exhaustion which betrays continued want of sleep. Her soft eyes were dim, the play of her lips was gone, her light step weary and languid. My poor darling, cried Mrs. Morley, embracing her, you have indeed been ill. What is the matter? Who attends you? I need no physician, it was, but a passing cold. The air of Paris is very trying. Never mind me, dear, what is the last news? Therewith Mrs. Morley ran glibly through the principal topics of the hour. The breach threatened between Roman 1000 Olivier and his former liberal partisans, The tone, unexpectedly taken by Roman 1000 de Girardin, the speculations as to the result of the trial of the alleged conspirators against the emperor's life, which was fixed to take place towards the end of that month, of genial matters of no slight importance to the interests of an empire sunk deep into the recesses of her fauteuil. Isora seemed to listen quietly, till when a pause came she said, in cold, clear tones, "And Mr. Graham Vane has refused your invitation. I am sorry to say he is so engaged in London." "I knew he had refused," said Isora, with a low, bitter laugh. "Who told you?" "My own good sense told me one may have good sense, though one is a poor scribbler." "Don't talk in that way, it is beneath you to angle for compliments." "Compliments are, and so Mr. Vane has refused to come to Paris. Never mind, he will come next year. I shall not be in Paris." "Then did Colonel Morley see Mr. Vane?" "Oh yes, 2 or 3 times." "He is well?" "Quite well, I believe. At least Frank did not say to the contrary. But from what I hear, he is not the person I took him for. Many people told Frank that he is much changed since he came into his fortunes, grown very stingy, quite miserly, indeed declines even a seat in Parliament. Because of the expense, it is astonishing how money does spoil a man. He had come into his fortune when he was here. Money had not spoiled him then." Isora paused, pressing her hands tightly together. Then she suddenly rose to her feet, the color on her cheek mantling and receding rapidly, and fixing on her startled visitor eyes no longer dim, but with something half fierce, half imploring in the passion of their gaze, said, "Your husband spoke of me to Mr. Vane. I know he Roman 999. What did Mr. Vane answer? Do not evade my question. The truth, I only ask the truth. Give me your hand. Sit here beside me, dearest child." "Child, no, I am a woman, weak as a woman, but strong as a woman, to the truth." Mrs. Morley had come prepared to carry out the resolution she had formed and break to Isora the truth, that which the girl now demanded. But then she had meant to break the truth in her own gentle, gradual way. Thus suddenly called upon, her courage failed her. She burst into tears. Isora gazed at her dry-eyed. "Your tears answer me. Mr. Vane has heard that I have been insulted. A man like him does not stoop to love for a woman who has known an insult. I do not blame him, I honor him, the more his right." "Non, who insulted, who dared to insult you?" Mrs. Morley had never heard the story about the Russian prince. "Mr. Vane spoke to Frank and writes of you to me as of one whom it is impossible not to admire, to respect. But I cannot say it. You will have the truth there. Read and judge for yourself." And Mrs. Morley drew forth and thrust into Isora's hands the letter she had concealed from her husband. The letter was not very long. It began with expressions of warm gratitude to Mrs. Morley, not for her invitation only, but for the interest she had conceived in his happiness. It went on thus: "I join with my whole heart in all that you say, with such eloquent justice of the mental and personal gifts so bounteously lavished by nature on the young lady whom you name. No one can feel more sensible than I of the charm of so exquisite a loveliness. No one can more sincerely join in the belief that the praise which greets the commencement of her career is but the whisper of the praise that will cheer its progress with louder and louder plaudits. He only would be worthy of her hand who, if not equal to herself in genius, would feel raised into partnership with it by sympathy with its objects, and joy in its triumphs. For myself, the same pain with which I should have learned she had adopted the profession which she originally contemplated saddened and stung me when choosing a career that confers a renown yet more lasting than the stage. She no less left behind her the peaceful immunities of private life, were I even free to consult only my own heart in the choice of the one sole partner of my destinies, which I cannot at present honestly say that I am, though I had expected to be so ere this. When I last saw you at Paris, could I even hope, which I have no right to doth, that I could chain to myself any private portion of thoughts which now flow into the large channels by which poets enrich the blood of the world? Still, I say it in self-reproach. It may be the fault of my English rearing. It may rather be the fault of an egotism peculiar to myself. Still, I doubt if I could render happy any woman whose world could not be narrowed to the home that she adorned and blessed. And yet not even the jealous tyranny of man's love could dare to say to natures like hers, of whom we speak, limit to the household glory of one the light which genius has placed in its firmament for the use and enjoyment of all. I thank you so much, said Isora calmly. Suspense makes a woman so weak, certainty so strong. Mechanically she smoothed and refolded the letter mechanically with slow lingering hands. Then she extended it to her friend, smiling. Nay, will you not keep it yourself? Said Mrs. Morley. The more you examine the narrow-minded prejudices, the English arrogant man's jealous dread of superiority, nay, of equality in the woman he can only value as he does his house or his horse, because she is his exclusive property, the more you will be rejoiced to find yourself free for a more worthy choice. Keep the letter, read it, till you feel for the writer forgiveness and disdain. Isora took back the letter and leaned her cheek on her hand, looking dreamily into space. It was some moments before she replied, and her words then had no reference to Mrs. Morley's consolatory exhortation. He was so pleased when he learned that I renounced the career on which I had set my ambition. I thought he would have been so pleased when I sought in another career to raise myself nearer to his level. I see now how sadly I was mistaken. All that perplexed me before in him is explained. I did not guess how foolishly I had deceived myself till 3 days ago. Then I did guess it, and it was that guess which tortured me so terribly that I could not keep my heart to myself. When I saw you today, in spite of all womanly pride, it would force its weight. Oh, the truth. Hush, I must tell you what was said to me by another friend of many a good friend, a wise and kind one, yet I was so angry when she said it that I thought I could never see her more. My sweet darling, who was this friend, and what did she say to you? The friend was Madame Savarin. No woman loves you more, except myself, and she said that she would have suffered no daughter of hers to commit her name to the talk of the world, as I have been exposed to the risk of insult, as I have been, until she had the shelter and protection denied to me, and I have thus overleaped the bound that a prudent mother would prescribe to her child, have become one whose hand men do not seek, unless they themselves take the same roads to notoriety. Do you not think she was right? Not as you so morbidly put it, silly girl, certainly not right, but I do wish that you had the shelter and protection which Madame Savarin meant to express. I do wish that you were happily married to one very different from Mr. Vanon, who would be more proud of your genius than of your beauty, one who would say my name safer far in its enduring nobility than those that depend on titles and lands which are held on the tenure of the popular breath, must be honored by posterity, for she has deigned to make it hers. No democratic revolution can disennoble me. You believe that men will be found to think with complacency that they owe to a wife a name they could not achieve for themselves. Possibly there are such men, where among those that are already united by sympathies in the same callings, the same labors, the same hopes and fears with the women who have left behind them the privacies of home, Madame de Grantmesnil was wrong. Artists should wed with artists. True. Here she passed her hand over her forehead. It was a pretty way of hers when seeking to concentrate thought, and was silent a moment or so. Did you ever feel, she then asked dreamily, that there are moments in life when a dark curtain seems to fall over one's past, that a day before was so clear, so blended with the present, one cannot any longer look behind, the gaze is attracted onward, and a track of fire flashes upon the future which yesterday was invisible. There is a line by some English poet, Mr. Vane once quoted it, not to me but to Roman 1000 Savarin, and in illustration of his argument that the most complicated recesses of thought are best reached by the simplest forms of expression, I said to myself, I will study that truth if ever I take to literature, as I have taken to song. And yes, it was that evening that the ambition fatal to woman fixed on me its relentless fangset in Guienwy, whereon the Laketh sun was setting. But you do not tell me the line that so impressed you, said Mrs. Morley, with a woman's kindly tact. The line, which line? Oh, I remember the line was this. I see as from a tower the end of all. And no kiss me, dearest, never a word again to me about this conversation, never a word about Mr. Vaneth. Dark curtain has fallen on the past. Chapter Roman 11. Men and women are much more like each other in certain large elements of character than is generally supposed, but it is that very resemblance which makes their differences the more incomprehensible to each other, just as in politics theology, or that most disputatious of all things disputable metaphysics, the nearer the reasoners approach each other in points that to an uncritical bystander seem the most important, the more sure they are to start off in opposite directions upon reaching the speck of a pinprick. Now there are certain grand meeting places between man and woman. The grandest of all is on the ground of love, and yet here also is the great field of quarrel, and here the teller of a tale such as mine ought, if he is sufficiently wise to be humble to know that it is almost profanation, if as man he presumes to enter the penetralia of a woman's innermost heart and repeat, as a man would repeat all the vibrations of sound, which the heart of a woman sends forth undistinguishable even to her own ear. I know Isora as intimately as if I had rocked her in her cradle, played with her in her childhood, educated and trained her in her youth, and yet I can no more tell you faithfully what passed in her mind during the 48 hours that intervened between her conversation with that American lady and her reappearance in some commonplace drawing-room than I can tell you what the man in the moon might feel if the sun that his world reflected were blotted out of creation. I can only say that when she reappeared in that commonplace drawing-room world, there was a change in her face, not very perceptible to the ordinary observer. If anything to his eye, she was handsomer, the eye was brighter, the complexion always lustrous, though somewhat pale, the limpid paleness that suits so well with dark hair was yet more lustrous. It was flushed into delicate rose hues that still better suit with dark hair. What then was the change, and change not for the better? The lips once so pensively sweet had grown hard on the brow that had seemed to laugh when the lips did. There was no longer sympathy between brow and lip. There was scarcely seen a fine thread-like line that in a few years would be a furrow on the space between the eyes. The voice was not so tenderly soft, the step was haughtier. What all such change denoted it is for a woman to decide. I can only guess in the mean, while Mademoiselle Cicogna had sent her servant daily to inquire after Roman 1000 Ramo, that I think she would have done under any circumstances. Meanwhile, too, she had called on Madame Savarin, made it up with her, sealed the reconciliation by a cold kiss. That too, under any circumstances, I think she would have done. Under some circumstances, the kiss might have been less cold. There was one thing unwanted in her habits. I mention it, though it is only a woman who can say if it means anything worth noticing. For 6 days she had left a letter from Madame de Grantmesnil, unanswered. With Madame de Grantmesnil was connected the whole of her innermost life, from the day when the lonely desolate child had seen beyond the dusty thoroughfares of life gleams of the fairyland in poetry and art, onward through her restless, dreamy, aspiring youth, and onward till now through all that constitutes the glorious reality that we call romance. Never before had she left for 2 days unanswered letters, which were to her as sibylline leaves to some unquiet neophyte yearning for solutions to enigmas suggested whether by the world without or by the soul within. For 6 days Madame de Grantmesnil's letter remained unanswered, unread, neglected, thrust out of sight, just as when some imperious necessity compels us to grapple with a world, that is, we cast aside the romance which in our holiday hours had beguiled us to a world with which we have interests and sympathies no more. Chapter Roman 12. Gustave recovered, but slowly. The physician pronounced him out of all immediate danger, but said frankly to him, and somewhat more guardedly to his parents, there is ample cause to beware. Look you, my young friend, he added to Ramo, mere brainwork seldom kills a man once accustomed to it like you, but heart work and stomach work and nerve work added to brain work may soon consign to the coffin a frame 10 times more robust than yours. Write as much as you will. That is your vocation. But it is not your vocation to drink absinthito, preside at orgies in the Maison Dorée. Regulate yourself, and not after the fashion of the fabulous Don Juan. Marry, live soberly and quietly, and you may survive the grandchildren of viveurs. Go on as you have done, and before the year is out, you are in Père Lachaise. Ramo listened languidly, but with a profound conviction that the physician thoroughly understood his case. Lying helpless on his bed, he had no desire for orgies at the Maison Dorée. With parched lips thirsty for innocent tisane of lime blossoms, the thought of absinthe was as odious to him as the liquid fire of Phlegethon, if ever sinner became suddenly convinced that there was a good deal to be said in favor of a moral life. That sinner at the moment I speak of was Gustave Rémouse. Certainly, a moral life domus et placens uxor was essential to the poet, who, aspiring to immortal glory, was condemned to the ailments of a very perishable frame. Ah, he murmured plaintively to himself, that girl Isora can have no true sympathy with genius. It is no ordinary man that she will kill in me. And so murmuring, he fell asleep when he woke, and found his head pillowed on his mother's breast. It was much as a sensitive, delicate man may wake, after having drunk too much the night before. Repentant, mournful Maudlin, he began to weep, and in the course of his weeping, he confided to his mother the secret of his heart. Isora had refused him. That refusal had made him desperate. Ah, with Isora, how changed would be his habits, how pure, how healthful. His mother listened fondly, and did her best to comfort him and cheer his drooping spirits. She told him of Isora's messages of inquiry duly twice a day. Rémouse, who knew more about women in general and Isora in particular than his mother conjectured, shook his head mournfully. She could not do less, he said. Has no one offered to do more? Thought of Julie, when he asked that. Madame Rémouse hesitated. The poor Parisians, it is the mode to preach against them, and before my book closes, I shall have to preach, no, not to preach, but to imply plenty of faults to consider and amend. Meanwhile, I try my best to take them, as the philosophy of life tells us to take other people for what they are. I do not think the domestic relations of the Parisian bourgeoisie are as bad as they are said to be in French novels. Madame Rémouse is not an uncommon type of her class. She had been, when she first married, singularly handsome. It was from her that Gustave inherited his beauty, and her husband was a very ordinary type of the French shopkeeper, very plain, by no means intellectual, but gay, good-humored, devotedly attached to his wife, and with implicit trust in her conjugal virtue. Never was trust better placed. There was not a happier nor a more faithful couple in the quartier in which they resided. Madame Rémouse hesitated when her boy, thinking of Julie, asked if no one had done more than send to inquire after him, as Isora had done. After that hesitating pause, she said, yes, a young lady calling herself Mademoiselle Julie Caumartin wished to install herself here as your nurse. When I said, but I am his mother, needs no other nurses, she would have retreated and looked ashamed. Poor thing, I don't blame her if she loved my son, but my son, I say this, if you love her, don't talk to me about that Mademoiselle Sicogna. And if you love Mademoiselle Sicogna, why then your father will take care that the poor girl who loved you, not knowing that you loved another, is not left to the temptation of penury. Rémouse's pale lips withered into a phantom-like sneer. Julie, the resplendent Julie, true only a ballet dancer, but whose equipage in the boys had once been the envy of duchesses. Julie, who had sacrificed fortune for his sake, who freed from him, could have millionaires again at her feet. Julie, to be saved from penury, as a shopkeeper would save an erring nursemaid. Julie, the irrepressible Julie, who had written to him the day before his illness, in a pen dipped not in ink, but in blood from a vein she had opened in her arm. Traitor, I have not seen thee for 3 days. Dost thou dare to love another? If so, I care not how thou attempt to conceal it. Woe to her ingrate, woe to thee. Love is not love unless when betrayed by love, it appeals to death. Answer me quick, quick. Julie. Poor Gustave thought of that letter and groaned. Certainly, his mother was right, ought to get rid of Julie, but he did not clearly see how Julie was to be got rid of. He replied to Madame Rémouse peevishly, don't trouble your head about Mademoiselle Caumartin. She is in no want of money, of course. If I could hope for Isora, but alas, I dare not hope. Give me my tisane. When the doctor called next day, he looked grave, and drawing Madame Rémouse into the next room, he said, we are not getting on so well as I had hoped. The fever is gone, but there is much to apprehend from the debility left behind. His spirits are sadly depressed. Then added the doctor, pleasantly and with that wonderful insight into our complex humanity, in which physicians excel poets, and in which Parisian physicians are not excelled by any physicians in the world, can't you think of any bit of good news? That Roman 1000 Thiers raves about your son's last poem, that it is a question among the academicians between him and Jules Janiner, that the beautiful Duchesse de has been placed in a lunatic asylum because she has gone mad for love of a certain young red Republican whose name begins with R. Can't you think of any bit of similar good news if you can? It will be a tonic to the relaxed state of your dear boy's amour propre, compared to which all the drugs in the pharmacopoeia are moonshine and water, and meanwhile be sure to remove him to your own house, and out of the reach of his giddy young friends as soon as you possibly can. When that great authority thus left his patient's case in the hands of the mother, she said the boy shall be saved. Chapter Roman 13. Isora was seated beside the Venistato whom of late she seemed to cling with greater fondness than ever, working at some piece of embroidery, a labor from which she had been estranged for years. But now she had taken writing, reading, music into passionate disgust. Isora was thus seated silently intent upon her work, and the Venosta in full talk, when the servant announced Madame Rame. The name startled both. The Venosta had never heard that the poet had a mother living, and immediately jumped to the conclusion that Madame Rame must be a wife he had hitherto kept unrevealed. And when a woman still very handsome, with a countenance grave and sad, entered the salon, the Venosta murmured, "The husband's perfidy reveals itself on a wife's face," and took out her handkerchief in preparation for sympathizing tears. "Mademoiselle," said the visitor, halting with eyes fixed on Isora, "pardon my intrusion. My son has the honor to be known to you. Every one who knows him must share in my sorrow, so young, so promising, and in such danger. Me poor boy." Madame Rame stopped abruptly. Her tears forced their way. She turned aside to conceal them. In her twofold condition of being womanhood and genius, Isora was too largely endowed with that quickness of sympathy which distinguishes woman from man and genius from talent, not to be wondrously susceptible to pity. Already she had wound her arm round the grieving mother, already drawn her to the seat from which she herself had risen, and bending over her, had said some words true, conventional enough in themselves, but cooed forth in a voice the softest I ever expect to hear, save in dreams on this side of the grave. Madame Rame swept her hand over her eyes, glanced round the room, and noticing the Venosta in dressing robe and slippers, staring with those Italian eyes, in seeming so quietly innocent, in reality so searchingly shrewd, she whispered pleadingly, "May I speak to you a few minutes alone?" This was not a request that Isora could refuse, though she was embarrassed and troubled by the surmise of Madame Rame's object in asking it. Accordingly, she led her visitor into the adjoining room, and making an apologetic sign to the Venosta, closed the door. Chapter Roman 14. When they were alone, Madame Rame took Isora's hand in both her own, and gazing wistfully into her face, said, "No wonder you are so loved. Yours is the beauty that sinks into the hearts, and rests there. I prize my boy more now that I have seen you. But oh, mademoiselle, pardon me, do not withdraw your hand. Pardon the mother who comes from the sick bed of her only son, and asks if you will assist to save him. A word from you is life or death to him. Nay, nay, do not speak thus, madame. Your son knows how much I value, how sincerely I return his friendship. But, she paused a moment, and continued sadly, and with tearful eyes, I have no heart to give to him to anyone. I would not if I dared ask what it would be violence to yourself, to promise. I do not ask you to bid me return to my son, and say hope and recover. But let me take some healing message from your lips. If I understand your words rightly, I at least may say that you do not give to another the hopes you deny to him. So far you understand me rightly, madame. It has been said that Roman writers give away so much of their hearts to heroes or heroines of their own creation, that they leave nothing worth the giving to human beings like themselves. Perhaps it is so yet, madame, added Isora, with a smile of exquisite sweetness in its melancholy. I have heart enough left to feel for you. Madame Rame was touched. Mademoiselle, I do not believe in the saying you have quoted, but I must not abuse your goodness by pressing further upon you subjects from which you shrink. Only one word more. You know that my husband and I are but quiet tradesfolks, not in the society, nor aspiring to it, to which my son's talents have raised himself. Yet I ask that you will not close here the acquaintance that I have obtruded on Yauder. I ask that I may now and then call on Youset now, and then I may see you at my own home. Believe that I would not here ask anything which your own mother would disapprove, if she overlooked disparities of station. Humble as our home is, slander never passed its threshold. Ah, Madame, I and the Signora Venosta, whom in our Italian tongue I call Mother, can but feel honored and grateful whenever it pleases you to receive visits from us. It would be a base return for such gracious compliance with my request if I concealed from you the reason why I pray heaven to bless you for that answer. The physician says that it may be long before my son is sufficiently convalescent to dispense with a mother's care and resume his former life and occupation in the great world. It is everything for us if we can coax him into coming under our own roof tree. This is difficult to do. It is natural for a young man launched into the world to like his own chez lui. Then what will happen to Gustave? He, lonely and heart-stricken, will ask friends young as himself, but far stronger, to come and cheer him, or he will seek to distract his thoughts by the overwork of his brain. In either case he is doomed, but I have stronger motives yet to fix him a while at our hearth. This is just the moment once lost, never to be regained, when soothing companionship, gentle, reproachless advice can fix him lastingly in the habits and modes of life, which will banish all fears of his future from the hearts of his parents. You at least honor him with friendship, with kindly interest. You, at least, would desire to wean him from all that a friend may disapprove or lament, a creature whom Providence meant to be good and perhaps great. If I say to him, it will be long before you can go out and see your friends, but at my house your friends shall come and see you, among them Signora Venosta and Mademoiselle Cicogna, will now and then drop in, me victory is gained, and my son is saved. Madame, said Isaura, half sobbing, what a blessing to have a mother like you, love, so noble, ennobles those who hear its voice. Tell your son how ardently I wish him to be well, and to fulfill more than the promise of his genius. Tell him also, Thisho, I envy him his mother. Chapter Roman 15. It needs no length of words to inform thee, my intelligent reader, be thou man or woman, but more especially woman, of the consequences following each other, as wave follows wave in a tide, that resulted from the interview with which my last chapter closed. Gustave is removed to his parents' house. He remains for weeks confined within doors, or on sunny days takes an hour or so in his own carriage, drawn by the horse bought from Rochebriant, into byroads remote from the fashionable world. Isaura visits his mother, liking, respecting, influenced by her more and more in those visits. She sits beside the sofa on which Raymond reclines, gradually gentler more and more by his mother's lipsis, impressed on her the belief that it is in her power to save a human life, and to animate its career towards those goals which are never based wholly upon earth, in the earnest eyes of genius, or perhaps in the yet more upward vision of purer-souled, believing woman. And Gustave himself, as he passes through the slow stages of convalescence, seems so gratefully to ascribe to her every step in his progressemes, so gently softened in character seems, so refined from the old affectations, so ennobled above the old cynicism, and, above all, so needing her presence, so sunless, without it, that will need. I finish the sentence, saith reader, will complete what I leave unsaid. Enough that one day Isaura returned home from a visit at Madame Raymond's, with the knowledge that her hand was pledged, her future life disposed of, and that escaping from the Venosta, whom she so fondly, and in her hunger for a mother's love, called matter, the girl shut herself up in her own room with locked doors. Ah, poor child, ah, sweet-voiced Isaura, whose delicate image I feel myself too rude and too hard to transfer to this page, in the purity of its outlines and the blended softnesses of its hue, who, when saying things serious in the words men use, says them with a seriousness so charming, and with looks so feminine, of whom no man I ever knew was quite worthy, a poor, simple, miserable girl. As I see thee now in the solitude of that white-curtained virginal room, hast thou then merged at last thy peculiar star into the cluster of all these commonplace girls, whose lips have said I, when their hearts said Nathu, O brilliant Isaura, thou, O motherless child. She had sunk into her chair, her own favorite chair. The covering of it had been embroidered by Madame de Grantmesnil, and bestowed on her as a birthday present last year, the year in which she had first learned what it is to love, the year in which she had first learned what it is to strive for fame, and somehow uniting, as many young people do, love and fame in dreams of the future. That silken seat had been to her as the tripod of Delphi was to the Pythian she had taken to it, as it were intuitively, in all those hours, whether of joy or sorrow, when youth seeks to prophesy and does but dream. There she sat now, in a sort of stupor, a sort of dreary bewilderment, illusion of the Pythian Gonadesher of dream and of prophecy, alike extinct, pressing her hands together, and muttering to herself, "What has happened? What have I done?" 3 hours later, you would not have recognized the same face that you see now, for then the bravery, the honor, the loyalty of the girl's nature had asserted their command. Her promise had been given to one man, it could not be recalled, thought itself of any other man. Must be banished, on her hearth lay ashes, and tindered last remains of every treasured note from Graham Vane, of the hoarded newspaper extracts that contained his name, the dry treatise he had published, and which had made the lovely Roman surwriter first desire to know something about politics. If the treatise had been upon fox hunting, she would have desired to know something about that, above all, yet distinguishable from the restas, the sparks still upon stem and leaf here, and there faintly glowed and twinkled withered flowers, which recorded that happy hour in the arbor and the walks of the forsaken garden, the hour in which she had so blissfully pledged herself to renounce that career in art wherein fame would have been secured, but which would not have united fame with love and dreams evermore over now. Book Roman chapter Roman 1 Graham Vane had heard nothing for months from Roman 1000 Renard, when one morning he received the letter I translate. Monsieur, I am happy to inform you that I have at last obtained one piece of information which may lead to a more important discovery. When we parted after our fruitless research in Vienna, we had both concurred in the persuasion that for some reason known only to the two ladies themselves, Madame Marigny and Madame Duval, had exchanged names, that it was Madame Marigny who had deceased in the name of Madame Duval, and Madame Duval who had survived in that of Marigny. It was clear to me that the beau monsieur who had visited the false Duval must have been cognizant of this exchange of name, and that if his name and whereabouts could be ascertained, he in all probability would know what had become of the lady who is the object of our research, and after the lapse of so many years he would probably have very slight motive to preserve the concealment of facts, which might no doubt have been convenient at the time. The lover of the soi-disant Mademoiselle Duval was by such accounts as we could gain a man of some rank, very possibly a married man, and the liaison, in short, was one of those which, while they last, necessitate precautions and secrecy. Therefore, dismissing all attempts at further trace of the missing lady, I resolved to return to Vienna as soon as the business that recalled me to Paris was concluded, and devote myself exclusively to the search after the amorous and mysterious monsieur. I did not state this determination to you because possibly I might be in error, if not in error, at least too sanguine in my expectations, and it is best to avoid disappointing an honorable client. One thing was clear, that at the time of the soi-disant Duval's decease, the beau monsieur was at Vienna. It appeared also tolerably clear that when the lady friend of the deceased quitted Munich so privately, it was to Vienna she repaired, and from Vienna comes the letter demanding the certificates of Madame Duval's death. Pardon me if I remind you of all these circumstances, no doubt fresh in your recollection. I repeat them in order to justify the conclusions to which they led me. I could not, however, get permission to absent myself from Paris for the time I might require. Till the end of last April, I had meanwhile sought all private means of ascertaining what Frenchmen of rank and station were in that capital in the autumn of 1849. Among the list of the very few such messieurs, I fixed upon one, as the most likely to be the mysterious Achille. Achille was indeed his nom de baptême. A man of intrigia, bonds fortunes, off lavish expenditure, withal very tenacious of his dignity, and avoiding any petty scandals by which it might be lowered, just the man who, in some passing affair of gallantry with a lady of doubtful repute, would never have signed his titular designation to a letter, and would have kept himself as much incognito as he could. But this man was dead, had been dead some years. He had not died at Vienna, visited that capital for some years before his death. He was then, and had long been, the ami de la maison of one of those grand dames, of whose intimacy grand seigneurs are not ashamed. They parade there, the bonds fortunes they conceal elsewhere. Monsieur and the grand dame were at Baden when the former died. Now Monsieur, a Don Juan of that stamp, is pretty sure always to have a confidential Leporello. If I could find Leporello alive, I might learn the secrets not to be extracted from a Don Juan defunct, I ascertained in truth, both at Vienna, to which I first repaired in order to verify the renseignements I had obtained at Paris, and at Baden, to which I then bent my way, that this brilliant noble had a favorite valet who had lived with him from his youth, an Italian, who had contrived in the course of his service to lay by savings enough to set up a hotel somewhere in Italy, supposed to be Pisa. To Pisa I repaired, but the man had left some years, his hotel had not prospered, had left in debt. No one could say what had become of him. At last, after a long and tedious research, I found him installed as manager of a small hotel at Genoa. Pleasant fellow enough, and after friendly intercourse with him, of course, I lodged at his hotel. I easily led him to talk of his earlier life and adventures, and especially of his former master, of whose splendid career in the army of La Belle Déesse he was not a little proud. It was not very easy to get him to the particular subject in question. In fact, the affair with the poor false Duvel had been so brief and undistinguished an episode in his master's life that it was not without a strain of memory that he reached it. By little and little, however, in the course of 2 or 3 evenings, and by the aid of many flasks of Orviette or bottles of Lacryma wines, monsieur, that I do not commend to anyone who desires to keep his stomach sound and his secrets safe, I gathered these particulars. Our Don Juan, since the loss of a wife in the first year of marriage, had rarely visited Paris, where he had a domicile. His ancestral hotel there he had sold. But happening to visit that capital of Europe a few months before we come to our dates at Aix-la-Chapelle, he made acquaintance with Madame Marigny, a natural daughter of high-placed parents, by whom, of course, she had never been acknowledged, but who had contrived that she should receive a good education at a convent, and on leaving it also contrived that an old soldier of Fortunuhich, means an officer without Fortunuho, had served in Algiers with some distinction, should offer her his hand, and add the modest dot they assigned her to his yet more modest income. They contrived also that she should understand the offer must be accepted. Thus Mademoiselle Quelque chose, became Madame Marigny, and she on her part contrived that a year or so later she should be left a widow after a marriage. Of course, the parents washed their hands of Herthy, had done their duty. At the time Don Juan made this lady's acquaintance, nothing could be said against her character, but the milliners and butchers had begun to imply that they would rather have her money than trust to her character. Don Juan fell in love with her, satisfied the immediate claims of milliner and butcher, and when they quitted Paris, it was agreed that they should meet later at Aix-la-Chapelle. But when he resorted to that sultry, and to my mind unalluring spa, he was surprised by a line from her saying that she had changed her name of Marigny for that of Duvel. I recollect, said Leporello, that 2 days afterwards my master said to me, caution and secrecy, don't mention my name at the house, to which I may send you with any note for Madame Duvel. I don't announce my name. When I call La Petite Marigny has exchanged her name for that of Louise Duvel, and I find that there is a Louise Duvel here, her friend, who is niece to a relation of my own, and a terrible relation to quarrel with that dead shot and unrivaled swordsman Victor de Mauleon. My master was brave enough, but he enjoyed life, and he did not think La Petite Marigny worth being killed for. Leporello remembered very little of what followed. All he did remember is that Don Juan, when at Vienna, said to him one morning, looking less gay than usual, it is finished with Ca Petite Marigny, is no more than. He ordered his bath, wrote a note, and said with tears in his eyes, take this to Mademoiselle Celeste, not to be compared to La Petite Marigny, but La Petite Celeste is still alive. Ah, monsieur, if only any man in France could be as proud of his ruler as that Italian was of my countrymen. Alas, we Frenchmen are all made to command, or at least we think ourselves sowned. We are insulted by one who says to us, serve and obey. Nowadays in France, we find all Don Juans and no Leporellos. After strenuous exertions upon my part to recall to Leporello's mind the important question whether he had ever seen the true Duvel passing under the name of Marigny, whether she had not presented herself to his master at Vienna or elsewhere, rubbed his forehead, and drew from it these reminiscences. On the day that His Excellency Leporello, generally so styled his Master Excellency, as you are aware, is the title an Italian would give to Satan if, taking his wages, told me that La Petite Marigny was no more. He had received previously a lady veiled and mantled whom I did not recognize as anyone I had seen before, but I noticed her way of carrying her hauteur head thrown back, and I thought to myself, that lady is one of his grand dames. She did call again 2 or 3 times, never announcing her name. Then she did not reappear. She might be Madame Duval, I can't say. But did you never hear His Excellency speak of the real Duval after that time? Non mi ricordo, I don't remember. Nor of some living Madame Marigny, though the real one was dead. Stop, I do recollect, not that he ever named such a person to me, but that I have posted letters for him to a Madame Marigny, oh, yes, even years after the said Petite Marigny was dead. And once I did venture to say, pardon me, Excellenza, but may I ask if that poor lady is really dead, since I have to prepay this letter to her? Oh, said he, Madame Marigny, of course the one you know is dead, but there are others of the same name. This lady is of my family. Indeed, her house, though noble in itself, recognizes the representative of mine as its head, and I am too bon prince not to acknowledge and serve anyone who branches out of my own tree. A day after this last conversation on the subject, Leporello said to me, my friend, you certainly have some interest in ascertaining what became of the lady who took the name of Marigny. I state this frankly, monsieur, to show how difficult even for one so prudent as I am to beat about a bush long, but what you let people know the sort of bird you are in search of. Well, said I, she does interest me. I knew something of that Victor de Mauleon, whom His Excellency did not wish to quarrel with, and it would be a kindly act to her relation if one could learn what became of Louise Duval. I can put you on the way of learning all that His Excellency was likely to have known of her through correspondence. I have often heard him quote with praise a saying so clever that it might have been Italian, never write, never burn, that is, never commit yourself. By a letter keep all letters that could put others in your power. All the letters he received were carefully kept and labeled. I sent them to his son in 4 large trunks. His son no doubt has them still. Now, however, I have exhausted my budget. I arrived at Paris last night. I strongly advise you to come hither at once if you still desire to prosecute your search. You, monsieur, can do what I could not venture to do. You can ask the son of Don Juan if amid the correspondence of his father, which he may have preserved, there be any signed Marigny or Duvaliny, in short, which can throw light on this very obscure complication of circumstances. A grand seigneur would naturally be more complacent to a man of your station than he would be to an agent of police. Don Juan's son, inheriting his father's title, is Monsieur le Marquis de Rochebriant, and permit me to add that at this moment, as the journals doubtless inform, you all Paris resounds with the rumor of the coming war, and Monsieur de Rochebriant, who is, as I have ascertained, now in Paris, it may be difficult to find anywhere on earth. A month or 2 hence I have the honor, with profound consideration, Roman 100 Renard. The day after the receipt of this letter, Graham Vane was in Paris. Chapter Roman 2. Among things indescribable is that which is called agitation in Paris. Agitation without riot or violence, issuing itself by no disorderly act, no turbulent outburst. Perhaps the cafes are more crowded. Passengers in the streets stop each other more often and converse in small knots and groups. Yet on the whole there is little externally to show how loudly the heart of Paris is beating. A traveler may be passing through quiet landscapes unconscious that a great battle is going on some miles off, but if he will stop and put his ear to the ground, he will recognize, by a certain indescribable vibration, the voice of the cannon. But at Paris, an acute observer need not stop and put his ear to the ground. He feels within himself a vibration, a mysterious inward sympathy, which communicates to the individual a conscious thrill when the passions of the multitude are stirred, no matter how silently. Tortoni's café was thronged when Duplessis and Frédéric Lemercier entered. It was in vain to order breakfast. No table was vacant either within the rooms or under the awnings without. But they could not retreat so quickly as they had entered. On catching sight of the financier, several men rose and gathered round him, eagerly questioning. What do you think, Duplessis? Will any insult to France put a drop of warm blood into the frigid veins of that miserable Olivier? It is not yet clear "That France has been insulted, messieurs," replied Duplessis phlegmatically. "Bar not insulted, the very nomination of a Hohenzollern to the crown of Spain was an insult. What would you have more?" "I tell you what it is, Duplessis," said the Vicomte de Brézé, whose habitual light good temper seemed exchanged for insolent swaggery. "Tell you what it is, your friend the Emperor has no more courage than a chicken. He is grown old and infirm and lazy. He knows that he can't even mount on horseback, but if before this day week he has not declared war on the Prussians, he will be lucky if he can get off as quietly as poor Louis Philippe did under shelter of his umbrella and ticketed Schmidt. Or could you not, Roman 1000 Duplessis, send him back to London in a bill of exchange?" "For a man of your literary repute, Roman 1000, le Vicomte," said Duplessis, "you indulge in a strange confusion of metaphors. But pardon me, I came here to breakfast, and I cannot remain to quarrel. Come, Lemercier, let us take our chance of a cutlet at the Trois Freres." "Fox, fox," cried Lemercier, whistling to a poodle that had followed him into the café, and frightened by the sudden movement and loud voices of the habitués, had taken refuge under the table. "Your dog is Poltron," said de Brézé. "Call him Nap." At this stroke of humor, there was a general laugh, in the midst of which Duplessis escaped, and Frederick, having discovered and caught his dog, followed with that animal tenderly clasped in his arms. "I would not lose Fox for a great deal," said Lemercier, with effusion, "a pledge of love and fidelity from an English lady, the most distinguished the lady left, meth dog remains." Duplessis smiled grimly. "What a thoroughbred Parisian you are, my dear Frederick. I believe, if the tramp of the last angel were sounding, the Parisians would be divided into two sets. One would be singing the Marseillaise and parading the red flag, the other would be shrugging their shoulders and saying bar, as if le bon Dieu would have the bad taste to injure Paris, the seat of the graces, the school of the arts, the fountain of reason, the eye of the world, and so be found by the destroying angel caressing poodles and making bons mots about les femmes." "And quite right too," said Lemercier complacently. "What other people in the world could retain lightness of heart under circumstances so unpleasant? But why do you take things so solemnly? Of course, there will be war. Idle now to talk of explanations and excuses. When a Frenchman says, 'I am insulted,' he is not going to be told that he is not insulted. He means fighting and not apologizing. But what if there be war? Our brave soldiers beat the Prussian stake. The Rhine returned to Paris, covered with laurels. A new boulevard de Berlin eclipses the boulevard Sebastopol. By the way, Duplessis, a boulevard de Berlin will be a good speculation, better than the Rue de Louvière. Ah, is not that my English friend Graham Varn here?" Quitting the arm of Duplessis, Lemercier stopped a gentleman who was about to pass him, unnoticing. "Bonjour, mon ami, how long have you been at Paris?" "I only arrived last evening," answered Graham, "and my stay will be so short that it is a piece of good luck, my dear Lemercier, to meet with you and exchange a cordial shake of the hand. We are just going to breakfast at the Trois Freres, Duplessis and Ypres join us." "With great pleasure, Roman 1000 Duplessis. I shall be glad to hear from you that the Emperor will be firm enough to check the advances of that martial fever, which, to judge by the persons I meet, seems to threaten delirium." Duplessis looked very keenly at Graham's face, as he replied slowly, "The English at least ought to know that when the Emperor by his last reforms resigned his personal authority for constitutional monarchy, it ceased to be a question whether he could or could not be firm in matters that belonged to the cabinet and the chambers. I presume that if Monsieur Gladstone advised Queen Victoria to declare war upon the Emperor of Russia, backed by a vast majority in Parliament, you would think me very ignorant of constitutional monarchy and parliamentary government if I said I hope Queen Victoria will resist that martial fever. You rebuke me very fairly, Roman 1000 Duplessis, if you can show me that the two cases are analogous, but we do not understand in England that despite his last reforms, the Emperor has so abnegated his individual ascendancy that his will, clearly and resolutely expressed, would not prevail in his council and silence opposition in the chambers. Is it so? I ask for information." The three men were walking on towards the Palais Royal side by side while this conversation proceeded. "That all depends," replied Duplessis, upon what may be the increase of popular excitement at Paris. If it slackens, the emperor no doubt could turn to wise account that favorable pause in the fever. But if it continues to swell, and Paris cries war in a voice as loud as it cried to Louis Philippe revolution, do you think that the emperor could impose on his ministers the wisdom of peace? His ministers would be too terrified by the clamor to undertake the responsibility of opposing it. Would resign. Where is the emperor to find another cabinet, a peace cabinet? What and who are the orators for peace? Whom? A handful who gambetta Jules Favre avowed Republicans would. They even accept the post of ministers to Louis Napoleon. If they did, would not their first step be the abolition of the empire? Napoleon is therefore so far a constitutional monarch in the same sense as Queen Victoria, that the popular will in the country, and in France in such matters Paris, is the country controls the chambers, controls the cabinet. And against the cabinet, the emperor could not contend. I say nothing of the army, a power in France, unknown to you in England, which would certainly fraternize with no peace party. If war is proclaimed, let England blame it. If she will, she can't lament it more than I should. But let England blame, the nation let her blame, if she please, the form of the government, which rests upon popular suffrage. But do not let her blame our sovereign more than the French would blame her own, if compelled by the conditions on which she holds her crown to sign a declaration of war, which vast majorities in a parliament just elected, and a council of ministers whom she could not practically replace, enforced upon her will. Your observations, Roman 1000 Duplessis, impress me strongly, and add to the deep anxieties with which, in common with all my countrymen, I regard the menacing aspect of the present hour. Let us hope the best. Our government, I know, is exerting itself to the utmost verge of its power to remove every just ground of offense, that the unfortunate nomination of a German prince to the Spanish throne could not fail to have given to French statesmen. I am glad you concede that such a nomination was a just ground of offense, said Lemercier rather bitterly, for I have met Englishmen who asserted that France had no right to resent any choice of a sovereign that Spain might make. Englishmen in general are not very reflective politicians in foreign affairs, said Graham, but those who are must see that France could not without alarm the most justifiable contemplate a cordon of hostile states being drawn around her on all sides. Germany is itself so formidable, since the field of Sadua on the east, a German prince in the southwest, the not improbable alliance between Prussia and the Italian kingdom, already so alienated from the France to which it owed so much. If England would be uneasy, were a great maritime power, possessed of Antwerp, how much more uneasy might France justly be if Prussia could add the armies of Spain to those of Germany, and launch them both upon France. But that cause of alarm is over. The Hohenzollern is withdrawn. Let us hope for the best. The three men had now seated themselves at a table in the Trois Freres, and Lemercier volunteered the task of inspecting the menu and ordering the repast, still keeping guard on Fox. Observe that man, said Duplessis, pointing towards a gentleman who had just entered the other day. He was the popular Heraneau in the excitement of threatened war. He is permitted to order his biftec uncongratulated, uncaressed. Such is fame at Paris here today and gone tomorrow. How did the man become famous? He is a painter and refused a decoration, only French painter who ever. Roman 999. And why refuse? Because he is more stared at as the man who refused than he would have been as the man who accepted. If ever the Red Republicans have their day, those among them most certain of human condemnation will be the coxcombs who have gone mad for the desire of human applause. You are a profound philosopher, Roman 1000 Duplessis. I hope not. I have an especial contempt for philosophers. Pardon me a moment, I see a man to whom I would say a word or two. Duplessis crossed over to another table to speak to a middle-aged man of somewhat remarkable countenance, with the red ribbon in his buttonhole, in whom Graham recognized an ex-minister of the emperor, differing from most of those at that day in his cabinet, in the reputation of being loyal to his master and courageous against a mob. Left thus alone with Lemercier, Graham said, "Pray tell me where I can find your friend the Marquis de Rochebriant. I called at his apartment this morning, and I was told that he had gone on some visit into the country taking his valet, and the concierge could not give me his address. I thought myself so lucky on meeting with you who are sure to know. No, I do not. It is some days since I saw Elaine, but Duplessis will be sure to know. Here the financier rejoined them. Mon cher Graham Vaughan wants to know for what Sabine shades Rochibriant has deserted the fumum opes strepitumque of the capital. Ah, the Marquis is a friend of yours, monsieur. I can scarcely boast that honor, but he is an acquaintance whom I should be very glad to see again. At this moment, he is at the Duchesse de Tarascon's country house near Fontainebleau. I had a hurried line from him 2 days ago stating that he was going there on her urgent invitation. But he may return tomorrow at all events. He dines with me on the 8th, and I shall be charmed if you will do me the honor to meet him at my house. It is an invitation too agreeable to refuse, and I thank you very much for it. Nothing worth recording passed further in conversation between Graham and the two Frenchmen. He left them smoking their cigars in the garden and walked homeward by the Rue de Rivoli. As he was passing beside the Magasin du Louvre, he stopped and made way for a lady crossing quickly out of the shop towards her carriage at the door, glancing at him with a slight inclination of her head. In acknowledgment of his courtesy, the lady recognized his features. "Ah, Mr. Vane," she cried almost joyfully, "you are then at Paris, though you have not come to see me." "I only arrived last night, dear," Mrs. Morley said Graham, rather embarrassed, "and only on some matters of business, which unexpectedly summoned me. My stay will probably be very short." "In that case, let me rob you of a few minutes. No, not rob you even of them. I can take you wherever you want to go, and as my carriage moves more quickly than you do on foot, I shall save you the minutes, instead of robbing you of them." "You are most kind, but I was only going to my hotel, which is close by." "Then you have no excuse for not taking a short drive with me in the Champs Elysees." Thus bidden, Graham could not civilly disobey. He handed the fair American into her carriage and seated himself by her side. Chapter Roman 3. Mr. Vane, I feel as if I had many apologies to make for the interest in your life, which my letter to you so indiscreetly betrayed. Oh, Mrs. Morley, you cannot guess how deeply that interest touched me. I should not have presumed so far, continued Mrs. Morley, unheeding the interruption, if I had not been altogether in error as to the nature of your sentiments in a certain quarter. In this, you must blame my American rearing with us. There are many flirtations between boys and girls which come to nothing. But when in my country a man like you meets with a woman like Mademoiselle Cicogna, there cannot be flirtation. His attentions, his looks, his manner reveal to the eyes of those who care enough for him to watch one of two things: either he coldly admires and esteems, or he loves with his whole heart and soul. Woman worthy to inspire such a love. Well, I did watch, and I was absurdly mistaken. I imagined that I saw love, and rejoiced for the sake of both of you to think so. I know that in all countries, our own, as well as yours, love is so morbidly sensitive and jealous that it is always apt to invent imaginary foes to itself. Esteem and admiration never do that. I thought that some misunderstanding, easily removed by the intervention of a third person, might have impeded the impulse of two hearts towards each other, and so I wrote. I had assumed that you loved. I am humbled to the last degree. You only admired and esteemed. Your irony is very keen, Mrs. Morley, and to you it may seem very just. Don't call me Mrs. Morley in that haughty tone of voice. You talk to me as you would talk to a friend. You only esteemed and admired. There is an end of it." "No, there is not an end of it," cried Graham, giving way to an impetuosity of passion, which rarely indeed before another escaped his self-control. "The end of it to me is a life out of which is ever stricken. Such love as I could feel for woman, to me true love, can only come once. It came with my first look on that fatal face. It has never left me in thought, by day, in dreams, by night. The end of it to me is farewell to all such happiness as the one love of a life can promise." But what?" asked Mrs. Morley softly, and very much moved by the passionate earnestness of Graham's voice and words. But he continued with a forced smile, "We Englishmen are trained to the resistance of absolute authority. We cannot submit all the elements that make up our being to the sway of a single despot. Love is the painter of existence. It should not be its sculptor." I do not understand the metaphor. Love colors our life, it should not chisel its form. My dear Mr. Vane, that is very cleverly said, but the human heart is too large and too restless to be quietly packed up in an aphorism. Do you mean to tell me that if you found you had destroyed Isora Sikogna's happiness, as well as resigned your own, that thought would not somewhat deform the very shape you would give to your life? Is it color alone that your life would lose? Ah, Mrs. Morley, do not lower your friend into an ordinary girl, in whom idleness exaggerates the strength of any fancy, over which it dreamily broods. Isora Sikogna has her occupation, her genius, her fame, her career. Honestly speaking, I think that in these she will find a happiness that no quiet hearth could bestow. I will say no more. I feel persuaded that were we two united, I could not make her happy with the irresistible impulse that urges the genius of the writer towards its vent in public sympathy and applause. She would chafe if I said, be contented to be wholly mine, and if I said it not and felt I had no right to say it, and allowed the full scope to her natural ambition, what then she would chafe, yet more to find that I had no fellowship in her aims, and hence that where I should feel pride, I felt humiliation. It would be so, I cannot help it, tease my nature. So be it then. When next year perhaps you visit Paris, you will be safe from my officious interference. Isora will be the wife of another. Graham pressed his hand to his heart with the sudden movement of one who feels there an agonizing spasm. His cheek, his very lips were bloodless. I told you, he said bitterly, that your fears of my influence over the happiness of one so gifted and so strong in such gifts were groundless. You allow that I should be very soon forgotten. I allow no such thing. I wish I could, but do you know so little of a woman's heart? And in matters of heart, I never yet heard that genius had a talisman against emotion. Do you know so little of a woman's heart as not to know that the very moment in which she may accept a marriage, the least fitted to render her happy, is that in which she has lost all hope of happiness in another? Is it indeed so? Murmured Graham. I can conceive it. And have you so little comprehension of the necessities which that fame, that career to which you allow she is impelled by the instincts of genius, impose on this girl, young, beautiful, fatherless, motherless? No matter how pure her life, can she guard it from the slander of envious tongues? Will not all her truest friends, would not you if you were her brother, press upon her by all the arguments that have most weight with the woman who asserts independence in her modes of life, and yet is wise enough to know that the world can only judge of virtue by its shadow reputation, not to dispense with the protection which a husband can alone secure? And that is why I warn you, if it be yet time, that in resigning your own happiness, you may destroy Isora's. She will wed another, but she will not be happy. What a chimera! Or dread your egotism, as man conjures up, oh forsooth, the qualities that charm and delight a world, are to unfit a woman to be helpmate to a man. Fie on you, fie. Whatever answer Graham might have made to these impassioned reproaches was here checked. Two men on horseback stopped the carriage. One was Enguerrand de Vandermeer, the other was the Algerine colonel, whom we met at the supper given at the Maison Dorée by Frédéric Lemercier. Pardon, Madame Morley, said Enguerrand, but there are symptoms of a mopidemic a little further up. The fever began at Belleville, and is threatening the health of the Champs-Élysées. Don't be alarmed. It may be nothing, though it may be much in Paris. One can never calculate an hour beforehand the exact progress of a politico-epidemic fever. At present, I say, bah! A pack of ragged boys, gamins de Paris. But my friend, the colonel, twisting his mustache en souris and amusement, says it is the indignation of Paris at the apathy of the government, under insult to the honor of France, and heaven only knows how rapidly French gamins grow into giants when colonels talk about the indignation of Paris and the honor of France. But what has happened? Asked Mrs. Morley, turning to the colonel. Madame, replied the warrior, it is rumored that the King of Prussia has turned his back upon the ambassador of France, and that the Pekin, who is for peace at any price, Roman 1,000 Olivier, will say tomorrow in the chamber that France submits to a slap in the face. Please, Monsieur de Vandermeer, to tell my coachman to drive home, said Mrs. Morley. The carriage turned and went homeward. The colonel lifted his hat and rode back to see what the gamins were about. Enguerrand, who had no interest in the gamins, and who looked on the colonel as a boor, rode by the side of the carriage. "Is there anything serious in this?" asked Mrs. Morley. "At this moment, nothing. What it may be this hour tomorrow, I cannot say. Oh, Monsieur Vane, bonjour. I did not recognize you at first. Once in a visit at the chateau of one of your distinguished countrymen, I saw two gamecocks turned out facing each other. They needed no pretext for quarreling, neither do France and Prussiano matter. Which gamecock gave the last offense? The two gamecocks must have it out. All that Olivier can do, if he be wise, is to see that the French cock has his steel spurs as long as the Prussians. But this I do say, that if Olivier attempts to put the French cock back into its bag, the empire is gone in 48 hours. That to me is a trifle. I care nothing for the empire. But that which is not a trifle is anarchy and chaos. Better war and the empire than peace and Jules Favre. But let us seize the present hour, Mr. Vane. Whatever happens tomorrow, shall we dine together today? Name your restaurant." "I am so grieved," answered Graham, rousing himself. "I am here only on business, and engaged all the evening." "What a wonderful thing is this life of ours," said Enguerrand. "The destiny of France at this moment hangs on a thread. I, a Frenchman, say to an English friend, let us dine a cutlet today, and a fig for tomorrow, and my English friend, distinguished native of a country with which we have the closest alliance, tells me that in this crisis of France he has business to attend to. My father is quite right. He accepts the Voltairean philosophy and cries vivent less indifference." "My dear Roman 1000 de Vandermeer," said Graham, "in every country you will find the same thing. All individuals massed together constitute public life. Each individual has a life of his own, the claims and the habits and the needs of which do not suppress his sympathies with public life, but imperiously overrule them. Mrs. Morley, permit me to pull the check-string. I get out here." "I like that man," said Enguerrand, as he continued to ride by the fair American. "In language and esprit he is so French." "I used to like him better than you can," answered Mrs. Morley, "but in prejudice and stupidity he is so English. As it seems you are disengaged, come and partake pot au feu with Frank and me." "Charmed to do so," answered the cleverest and best bred of all Parisian Bogarkins. "But forgive me if I quit you soon. This poor France entre nous. I am very uneasy about the Parisian fever. I must run away after dinner to clubs and cafes to learn the last bulletins." "We have nothing like that French legitimist in the States," said the fair American to herself, "unless we should ever be so silly as to make legitimists of the ruined gentlemen of the South." Meanwhile Graham Vane went slowly back to his apartment. No false excuse had he made to Enguerrand. This evening was devoted to Roman 1000 Renard, who told him little he had not known before, but his private life overruled his public. And all that night he, professed politician, thought sleeplessly not over the crisis to France, which might alter the conditions of Europe, but the talk on his private life of that intermeddling American woman. Chapter Roman 4. The next day, Wednesday, July 6th, commenced one of those eras in the world's history in which private life would vainly boast that it overrules life public. How many private lives does such a terrible time influence, absorb, darken, with sorrow crush into graves? It was the day when the Duc de Gramont uttered the fatal speech, which determined the die between peace and war. No one not at Paris on that day can conceive the popular enthusiasm with which that speech was hailed, greater because the warlike tone of it was not anticipated, because there had been a rumor amidst circles, the best informed, that a speech of pacific moderation was to be the result of the imperial council. Rapturous indeed were the applauses with which the sentences that breathed haughty defiance were hailed by the assembly. The ladies in the tribune rose with one accord, waving their handkerchiefs. Tall, stalwart, dark, with Roman features and lofty presence, the minister of France seemed to say with Catiline in the fine tragedy, "Lo, where I stand I am war." Paris had been hungering for some hero of the hour. The Duc de Gramont became at once raised to that eminence. All the journals, save the very few which were friendly to peace, because hostile to the emperor, resounded with praise not only of the speech, but of the speaker. It is with a melancholy sense of amusement that one recalls now to mind those organs of public opinion with what romantic fondness they dwelt on the personal graces of the man who had at last given voice to the chivalry of France, the charming gravity of his countenance, the mysterious expression of his eye. As the crowd poured from the chambers, Victor de Maullion and Savarin, who had been among the listeners, encountered No chance for my friends, the Orleanists now, said Savrin. You, who mock at all parties, are, I suppose, at heart for the Republican. Small chance, too, for that. I do not agree with you. Violent impulses have quick reactions. But what reaction could shake the emperor after he returns a conqueror, bringing in his pocket the left bank of the Rhine? Nanuhan, he does that. Will he do it? Does he himself think he will do it? I doubt. Doubt the French army against the Prussian. Against the German people united eyes very much. But war will disunite the German people. Bavaria will surely assist us. Hanover will rise against the spoliator. Austria, at our first successes, must shake off her present enforced neutrality. You have not been in Germany, and I have. What yesterday was a Prussian army tomorrow will be a German population far exceeding our own in numbers, in hardihood of body, in cultivated intellect, in military discipline. But talk of something else. How is my exeditorper Gustave Rame? Still very weak, but on the mend. You may have him back in his office soon. Impossible. Even in his sickbed, his vanity was more vigorous than ever. He issued a war song, which has gone the round of the war journals, signed by his own name. He must have known very well that the name of such a Tyrtaeus cannot reappear as the editor of Le Sens Commune, that in launching his little firebrand, he burned all vessels that could waft him back to the port he had quitted. But I dare say he has done well for his own interests. I doubt if Le Sens Commune can much longer hold its ground in the midst of the prevalent lunacy. What it has lost subscribers gone off in sale already since it declared for peace. Of course it has, and after the article, which if I live over tonight will appear tomorrow, I should wonder if it's sell enough to cover the cost of the print and paper. Martyr to principle I revere, but I do not envy thee. Martyrdom is not my ambition. If Louis Napoleon be defeated, what then? Perhaps he may be the martyr, and the Favres and Gambettas may roast their own eggs on the gridiron they heat for his majesty. Here an English gentleman, who was the very able correspondent to a very eminent journal, and in that capacity had made acquaintance with Desmoulins, joined the two Frenchmen. Savrin, however, after an exchange of salutations, went his way. May I ask a frank answer to a somewhat rude question? Roman 1000. Le Vicomte, said the Englishman, suppose that the imperial government had today given in their adhesion to the peace party, how long would it have been before their orators in the chamber and their organs in the press would have said that France was governed by poltrons? Probably for most of the 24 hours, but there are a few who are honest in their convictions. Of that few I am one, and would have supported the emperor and his government. No, monsieur, I do not say that. Then the emperor would have turned many friends into enemies, and no enemies into friends. Monsieur, you in England know that a party in opposition is not propitiated when the party in power steals its measures. Pardon me, who is that gentleman? Evidently your countryman, whom I see yonder talking to the secretary of your embassy. He, Mr. Vaingram Vain. Do you not know him? He has been much in Paris, attached to our embassy formerly. A clever man. Much is expected from him. I think I have seen him before, but am not quite sure. Did you say Vain? I once knew a Monsieur Vain, a distinguished parliamentary orator. That gentleman is his son. Would you like to be introduced to him? Not today. I am in some hurry here. Victor lifted his hat in parting salutation, and as he walked away cast at Graham another glance keen and scrutinizing. I have seen that man before, he muttered. Wherein can it be only a family likeness to the father? No, the features are different, the profile. Isha, Mr. Lambert. Why call himself by that name? We disguised. What can he have to do with poor Louise? Both are not questions I can think of now. This warthi's war can it yet be prevented? How it will prostrate all the plans my ambition so carefully schemed. Oh, at least if I were but in the chamber, perhaps I yet may be before the war is ended. Clavigny's have great interest in their department. Chapter Roman 5. Graham had left a note with Rochebriant's concierge requesting an interview on the Marquis' return to Paris, and on the evening after the day just commemorated, he received a line saying that Elaine had come back and would be at home at 9 o'clock. Graham found himself in the Breton's apartment punctually at the hour indicated. Elaine was in high spirits. He burst at once into enthusiastic exclamations on the virtual announcement of war. "Congratulate me, mon cher," he cried. "The news was a joyous surprise to me only so recently as yesterday morning. I was under the gloomy apprehension that the imperial cabinet would continue to back Olivier's craven declaration that France had not been affronted. The Duchesse de Tarascon, at whose campagne I was a guest, is, as you doubtless know, very much in the confidence of the Tuileries. On the first signs of war, I wrote to her saying that whatever the objections of my pride to enter the army as a private in time of peace, such objections ceased on the moment when all distinctions of France must vanish in the eyes of sons eager to defend her banners. The Duchesse, in reply, begged me to come to her campagne and talk over the matter. I went. She then said that if war should break out, it was the intention to organize the mobiles and officer them with men of birth and education irrespective of previous military service, and in that case I might count on my epaulettes. But only 2 nights ago she received a letter, I know not of course from whom, evidently from some high authority, that induced her to think the moderation of the council would avert the war and leave the swords of the mobiles in their sheaths. I suspect the decision of yesterday must have been a very sudden one. See, cher Grammont, see what it is to have a well-born man in a sovereign's councils. If war must come, I at least wish all renown to yourself, but oh, spare me your buts. The English are always too full of them. Where her own interests do not appeal to her, she had no buts for war in India or a march into Abyssinia." Elaine spoke petulantly at that moment. The French were very much irritated by the monitory tone of the English journals. Graham prudently avoided the chance of rousing the wrath of a young hero yearning for his epaulettes. "I am English enough," said he with good-humored courtesy, "to care for English interests, and England has no interest abroad dearer to her than the welfare and dignity of France. And now let me tell you why I presumed on an acquaintance less intimate than I could desire to solicit this interview on a matter which concerns myself, and in which you could perhaps render me a considerable service. If I can count it rendered, move to this sofa, join me in a cigar, and let us talk at ease. Comme de via armies whose fathers or brothers might have fought side by side in the Crimea." Graham removed to the sofa beside Rochebriant, and after 1 or 2 whiffs laid aside the cigar and began. "Among the correspondence which monsieur your father has left, are there any letters of no distant date signed Marigny? Madame Marigny, pardon me, I should state my motive in putting this question. I am entrusted with a charge, the fulfillment of which may prove to the benefit of this lady or her child. Such fulfillment is a task imposed upon my honor, but all the researches to discover this lady which I have instituted stop at a certain date with this information, viz., that she corresponded occasionally with the late Marquis de Rochebriant, that he habitually preserved the letters of his correspondence, and that these letters were severally transmitted to you at his decease." Elaine's face had taken a very grave expression while Graham spoke, and he now replied with a mixture of haughtiness and embarrassment. "The boxes containing the letters my father received and preserved were sent to me, as you say. The larger portion of them were from ladies, sorted and labeled, so that in glancing at any letter in each packet, I could judge of the general tenor of these in the same packet, without the necessity of reading them. All packets of that kind, Monsieur Vane, I burned. I do not remember any letters signed Marigny. I perfectly understand, my dear Marquis, that you would destroy all letters which your father himself would have destroyed if his last illness had been sufficiently prolonged. But I do not think the letters I mean would have come under that classification. Probably they were short, and on matters of business relating to some third person, for instance, of the name of Louise or of Duvel. Stop, let me think. I have a vague remembrance of 1 or 2 letters, which rather perplexed me. They were labeled Louise de Mem, to make further inquiries as to the fate of her uncle. Marquis, these are the letters I seek. Thank heaven you have not destroyed them." "No, there was no reason why I should destroy, though I really cannot state precisely any reason why I kept them. I have a very vague recollection of their existence." I entreat you to allow me at least a glance at the handwriting and compare it with that of a letter I have about me. And if the several handwritings correspond, I would ask you to let me have the address, which according to your father's memorandum will be found in the letters you have preserved. To compliance with such a request, I not only cannot demur, but perhaps it may free me from some responsibility, which I might have thought the letters devolved upon my executorship. I am sure they did not concern the honor of any woman of any family, for in that case I must have burned them. Our Marquis shake hands there, in such concord between man and man, there is more entente cordiale between England and France than there was at Sebastopol. Now, let me compare the handwritings. The box that contained the letters is not here. I left it at Rochebriant. I will telegraph to my aunt to send it the day after tomorrow. It will no doubt arrive breakfast with me that day, say at 1 o'clock, and after breakfast, the box. How can I thank you? Thank me, but you said your honor was concerned in your requests, affecting honor between men, ill faut, is a ceremony of course like a bow between them. One bows, the other returns the bow. Thanks on either side. Now that we have done with that matter, let me say that I thought your wish for our interview originated in a very different cause. What could that be? Nay, do you not recollect that last talk between us, when with such loyalty you spoke to me about Mademoiselle Cicogna, and supposing that there might be rivalship between us, retracted all that you might have before said to warn me against fostering the sentiment with which she had inspired me, even at the first slight glance of a face, which cannot be lightly forgotten by those who have once seen it. I recollect perfectly every word of that talk, Marquis, answered Graham calmly, but with his hand concealed within his vest, and pressed tightly to his heart. The warning of Mrs. Morley flashed upon him. Was this the man to seize the prize he had put aside? This man, younger than himself, handsomer than himself, higher in rank. I recollect that talk, Marquis. Well, what then? In my self-conceit, I supposed that you might have heard how much I admired Mademoiselle Cicogna, how, having not long since met her at the house of Duplessis, who, by the way, writes me word that I shall meet you chez Louis tomorrow, I have since sought her society wherever there was a chance to find it. You may have heard at our club or elsewhere how I adore her genius. Ho, I say that nothing so Breton that is so pure and so lofty has appeared, and one readers since the days of Chateaubriand. And you, knowing that les absents Aunt Tauger's tort, come to me and ask Monsieur de Rochebriant, are we rivals? I expected a challenge. You relieve my mind. You abandon the field to me. At the first I warned the reader how improved from his old mauvaise haunt a year or so of Paris life would make our beau Marquis, how a year or two of London life, with its horsey slang and its fast girls of the period, would have vulgarized an English Rochebriant. Graham gnawed his lips and replied quietly, I do not challenge. Am I to congratulate you? No, that brilliant victory is not for me. I thought that was made clear in the conversation I have referred to. But if you have done me the honor to be jealous, I am exceedingly flattered. Speaking seriously, if I admired Mademoiselle Cicogna when you and I last met, the admiration is increased by the respect with which I regard a character so simply noble. How many women older than she would have been spoiled by the adulation that has followed her literary success? Show few women so young, placed in a position so critical, having the courage to lead a life so independent, would have maintained the dignity of their character free from a single indiscretion. I speak not from my own knowledge, but from the report of all who would be pleased enough to censure, if they could find a cause. Good society is the paradise of mauvaises langues. Graham caught Elaine's hand and pressed it, but made no answer. The young Marquis continued. You will pardon me for speaking thus freely, in the way that I would wish any friend to speak of the demoiselle who might become my wife. I owe you much, not only for the loyalty with which you address me in reference to this young lady, but for words affecting my own position in France, which sank deep into my mind, saved me from deeming myself a proscrit in my own land, filled me with a manly ambition not stifled amidst the thick of many effeminate follies, and, in fact, led me to the career which is about to open before me, and in which my ancestors have left me no undistinguished examples. Let us speak then a cœur ouvert, as one friend to another. Has there been any misunderstanding between you and Mademoiselle Cicogna which has delayed your return to Paris? if so, is it over now? There has been no such misunderstanding. Do you doubt whether the sentiments you expressed in regard to her when we met last year are returned? I have no right to conjecture her sentiments. You mistake altogether. I do not believe that I am dunce enough to mistake your feelings towards Mademoiselle Ethy may be read in your face at this moment. Of course, I do not presume to hazard a conjecture as to those of Mademoiselle towards yourself, but when I met her not long since at the house of Duplessis, with whose daughter she is intimate, I chanced to speak to her of you, and if I may judge by looks and manner, I chose no displeasing theme. You turn away, I offend you. Offend no, indeed, but on this subject I am not prepared to converse. I came to Paris on matters of business much complicated, and which ought to absorb my attention. I cannot longer trespass on your evening. The day after tomorrow, then, I will be with you at 1 o'clock. Yes, I hope then to have the letters you wish to consult, and meanwhile, we meet tomorrow at the Hotel Duplessis. Chapter Roman 6. Graham had scarcely quitted Elaine, and the young Marquis was about to saunter forth to his club when Duplessis was announced. These two men had naturally seen much of each other since Duplessis had returned from Bretagne and delivered Elaine from the gripe of Louviers. Scarcely a day had passed, but what Elaine had been summoned to enter into the financier's plans for the aggrandizement of the Rochebriant estates, and delicately made to feel that he had become a partner in speculations which, thanks to the capital and the abilities Duplessis brought to bear, seemed likely to result in the ultimate freedom of his property from all burdens and the restoration of his inheritance to a splendor correspondent with the dignity of his rank. On the plea that his mornings were chiefly devoted to professional business, Duplessis arranged that these consultations should take place in the evenings. From those consultations Valerie was not banished. Duplessis took her into the council. As a matter of course, Valerie, said the financier to Elaine, though so young, has a very clear head for business, and she is so interested in all that interests myself, that even where I do not take her opinion, I at least feel my own made livelier and brighter by her sympathy. So the girl was in the habit of taking her work or her book into the cabinet de travail, and never obtruding a suggestion unasked. Still, when appealed to, speaking with a modest good sense, which justified her father's confidence and praise, and apropos of her book, she had taken Chateaubriand into peculiar favor. Elaine had respectfully presented to her beautifully bound copies of Atala and Les Génies du Christianisme. It is astonishing indeed how he had already contrived to regulate her tastes in literature. The charms of those quiet family evenings had stolen into the young Breton's. He yearned for none of the gayer reunions in which he had before sought for a pleasure that his nature had not found. For, amidst the amusements of Paris, Elaine remained intensely Breton, viz., formed eminently for the simple joys of domestic life, associating the sacred hearthstone with the antique religion of his fathers, gathering round it all the images of pure and noble affections, which the romance of a poetic temperament had evoked from the solitude which had surrounded a melancholy boyhood and uncontaminated youth. Duplessis entered abruptly, and with a countenance much disturbed from its wonted saturnine composure. "Marquis, what is this? I have just heard from the Duchesse de Tarascon. Can it be you ask military service in this Alomand? Where are you?" "My dear and best friend," said Elaine, very much startled, "I should have thought that you of all men in the world would have most approved of my request to you, so devoted an imperialist to you, indignant that the representative of one of these families, which the first Napoleon so eagerly and so vainly courted, should ask for the grade of South Lieutenant in the armies of Napoleon, the third. You, who of all men know how ruined are the fortunes of a Rochebriant, you feel surprised that he clings to the noblest heritage his ancestors have left to him. Their sword. I do not understand you." "Marquis," said Duplessis, seating himself, and regarding Elaine with a look in which were blended the sort of admiration and the sort of contempt with which a practical man of the world, who, having himself gone through certain credulous follies, has learned to despise the follies, but retains a reminiscence of sympathy with the fools they bewitch. "Marquis, pardon me, you talk finely, but you do not talk common sense. I should be extremely pleased if your legitimate scruples had allowed you to solicit, or rather to accept, a civil appointment not unsuited to your rank under the ablest sovereign as a civilian to whom France can look for rational liberty, combined with established order, such openings to a suitable career you have rejected. But who on earth could expect you never trained to military service to draw a sword hitherto sacred to the Bourbons on behalf of a cause which the madness, I do not say of France, but of Paris has enforced on a sovereign against whom you would fight tomorrow if you had a chance of placing the descendant of Henry Roman IV on his throne. I am not about to fight for any sovereign, but for my country against the foreigner. An excellent answer if the foreigner had invaded your country, but it seems that your country is going to invade the foreigner, a very different thing. Chut, all this discussion is most painful to me. I feel for the emperor a personal loyalty, and for the hazards he is about to encounter a prophetic dread, as an ancestor of yours might have felt for Francis Roman. One could he have foreseen. Pavia, let us talk of ourselves, and the effect the war should have upon our individual action. You are aware, of course, that though Roman 1000 Luvia has had notice of our intention to pay off his mortgage, that intention cannot be carried into effect for 6 months. If the money be not then forthcoming, his hold on Rochebriant remains unshaken. Sum is large. Alas, yes. The war must greatly disturb the money market, affect many speculative adventures and operations, when at the very moment credit may be most needed. It is absolutely necessary that I should be daily at my post on the bourse, and hourly watch the ebb and flow of events. Under these circumstances, I had counted, permit me to count still on your presence in Bretagne. We have already begun negotiations on a somewhat extensive scale, whether as regards the improvement of forests and orchards, or the plans for building allotments, as soon as the lands are free for disposal. For all these the eye of a master is required. I entreat you then to take up your residence at Rochebriant. My dear friend, this is but a kindly and delicate mode of relieving me from the dangers of war. I have, as you must be conscious, no practical knowledge of business. Hebert can be implicitly trusted, and will carry out your views with a zeal equal to mine, and with infinitely more ability. Marquis, pray neither to Hercules nor to Hebert. If you wish to get your own cart out of the ruts, put your own shoulder to the wheel. Elaine colored high, unaccustomed to be so bluntly addressed, but he replied with a kind of dignified meekness, I shall ever remain grateful for what you have done and wish to do for me, but assuming that you suppose rightly the estates of Rochebriant would in your hands become a profitable investment and more than redeem the mortgage, and the sum you have paid Louvier on my account, let it pass to you irrespectively of me. I shall console myself in the knowledge that the old place will be restored, and those who honored its old owners prosper in hands so strong, guided by a heart so generous. Duplessis was deeply affected by these simple words. They seized him on the tenderest side of his character, for his heart was generous, and no one except his lost wife and his loving child had ever before discovered it to be so. Has it ever happened to you, reader, to be appreciated on the one point of the good or the great that is in Yaon, which secretly you value yourself most, but for which nobody not admitted into your heart of hearts has given you credit? If that has happened to you, judge what Duplessis felt when the fittest representative of that divine chivalry, which if sometimes deficient in head, owes all that exalts it to riches of heart, spoke thus to the professional moneymaker, whose qualities of head were so acknowledged that a compliment to them would be a hollow impertinence, and whose qualities of heart had never yet received a compliment. Duplessis started from his seat and embraced Elaine, murmuring, listen to me, I love you, I never had a son mine, Rochebriant shall be my daughter's dot. Elaine returned the embrace, and then recoiling said, Father, your first desire must be honor for your son. You have guessed my secret. I have learned to love Valerie, seeing her out in the world. She seemed like other girls, fair and commonplace. Seeing her at your house, I have said to myself, there is the one girl fairer than all others in my eyes, and the one individual to whom all other girls are commonplace. Is that true, is it? True does a gentle hum ever lie, and out of that love for her has grown this immovable desire to be something worthy of her, something that may lift me from the vulgar platform of men who owe all to ancestors, nothing to themselves. Do you suppose for one moment that I, saved from ruin and penury by Valerie's father, could be base enough to say to her, in return be Madame la Marquise de Rochebriant, do you suppose that I whom you would love and respect as son could come to you and say I am oppressed by your favors, I am crippled with debts, give me your millions, and we are quits, no duplicis, you so well descended, yourself so superior, as man amongst men, that you would have one name and position, had you been born the son of a Choubliquieu, would eternally despise the noble who in days when all that we Bretons deem holy in noblesse are subjected to ridicule and contempt, should so vilely forget the only motto which the scutcheons of all gentilhommes have in common, noblesse oblige, war with all its perils, and all its grandeur lifts on high the banners of Franceur, in which every ancestor of mine, whom I care to recall, aggrandize the name that descends to me. Let me then do as those before me have done, let me prove that I am worth something in myself, and then you and I are equals, and I can say with no humbled crest your benefits are accepted. The man who has fought not ignobly for France may aspire to the hand of her daughter. Give me Valerie, as to her dot bit so Rochebriant it will pass to her children. Elaine, Elaine, my friend, my son, but if you fall, Valerie will give you a nobler son. Duplessis moved away sighing heavily, but he said no more in deprecation of Elaine's martial resolves. A Frenchman, however practical, however worldly, however philosophical he may be, who does not sympathize with the follies of honor, who does not concede indulgence to the hot blood of youth, when he says my country is insulted and her banner is unfurled, may certainly be a man of excellent common sense. But if such men had been in the majority, Gaul would never have been France. Gaul would have been a province of Germany. And as Duplessis walked homeward, the calmest and most far-seeing of all authorities on the Bourse, man who, excepting only de Maullion, most decidedly deemed the cause of the war a blunder, and most forebodingly anticipated its issues, caught the prevalent enthusiasm. Everywhere he was stopped by cordial hands, everywhere met by congratulating smiles. How right you have been, Duplessis, when you have laughed at those who have said the emperor is ill, decrepit, done up. Vive l'empereur, at least we shall be face to face with those insolent Prussians. Before he arrived at his home, passing along the boulevards, greeted by all the groups, enjoying the cool night air before the cafés, Duplessis had caught the war epidemic. Entering his hotel, he went at once to Valerie's chamber. Sleep well tonight, child. Elaine has told me that he adores thee, and if he will go to the war, it is that he may lay his laurels at thy feet. Bless thee, my child, thou couldst not have made a nobler choice. Whether after these words Valerie slept well or not, 'tis not for me to say, but if she did sleep, I venture to guess that her dreams were rose-colored. Chapter Romans 7. All the earlier part of that next day Graham Vane remained indoors. A lovely day at Paris, that 8th of July, and with that summer day all hearts at Paris were in unison. Discontent was charmed into enthusiasm. Belleville and Montmartre forgot the visions of communism and socialism, and other isms not to be realized, except in some undiscovered Atlantis. The emperor was the idol of the day. The names of Jules Favre and Gambetta were bywords of scorn. Even Armand Monnier, still out of work, beginning to feel the pinch of want and fierce for any revolution that might turn topsy-turvy the conditions of labor. Reverend Armand Monnier was found among groups that were laying immortelles at the foot of the column in the Place Vendôme, and heard to say to a fellow malcontent, with eyes uplifted to the statue of the first Napoleon, do you not feel at this moment that no Frenchman can be long angry with the little corporal? He denied la liberté, but he gave la gloire. Heeding not the stir of the world without, Graham was compelling into one resolve the doubts and scruples which had so long warred against the heart, which they ravaged, but could not wholly subdue. The conversations with Mrs. Morley and Rochebriant had placed in a light in which he had not before regarded it the image of Isora. He had reasoned from the starting point of his love for her, and had sought to convince himself that against that love it was his duty to strive. But now a new question was addressed to his conscience, as well as to his heart. What though he had never formally declared to her his affection, ever in open words wooed her, as his own, ever even hinted to her the hopes of a union, which at one time he had fondly entertained, still was it true that his love had been too transparent not to be detected by her, and not to have led her on to return it. Certainly he had, as we know, divined that he was not indifferent to her at Enghien a year ago, that he had gained her esteem, and perhaps interested her fancy. We know also how he had tried to persuade himself that the artistic temperament, especially when developed in women, is too elastic to suffer the things of real life to have lasting influence over happiness or sorrow, that, in the pursuits in which her thought and imagination found employ in the excitement they sustained and the fame to which they conduced, Isora would be readily consoled for a momentary pang of disappointed affection, and that a man so alien as himself, both by nature and by habit from the artistic world, was the very last person who could maintain deep and permanent impression on her actual life or her ideal dreams. But what if, as he gathered from the words of the fair American, what if in all these assumptions she was wholly mistaken? What if in previously revealing his own heart he had decoyed hers? What if by a desertion she had no right to anticipate he had blighted her future? What if this brilliant child of genius could love as warmly, as deeply, as enduringly as any simple village girl, to whom there is no poetry except love? If this were so, hat became the first claim on his honor, his conscience, his duty. The force which, but a few days ago, his reasonings had given to the arguments that forbade him to think of Isora became weaker and weaker as now, in an altered mood of reflection, he resummoned and reweighed them. All those prejudices which had seemed to him such rational common-sense truths, when translated from his own mind into the words of Lady Janet's letter, was not Mrs. Morley right in denouncing them as the crotchets of an insolent egotism? Was it not rather to the favor than to the disparagement of Isora, regarded even in the man's narrow-minded view of woman's dignity, that this orphan girl could, with character so unscathed, pass through the trying ordeal of the public babble, the public gaze, command alike the esteem of a woman so pure as Mrs. Morley, the reverence of a man so chivalrously sensitive to honor as Elaine de Rochebriant? Musing thus, Graham's countenance at last brightened. A glorious joy entered into and possessed him. He felt as a man who had burst asunder the swathes and trammels which had kept him galled and miserable with the sense of captivity, and from which some wizard spell that took strength from his own superstition had forbidden to struggle. He was free, and that freedom was rapturous. His resolve was taken. The day was now far advanced. He should have just time before the dinner with Duplessis to drive to where he still supposed Isora resided. How, as his fiacre rolled along the well-remembered road, how completely he lived in that world of romance of which he denied himself to be a denizen. Arrived at the little villa, he found it occupied only by workmen. It was under repair. No one could tell him to what residence the ladies who occupied it the last year had removed. I shall learn from Mrs. Morley, thought Graham, and at her house he called in going back, but Mrs. Morley was not at home. He had only just time, after regaining his apartment, to change his dress for the dinner to which he was invited. As it was, he arrived late, and while apologizing to his host for his want of punctuality, his tongue faltered at the farther end of the room. He saw a face paler and thinner than when he had seen it last, a face across which a something of grief had gone. The servant announced that dinner was served. "Mr. Vane," said Duplessis, "will you take into dinner Mademoiselle Sicogna?" Book Roman 11, Chapter Roman 1, among the frets and checks to the course that never did run smooth, there is one which is sufficiently frequent for many a reader will remember the irritation it caused him. You have counted on a meeting with the beloved one unwitnessed by others, an interchange of confessions and vows which others may not hear. You have arranged almost the words in which your innermost heart is to be expressed, pictured to yourself the very looks by which those words will have their sweetest reply. The scene you have thus imagined appears to you vivid and distinct, as if foreshown in a magic glass, and suddenly, after long absence, the meeting takes place in the midst of a common companionship. Nothing that you wish to say can be said. The scene you pictured is painted out by the irony of chance, and groups and backgrounds of which you had never dreamed start forth from the disappointing canvas, happy, if that be all. But sometimes, by a strange, subtle intuition, you feel that the person herself is changed, and sympathetic with that change, a terrible chill comes over your own heart. Before Graham had taken his seat at the table beside Isora, he felt that she was changed to him. He felt it by her very touch, as their hands met at the first greeting, the tone of her voice, in the few words that passed between them, by the absence of all glow in the smile which had once lit up her face, as a burst of sunshine lights up a day in spring, and gives a richer gladness of color to all its blooms. Once seated side by side, they remained for some moments silent. Indeed, it would have been rather difficult for anything less than the wonderful intelligence of lovers, between whom no wall can prevent the stolen interchange of tokens, to have ventured private talk of their own, amid the excited converse, which seemed all eyes, all tongues, all ears, admitting no one present to abstract himself from the common emotion. Englishmen do not recognize the old classic law, which limited the number of guests. Where banquets are meant to be pleasant to that of the 9 muses, they invite guests so numerous and so shy of launching talk across the table that you may talk to the person next to you not less secure from listeners than you would be in talking with the stranger whom you met. At a well in the Sahara, it is not so except on state occasions. At Paris, difficult there to retire into solitude with your next neighbor. The guests collected by Duplessis completed with himself the number of the sacred 9th host: Valérie, Rochebriant, Graham, Isora, Signora Venosta, la Duchesse de Tarascon, the wealthy and highborn imperialist prince, and last and least one who shall be nameless. I have read somewhere, perhaps in one of the books which American superstition dedicates to the mysteries of spiritualism, how a gifted seer, technically styled medium, sees at the opera a box which to other eyes appears untenanted and empty, but to him is full of ghosts well dressed in costume de règle, gazing on the boards and listening to the music. Like such ghosts are certain beings whom I call lookerson. Though still living, they have no share in the life they survey. They come as from another world to hear and to see what is passing in ours. In ours they lived once, but that troubled sort of life they have survived still. We amuse them as stage players and puppets amuse ourselves. One of these lookerson completed the party at the house of Duplessis. How lively, how animated the talk was at the financier's pleasant table that day, the 8th of July. The excitement of the coming war made itself loud in every Gallic voice, and kindled in every Gallic eye. Appeals at every second minute were made, sometimes courteous, sometimes sarcastic, to the Englishman, promising son of an eminent statesman, and native of a country in which France is always coveting an ally and always suspecting an enemy. Certainly Graham could not have found a less propitious moment for asking Isora if she really were changed, and certainly the honor of Great Britain was never less ably represented, that is saying a great deal, than it was on this occasion, by the young man reared to diplomacy and aspiring to parliamentary distinction. He answered all questions with a constrained voice and an insipid smile, questions pointedly addressed to him as to what demonstrations of admiring sympathy with the gallantry of France might be expected from the English government and people, what his acquaintance with the German races led him to suppose would be the effect on the southern states of the first defeat of the Prussians, whether the man called Moltke was not a mere strategist on paper, a crotchety pedant, whether if Belgium became so enamored of the glories of France as to solicit fusion with her people, England would have a right to offer any objection. Roman 100. I do not think that during that festival Graham once thought 1/1,000,000th so much about the fates of Prussia and France as he did think, why is that girl so changed to me? Merciful heaven, is she lost to my life? By training, by habit, even by passion, the man was a genuine politician, cosmopolitan, as well as patriotic, accustomed to consider what effect every vibration in that balance of European power, which no deep thinker can despise, must have on the destinies of civilized humanity, and on those of the nation to which he belongs. But are there not moments in life when the human heart suddenly narrows the circumference to which its emotions are extended? As the ebb of a tide, it retreats from the shores it had covered on its flow, drawing on, with contracted waves, the treasure trove it has selected to hoard amid its deeps. Chapter Roman 2. On quitting the dining room, the Duchesse de Tarascon said to her host, on whose arm she was leaning, of course you and I must go with the stream, but is not all the fine talk that has passed today at your table, and in which we too have joined, a sort of hypocrisy? I may say this to you, I would say it to no other. And I say to you, Madame la Duchesse, that which I would say to no other. Thinking over it, as I sit alone, I find myself making a terrible hazard, but when I go abroad and become infected by the general enthusiasm, I pluck up gaiety of spirit and whisper to myself, true, but it may be an enormous gain too. Get the left bank of the Rhine is a trifle, but to check in our next neighbor a growth, which a few years hence would overtop us, that is no trifle. And be the gain worth the hazard or not, could the emperor, could any government likely to hold its own, for a week have declined to take the chance of the die. The Duchesse mused a moment, and meanwhile the two seated themselves on a divan in the corner of the salon. Then she said very slowly, no government that held its tenure on popular suffrage could have done so, but if the emperor had retained the personal authority which once allowed the intellect of one man to control and direct the passions of many, I think the war would have been averted. I have reason to know that the emperor gave his emphatic support to the least bellicose members of the council, and that Gramont's speech did not contain the passage that precipitates hostilities when the council, in which it was framed, broke up. These fatal ministers found the chamber, and the reports of the popular excitement, which could not be resisted without imminent danger of revolution. It is Paris that has forced the war on the emperor. But enough of this subject, what must be must. And as you say, the gain may be greater than the hazard. I come to something else. You whispered to me before we went in to dinner a sort of complaint, which wounds me sensibly. You say I had assisted to a choice of danger and possibly of death, a very distant connection of mine, who might have been a very near connection of yours. You mean Alain de Rochebriant. Yes, I accept him as a suitor for the hand of my only daughter. I am so glad, not for your sake so much as for his. No one can know him well without appreciating in him the finest qualities of the finest order of the French noble. But having known your pretty Valerie so long, my congratulations are for the man who can win her. Meanwhile, hear my explanation. When I promised Elaine any interest I can command for the grade of officer in a regiment of mobiles, I knew not that he had formed, or was likely to form, ties or duties to keep him at home. I withdraw my promise. No Duchesse fulfill it. I should be disloyal indeed if I robbed a sovereign under whose tranquil and prosperous reign I have acquired with no dishonor the fortune which order proffers to commerce of one gallant defender in the hour of need. And speaking frankly, if Elaine were really my son, I think I am Frenchman enough to remember that France is my mother. Say no more, my friend, say no more, cried the Duchesse, with the warm blood of the heart rushing through all the delicate coatings of pearl powder. If every Frenchman felt as you do, if, in this Paris of ours, all hostilities of class may merge in the one thought of the common country, if in French hearts there yet thrills the same sentiment as that which in the terrible days, when all other ties were rent asunder, revered France as mother, and rallied her sons to her aid against the confederacy of Europe, then we need not grow pale with dismay at the sight of a Prussian needle-gun hissed. Look yonder. Is not that a tableau of youth in Arcady worlds rage around, and love unconcerned whispers to love? The Duchesse here pointed to a corner of the adjoining room in which Elaine and Valerie sat apart, he whispering into her ear, her cheek downcast, and even seen at that distance, brightened by the delicate tenderness of its blushes. Chapter Roman 3. But in that small assembly there were two who did not attract the notice of Duplessis or of the lady of the imperial court, while the prince and the placid Lookeran were engaged at a contest of écarté with the lively Venosta for the gallery, interposing criticisms and admonitions. Isora was listlessly turning over a collection of photographs, strewed on a table that stood near to an open window in the remoter angle of the room, communicating with a long and wide balcony filled partially with flowers, and overlooking the Champs-Élysées, softly lit up by the innumerable summer stars. Suddenly, a whisper, the command of which she could not resist, thrilled through her ear and sent the blood rushing back to her heart. Do you remember that evening at Enghien, how I said that our imagination could not carry us beyond the question whether we two should be gazing together that night 12 months on that star, which each of us had singled out from the hosts of heaven? That was the 8th of July. It is the 8th of July. Once more come and seek for our chosen star. Come, I have something to say which say I must come. Mechanically, as it were mechanically, as they tell us, the somnambulist obeys the mesmerizer. Isora, obeyed that summons in a kind of dreamy submission. She followed his steps, and found herself on the balcony, flowers around her, and stars above by the side of the man who had been to her that being ever surrounded by flowers, and lighted by stars, the ideal of romance to the heart of virgin woman. Isura, said the Englishman softly, at the sound of her own name, for the first time heard from those lips. Every nerve in her frame quivered. Isura, I have tried to live without you. I cannot. You are all in all to me. Without you it seems to me as if earth had no flowers, and even heaven had withdrawn its stars. Are there differences between us, differences of taste, of sentiments, of habits, of thought? Only let me hope that you can love me a tenth part so much as I love you, and such differences cease to be discord. Love harmonizes all sounds, blends all colors into its own divine oneness of heart and soul. Look up, is not the star, which this time last year invited our gaze above, is it not still there? Does it not still invite our gaze? Isura, speak. Hush, hush, hush. The girl could say no more, but she recoiled from his side. The recoil did not wound him. There was no hate in it. He advanced, he caught her hand, and continued in one of those voices which become so musical in summer nights under starry skies. Isura, there is one name which I can never utter without a reverence, due to the religion which binds earth to heaven, a name which to man should be the symbol of life, cheered and beautified, exalted, hallowed. That name is wife. Will you take that name from me? And still Isura made no reply. She stood mute and cold and rigid as a statue of marble. At length, as if consciousness had been arrested and was struggling back, she sighed heavily and passed her hands slowly over her forehead. Mockery, mockery, she said then, with a smile half bitter, half plaintive on her colorless lips. Did you wait to ask me that question till you knew what my answer must be? I have pledged the name of wife to another. No, no, you say that to rebuke, to punish me. Unsay it, unsay it. Isura beheld the anguish of his face with bewildered eyes. How can my words pain you? She said drearily. Did you not write that I had unfitted myself to be wife to you? That I had left behind me the peaceful immunities of private life. I felt you were so right. Yes, I am affianced to one who thinks that in spite of that misfortune. Stop, I command. Yow, stop. You saw my letter to Mrs. Morley. I have not had one moment free from torture and remorse since I wrote it, but whatever in that letter you might justly resent. I did not resent. Graham heard not the interruption, but hurried on. You would forgive, could you read my heart, no matter every sentiment in that letter, except those which conveyed admiration. I retract, be mine. And instead of presuming to check in you the irresistible impulse of genius to the first place in the head or the heart of the world, I teach myself to encourage, to share, to exult in it. Do you know what a difference there is between the absent one and the present one, between the distant image against whom our doubts, our fears, our suspicions raise up hosts of imaginary giants, barriers of visionary walls, and the beloved face before the sight of which the hosts are fled, the walls are vanished? Isura, we meet again. You know now from my own lips that I love you. I think your lips will not deny that you love me. You say that you are affianced to another. Tell the man frankly, honestly, that you mistook your heart. It is not yours to give. Save yourself, save him from a union in which there can be no happiness. It is too late, said Isura with hollow tones, but with no trace of vacillating weakness on her brow and lips. Did I say now to that other one, I break the faith, that I pledged to you I should kill him body and soul? Slight thing, though I be to him, I am all in all to you, Mr. Vane, to you, a memorized memory of one whom a year, perhaps a month hence, you will rejoice to think you have escaped. She passed from him, passed away from the flowers and the starlight, and when Graham, recovering from the stun of her crushing words, and with the haughty mien and stop of the man who goes forth from the ruin of his hopes, leaning for support upon his pride, when Graham re-entered the room, all the guests had departed save only Elaine, who was still exchanging whispered words with Valerie. Chapter Roman. For the next day, at the hour appointed, Graham entered Elaine's apartment. I am glad to tell you, said the Marquis gaily, that the box has arrived, and we will very soon examine its contents. Breakfast claims precedence during the meal. Elaine was in gay spirits, and did not at first notice the gloomy countenance and abstracted mood of his guest, at length surprised at the dull response to his lively sallies on the part of a man generally so pleasant in the frankness of his speech, the cordial ring of his sympathetic laugh. It occurred to him that the change in Graham must be ascribed to something that had gone wrong in the meeting with Isura the evening before, and remembering the curtness with which Graham had implied disinclination to converse about the fair Italian, he felt perplexed how to reconcile the impulse of his good nature with the discretion imposed on his good breeding. At all events, a compliment to the lady whom Graham had so admired could do no harm. "How well Mademoiselle Cicogna looked last night. Did she? It seemed to me that in health at least, she did not look very well. Have you heard what day Roman 1000 Thiers will speak on the war?" "Thiers? No, who cares about Thiers? Thank heaven his day is past. I don't know any unmarried woman in Paris, not even Valerie, I mean Mademoiselle Duplessis, who has so exquisite a taste in dress as Mademoiselle Cicogna. Generally speaking, the taste of a female author is atrocious. Really, I did not observe her dress. I am no critic on subjects so dainty as the dress of ladies or the tastes of female authors." "Pardon me," said the beau Marquis gravely, "as to dress I think that so essential a thing in the mind of woman that no man who cares about women ought to disdain critical study of it. In woman, refinement of character is never found in vulgarity of dress. I have only observed that truth since I came up from Bretagne. I presume, my dear Marquis, that you may have read in Bretagne books, which very few, not being professed scholars, have ever read at Paris, and possibly you may remember that Horace ascribes the most exquisite refinement in dress, denoted by the untranslatable word simplex, munditiers, to a lady who was not less distinguished by the ease and rapidity with which she could change her affection. Of course, that allusion does not apply to Mademoiselle Cicogna, but there are many other exquisitely dressed ladies at Paris, of whom an ill-fated admirer. Fidem mutatasque Dios flebit. Now, with your permission, we will adjourn to the box of letters." The box being produced and unlocked, Elaine looked with conscientious care at its contents before he passed over to Graham's inspection a few epistles in which the Englishman immediately detected the same handwriting as that of the letter from Louise, which Richard King had bequeathed to him. They were arranged and numbered chronologically. Letter Roman 1. Dear Roman 1000, Le Marquis, how can I thank you sufficiently for obtaining and remitting to me those certificates? You are too aware of the unhappy episode in my life not to know how inestimable is the service you render me. I am saved all further molestation from the man who had indeed no right over my freedom, but whose persecution might compel me to the scandal and disgrace of an appeal to the law for protection and the avowal of the illegal marriage into which I was duped. I would rather be torn limb from limb by wild horses, like the Queen in the history books, than dishonor myself and the ancestry which I may at least claim on the mother's side by proclaiming that I had lived with that low Englishman as his wife, when I was only, oh heavens, I cannot conclude the sentence. No mons le Marquis, I am in no want of the pecuniary aid you so generously wish to press on me, though I know not where to address my poor dear Uncletho. I doubt even if I did whether I could venture to confide to him the secret known only to yourself. As to the name I now bear, and if he hear of me at all, he must believe me dead. I have enough left of the money he last remitted to me for present support, and when that fails, I think what with my knowledge of English and such other slender accomplishments as I possess, I could maintain myself as a teacher or governess in some German family. At all events, I will write to you again soon, and I entreat you to let me know all you can learn about my uncle. I feels so grateful to you for your just disbelief of the horrible calumny, which must be so intolerably galling to a man so proud, and, whatever his errors, so incapable of a baseness. Direct to me post, restant Augsburg. Yours with all consideration. Letter Roman 2, 7 months after the date of Letter 1. Augsburg. Dear Roman 1000, Le Marquis, I thank you for your kind little note. informing me of the pains you have taken, as yet with no result, to ascertain what has become of my unfortunate uncle. My life since I last wrote has been a very quiet one. I have been teaching among a few families here, and among my pupils are two little girls of very high birth. They have taken so great a fancy to me that their mother has just asked me to come and reside at their house as governess. What wonderfully kind hearts those Germans have, so simple, so truthful. They raise no troublesome questions except my own story. Implicitly here follow a few commonplace sentences about the German character and a postscript. I go into my new home next week. When you hear more of my uncle, direct to me at the Countess von Rudesheim Schloss, near Berlin. Rudesheim, could this be the relation, possibly the wife of the Count von Rudesheim, with whom Graham had formed acquaintance last year? Letter Roman 3, between 3 and 4 years after the date of the last. You startle me, indeed, dear Roman 1000. Le Marquis, my uncle, said to have been recognized in Algeria under another name, a soldier in the Algerian army. My dear, proud, luxurious uncle, I cannot believe it any more than you do, but I long eagerly for such further news as you can learn of him. For myself, I shall perhaps surprise you when I say I am about to be married. Nothing can exceed the amiable kindness I have received from the Rudesheims since I have been in their house for the last year. Especially I have been treated on equal terms as one of the family. Among the habitual visitors at the house is a gentleman of noble birth, but not of rank too high, nor of fortune too great to make a marriage with the French widowed governess, a misalliance. I am sure that he loves me sincerely, and he is the only man I ever met whose love I have cared to win. We are to be married in the course of the year. Of course he is ignorant of my painful history and will never learn it, and after all, Louise D. is dead in the home to which I am about to remove. There is no probability that the wretched Englishman can ever cross my path. My secret is as safe with you as in the grave that holds her, whom, in the name of Louise D. you once loved. Henceforth I shall trouble you no more with my letters, but if you hear anything decisively authentic of my uncle's fate, write me a line at any time, directed as before to Madame, enclosed to the Countess von Rudesheim, and except for all the kindness you have ever shown me as to one whom you did not disdain to call a kinswoman, the assurance of my undying gratitude in the alliance she now makes your kinswoman does not discredit the name through which she is connected with the yet loftier line of Rochebriant. To this letter the late Marquis had appended in pencil, of course Rochebriant never denies the claim of a kinswoman, even though a drawing master's daughter, beautiful creature Louise. But a termagant, I could not love Venus if she were a termagant. Roman 50's head turned by the unlucky discovery that her mother was noble in one form or other. Every woman has the same vanity name of her intended, not mentioned, easily found out. The next letter was dated May 7, 1859 on black-edged paper, and contained but these lines: I was much comforted by your kind visit yesterday, dear Marquis. My affliction has been heavy, but for the last 2 years my poor husband's conduct has rendered my life unhappy, and I am recovering the shock of his sudden death. It is true that I and the children are left very ill provided for, but I cannot accept your generous offer of aid. Have no fear as to my future fate. Adieu, my dear Marquis. This will reach you just before you start for Naples. Bon voyage. There was no address on this Notino postmark on the envelope, evidently sent by hand. The last note, dated 1861 March 20, was briefer than its predecessor. I have taken your advice, dear Marquis, and overcoming all scruples, I have accepted his kind offer on the condition that I am never to be taken to England. I had no option in this marriage. I can now own to you that my poverty had become urgent. Yours, with inalienable gratitude. This last note, too, was without postmark, and was evidently sent by hand. There are no other letters then from this writer, asked Graham, and no further clue as to her existence. None that I have discovered, and I see now why I preserved these letters. There is nothing in their contents not creditable to my poor father. They show how capable he was of good-natured, disinterested kindness towards even a distant relation, of whom he could certainly not have been proud, judging not only by his own penciled note, or by the writer's condition as a governess, but by her loose sentiments as to the marriage tie. I have not the slightest idea who she could be. I never at least heard of one, connected however distantly with my family, whom I could identify with the writer of these letters. I may hold them a short time in my possession. Pardon me a preliminary question. If I may venture to form a conjecture, the object of your search must be connected with your countryman, whom the lady politely calls the wretched Englishman. But I own I should not like to lend through these letters a pretence to any steps that may lead to a scandal in which my father's name or that of any member of my family could be mixed up. Marquis, it is to prevent the possibility of all scandal that I ask you to trust these letters to my discretion. Foi de gentilhomme. Foi de gentilhomme. Take them when and where shall we meet again? Soon, I trust, but I must leave Paris this evening. I am bound to Berlin in quest of this Countess von Rudesheim, and I fear that in a very few days intercourse between France and the German frontier will be closed upon travelers. After a few more words, not worth recording, the two young men shook hands and parted. Chapter Roman 5. It was with an interest languid and listless, indeed, compared with that which he would have felt a day before that Graham mused over the remarkable advances towards the discovery of Louise Duval, which were made in the letters he had perused. She had married then first a foreigner, whom she spoke of as noble, and whose name and residence could be easily found through the Countess von Rudesheim. The marriage did not seem to have been a happy one, left a widow in reduced circumstances. She had married again, evidently without affection. She was living so late as 1861, and she had children living is 1859, was the child referred to by Richard King, one of them. The tone and style of the letters served to throw some light on the character of the writer. They evinced pride, stubborn self-will, and unamiable hardness of nature. But her rejection of all pecuniary aid from a man like the late Marquis de Rochebriant betokened a certain dignity of sentiment. She was evidently, whatever her strange ideas about her first marriage with Richard King, no vulgar woman of gallantry, and there must have been some sort of charm about her to have excited a friendly interest in a kinsman so remote, and a man of pleasure so selfish as her high-born correspondent. But what now, so far as concerned his own happiness, was the hope, the probable certainty of a speedy fulfillment of the trust bequeathed to him, whether the result in the death of the mother, and more especially of the child, left him rich, or if the last survived, reduced his fortune to a modest independence. Isora was equally lost to him, and fortune became valueless. But his first emotions on recovering from the shock of hearing from Isora's lips that she was irrevocably affianced to another were not those of self-reproach. They were those of intense bitterness against her, who, if really so much attached to him as he had been led to hope, could within so brief a time reconcile her heart to marriage with another. This bitterness was no doubt unjust, but I believe it to be natural to men of a nature so proud, and of affections so intense as Graham's. Under similar defeats of hope, resentment is the first impulse in a man loving with the whole ardor of his soul, rejected no matter why or wherefore by the woman by whom he had cause to believe he himself was beloved. And though Graham's standard of honor was certainly the reverse of low, yet man does not view honor in the same light as woman does. When involved in analogous difficulties of position, Graham conscientiously thought that if Isora so loved him as to render distasteful an engagement to another which could only very recently have been contracted, it would be more honorable frankly so to tell the accepted suitor than to leave him in ignorance that her heart was estranged. But these engagements are very solemn things with girls like Isora, and hers was no ordinary obligation of woman. Honor had the accepted one been superior in rank fortunile that flatters the ambition of woman in the choice of marriage. Had he been resolute and strong and self-dependent amid the trials and perils of life, then, possibly, The woman's honor might find excuse in escaping the penalties of its pledge, but the poor ailing, infirm, morbid poet who looked to her as his saving angel in body and mind, and soul to say to him, "Give me back my freedom," would be to abandon him to death and to sin. But Graham could not of course divine why what he as a man thought right was to Isora as woman impossible, and he returned to his old prejudiced notion that there is no real depth and ardor of affection for human lovers in the poetess, whose mind and heart are devoted to the creation of imaginary heroes absorbed in reverie. He took his way slowly, and with downcast looks, towards the British embassy, at which it was well to ascertain whether the impending war yet necessitated special passports for Germany. "Bonjour, cher ami," said a pleasant voice, "and how long have you been at Paris?" "Oh, my dear Roman 1000 Sovereign, charmed to see you looking so well, madame, well too. I trust my kindest regards to her. I have been in Paris but a day or two, and I leave this evening." "So soon? The war frightens you away, I suppose. Which way are you going now?" "To the British Embassy." "Well, I will go with you so far. It is in my own direction. I have to call at the charming Italians with my congratulations and news. I only heard this morning." "You mean Mademoiselle Sikignon, the news that demands congratulations approaching marriage?" "Mon Dieu, when could you have heard of that?" "Last night at the house of Roman 1000 Duplessis. Parbleu, I shall scold her well for confiding to her new friend Valerie the secret she kept from her old friends, my wife and myself." "By the way," said Graham, with a tone of admirable feigned indifference, "who is the happy man? That part of the secret I did not hear." "Can't you guess? No." "Gustave Raymond." Graham almost shrieked, so sharp and shrill was his cry. I ought indeed to have guessed that. "Madame Sovereign, I fancy helped to make up the marriage. I hope it may turn out well. Certainly it will be his salvation. May it be for her happiness." "No doubt of that too. Poets born for each other, I dare say. Adieu, my dear Sovereign. Here we are at the embassy." Chapter Roman 6. That evening Graham found himself in the coupe of the express train to Strasbourg. He had sent to engage the whole coupe to himself, but that was impossible. One place was bespoken as far as C, after which Graham might prosecute his journey alone, on paying for the 3 places. When he took his seat, another man was in the further corner, whom he scarcely noticed. The train shot rapidly on for some leagues. Profound silence in the coupe, save at moments those heavy impatient sighs that came from the very depths of the heart, and of which he who sighs is unconscious, burst from the Englishman's lips, and drew on him the observant side glance of his fellow-traveller. At length the fellow-traveller said, in very good English, though with French accent, "Would you object, sir, to my lighting my little carriage lantern? I am in the habit of reading in the night train, and the wretched lamp they give us does not permit that. But if you wish to sleep, and my lantern would prevent you doing so, consider my request unasked." "You are most courteous, sir. Pray light your lantern. That will not interfere with my sleep." As Graham thus answered far away from the place, and the moment as his thoughts were it yet faintly struck him that he had heard that voice before. The man produced a small lantern, which he attached to the window-sill, and drew forth from a small leathern bag sundry newspapers and pamphlets. Graham flung himself back, and in a minute or so again came his sigh. "Allow me to offer you those evening journals. You may not have had time to read them before starting," said the fellow-traveller, leaning forward and extending the newspapers with one hand, while with the other he lifted his lantern. Graham turned, and the faces of the 2 men were close to each other. Graham with his travelling cap drawn over his brows, the other with head uncovered. "Monsieur l'Abbé." "Bonsoir, Mr. Lamb." Again silence for a moment or so. Monsieur l'Abbé then broke it. "I think, Mr. Lamb, that in better society than that of the Faubourg Montmartre, you are known under another name." Graham had no heart then for the stage play of a part, and answered with quiet haughtiness, "Possibly, and what name?" "Graham Vane, and sir," continued Lebo with a haughtiness equally quiet, but somewhat more menacing, "since we 2 gentlemen find ourselves thus close, do I ask too much if I inquire why you condescend to seek my acquaintance in disguise?" Monsieur le Vicomte de Mauleon, when you talk of disguise, is it too much to inquire why my acquaintance was accepted by Monsieur Lebeau? How then you confess that it was Victor de Mauleon whom you sought when you first visited the Café Jean-Jacques? Frankly, I confess it. Monsieur Lebeau drew himself back and seemed to reflect. I see solely for the purpose of learning whether Victor de Mauleon could give you any information about Louise Duval. Is it so? Monsieur le Vicomte, you say truly. Again Roman 1000 Lebeau paused, as if in reflection, and Graham in that state of mind, when a man who may most despise and detest the practice of dueling may yet feel a thrill of delight, if some homicide would be good enough to put him out of his misery, flung aside his cap, lifted his broad frank forehead, and stamped his foot impatiently, as if to provoke a quarrel. Roman 1000 Lebeau lowered his spectacles, and with those calm, keen, searching eyes of his gazed at the Englishman. It strikes me, he said, with a smile the fascination of which not even those faded whiskers could disguise. It strikes me that there are two ways in which gentlemen such as you and I can converse: firstly, with reservation and guard against each other; secondly, with perfect openness. Perhaps of the two, I have more need of reservation and wary guard against any stranger than you have. Allow me to propose the alternative of perfect openness. What say you? And he extended his hand. Perfect openness, answered Graham, softened into sudden liking for this once terrible swordsman, and shaking as an Englishman shakes the hand held out to him in peace by the man from whom he had anticipated quarrel. Permit me now, before you address any questions to me, to put one to you. How did you learn that Victor de Mauleon was identical with Jean Lebeau? I heard that from an agent of the police, whom I consulted as to the means of ascertaining whether Louise Duval was alive, so where she could be found. I thank you very much for your information. I had no notion that the police of Paris had divined the original alias of poor Monsieur Lebeau, though something occurred at Lyon, which made me suspect it strange that the government, knowing through the police that Victor de Mauleon, a writer they had no reason to favor, had been in so humble a position, should never, even in their official journals, have thought it prudent to say so. But now, think of it, what if they could prove nothing against Jean Lebeau? They could but say Jean Lebeau is suspected to be too warm a lover of liberty, too earnest a friend of the people, and Jean Lebeau is the editor of La Sens Commune. Why, that assertion would have made Victor de Mauleon the hero of the Reds, the last thing a prudent government could desire. I thank you cordially for your frank reply. Now, what question would you put to me? In one word, all you can tell me about Louise Duval. You shall have it. I had heard vaguely in my young days that a half-sister of mine by my father's first marriage with Mademoiselle de Beauvilliers had, when in advanced middle life, he married a second time, conceived a dislike for her mother-in-law, and being of age with an independent fortune of her own, had quitted the house, taken up her residence with an elderly female relative, and there had contracted a marriage with a man who gave her lessons in drawing. After that marriage, which my father in vain tried to prevent, my sister was renounced by her family. That was all I knew till after I came into my inheritance. By the death of both my parents, I learned from my father's confidential lawyer that the drawing master Roman 1000 Duval had soon dissipated his wife's fortune, become a widower with one child, a girl, and fallen into great distress. He came to my father begging for pecuniary aid. My father, though by no means rich, consented to allow him a yearly pension on condition that he never revealed to his child her connection with our family. The man agreed to the condition and called at my father's lawyer quarterly for his annuity, but the lawyer informed me that this deduction from my income had ceased, that Roman 1000 Duval had not for a year called or sent for the sum due to him, and that he must therefore be dead. One day my valet informed me that a young lady wished to see me. In those days, young ladies very often called on me. I desired her to be shown in there. Entered a young creature, almost of my own age, who to my amazement saluted me as uncle. This was the child of my half-sister. Her father had been dead several months, fulfilling very faithfully the condition on which he had held his pension, and the girl never dreaming of the claims that, if wise, poor child, she ought not to have cared for, visto that obsolete, useless pauper, birthright, a branch on the family tree of a French noble, but in pinch of circumstance, and from female curiosity, hunting among the papers her father had left for some clue to the reasons for the pension he had received. She found letters from her mother, letters from my father, which indisputably proved that she was grandchild to the few Vicomte de Maullion and niece to myself. Her story, as told to me, was very pitiable, conceiving herself to be nothing higher in birth than daughter to this drawing master, at his death poor penniless orphan, that she had accepted the hand of an English student of medicine, whom she did not care for, miserable with this man. On finding by the documents I refer to that she was my niece, she came to me for comfort and counsel, what counsel could I or any man give to her but to make the best of what had happened and live with her husband. But then she started another question. It seems that she had been talking with someone, I think her landlady or some other woman, with whom she had made acquaintance. She legally married to this man, had he not entrapped her ignorance into a false marriage? This became a grave question, and I sent at once to my lawyer. On hearing the circumstances, he at once declared that the marriage was not legal according to the laws of France, but doubtless her English soidescent husband was not cognizant of the French law, and a legal marriage could, with his assent, be at once solemnized. Monsieur Vane, I cannot find words to convey to you the joy that poor girl showed in her face, and in her words, when she learned that she was not bound to pass her life with that man as his wife. It was in vain to talk and reason with her. Then arose the other question, scarcely less important. True, the marriage was not legal, but would it not be better on all accounts to take steps to have it formally annulled, thus freeing her from the harassment of any claim the Englishman might advance, and enabling her to establish the facts in a right position not injurious to her honor in the eyes of any future suitor to her hand? She would not hear of such a proposal. She declared that she could not bring to the family. She pined to re-enter the scandal of disgrace. To allow that she had made such a misalliance would be bad enough in itself, but to proclaim to the world that though nominally the wife, she had in fact been only the mistress of this medical student, would rather throw herself into the Seine. All she desired was to find some refuge, some hiding place for a time, whence she could write to the man, informing him that he had no lawful hold on her. Doubtless he would not seek then to molest her. He would return to his own country and be effaced from her life, and then her story unknown. She might form a more suitable alliance. Fiery young creature though she was, de Maullion, in being so fierce, interested me strongly. I should say that she was wonderfully handsome, and though imperfectly educated and brought up in circumstances so lowly, there was nothing common about her. A certain je ne sais quoi of stateliness and race. At all events, she did with me what she wished. I agreed to aid her desire of a refuge and hiding place. Of course, I could not lodge her in my own apartment, but I induced a female relation of her mother's, an old lady living at Versailles, to receive her, stating her birth, but of course concealing her illegal marriage. From time to time I went to see her, but one day I found this restless, bright-plumaged bird flown among the ladies who visited at her relative's house was a certain Madame Marigny, a very pretty young widow. Madame Marigny and Louise formed a sudden and intimate friendship. The widow was moving from Versailles into an apartment at Paris, and invited Louise to share it. She had consented. I was not pleased at this, for the widow was too young and too much of a coquette to be a safe companion to Louise. But though professing much gratitude and great regard for me, I had no power of controlling the poor girl's actions. Her nominal husband meanwhile had left France, and nothing more was heard or known of him. I saw that the best thing that could possibly befall Louise was marriage with someone rich enough to gratify her taste for luxury and pomp, and that if such a marriage offered itself, she might be induced to free it from all possible embarrassment by procuring the annulment of the former, from which she had hitherto shrunk in such revolt. This opportunity presented itself. A man already rich, and in a career that promised to make him infinitely richer, an associate of mine in those days, when I was rapidly squandering the remnant of my inheritance. This man saw her at the opera in company with Madame Marigny, fell violently in love with her, and ascertaining her relationship to me, besought an introduction. I was delighted to give it, and to say the truth, I was then so reduced to the bottom of my casket, I felt that it was becoming impossible for me to continue the aid I had hitherto given to Louise, and what then would become of her. I thought it fair to tell Louvier the financier Ah, that was a slip of the tongue, but no matter, there is no reason for concealing his name. I thought it right, I say, to tell Louvier confidentially the history of the unfortunate illegal marriage. It did not damp his ardor. He wooed her to the best of his power. But she evidently took him into great dislike. One day, she sent for me in much excitement, showed me some advertisements in the French journals, which, though not naming her, evidently pointed at her, and must have been dictated by her soidescent husband. The advertisements might certainly lead to her discovery if she remained in Paris. She entreated my consent to remove elsewhere. Madame Marigny had her own reason for leaving Paris, and would accompany her. I supplied her with the necessary means, and a day or two afterwards she and her friend departed, as I understood, for Brussels. I received no letter from her, and my own affairs so seriously preoccupied me that poor Louise might have passed altogether out of my thoughts, had it not been for the suitor she had left in despair behind. Louvier besought me to ascertain her address, but I could give him no other clue to it than that she said she was going to Brussels, but should soon remove to some quiet village. It was not for a long time. I can't remember how long, it might be several weeks, perhaps 2 or 3 months, that I received a short note from her stating that she waited for a small remittance, the last she would accept from me, as she was resolved, so soon as her health would permit, to find means to maintain herself, and telling me to direct to her poste restant Aix-la-Chapelle. I sent her the sum she asked, perhaps a little more, but with a confession reluctantly wrung from me that I was a ruined man, and I urged her to think very seriously before she refused the competence and position which a union with Roman 1000 Louvier would ensure. This last consideration so pressed on me that when Louvier called on me, I think that day or the next, I gave him Louis's note, and told him that if he were still as much in love with her as ever, less absence Aunt Taugers taught, and he had better go to Aix-la-Chapelle and find her out, that he had my hearty approval of his wooing and consent to his marriage, though I still urged the wisdom and fairness if she would take the preliminary step which, after all the French law, frees, as much as possible, from pain and scandal, off, annulling the irregular marriage into which her childlike youth had been decoyed. Louvier left me for Aix-la-Chapelle. The very next day came that cruel affliction which made me a prey to the most intolerable calumny, which robbed me of every friend, which sent me forth from my native country penniless, and resolved to be nameless until my hour could come. Again, every dog, if not hanged, has its day. When that affliction befell me, I quitted France, heard no more of Louvier nor of Louise. Indeed, no letter addressed to me at Paris would have reached. The man paused here, evidently with painful emotion. He resumed in the quiet, matter-of-fact way in which he had commenced his narrative. Louise had altogether faded out of my remembrance, until your question revived it. As it happened, the question came at the moment when I meditated resuming my real name and social position. In so doing, I should, of course, come in contact with my old acquaintance Louvier, and the name of Louise was necessarily associated with us. I called on him, and made myself known. The slight information I gave you as to my niece was gleaned from him. I may now say more. It appears that, when he arrived at Aix-la-Chapelle, he found that Louise Duvel had left it a day or 2 previously, and, according to scandal, had been for some time courted by a wealthy and noble lover, whom she had gone to Munich to meet. Louvier believes this tale, quitted Aix indignantly, and never heard more of her. The probability is Roman 1000 vain, that she must have been long dead. But if living still, I feel quite sure that she will communicate with me some day or other, now that I have reappeared in Paris in my own name, entered into a career that, for good or for evil, must ere long bring my name very noisily before the public. Louise cannot fail to hear of my existence and my whereabouts, and unless I am utterly mistaken as to her character, she will assuredly inform me of her own. Oblige me with your address, and in that case I will let you know. Of course, I take for granted the assurance you gave me last year that you only desire to discover her in order to render her some benefit, not to injure or molest her. Certainly to that assurance I pledge my honor. Any letter with which you may favor me had better be directed to my London address. Here is my card. But Roman 1000 Le Vicomte, there is one point on which, pray pardon me if I question you still. Had you no suspicion that there was one reason why this lady might have quitted Paris so hastily, and have so shrunk from the thought of a marriage so advantageous in a worldly point of view as that with Roman 1000 Louvier, namely, that she anticipated the probability of becoming the mother of a child by the man whom she refused to acknowledge as a husband. That idea did not strike me until you asked me if she had a child. Should your conjecture be correct, it would obviously increase her repugnance to apply for the annulment of her illegal marriage. But if Louise is still living and comes across me, I do not doubt that the motives for concealment no longer operating, she will confide to me the truth. Since we have been talking together thus frankly, I suppose I may fairly ask whether I do not guess correctly in supposing that this soidescent husband, whose name I forget, Mac something, perhaps Scotch, I think she said he was Ecosaces, dead, and has left by will some legacy to Louise and any child she may have borne to him. Not exactly so. The man, as you say, is dead, but he bequeathed no legacy to the lady who did not hold herself married to him. But there are those connected with him who, knowing the history, think that some compensation is due for the wrong so unconsciously done to her, and yet more to any issue of a marriage, not meant to be irregular or illegal. Permit me now to explain why I sought you in another guise and name than my own. I could scarcely place in Roman 1000 Lebo the confidence which I now unreservedly place in the Vicomte de Mauleon. Cela va sans dire. You believed then that calumny about the jewels. You do not believe it now. Now my amazement is that anyone who had known you could believe it. Oh, how often, and with tears of rage in my exile, me wandering shave, I asked that question of myself. That rage has ceased, and I have but one feeling left for that credulous fickle Paris, of which one day I was the idol, the next the byword. Well, a man sometimes plays chess more skillfully, for having been long a mere bystander, he understands better how to move, and when to sacrifice the pieces. Politics, Roman 1000 vain, is the only exciting game left to me at my years. At yours, there is still that of love. How time flies. We are nearing the station at which I descend. I have kinsfolk of my mother's in these districts. They are not imperialists. They are said to be powerful in the department. But before I apply to them in my own name, I think it prudent that Roman 1000 Lebo should quietly ascertain what is their real strength, and what would be the prospects of success if Victor de Mauleon offered himself as depute at the next election. Wish him joy. Roman 1000 vain. If he succeed, you will hear of him some day, crowned in the Capitol or hurled from the Tarpeian Rock. Here the train stopped. The false Lebo gathered up his papers, readjusted his spectacles, and his bag, descended lightly, and pressing Graham's hand as he paused at the door, said, "Be sure I will not forget your address if I have anything to say. Bon voyage." Chapter Roman 7. Graham continued his journey to Strasbourg. On arriving there, he felt very unwell, strong though his frame was the anguish and self-struggle through which he had passed since the day he had received in London Mrs. Morley's letter, till that on which he had finally resolved on his course of conduct at Paris, and the shock which had annihilated his hopes in Isara's rejection had combined to exhaust its endurance, and fever had already commenced when he took his place in the coupe. If there be a thing which a man should not do when his system is undermined, and his pulse between 90 and 100, it is to travel all night by a railway express. Nevertheless, as the Englishman's will was yet stronger than his frame, he would not give himself more than an hour's rest, and again started for Berlin. Long before he got to Berlin, the will failed him as well as the frame. He was lifted out of the carriage, taken to a hotel in a small German town, and 6 hours afterwards he was delirious. It was fortunate for him that under such circumstances plenty of money and Scott's circular notes for some hundreds were found in his pocketbook, so that he did not fail to receive attentive nursing and skillful medical treatment there. For the present I must leave him. For how long? But any village apothecary could say that fever such as his must run its course. He was still in bed, and very dimly, and that but at times conscious, when the German armies were gathering round the Penfold of Sedan. Chapter Roman 8. When the news of the disastrous day at Sedan reached Paris, the first effect was that of timid consternation. There were few cries of défiance, fewer still of Vive la République among the motley crowds, but they were faint, and chiefly by ragged gamins. A small body repaired to Trochu, and offered him the scepter, which he politely declined. A more important and respectable body, for it comprised the majority of the corps legislatif urged Palicao to accept the temporary dictatorship, which the war minister declined with equal politeness in both these overtures. It was clear that the impulse of the proposers was towards any form of government. Rather than republican, the surgeons de ville were sufficient that day to put down riot. They did make a charge on a mob, which immediately ran away. The morning of that day, the Council of Ten were summoned by Le Beauministre only Rameau, who was still too unwell to attend, and the Belgian not then at Paris, but their place was supplied by the two traveling members who had been absent from the meeting before recorded. These were conspirators better known in history than those I have before described, professional conspirators, personages who from their youth upwards had done little else but conspire following the discreet plan pursued elsewhere throughout this humble work. I give their names other than they bore one, a very swarthy and ill-favored man between 40 and 50. I call Paul Grimby, origin a German, but by rearing and character French, from the hair on his head, staring up rough and ragged as a bramble bush to the soles of small narrow feet shod with dainty care. He was a personal coxcomb, and spent all he could spare on his dress, a clever man, not ill-educated, a vehement and effective speaker at a club vanity, and an amorous temperament had made him a conspirator, since he fancied he interested the ladies more in that capacity than any other. His companion, Edgar Ferrier, would have been a journalist, only hitherto his opinions had found no readers. The opinions were those of Marat. He rejoiced in thinking that his hour for glory, so long deferred, had now arrived. He was thoroughly sincere. His father and grandfather had died in a madhouse. Both these men, insignificant in ordinary times, were likely to become of terrible importance in the crisis of a revolution. They both had great power with the elements that form a Parisian mob. The instructions given to these members of the council by Lebeau were brief. They were summed up in the one word, décence. The formidable nature of a council, apparently so meanly constituted, became strikingly evident at that moment, because it was so small in number, while each one of these could put in movement a large section of the populace. Secondly, because unlike a revolutionary club or a numerous association, no time was wasted in idle speeches, and all were under the orders of one man of clear head and resolute purpose. And thirdly, and above all, because one man supplied the treasury, and money for an object desired was liberally given, and promptly at hand. The meeting did not last 10 minutes, and about 2 hours afterwards, its effects were visible from Montmartre and Belleville, and Montretout poured streams of ouvriers, with whom Armand Monnier was a chief, and the Médecin des Pauvres and Oracle Grimm and Ferrier headed other detachments that startled the well-dressed idlers on the boulevards. The stalwart figure of the Pole was seen on the place La Concorde, towering amidst other refugees, amid which glided the Italian champion of humanity. The cry of décence became louder, but as yet there were only few cries of Vive la République. As such, a cry was not on the orders issued by Lebeau. At midnight the crowd round the hall of the Corps Legislatif is large cries of la décence, louder, few cries, very feeble, of Vive la République. What followed on the 4th marvelous audacity with which half a dozen lawyers belonging to a pitiful minority in a chamber elected by universal suffrage walked into the Hôtel de Ville and said, "The Republic is established, and we are its government." History has told too recently for me to narrate. On the evening of the 5th, the Council of Ten met again. The Pole, the Italian radiant, Grimm and Ferrier much excited and rather drunk, the Médecin des Pauvres thoughtful, and Armand Monnier gloomy. A rumor has spread that General Trochu, in accepting the charge imposed on him, has exacted from the government the solemn assurance of respect for God and for the rights of family and property. The atheist is very indignant at the assent of the government to the first proposition, Monnier equal indignant at the assent to the second and third. What has that honest ouvrier conspired for? What has he suffered for? Off late, nearly starved for, but to marry another man's wife, getting rid of his own, and to legalize a participation in the property of his employer, and now he is no better off than before. There must be another revolution, he whispers to the atheist. Certainly, whispers back the atheist, he who desires to better this world must destroy all belief in another. The conclave was assembled. When Lebeau entered by the private door, he took his place at the head of the table, and fixing on the group eyes that emitted a cold gleam through the spectacles, thus spoke: "Messieurs, or citoyens, which ye will I no longer call ye, confrères, have disobeyed or blundered my instructions on such an occasion. Disobedience and blunder are crimes equally heinous. Angry murmurs. Silence, do not add mutiny to your other offenses. My instructions were simple and short. Aid in the abolition of the empire. Do not aid in any senseless cry for a republic or any other form of government. Leave that to the legislature. What have you done? You swelled the crowd that invaded the corps legislatif. You Dembinski, not even a Frenchman dare to mount the president's rostrum and brawl forth your senseless jargon. You Edgar Ferrier, from whom I expected better, ascend the tribune and invite the ruffians in the crowd to march to the prisons and release the convicts, and all of you swell the mob at the Hotel de Ville and inaugurate the reign of folly by creating an oligarchy of lawyers to resist the march of triumphal armies. Messieurs, I have done with you. You are summoned for the last time. The council is dissolved. With these words, Lebo put on his hat and turned to depart, but the Pole who was seated near him sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Traitor, thou shalt not escape. Comrades, he wants to sell us." "I have a right to sell you at least, for I bought you, and a very bad bargain I made," said Lebo in a tone of withering sarcasm. "Liar," cried the Pole, and seized Lebo by the left hand, while with the right he drew forth a revolver. Ferrier and Grimm, shouting a Basler renegade, would have rushed forward in support of the Pole, but Monnier thrust himself between them and their intended victim, crying with a voice that dominated their yell, "Bacqui are not assassins." Before he had finished the sentence, the Pole was on his knees with a vigor which no one could have expected from the seeming sexagenarian. Lebo had caught the right arm of his assailant, twisted it back so mercilessly as almost to dislocate elbow and shoulder joint. One barrel of the revolver discharged itself harmlessly against the opposite wall, and the pistol itself then fell from the unnerved hand of the would-be assassin. And what with the pain and the sudden shock, the stalwart Dembinski fell in the attitude of a suppliant at the feet of his unlooked-for vanquisher. Lebo released his hold, possessed himself of the pistol, pointing the barrels towards Edgar Ferrier, who stood with mouth agape and lifted arm arrested, and said quietly, "Monsieur, have the goodness to open that window." Ferrier mechanically obeyed. "Now, hireling," continued Lebo, addressing the vanquished Pole, "choose between the door and the window." "Go, my friend," whispered the Italian. The Pole did not utter a word, but rising nimbly and rubbing his arm, stalked to the door. There he paused a moment and said, "I retire," overpowered by numbers, and vanished. "Messieurs," resumed Lebo calmly, "I repeat that the council is dissolved. In fact, its object is fulfilled more abruptly than any of us foresaw, and by means which I at least had been too long out of Paris to divine as possible. I now see that every aberration of reason is possible to the Parisians. The object that united us was the fall of the empire, as I have always frankly told you. With that object achieved, separation commences. Each of us has his own crotchet, which differs from the other man's. Pursue yours as you will, I pursue mine. You will find Jean Lebo no more in Paris. Il s'efface au plaisir mais pas au revoir. He retreated to the masked door and disappeared. Marc Leroux, the porter or custos of that ruinous council hall, alarmed at the explosion of the pistol, had hurried into the room, and now stood unheeded by the door with mouth agape, while Lebo thus curtly dissolved the assembly. But when the president vanished through the secret doorway, Leroux also retreated hastily, descending the stairs. He made as quickly as his legs could carry him for the mouth of the alley in the rear of the house, through which he knew that Lebo must pass. He arrived panting and breathless, in time to catch hold of the ex-president's arm. "Pardon, citizen," stammered he, "but do I understand that you have sent the Council of 10 to the devil?" "I certainly not, my good Paul. I dismiss them to go where they like. If they prefer the direction you name, it is their own choice. I decline to accompany them, and I advise you not to do so." "But, citizen, have you considered what is to become of Madame? Is she to be turned out of the lodge? Are my wages to stop, and Madame to be left without a crust to put into her soup?" "Not so bad as that. I have just paid the rent of the barrack for 3 months in advance, and there is your quarter's pay in advance. Also my kind regards to Madame, and tell her to keep your skin safe from the schemes of these lunatics." Thrusting some pieces of gold into the hands of the porter, Lebo nodded his adieu and hastened along his way. Absorbed in his own reflections, He did not turn to look behind, but if he had, he could not have detected the dark form of the porter creeping in the deep shadow of the streets, with distant but watchful footsteps. Chapter Roman 9. The conspirators, when left by their president, dispersed in deep, not noisy resentment. They were indeed too stunned for loud demonstration, and belonging to different grades of life, and entertaining different opinions, their confidence in each other seemed lost now that the chief who had brought and kept them together was withdrawn from their union. The Italian and the atheist slunk away, whispering to each other. Grimm reproached Ferrier for deserting Dembinski and obeying Lebo. Ferrier accused Grimm of his German origin, and hinted at denouncing him as a Prussian spy. Gaspard Lanoy linked his arm in Monier's, and when they had gained the dark street without leading into a labyrinth of desolate lanes, the Médecin des Pauvres said to the mechanic, "You are a brave fellow. Monier Lebo owes you a good turn. But for your cry, we are not assassins, the Pole might not have been left without support. No atmosphere is so infectious as that in which we breathe the same air of revenge. When the violence of one man puts into action the anger or suspicion of others, they become like a pack of hounds, which follow the spring of the first hound, whether on the wild boar or their own master. Even I, who am by no means hot-headed, had my hand on my case-knife when the word assassin rebuked and disarmed me. Nevertheless, said Monier gloomily, I half repent the impulse which made me interfere to save that man. Better he should die than live to betray the cause we allowed him to lead. Nay, mon ami, speaking candidly, we must confess that he never from the first pretended to advocate the cause for which you conspired. On the contrary, he always said that with the fall of the empire our union would cease, and each become free to choose his own way towards his own after objects. Yes, answered Armand reluctantly, he said that to me privately with still greater plainness than he said it to the council, but I answered as plainly. Hello. I told him that the man who takes the first step in a revolution and persuades others to go along with him cannot in safety stand still or retreat. When the next step is to be taken, it is en avant or a la lanterne, so it shall be with him. Shall a fellow being avail himself of the power over my mind, which he derives from superior education or experience, break into wild fragments, my life heretofore tranquil, orderly, happy, make use of my opinions, which were then but harmless desires, to serve his own purpose, which was hostile to the opinions he roused into action, say to me, give yourself up to destroy the first obstacle in the way of securing a form of society which your inclinations prefer. And then that first obstacle destroyed, cry, halt, I go with you no further. I will not help you to piece together the life I have induced you to shatter. I will not aid you to substitute for the society that pained you the society that would please. I leave you struggling, bewildered, maddened, in the midst of chaos within, and without you shall a fellow being do this, and vanish with a mocking cry, tool. I have had enough of thee, I cast thee aside as worthless lumber. Ah, let him beware, the tool is of iron, and can be shaped to edge and point. The passion with which this rough eloquence was uttered, and the fierce, sinister expression that had come over a countenance habitually open and manly, even when grave and stern, alarmed and startled Lanoy. Pooh, my friend, he said, rather falteringly, you are too excited now to think justly. Go home and kiss your children. Never do anything that may make them shrink from their father. And as to Lebo, try and forget him. He says he shall disappear from Paris. I believe him. It is clear to me that the man is not what he seemed to us. No man of 60 could by so easy a sleight of hand have brought that giant Pole to his knee. If Lebo reappear, it will be in some other form. Did you notice that in the momentary struggle his flaxen wig got disturbed, and beneath it I saw a dark curl? I suspect that the man is not only younger than he seemed, but of higher rank, a conspirator against one throne perhaps, in order to be minister under another. There are such men. Before Monier, who seemed struck by these conjectures, collected his thoughts to answer, a tall man in the dress of a sous lieutenant stopped under a dim gas lamp, and catching sight of the artisan's face seized him by the hand, exclaiming, Armand, mon frere, well met, strange times, come and discuss them at the Café de Lyon yonder, over a bowl of punch. Ill stand treat. Agreed, dear Charles. And if this monsieur is a friend of yours, perhaps he will join us. You are too obliging, monsieur, answered Lannoy, not ill-pleased to get rid of his excited companion. But it has been a busy day with me, and I am only fit for bed. Be abstinent of the punch, Armand. You are feverish. Already good night, messieurs. The Café de Lyon, in vogue among the National Guard of the Quartier, was but a few yards off, and the brothers turned towards it arm in arm. Who is the friend? Asked Charles. I don't remember to have seen him with thee before. He belongs to the medical crafter, good patriot, and a kind man attends the poor gratuitously. Yes, Charles, these are strange times. What dost thou think will come of them? They had now entered the café, and Charles had ordered the punch, and seated himself at a vacant table. Before he replied, what will come of these times? I will tell thee, national deliverance and regeneration through the ascendancy of the National Guard. I don't take, said Armand, bewildered. Probably not, answered Charles, with an air of compassionate conceit. Thou art a dreamer. But I am a politician. He tapped his forehead significantly. At this custom house ideas are examined before they are passed. Armand gazed at his brother wistfully, and with a defense he rarely manifested towards anyone who disputed his own claims to superior intelligence. Charles was a few years older than Monnier. He was of large build. He had shaggy lowering eyebrows, a long, obstinate upper lip, the face of a man who is accustomed to lay down the law. Inordinate self-esteem often gives that character to a physiognomy otherwise commonplace. Charles passed for a deep thinker in his own set, which was a very different set from Armand's. Not among workmen, but small shopkeepers. He had risen in life to a grade beyond Armand's. He had always looked to the main chance, married the widow of a hosier and glover much older than himself, and in her right was a very respectable tradesman, comfortably well off, a liberal of course, but a liberal bourgeois equally against those above him, and those below. Needless to add that he had no sympathy with his brother's socialistic opinions. Still, he loved that brother as well as he could love anyone except himself, and Armand, who was very affectionate, and with whom family ties were very strong, returned that love with ample interest, and though so fiercely at war with the class to which Charles belonged, was secretly proud of having a brother who was of that class. So in England, I have known the most violent antagonist of the landed aristocracy himself, a cobbler who interrupts a discourse on the crimes of the aristocracy by saying, though I myself descend from a county family. In an evil day, Charles Monnier, enrolled in the National Guard, had received promotion in that patriotic corps. From that date, he began to neglect his shop, to criticize military matters, and to think that if merit had fair play, he should be a Cincinnatus or a Washington. He had not decided which. Yes, resumed Charles, ladling out the punch, thou hast wit enough to perceive that our generals are imbeciles or traitors, that Gredin Bonaparte has sold the army for 10 millions of francs to Bismarck, and I have no doubt that Wimpfen has his share of the bargain. MacMahon was wounded conveniently, and has his own terms for it. The regular army is nowhere. Thou wilt see will not stop the march of the Prussians. Trochu will be obliged to come to the National Guard. Then we shall say, General, give us our terms, and go to sleep. I shall be summoned to the Council of War. I have my plan. I explain. It is accepted. It succeeds. I am placed in supreme command. Prussians are chased back to their sauerkraut, and well, I don't like to boast, but thou'lt see what will happen. And thy plan, Charles, thou hast formed it already. I'th really military genius is prompt. Moan petty Armand, a flash of the brain. Hark, ye let the Vandals come to Paris, and invest it whatever their numbers on paper. I don't care a button. They can only have a few thousands at any given point in the vast circumference of the capital. Any fool must grant that, must grant it. It seems just. Of course. Well then, we proceed by sorties of 200,000 men, repeated every other day, and in 12 days the Prussians are in full flight. The country rises on their flight. They are cut to pieces. I depose Trochu. National Guard elects the savior of France. I have a place in my eye for thee. Thou art superb as a decorator. Thou shalt be minister des beaux arts, but keep clear of the canal. No more strikes. Then thou wilt be an employer. Respect thy future order. Charles Monnier seems to have indiscreetly blabbed out his idea, for it was plagiarized afterwards at a meeting of the National Guards in the Salle de la Bourse by citizen Rochebrune slain 19th. January 1871, in the affair of Montretout, the plan which he developed nearly in the same words as Charles Monnier was received. With lively applause, and at the close of his speech it was proposed to name at once citizen Rochebrune General of the National Guard, an honor which unhappily for his country the citizen had the modesty to decline. Armand smiled mournfully, though of intellect which, had it been disciplined, was far superior to his brother's. It was so estranged from practical opinions, so warped, so heated, so flawed, and cracked in parts, that he did not see the ridicule of Charles braggadocio. Charles had succeeded in life, Armand had failed, and Armand believed in the worldly wisdom of the elder born, but he was far too sincere for any bribe to tempt him to forsake his creed and betray his opinions, and he knew that it must be a very different revolution from that which his brother contemplated that could allow him to marry another man's wife, and his order to confiscate other people's property. Don't talk of strikes, Charles. What is done is done. I was led into heading a strike not on my own account, for I was well paid and well off. But for the sake of my fellow workmen, I may regret now what I did for the sake of Marie and the little ones, but it is an affair of honor, and I cannot withdraw from the cause till my order, as thou namest my class, has its rights. Bah, thou wilt think better of it when thou art an employer. Thou hast suffered enough already. Remember that I warned thee against that old fellow in spectacles whom I met once at thy house. I told thee he would lead thee into mischief, and then leave thee to get out of it. I saw through him. I have a head. Va. Thou wert a true prophet, has duped me, but in moving me, he has set others in movement, and I suspect he will find he has duped himself. Time will show. Here the brothers were joined by some loungers belonging to the National Guard. The talk became general, the potations large. Towards daybreak Armand reeled home drunk for the first time in his life. He was one of those whom drink makes violent. Marie had been sitting up for him, alarmed at his lengthened absence, but when she would have thrown herself on his breast, her pale face and her passionate sobs enraged him. He flung her aside roughly. From that night the man's nature was changed. If, as a physiognomist has said, each man has in him a portion of the wild beast which is suppressed by mild civilizing circumstances and comes uppermost when self-control is lost, the nature of many an honest workman, humane and tender-hearted as the best of us, commenced to change into the wild beast that raged through the civil war of the communists on the day when half a dozen incapables, with no more claim to represent the people of Paris than half a dozen monkeys, were allowed to elect themselves to supreme power, and in the very fact of that election released all the elements of passion and destroyed all the bulwarks of order. Chapter Roman 10. No man perhaps had more earnestly sought and more passionately striven for the fall of the empire than Victor de Maullion, and perhaps no man was more dissatisfied and disappointed by the immediate consequences of that fall. In first conspiring against the empire, he had naturally enough in common with all the more intelligent enemies of the dynasty. Presumed that its fate would be worked out by the normal effect of civil causes, alienation of the educated classes, the discontent of the artisans, the eloquence of the press, and of popular meetings, strengthened in proportion as the emperor had been compelled to relax the former checks upon the license of either, and de Maullion had no less naturally concluded that there would be time given for the preparation of a legitimate and rational form of government to succeed that which was destroyed. For, as has been hinted or implied, this remarkable man was not merely an instigator of revolution through the secret council and the turbulent agencies set in movement through the lower strata of society, was also in confidential communication with men eminent for wealth, station, and political repute, from whom he obtained the funds necessary for the darker purposes of conspiracy, into the elaboration of which they did not inquire. And these men, though belonging like himself to the Liberal party, were no hot-blooded democrats. Most of them were in favor of constitutional monarchy, all of them for forms of government very different from any republic in which socialists or communists could find themselves. Uppermost among these politicians were persons ambitious and able who, in scheming for the fall of the empire, had been prepared to undertake the task of conducting to ends compatible with modern civilization the revolution they were willing to allow a mob at Paris to commence the opening of the war necessarily suspended their designs, how completely the events of the 4th September mocked the calculations of their ablest minds, and paralyzed the action of their most energetic spirits, will appear in the conversation I am about to record. It takes place between Victor de Mauleon and the personage to whom he had addressed the letter written on the night before the interview with Louvier, in which Victor had announced his intention of reappearing in Paris in his proper name and rank. I shall designate this correspondent as vaguely as possible. Let me call him the incognito. He may yet play so considerable a part in the history of France as a potent representative of the political philosophy of de Tocqueville that is of liberal principles, incompatible with the absolute power either of a sovereign or a populace, and resolutely opposed to experiments on the foundations of civilized society that it would be unfair to himself and his partisans if in a work like this a word were said that could lead malignant conjecture to his identity with any special chief of the opinions of which I here present him only as a type. The incognito entering Victor's apartment. My dear friend, even if I had not received your telegram, I should have hastened hither on the news of this astounding revolution. It is only in Paris that such a tragedy could be followed by such a farce. You were on the spot a spectator. Explain it, if you can. De Mauleon, I was more than a spectator. I was an actor. Hiss me, I deserve it. When the terrible news from Sedan reached Paris, in the midst of the general stun and bewilderment, I noticed a hesitating timidity among all those who had wares in their shops and a good coat on their backs. They feared that to proclaim the empire defunct would be to install the Red Republic with all its paroxysm of impulsive rage and all its theories of wholesale confiscation. But since it was impossible for the object we had in view to let slip the occasion of deposing the dynasty which stood in its way, it was necessary to lose no time in using the revolutionary part of the populace for that purpose. I assisted in doing so. My excuse is this, that, in a time of crisis, a man of action must go straight to his immediate object, and in so doing employ the instruments at his command. I made, however, one error in judgment, which admits no excuse. I relied on all I had heard, and all I had observed of the character of Trochu, and I was deceived in common, I believe, with all his admirers and 3 parts of the educated classes of Paris. Incognito, I should have been equally deceived. Trochu's conduct is a riddle that I doubt if he himself can ever solve. He was master of the position. He had the military force in his hands. If he combined with Palicao, which, whatever the jealousies between the two, it was his absolute duty to do, he had a great prestige. De Mauleon, and for the moment a still greater popularity, his ipse dixit, could have determined the wavering and confused spirits of the population. I was prepared for his abandonment of the emperor and of the empress and the regency. But how could I imagine that he, the man of moderate politics, of Orleanistic leanings, the clever writer, the fine talker, the chivalrous soldier, the religious Breton, could abandon everything that was legal, everything that could save France against the enemy and Paris against civil discord, that he would connive at the annihilation of the Senate, of the popular assembly, of every form of government that could be recognized as legitimate at home or abroad, accept service under men whose doctrines were opposed to all his antecedents, all his professed opinions, and inaugurate a chaos under the name of a republic. Incognito, how, indeed, how suppose that the National Assembly, just elected by a majority of 7.5 millions, could be hurried into a conjuring bog and reappear as the travesty of a Venetian oligarchy, composed of half a dozen of its most unpopular members. The sole excuse for Trochu is that he deemed all other considerations insignificant compared with the defense of Paris and the united action of the nation against the invaders. But if that were his honest desire in siding with this monstrous usurpation of power, he did everything by which the desire could be frustrated. Had there been any provisional body composed of men known and esteemed, elected by the chambers, supported by Trochu and the troops at his back, there would have been a rallying point for the patriotism of the provinces, and in the wise suspense of any constitution to succeed that government, until the enemy were chased from the field, all partisans, imperialists, legitimists, Orleanists, republicans would have equally adjourned their differences, but a democratic republic, proclaimed by a Parisian mob for a nation in which sincere democratic republicans are a handful in contempt of an assembly chosen by the country at large, headed by men in whom the provinces have no trust, and for whom their own representatives are violently cashiredken, you conceive such a combination of wet blankets, supplied by the irony of fate, for the extinction of every spark of ardor in the population, from which armies are to be gathered in haste at the beck of usurpers they distrust and despise. Paris has excelled itself in folly, hungering for peace. It proclaims a government which has no legal power to treat for it, shrieking out for allies among the monarchies. It annihilates the hope of obtaining them. Its sole chance of escape from siege, famine, and bombardment is in the immediate and impassioned sympathy of the provinces, and it revives all the grudges which the provinces have long sullenly felt against the domineering pretensions of the capital, and invokes the rural populations, which comprise the pith and sinew of armies, in the name of men whom I verily believe they detest still more than they do the Prussians. Victor, it is enough to make one despair of his country. All beyond the hour seems anarchy and ruin. Not so, exclaimed Desmoulins, everything comes to him who knows how to wait. The empire is destroyed, the usurpation that follows it has no roots. It will but serve to expedite the establishment of such a condition as we have meditated and planned, a constitution adapted to our age, and our people, not based wholly on untried experiments, taking the best from nations that do not allow freedom. In order to be the sport of any popular breeze from the American Republic, we must borrow the only safeguards against the fickleness of the universal suffrage, which, though it was madness to concede in any ancient community, once conceded, cannot be safely abolished, viz. the salutary law that no article of the Constitution once settled can be altered without the consent of 2/3 of the legislative body. By this law we ensure permanence, and that concomitant love for institutions which is engendered by time and custom. Secondly, the formation of a Senate on such principles as may secure to it, in all times of danger, a confidence and respect which counteract in public opinion the rashness and heat of the popular assembly. On what principles that Senate should be formed, with what functions invested, what share of the executive, especially in foreign affairs, declarations of war or treaties of peace should be accorded to it, will no doubt need the most deliberate care of the ablest minds. But a Senate I thus sketch has alone rescued America from the rashness of council incident to a democratic chamber, and it is still more essential to France, with still more favorable elements for its creation from England. We must borrow the great principle that has alone saved her from revolution, that the head of the state can do no wrong, he leads no armies, he presides over no cabinet, all responsibility rests with his advisers. And where we upset a dynasty, England changes an administration. Whether the head of the state should have the title of sovereign or president, whether he be hereditary or elected, is a question of minor importance, impossible now to determine, but on which I heartily concur with you, that hereditary monarchy is infinitely better adapted to the habits of Frenchmen, to their love of show and of honor, and infinitely more preservative from all the dangers which result from constant elections to such a dignity, with parties so heated and pretenders to the rank so numerous, than any principle by which a popular demagogue or a successful general is enabled to destroy the institutions he is elected to guard. On these fundamental doctrines for the regeneration of France, I think we are agreed, and I believe when the moment arrives to promulgate them through an expounder of weight like yourself, they will rapidly commend themselves to the intellect of France, for they belong to common sense, and in the ultimate prevalence of common sense, I have a faith which I refuse to medievalists who would restore the right divine, and still more to fanatical quacks who imagine that the worship of the deity, the ties of family, and the rights of property are errors at variance with the progress of society, qui vivere ver. Incognito. In the outlines of the policy you so ably enunciate I heartily concur, but if France is, I will not say to be regenerated, but to have fair play among the nations of Europe, I add 1 or 2 items to the program. France must be saved from Paris not by subterranean barracks and trains, impotence of which we see today with a general in command of the military force, but by conceding to France its proportionate share of the power now monopolized by Paris. All this system of centralization, equally tyrannical and corrupt, must be eradicated. Talk of examples from America, of which I know little, from England, of which I know much. What can we more advantageously borrow from England than that diffusion of all her moral and social power, which forbids the congestion of blood in one vital part? Decentralize, decentralize, decentralize will be my incessant cry, if ever the time comes when my cry will be heard. France can never be a genuine France until Paris has no more influence over the destinies of France than London has over those of England. But on this theme I could go on till midnight. Now to the immediate point. What do you advise me to do in this crisis, and what do you propose to do yourself? Desmoulins put his hand to his brow and remained a few moments silent and thoughtful. At last he looked up with that decided expression of face which was not the least among his many attributes for influence over those with whom he came into contact. For you, on whom so much of the future depends, my advice is brief. Have nothing to do with the present. All who join this present mockery of a government will share the fall that attends it, a fall from which 1 or 2 of their body may possibly recover by casting blame on their confreres. Never could, but it is not for you to oppose that government with an enemy on its march to Paris. You are not a soldier. Military command is not in your road. The issue of events is uncertain. But whatever it be, the men in power cannot conduct a prosperous war, nor obtain an honorable peace hereafter. You may be the deus ex machina, no personage of that rank. And with that mission appears till the end of the play. We are only in the first act. Leave Paris at once, and abstain from all action. Incognito dejectedly. I cannot deny the soundness of your advice, though in accepting it I feel unutterably saddened still. You, the calmest and shrewdest observer among my friends, think there is cause for hope, not despair. Victor, I have more than most men to make life pleasant, but I would lay down life at this moment with you. You know me well enough to be sure that I utter no melodramatic fiction when I say that I love my country as a young man loves the ideal of his dreams with my whole mind and heart and soul, and the thought that I cannot now aid her in the hour of her mortal trial. Isis. The man's voice broke down, and he turned aside, veiling his face with a hand that trembled. Desmoulins, courage, patience. All Frenchmen have the first set them an example they much need in the second. I too love my country, though I owe to it little enough, heaven knows. I suppose love of country is inherent in all who are not internationalists. They profess only to love humanity, by which, if they mean anything practical, they mean a rise in wages. Incognito, rousing himself, and with a half-smile, always cynical. Victor, always belying yourself. But now that you have advised my course, what will be your own? Accompany me, and wait for better times. No, noble friend, our positions are different. Yours is made, mine yet to make. But for this war, I think I could have secured a seat in the chamber. As I wrote you, I found that my kinsfolk were of much influence in their department, and that my restitution to my social grade and the repute I had made as an Orleanist inclined them to forget my youthful errors and to assist my career. But the chamber ceases to exist. My journal I shall drop. I cannot support the government. It is not a moment to oppose it. My prudent course is silence. Incognito, but is not your journal essential to your support? Desmoulins, fortunately, not its profits enabled me to lay by for the rainy day that has come, and having reimbursed you and all friends the sums necessary to start it, I stand clear of all debt, and for my slender wants a rich man. If I continued the journal, I should be beggared, for there would be no readers to common sense in this interval of lunacy. Nevertheless, during this interval, I trust to other ways for winning a name that will open my rightful path of ambition whenever we again have a legislature in which common sense can be heard. Incognito, but how win that name silenced as a writer? Desmoulins, you forget that I have fought in Algeria. In a few days Paris will be in a state of siege and Then he added, and very quietly dilated on the renown of a patriot or the grave of a soldier. I envy you the chance of either, said the incognito, and after a few more brief words, he departed, his hat drawn over his brows, and entering a hired carriage, which he had left at the corner of the quiet street, was consigned to the station, due just in time for the next train. Chapter Roman 11. Victor dressed, and went out. The streets were crowded. Workmen were everywhere employed in the childish operation of removing all insignia and obliterating all names that showed where an empire had existed. One greasy citizen, mounted on a ladder, was effacing the words Boulevard Haussmann and substituting for Haussmann Victor Hugo. Suddenly Demolian came on a group of blouses interspersed with women holding babies and ragged boys holding stones, collected round a well-dressed slender man at whom they were hooting and gesticulating with menaces of doing something much worse. By an easy effort of his strong frame, the Vicomte pushed his way through the tormentors and gave his arm to their intended victim. "Monsieur, allow me to walk home with you." Therewith the shrieks and shouts and gesticulations increased. "Another impertinent, another traitor, drown him, drown them both, to the Seine, to the Seine." A burly fellow rushed forward, and the rest made a plunging push. The outstretched arm of Demolian kept the ringleader at bay. "Mes enfants," cried Victor, with a calm, clear voice, "I'm not an imperialist. Many of you have read the articles signed Pierre Firmin, written against the tyrant Bonaparte, when he was at the height of his power. I am Pierre Firmin, make way for me." Probably not one in the crowd had ever read a word written by Pierre Firmin, nor even heard of the name, but they did not like to own ignorance, and that burly fellow did not like to encounter that arm of iron, which touched his throat, so he cried out, "Oh, if you are the great Pierre Firmin that alters the case, make way for the patriot Pierre." But shrieked a virago, thrusting her baby into Demolian's face, "The other is the imperialist, the capitalist, the vile Duplessis. At least we will have him." Demolian suddenly snatched the baby from her and said, with imperturbable good temper, "Exchange of prisoners, I resign the man, and I keep the baby." No one who does not know the humors of a Parisian mob can comprehend the suddenness of popular change or the magical mastery over crowds, which is effected by quiet courage and a ready joke. The group was appeased at once. Even the virago laughed, and when Demolian restored the infant to her arms with a gold piece thrust into its tiny clasp, she eyed the gold and cried, "God bless you, citizen." The two gentlemen made their way safely now. Roman 1000. Demolian, said Duplessis, "I know not how to thank you. Without your seasonable aid, I should have been in great danger of life, and would you believe it, the woman who denounced and set the mob on me was one of the objects of a charity which I weekly dispense to the poor. Of course I believe that at the Red Clubs no crime is more denounced than that of charity. It is the fraud against egality, a vile trick of the capitalist to save to himself the millions he ought to share with all by giving a sou to one. Meanwhile, take my advice, Roman 1000 Duplessis, and quit Paris with your young daughter. This is no place for rich imperialists at present. I perceived that before today's adventure I distrust the looks of my very servants, and shall depart with Valerie this evening for Bretagne. I heard from Louvier that you propose to pay off his mortgage on Rochebriant and make yourself sole proprietor of my young kinsman's property. I trust you only believe half what you hear. I mean to save Rochebriant from Louvier and consign it free of charge to your kinsman as the dot of his bride, my daughter. I rejoice to learn such good news for the head of my house, but Elaine himself is he not with the prisoners of war? No, thank heaven, he went forth an officer of a regiment of Parisian mobiles, went full of sanguine confidence. He came back with his regiment in mournful despondency. The undiscipline of his regiment of the Parisian mobiles generally appears incredible, their insolent disobedience to their officers, their ribald scoffs at their generalo. It is sickening to speak of it. Elaine distinguished himself by repressing a mutiny, and is honored by a signal compliment from the commander in a letter of recommendation to Palicao. But Palicao is nobody. Now Elaine has already been sent into Bretagne, commissioned to assist in organizing a corps of mobiles in his neighborhood. Trochu, as you know, is a Breton. Elaine is confident of the good conduct of the Bretons. What will Louvier do? He is an arch-republican. Is he pleased now he has got what he wanted? I suppose he is pleased, for he is terribly frightened. Fright is one of the great enjoyments of a Parisian good day your path to your hotel is clear now, remember me kindly to Elaine. Desmoulins continued his way through streets, sometimes deserted, sometimes thronged. At the commencement of the Rue de Florentin, he encountered the brothers Vandermeer walking arm in arm. Ha! Desmoulins cried, Enguerrand, what is the last minute's news? I can't guess, nobody knows at Paris. How soon one folly swallows up another. Saturn here is always devouring one or other of his children. They say that Vinoy, after a most masterly retreat, is almost at our gates, with 80,000 men. And this day 12-month, we may know what he does with them. Here Raoul, who seemed absorbed in gloomy reflections, halted before the hotel in which the Contessa de Rimini lodged, and with a nod to his brother and a polite, if not cordial salutation to Victor, entered the porte-cochere. Your brother seems out of spirits, a pleasing contrast to the uproarious mirth with which Parisians welcome the advance of calamity. Raoul, as you know, is deeply religious. He regards the defeat we have sustained and the peril that threatens us as the beginning of a divine chastisement justly incurred by our sins. I mean the sins of Paris. In vain my father reminds him of Voltaire's story in which the ship goes down with a frippon on board. In order to punish the frippon, the honest folks are drowned. Is your father going to remain on board the ship and share the fate of the other honest folks? Possibile he is off to deep for sea bathing. He says that Paris has grown so dirty since the 4th September that it is only fit for the feet of the unwashed. He wished my mother to accompany him, but she replies no, there are already too many wounded not to need plenty of nurses. She is assisting to inaugurate Society of Ladies in aid of the Sœurs de Charite. Like Raoul, she is devout, but she has not his superstitions. Still, his superstitions are the natural reaction of a singularly earnest and pure nature, from the frivolity and corruption which, when needed well up together with a slice of sarcasm, Paris calls philosophy. And what, my dear Enguerrand, do you propose to do? That depends on whether we are really besieged. If so, of course, I become a soldier. I hope not a National Guard. I care not in what name I fight, so that I fight for France. As Enguerrand said these simple words, his whole countenance seemed changed. The crest rose, his eyes sparkled, the fair and delicate beauty which had made him the darling of women, joyous sweetness of expression and dainty grace of high breeding, which made him the most popular companion to men, were exalted in a masculine nobleness of aspect, from which a painter might have taken hints for a study of the young Achilles, separated forever from effeminate companionship. At the sight of the weapons of war, Desmoulins gazed on him admiringly. We have seen that he shared the sentiments uttered, had resolved on the same course of action, but it was with the tempered warmth of a man who seeks to divest his thoughts and his purpose of the ardor of romance, and who, in serving his country, calculates on the gains to his own ambition. Nevertheless, he admired in Enguerrand the image of his own impulsive and fiery youth. And you, I presume, resumed Enguerrand, will fight too, but rather with pen than with sword. Pens will now only be dipped in red ink, and common sense never writes in that color. As for the sword, I have passed the age of 45, at which military service halts. But if some experience in active service, some knowledge of the art by which soldiers are disciplined and led, will be deemed sufficient title to a post of command, however modest the grade be, I shall not be wanting among the defenders of Paris. My brave dear Vicomte, if you are past the age to serve, you are in the ripest age to command, and with the testimonials and the cross you won in Algeria, your application for employment will be received with gratitude by any general so able as Trochu. I don't know whether I shall apply to Trochu. I would rather be elected to command even by the Mobiles or the National Guard, of whom I have just spoken disparagingly, and no doubt both corps will soon claim and win the right to choose their officers. But if elected, no matter by whom, I shall make a preliminary condition. The men under me shall train and drill, and soldiers of a very different kind from the youthful Pekins, nourished on absinthe and self-conceit, and applauding that bombast's Furioso Roman 1000 Hugo, when he assures the enemy that Paris will draw an idea from its scabbard. But here comes Savrin Bonjour, my dear poet. Don't say good day and evil day for journalists and writers who do not out Herod Blanqui and piet, I know not how I shall get bread, and cheese my poor suburban villa, is to be pulled down by way of securing Paris my journal, will be suppressed by way of establishing the liberty of the press. I ventured to suggest that the people of France should have some choice in the form of their government. That was very indiscreet, my poor Savrin, said Victor. I wonder your printing office has not been pulled down. We are now at the moment when wise men hold their tongues. Perhaps so, Roman 1000 Demolian, it might have been wiser for all of us, you as well as myself, if we had not allowed our tongues to be so free before this moment arrived. We live to learn. And if we ever have what may be called a passable government again, in which we may say pretty much what we like, there is one thing I will not do. I will not undermine that government without seeing a very clear way to the government, that is to follow it. What say you, Pierre Firmin? Frankly, I say that I deserve your rebuke, answered Demolian thoughtfully, but of course you are going to take or send Madame Savrin out of Paris. Certainly we have made a very pleasant party for our hegira this evening among others. The Morley is terribly disgusted. A red Republican slapped him on the shoulder and said, American, we have a republic as well as you pretty much you know about. Republics, growled Morley. A French republic is as much like ours as a baboon is like a man, on which the red roused the mob, who dragged the American off to the nearest station of the National Guard, where he was accused of being a Prussian spy with some difficulty. And lots of brag about the sanctity of the stars and stripes. He escaped with a reprimand and caution how to behave himself in future, so he quits a city in which there no longer exists freedom of speech. My wife hoped to induce Mademoiselle Cicogne to accompany us. I grieve to say she refuses. You know she is engaged in marriage to Gustave Rameau, and his mother dreads the effect that these red clubs and his own vanity may have upon his excitable temperament if the influence of Mademoiselle Cicogne be withdrawn. How could a creature so exquisite as Isora Cicogne ever find fascination in Gustave Rameau? Exclaimed Enguerrand. A woman like her, answered Demolian, always finds a fascination in self-sacrifice. I think you divine the truth, said Savrin rather mournfully, but I must bid you goodbye. May we live to shake hands, Réuni's sons, des Malheurs auspices. Here Savrin hurried off, and the other two men strolled into the Champs-Élysées, which were crowded with loungers gay and careless, as if there had been no disaster at Sedan, no overthrow of an empire, no enemy on its road to Paris. In fact, the Parisians, at once the most incredulous and the most credulous of all populations, believed that the Prussians would never be so impertinent as to come in sight of the gates. Something would occur to stop them. The king had declared he did not war on Frenchmen, but on the emperor. The emperor gone, the war was over. A democratic republic was instituted, a horrible thing in its way, it is true, but how could the pander tyrant brave the infection of democratic doctrines among his own barbarian armies? Were not placards addressed to our German brethren posted upon the walls of Paris, exhorting the panders to fraternize with their fellow creatures? Was not Victor Hugo going to publish a letter to the German people? Had not Jules Favre graciously offered peace with the assurance that France would not cede a stone of her fortresses, an inch of her territory? She would pardon the invaders and not march upon Berlin. To all these, and many more such incontestable proofs that the idea of a siege was moonshine, did Enguerrand and Victor listen as they joined group after group of their fellow countrymen, nor did Paris cease to harbor such pleasing illusions, amusing itself with piously laying crowns at the foot of the statue of Strasbourg, swearing they would be worthy of their Alsatian brethren, till on the 19th of September the last telegram was received, and Paris was cut off from the rest of the world by the iron line of the Prussian invaders. Tranquil and terrible, says Victor Hugo, she awaits the invasion. A volcano needs no assistance. Chapter Roman 12. We left Graham Vanes slowly recovering from the attack of fever, which had arrested his journey to Berlin in quest of the Count von Rudesheim. He was, however, saved the prosecution of that journey, and his direction turned back to France by a German newspaper, which informed him that the King of Prussia was at Reims, and that the Count von Rudesheim was among the eminent personages gathered there around their sovereign, in conversing the same day with the kindly doctor who attended him. Graham, ascertained that this German noble held a high command in the German armies and bore a no less distinguished reputation as a wise political counselor than he had earned as a military chief, as soon as he was able to travel. And indeed, before the good doctor sanctioned his departure, Graham took his way to Rheims, uncertain, however, whether the Count would still be found there. I spare the details. Journey interesting as they were on reaching the famous, and in the eyes of legitimists, the sacred city, the Englishman had no difficulty in ascertaining the house not far from the cathedral, in which the Count von Rudesheim had taken his temporary abode, walking towards it from the small hotel, in which he had been lucky enough to find a room. Disengaged slowly, for he was still feeble, was struck by the quiet conduct of the German soldiery, and save in their appearance the peaceful aspect of the streets, indeed, there was an air of festive gaiety about the place, as in an English town in which some popular regiment is quartered. The German soldiers thronged the shops, buying largely lounged into the cafes here, and their attempted flirtations with the grisettes who laughed at their French and blushed at their compliments. And in their good-humored, somewhat bashful cheeriness, there was no trace of the insolence of conquest. But as Graham neared the precincts of the cathedral, his ear caught a grave and solemn music, which he at first supposed to come from within the building. But as he paused and looked round, he saw a group of the German military, on whose stalwart forms and fair, manly, earnest faces the setting sun cast its calm, lingering rays. They were chanting in voices not loud, but deep, Luther's majestic hymn. None dankit alle, got the chant awed even the ragged beggar boys, who had followed the Englishman, as they followed any stranger, would have followed King William himself, whining for alms. What a type of the difference between the two nations, thought Graham, the Marseillaise and Luther's hymn, while thus meditating and listening. A man in a general's uniform came slowly out of the cathedral with his hands clasped behind his back, and his head bent slightly downwards. He too paused on hearing the hymn, then unclasped his hand and beckoned to one of the officers, to whom, approaching, he whispered a word or two, and passed on towards the episcopal palace. The hymn hushed, and the singers quietly dispersed. Graham divined rightly that the general had thought a hymn, thanking the god of battles, might wound the feelings of the inhabitants of the vanquished city, not, however, that any of them were likely to understand the language in which the thanks were uttered. Graham followed the measured steps of the general, whose hands were again clasped behind his back, the musing habit of von Moltke, as it had been of Napoleon the First. Continuing his way, the Englishman soon reached the house in which the Count von Rudesheim was lodged, and sending in his card, was admitted at once through an anteroom in which sate two young men, subaltern officers, apparently employed in drafting maps, into the presence of the Count. "Pardon me," said Graham, after the first conventional salutation, "if I interrupt you for a moment or so in the midst of events so grave on a matter that must seem to you very trivial." "Nay," answered the Count, "there is nothing so trivial in this world, but what there will be someone to whom it is important. Say, how I can serve you." "I think Roman 1000 Lecant that you once received in your household, as teacher or governess, a French lady, Madame Marigny." "Yes, I remember her well, a very handsome woman. My wife and daughter took great interest in her. She was married out of my house." "Exactly, and to whom?" "An Italian of good birth, who was then employed by the Austrian government in some minor post, and subsequently promoted to a better one in the Italian dominion, which then belonged to the House of Habsburg, after which we lost sight of him and his wife." "An Italian, what was his name?" "Ludovico Cicogna." "Cicogna," exclaimed Graham, turning very pale. "Are you sure that was the name?" "Certainly. He was a cadet of a very noble house, and disowned by relations too patriotic to forgive him for accepting employment under the Austrian government." "Can you not give me the address of the place in Italy to which he was transferred on leaving Austria?" "No, but if the information be necessary to you, it can be obtained easily at Milan, where the head of the family resides, or indeed in Vienna, through any ministerial bureau." "Pardon me, one or two questions more. Had Madame Marigny any children by a former husband?" "Not that I know of. I never heard so. Signor Cicogna was a widower, and had, if I remember right, children by his first wife, who was also a Frenchwoman. Before he obtained office in Austria, he resided, I believe, in France. I do not remember how many children he had by his first wife. I never saw them. Our acquaintance began at the Baths of Toplitz, where he saw and fell violently in love with Madame Marigny. After their marriage, they went to his post, which was somewhere, I think, in the Tyrol. We saw no more of them, but my wife and daughter kept up a correspondence with the Signora Cicogna. For a short time it ceased altogether, when she removed into Italy. You do not even know if the Signora is still living. No. Her husband, I am told, is dead. Indeed, I am concerned to hear it, a good-looking, lively, clever man, I fear. He must have lost all income when the Austrian dominions passed to the House of Savoy. Many thanks for your information. I can detain you no longer, said Graham, rising. Nay, I am not very busy at this moment, but I fear we Germans have plenty of work on our hands. I had hoped that now the French Emperor, against whom your king made war, was set aside, his Prussian Majesty would make peace with the French people. Most willingly would he do so if the French people would let him, but it must be through a French government legally chosen by the people, and they have chosen none. A mob at Paris sets up a provisional administration that commences by declaring that it will not give up an inch of its territory, nor a stone of its fortresses. No terms of peace can be made with such men. Holding such talk, after a few words more over the state of public affairs, in which Graham expressed the English side of affairs, which was all for generosity to the vanquished, and the Count argued much more ably on the German, which was all for security against the aggressions of a people that would not admit itself to be vanquished. The short interview closed. As Graham at night pursued his journey to Vienna, there came into his mind Isora's song of the Neapolitan fisherman. Had he too been blind to the image on the rock? Was it possible that all the while he had been resisting the impulse of his heart, until the discharge of the mission entrusted to him freed his choice and decided his fortunes? The very person of whom he was in search had been before him, then to be forever one lost to him now. Forever could Isora Cicogna be the child of Louise Duval by Richard King. She could not have been her child by Cicogna. The dates forbade that hypothesis. Isora must have been 5 years old when Louise married the Italian. Arrived at Milan, Graham quickly ascertained that the post to which Ludovico Cicogna had been removed was in Verona, and that he had there died 8 years ago. Nothing was to be learned as to his family or his circumstances at the time of his death. The people of whose history we know the least are the relations we refuse to acknowledge. Graham continued his journey to Verona. There he found on inquiry that the Cicognas had occupied an apartment in a house which stood at the outskirts of the town and had been since pulled down to make way for some public improvements. But his closest inquiries could gain him no satisfactory answers to the all-important questions as to Ludovico Cicogna's family, his political alienation from the Italian cause, which was nowhere more ardently espoused than at Verona, had rendered him very unpopular. He visited at no Italian houses. Such society as he had was confined to the Austrian military within the Quadrilateral, or at Venice, to which city he made frequent excursions, was said to lead there a free and gay life very displeasing to the Signora whom he left in Verona. She was but little seen and faintly remembered as very handsome and proud-looking. Yes, there were children, a girl and a boy several years younger than the girl, but whether she was the child of the Signora by a former marriage or whether the Signora was only the child's stepmother, no one could say. The usual clue in such doubtful matters, obtainable through servants, was here missing. The Cicognas had only kept 2 servants, and both were Austrian subjects who had long left the country, their very names forgotten. Graham now called to mind the Englishman Selby, for whom Isora had such grateful affection, as supplying to her the place of her father. This must have been the Englishman whom Louise Duval had married after Cicogna's death. It would be no difficult task, surely, to ascertain where he had resided. Easy enough to ascertain all that. Graham wanted to know from Isora herself if a letter could reach her, but as he knew by the journals, Paris was now invested, cut off from all communication with the world, beyond too irritable, anxious, and impatient to wait for the close of the siege, though he never suspected it could last so long as it did. He hastened to Venice, and there learned, through the British consul, that the late Mr. Selby was a learned antiquarian, an accomplished general scholar, a fanatico in music, a man of gentle temper, though reserved manners, had at one time lived much at Venice. After his marriage with the Signora Cicogna, he had taken up his abode near Florence. To Florence Graham now went. He found the villa on the skirts of Fiesole, at which Mr. Selby had resided. The peasant, who had officiated as gardener and shareholder in the profits of vines and figs, was still with his wife living on the place. Both man and wife remembered the Inglese well, spoke of him with great affection, of his wife with great dislike. They said her manners were very haughty, her temper very violent, that she led the Inglese a very unhappy life, that there were a girl and a boy, both hers by a former marriage. But when closely questioned whether they were sure that the girl was the Signora's child by the former husband, or whether she was not the child of that husband by a former wife, they could not tell. They could only say that both were called by the same name, Cicogna, that the boy was the Signora's favorite, that, indeed, she seemed wrapped up in him, that he died of a rapid decline a few months after Mr. Selby had hired the place, and that shortly after his death, the Signora left the place and never returned to it, that it was little more than a year that she had lived with her husband before this final separation took place. The girl remained with Mr. Selby, who cherished and loved her as his own child. Her Christian name was Isora, the boy's Luigi. A few years later, Mr. Selby left the villa and went to Naples, where they heard he had died. They could give no information as to what had become of his wife. Since the death of her boy, that lady had become very much changed, her spirits quite broken, no longer violent. She would sit alone and weep bitterly. The only person out of her family she would receive was the priest. Till the boy's death, she had never seen the priest nor been known to attend divine service. Was the priest living? Oh no, he had been dead 2 years. A most excellent mana, saint, said the peasant's wife. Good priests are like good women, said the peasant dryly. There are plenty of them, but they are all underground. On which remark, the wife tried to box his ears. The contadino had become a free thinker. Since the accession of the House of Savoy, his wife remained a good Catholic, said the peasant, as escaping from his wife, he walked into the highroad with Graham. My belief, Excellenza, is that the priest did all the mischief. What mischief? Persuaded the Signora to leave her husband. The Inglese was not a Catholic. I heard the priest call him a heretic, and the padre, who though not so bad as some of his cloth, was a meddling bigot, thought it perhaps best for her soul that it should part company with a heretic's person. I can't say for sure, but I think that was it. The padre seemed to triumph when the Signora was gone. Graham mused. The peasant's supposition was not improbable. A woman, such as Louise Duval, appeared to bay off vehement passions and a regulated mind, was just one of those who, in a moment of great sorrow, and estranged from the ordinary household affections, feel, though but imperfectly, the necessity of a religion, and ever in extremes pass at once from indifferentism into superstition. Arrived at Naples, Graham heard little of Selby, except as a literary recluse, whose only distraction from books was the operatic stage, but he heard much of Isora, of the kindness which Madame de Grantmesnil had shown to her when left by Selby's death alone in the world, of the interest which the friendship and the warm eulogies of one so eminent as the great French writer had created for Isora in the artistic circles, of the intense sensation her appearance, her voice, her universal genius had made in that society, and the brilliant hopes of her subsequent career on the stage. The cognoscenti had formed. No one knew anything of her mother. No one entertained a doubt that Isora was by birth a Cicogna. Graham could not learn the present whereabouts of Madame de Grantmesnil. She had long left Naples, and had been last heard of at Genoa, was supposed to have returned to France a little before the war. In France, she had no fixed residence. The simplest mode of obtaining authentic information, whether Isora was the daughter of Ludovico Cicogna by his first wife, namely, by registration of her birth, failed him, because, as von Rudesheim had said, his first wife was a Frenchwoman. The children had been born somewhere in France. No one could even guess, where no one had ever seen the first wife, who had never appeared in Italy nor had even heard what was her maiden name. Graham, meanwhile, was not aware that Isora was still in the besieged city, whether or not already married to Gustave Rameau. So large a number of the women had quitted Paris before the siege began that he had reason to hope she was among them. he heard through an American that the Morleys had gone to England before the Prussian investment, perhaps. Isora had gone with them. He wrote to Mrs. Morley enclosing his letter to the Minister of the United States at the court of St. James, and while still at Naples received her answer. It was short and malignantly bitter. Both myself and Madame Savrin, backed by Signora Venosta, earnestly entreated Mademoiselle Cicogna to quit Paris to accompany us to England. Her devotion to her affianced husband would not permit her to listen to us. It is only an Englishman who could suppose Isora Cicogna to be one of those women who do not insist on sharing the perils of those they love. You ask whether she was the daughter of Ludovico Cicogna by his former marriage, or of his second wife by him. I cannot answer. I don't even know whether Signor Cicogna ever had a former wife. Isora Cicogna never spoke to me of her parents. Permit me to ask, what business is it of yours now? Is it the English pride that makes you wish to learn whether on both sides she is of noble family? How can that discovery alter your relations towards the affianced bride of another? On receipt of this letter, Graham quitted Naples, and shortly afterwards found himself at Versailles. He obtained permission to establish himself there, though the English were by no means popular thus near to Isora, thus sternly separated from her. Graham awaited the close of the siege. Few among those at Versailles believed that the Parisians would endure it much longer. Surely they would capitulate before the bombardment, which the Germans themselves disliked to contemplate as a last resource, could commence. In his own mind, Graham was convinced that Isora was the child of Richard King. It seemed to him probable that Louise Duval, unable to assign any real name to the daughter of the marriage, she disowned neither the name borne by the repudiated husband nor her own maiden name, would, on taking her daughter to her new home, have induced Cicogna to give the child his name, or that, after Cicogna's death, she herself had so designated the girl. A dispassionate confidant. Could Graham have admitted any confidant, whatever might have suggested the more than equal probability that Isora was Cicogna's daughter by his former espousal? But then what could have become of Richard King's child to part with the fortune in his hands? To relinquish all the ambitious dreams which belonged to it cost Graham Vane no pang, but he writhed with indignant grief when he thought that the wealth of Richard King's heiress was to pass to the hands of Gustave Ramathat. This was to be the end of his recherches, the result of the sacrifice his sense of honor imposed on him. And now that there was the probability that he must convey to Isora this large inheritance, the practical difficulty of inventing some reason for such a donation, which he had while at a distance made light of, became seriously apparent. How could he say to Isora that he had in trust for her, without naming anyone so devising it? Still more, how constitute himself her guardian, so as to secure it to herself independently of her husband? Perhaps Isora was too infatuated with Rameau, or too romantically unselfish, to permit the fortune so mysteriously conveyed being exclusively appropriated to herself. And if she were already married to Rame, and if he were armed with the right to inquire into the source of this fortune, how exposed to the risks of disclosure would become the secret? Graham sought to conceal such a secret, affecting the memory of the sacred dead, affixing a shame on the scutcheon of the living in the irreverent hands of a Gustave Rame. It was too dreadful to contemplate such a hazard. And yet, if Isora were the missing heiress, could Graham Vane admit any excuse for basely withholding from her, for coolly retaining to himself the wealth for which he was responsible? Yet torturing as were these communings with himself, they were mild in their torture, compared to the ever-growing anguish of the thought that in any case the only woman he had ever loved could love who might, but for his own scruples and prejudices, have been the partner of his life, was perhaps now actually the wife of another, and as such in what terrible danger? Famine within the walls of the doomed city, without the engines of death, waiting for a signal, so near to her, and yet so far, so willing to die for her, if for her he could not live, and with all his devotion, all his intellect, all his wealth, so powerless. Chapter Roman 13. It is now the middle of November, a Sunday. The day has been mild, and is drawing towards its close. The Parisians have been enjoying the sunshine under the leafless trees in the public gardens, and the Champs-Élysées children have been at play on the boulevards. The old elegance of gaiety is succeeded by a livelier animation. Itinerant musicians gather round them, ragged groups, fortune tellers are in great request, especially among the once brilliant lasers and tises, now looking more shabby, to whom they predict the speedy restoration of nabobs and Russians and golden joys. Yonder Punch is achieving a victory over the evil one who wears the Prussian spiked helmet, and whose face has been recently beautified into a resemblance to Bismarck. Punch draws to his show a laughing audience of moblots and recruits to the new companies of the National Guard members of the once formidable police, now threadbare and hunger-pinched, stand side by side with unfortunate beggars and sinister-looking patriots who have served their time in the jails or galleys. Uniforms of all variety are conspicuous, only evidence visible of an enemy at the walls, but the aspects of the wearers of warlike accoutrements are debonair and smiling, as of revelers on a holiday of peace among these defenders of their country. At the door of a crowded café stands Frédéric Lemercier, superb in the costume branu of a National Guard's dog Fox, tranquilly reposing on its haunches, with eyes fixed upon its fellow dog, philosophically musing on the edge of Punch's show, whose master is engaged in the conquest of the Bismarck fiend. Lemercier, cried the Vicomte de Brise, approaching the café, I scarcely recognize you. In that martial guise you look magnifique with galons. Become you pest an officer already. The National Guards and mobiles are permitted to choose their own officers. As you are aware, I have been elected, but to subaltern grade, by the warlike patriots of my department. Enguerrand de Vandermeer is elected a captain of the mobiles in his, and Victor de Maullion is appointed to the command of a battalion of the National Guards, but I soar above jealousy at such a moment. Roma choisi mon, bras G nexamine reen. You have no right to be jealous. De Malden has had experience and won distinction in actual service, and from all I hear is doing wonders with his men. Has got them not only to keep, but to love drill. I heard, no less an authority than General V say, that if all the officers of the National Guard were like de Maullion, that body would give an example of discipline to the line. I say nothing as to the promotion of a real soldier like the Vicomte, but a Parisian dandy like Enguerrand de Vandes. You forget that Enguerrand received a military education, an advantage denied to you. What does that matter? Who cares for education nowadays? Besides, have I not been training ever since the 4th of September, to say nothing of the hard work on the ramparts? Parlez-moi de cela. It is indeed hard work on the ramparts. Infandum dolorum quorum pars magna fui. Take the day duty, but with rising at 7 o'clock, and being drilled between a middle-aged and corpulent grocer on one side, and a meager beardless barber's apprentice on the other, what with going to the bastions at 11, and seeing half one's companions drunk before 12, what with trying to keep their fists off one's face when one politely asks them not to call one's general a traitor or a poltroon. The work of the ramparts would be insupportable if I did not take a pack of cards with me, and enjoy a quiet rubber with 3 other heroes in some sequestered corner. As for night work, nothing short of the indomitable fortitude of a Parisian could sustain it, the tents made expressly not to be waterproof, like the groves of the Muses. Burn. Quos et aquia subint et ori. A fellow companion of mine tucks himself up on my rug and pillows his head on my knapsack. I remonstrate, swears. Other heroes wake up and threaten to thrash us both, and just when peace is made, and one hopes for a wink of sleep, a detachment of spectators, chiefly gamins, coming to see that all is safe in the camp, strike up the Marseillaise. The world will ring to the end of time with the sublime attitude of Paris in the face of the Vandal invaders, especially when it learns that the very shoes we stand in are made of cardboard. In vain we complain. The contractor for shoes is a staunch Republican, and jobs by right divine. May I ask if you have dined yet? Heavens, no, it is too early, but I am excessively hungry. I had only a quarter of jugged cat for breakfast, and the brute was tough. In reply to your question, may I put another? Did you lay in plenty of stores? Stores? No, I am a bachelor, and rely on the stores of my married friends. Poor de Brise, I sympathize with you, for I am in the same boat, and dinner invitations have become monstrous rare. Oh, but you are so confoundedly rich. What to you are 40 francs for a rabbit or 80 francs for a turkey? Well, I suppose I am rich, but I have no money, and the ungrateful restaurants will not give me credit. They don't believe in better days. How can you want money? Very naturally, I had invested my capital famously, best speculations partly in house, rents partly in company shares, and houses pay no rents and nobody will buy company shares. I had 1,000 Napoleons on hand. It is true, when Duplessis left Paris much more I thought than I could possibly need, for I never believed in the siege. But during the first few weeks, I played at whist with bad luck, and since then, so many old friends have borrowed of me that I doubt if I have 200 francs left. I have dispatched 4 letters to Duplessis by pigeon and balloon, entreating him to send me 25,000 francs by some trusty fellow who will pierce the Prussian lines. I have had 2 answers: first, that he will find a man; second, that the man is found, and on his way trust to that man, my dear friend, and meanwhile lend me 200 francs. Mon cher Dessel, to refuse, but I was about to ask you to share your 200 francs with me, who live chiefly by my pen, and that resource is cut off. Still ill faut vivrion must dine. That is a fact, and we will dine together today, at my expense, limited liability, 30 francs a head. Generous monsieur, I accept. Meanwhile, let us take a turn towards the Madeleine. The 2 Parisians quit the café and proceed up the boulevard. On their way, they encounter Savrin. Why, said de Brise, I thought you had left Paris with Madame. So I did, and deposited her safely with the Morleys at Boulogne. These kind Americans were going to England, and they took her with them. But I quit Paris. No, I am old, I am growing obese. I have always been short-sighted. I can neither wield a sword nor handle a musket, but Paris needs defenders, and every moment I was away from her I sighed to myself, il faut être là. I returned before the Vandals had possessed themselves of our railways, the convoy overcrowded with men like myself who had removed wives and families, and when we asked each other why we went back, every answer was the same: il faut être là. No, poor child, no, I have nothing to give you. These last words were addressed to a woman young and handsome, with a dress that a few weeks ago might have been admired for taste and elegance by the lady leaders of the ton, but was now darned and dirty and draggled. Monsieur, I did not stop you to ask for alms. You do not seem to remember me. Roman, 1,000 Savrin. But I do, said le monsieur. Surely, I address Mademoiselle Julie Caumartin. Ah, excuse me, le petit Frédéric, said Julie, with a sickly attempt at coquettish sprightliness. I had no eyes, except for Roman, 1,000 Savrin. And why only for me, my poor child? Asked the kind-hearted author. Hush, she drew him aside, because you can give me news of that monster Gustave. It is not true, it cannot be true, that he is going to be married. Nay, surely, mademoiselle, all connection between you and young Raymond has ceased for months, ceased from the date of that illness in July, which nearly carried him off. I resigned him to the care of his mother, said the girl, but when he no longer needs a mother, he belongs to me. Oh, consider, Roman, 1,000 Savrin. For his sake, I refused the most splendid offers. When he sought me, I had my coupe, my opera box, my cachemirs, my jewels, the Russians, English feed for my smiles, but I loved the man I never loved before, I shall never love again. And after the sacrifices I have made for him, nothing shall induce me to give him up. Tell me, I entreat, my dear Roman, 1,000 Savrin, where he is hiding. He has left the parental roof, and they refused there to give me his address. My poor girl, don't be mécontente. It is quite true that Gustave Raymond is engaged to be married, and any attempt of yours to create scandal. Monsieur, interrupted Julie vehemently, don't talk to me about scandal. The man is mine, and no one else shall have him his address. Mademoiselle, cried Savrin angrily, find it out for yourself, then repentant of rudeness to one so young and so desolate, added in mild expostulatory accents, come, come, ma belle enfant, be reasonable. Gustave is no loss, he is reduced to poverty. So much the better when he was well off. I never cost him more than a supper at the Maison Dorée, and if he is poor, he shall marry me, and I will support him. You and how? By my profession when peace comes, and meanwhile I have offers from a café to recite warlike songs. You shake your head incredulously. The ballet dancer recite verses. Yes, he taught me to recite his own Soyez bon pour, moi Roman 1000 Savrin du say, where I can find mon harm. No, that is your last word. It is. The girl drew her thin shawl round her and hurried off. Savrin rejoined his friends. Is that the way you console yourself for the absence of Madame? Asked de Brise dryly. Fie, cried Savrin indignantly, such bad jokes are ill-timed. What strange mixtures of good and bad, of noble and base, every stratum of Paris life contains there. Is that poor girl in one way contemptible, no doubt, and yet in another way she has an element of grandeur on the whole at Paris. The women, with all their faults, are of finer mold than the men. French gallantry has always admitted that truth, said Lemercier. Fox, fox, fox. Uttering this cry, he darted forward after the dog, who had strayed a few yards to salute another dog, led by a string, and caught the animal in his arms. Pardon me, he exclaimed, returning to his friends, but there are so many snares for dogs at present. They are just coming into fashion for roasts, and Fox is so plump. I thought, said Savrin, that it was resolved at all the sporting clubs that be the pinch of famine ever so keen, the friend of man should not be eaten. That was while the beef lasted, but since we have come to cats, who shall predict immunity to dogs? Quid intactum nefasti, linquimus. Nothing is sacred from the hand of rapine. The church of the Madeleine now stood before them. Moblots were playing pitch-and-toss on its steps. I don't wish you to accompany me, messieurs, said Lemercier apologetically, but I am going to enter the church. To pray? Asked de Brise, in profound astonishment. Not exactly, but I want to speak to my friend Rochebriant, and I know I shall find him there. Praying again? Asked de Brise. Yes. That is curious. A young Parisian exquisite at prayer, that is worth seeing. Let us enter too, Savrin. They enter the church. It is filled, and even the skeptical de Brise is impressed and awed by the sight. An intense fervor pervades the congregation. The majority, it is true, are women, many of them in deep mourning, and many of their faces mourning deeper than the dress. Everywhere may be seen gushing tears, and everywhere faintly heard the sound of stifled sighs. Besides the women are men of all ages, young, middle-aged, old, with heads bowed and hands clasped, pale, grave, and earnest. Most of them were evidently of the superior grade of life, nobles, and the higher bourgeoisie. Few of the ouvrier class, very few, and these were of an earlier generation. I except soldiers, of whom there were many from the provincial nobles, chiefly Bretons. You know the Breton soldiers, by the little cross worn on their capes. Among them Lemercier at once distinguished the noble countenance of Alain de Rochebriant. De Brise and Savrin looked at each other with solemn eyes. I know not when either had last been within a church. Perhaps both were startled to find that religion still existed in Paris, and largely exist it does, though little seen on the surface of society, little to be estimated by the articles of journals and the reports of foreigners. Unhappily, those among whom it exists are not the ruling class of the classes that are dominated over and obscured in every country the moment the populace becomes master. And at that moment, the journals chiefly read were warring more against the deity than the Prussians were denouncing soldiers who attended mass. The gospel certainly makes a bad soldier, writes the patriot Piet. Lemercier knelt down quietly. The other two men crept noiselessly out and stood waiting for him on the steps, watching the moblots, Parisian moblots, at play. I should not wait for the Rochebriant if he had not promised me a roadie, said the Vicomte de Brise, with a pitiful attempt at the patrician wit of the ancient regime. Savrin shrugged his shoulders. I am not included in the invitation, said he, and therefore free to depart. I must go and look up a former confrere who was an enthusiastic Red Republican, and I fear does not get so much to eat since he has no longer an emperor to abuse. So Savrin went away. A few minutes afterwards Lemercier emerged from the church with Elaine. Chapter Roman 14. I knew I should find you in the Madeleine, said Lemercier, and I wished much to know when you had news from Duplessis. He and your fair fiancée are with your aunt still staying at Rochebriant. Certainly a pigeon arrived this morning with a few lines, all well there. And Duplessis thinks, despite the war, that he shall be able, when the time comes, to pay Louvier the mortgagessum. He never doubts that his credit in London is so good, but of course all works of improvement are stopped. Pray did he mention anything about the messenger who was to pierce the Prussian lines? What has the man not arrived? It is 2 weeks since he left. The Uhlans have no doubt shot him the assassins and drunk up my 25,000 francs the thieves. I hope not, but in case of delay Duplessis tells me I am to remit to you 2,000 francs for your present wants. I will send them to you this evening. How the deuce do you possess such a sum? I came from Brittany with a purse well filled, of course. I could have no scruples in accepting money from my destined father-in-law. And you can spare this sum. Certain lithe state now provides for me. I am in command of a Breton company. True, come and dine with me and de Brise. Alas, I cannot. I have to see both the Vandemers before I return to the camp for the night. And Nohishcom this way, drawing Frederick further from de Brise. I have famous news for you. A sortie on a grand scale is imminent in a few days. We may hope for it. I have heard that so often that I am incredulous. Take it as a fact now. What Trochu has at last matured his plan. He has changed its original design, which was to cut through the Prussian lines to Rouen, occupying there the richest country for supplies, guarding the left bank of the Seine, and a watercourse to convoy them to Paris. The incidents of war prevented that. He has a better plan now. The victory of the army of the Loire at Orleans opens a new enterprise. We shall cut our way through. The Prussians join that army, and with united forces fall on the enemy at the rear. Keep this a secret as yet, but rejoice with me that we shall prove to the invaders what men who fight for their native soil can do under the protection of heaven. Fox, fox, mon chéri, said Lemercier, as he walked towards the café rich with de Brise. Thou shalt have a festin de Balthazar under the protection of heaven. Chapter Roman 15. On leaving Lemercier and de Brise, Savrin regained the boulevard, and pausing every now and then to exchange a few words with acquaintances of the genial author, were numerous turned into the Quartier Chaussée d'Antin, and gaining a small neat house with a richly ornamented façade, mounted very clean well-kept stairs to a third story. On one of the doors on the landing place was nailed a card inscribed Gustave Raymond Homme de Letters. Certainly it is not usual in Paris thus to affiche oneself as a man of letters, but genius scorns what is usual. Had not Victor Hugo left in the hotel books on the Rhine his designation Homme de Letters, did not the heir to one of the loftiest houses in the peerage of England, and who is also a first-rate amateur in painting, inscribe on his studio, when in Italy artistes such examples no doubt were familiar to Gustave Raymond, and Homme de Letters was on the scrap of pasteboard nailed to his door. Savrin rang, the door opened, and Gustave appeared. The poet was of course picturesquely attired in his day of fashion. He had worn within doors a very pretty fanciful costume, designed after portraits of the young Raphael. That costume he had preserved, wore it now. It looked very threadbare, and the pourpoint very soiled, but the beauty of the poet's face had survived the luster of the garments. True, thanks to absinthe, the cheeks had become somewhat puffy, and bloated gray was distinctly visible in the long ebon tresses. But still, the beauty of the face was of that rare type which a Thorwaldsen or a Gibson, seeking a model for a Narcissus, would have longed to fix into marble. Gustave received his former chief with a certain air of reserved dignity, led him into his chamber, only divided by a curtain from his accommodation for washing and slumber, and placed him in an armchair beside a drowsy fire-fuel had already become very dear. Gustave said, Savrin, are you in a mood favorable to a little serious talk? Serious talk from Roman 1000 Savrin is a novelty too great not to command my profoundest interest. Thank you. On to begin, I, who know the world and mankind, advise you who do not never to meet a man who wishes to do you a kindness with an ungracious sarcasm. Irony is a weapon I ought to be skilled in, but weapons are used against enemies, and it is only a tyro who flourishes his rapier in the face of his friends. I was not aware that Roman 1000 Savrin still permitted me to regard him as a friend. Because I discharged the duties of friend, remonstrated, advised, and warned, however, let bygones be bygones. I entreated you not to quit the safe shelter of the paternal roof. You insisted on doing so. I entreated you not to send to one of the most ferocious of the red, or rather the communistic journals. Articles very eloquent, no doubt, but which would most seriously injure you in the eyes of quiet, orderly people, and compromise your future literary career for the sake of a temporary flash in the pan. During a very evanescent period of revolutionary excitement, you scorned my adjurations, but at all events you had the grace not to append your true name to those truculent effusions in literature. If literature revive in France, we too are henceforth separated. But I do not forgo the friendly interest I took in you in the days when you were so continually in my house. My wife, who liked you so, cordially implored me to look after you during her absence from Paris, and en fin mon pauvre garçon, it would grieve me very much if when she comes back I had to say to her Gustave Rameau has thrown away the chance of redemption, and of happiness which you deemed was secure to him, a loyal malade la lumière nuit. So saying, he held out his hand kindly. Gustave, who was far from deficient in affectionate or tender impulses, took the hand respectfully and pressed it warmly. Forgive me if I have been ungracious, Roman 1000 Savrin, and vouchsafe to hear my explanation. Willingly, mon garçon. When I became convalescent well enough to leave my father's house, there were circumstances which compelled me to do so. A young man accustomed to the life of a garçon can't be always tied to his mother's apron strings. Especially if the apron pocket does not contain a bottle of absinthe, said Savrin dryly. You may well color and try to look angry, but I know that the doctor strictly forbade the use of that deadly liqueur, and enjoined your mother to keep strict watch on your liability to its temptations, and hence one cause of your ennui under the paternal roof. But if there you could not imbibe absinthe, you were privileged to enjoy a much diviner intoxication. There you could have the foretaste of domestic bliss, society of the girl you loved, and who was pledged to become your wife. Speak frankly, did not that society itself begin to be wearisome? No, cried Gustave eagerly, it was not wearisome. Yes, but it could not be all-sufficing to a soul of fire like mine. Hem, murmured Savarina, soul of fire, this is very interesting, pray go on. The calm, cold, sister-like affection of a childish, undeveloped nature, which knew no passion except for art, and was really so little emancipated from the nursery as to take for serious truth all the old myths of religion. Such companionship may be very soothing and pleasant when one is lying on one's sofa and must live by rule, but when one regains the vigor of youth and health. Do not pause, said Savrin, gazing with more compassion than envy on that melancholy impersonation of youth and health. When one regains that vigor of which I myself have no recollection, what happens? The thirst for excitement, the goads of ambition, the irresistible claims which the world urges upon genius return. And that genius, finding itself at the North Pole amid Cimmerian darkness, in the atmosphere of a childish intellect, in other words, the society of a pure-minded virgin, who though a good romancer writes nothing but what a virgin may read, and though a bel esprit says her prayers and goes to church, then genius, well, pardon my ignorance, what does genius do? O Roman 1000 Savrin, Roman 1000 Savrin, don't let us talk any more, there is no sympathy between us. I cannot bear that bloodless, mocking, cynical mode of dealing with grand emotions, which belongs to the generation of the doctrinaires. I am not a Thiers or a Guizot. Good heavens, who ever accused you of being either? I did not mean to be cynical. Mademoiselle Cicogna has often said I am, but I did not think you would pardon me. I quite agree with the philosopher who asserted that the wisdom of the past was an imposture, that the meanest intellect now living is wiser than the greatest intellect, which is buried in Père Lachaise, because the dwarf who follows the giant when perched on the shoulders of the giant sees farther than the giant ever could. Allez, I go in for your generation, I abandon Guizot and Thiers, do condescend, and explain to my dull understanding, as the inferior mortal of a former age, what are the grand emotions which impel a soul of fire in your wiser generation, the thirst of excitement, what excitement, the goads of ambition, what ambition. A new social system is struggling from the dissolving elements of the old one. As in the fables of priestcraft, the soul frees itself from the body, which has become ripe for the grave of that new system. I aspire to be a champion, a leader, Behold the excitement that allures me, the ambition that goads. Thank you, said Savron meekly. I am answered. I recognize the dwarf perched on the back of the giant. Quitting these lofty themes, I venture to address to you now one simple matter-of-fact question. How about Mademoiselle Cicogna? Do you think you can induce her to transplant herself to the new social system, which I presume will abolish, among other obsolete myths, the institution of marriage? Roman 1000 Savron, your question offends me theoretically. I am opposed to the existing superstitions that encumber the very simple principle by which may be united two persons so long as they desire the union, and separated so soon as the union becomes distasteful to either. But I am perfectly aware that such theories would revolt a young lady like Mademoiselle Cicogna. I have never even named them to her, and our engagement holds good. Engagement of marriage, no period for the ceremony fixed. That is not my fault. I urged it on Isura with all earnestness before I left my father's house. That was long after the siege had begun. Listen to me, Gustave. No persuasion of mine or my wife's, nor Mrs. Morley's, could induce Isura to quit Paris. While it was yet time, she said very simply that having pledged her truth and hand to you, it would be treason to honor and duty if she should allow any considerations for herself to be even discussed so long as you needed her presence. You were then still suffering, and though convalescent, not without danger of a relapse. And your mother said to her, I heard the words, tease not for his bodily health. I could dare to ask you to stay when every man who can afford it is sending away his wife, sisters, daughters, as, for that I should suffice to tend him. But if you go, I resign all hope for the health of his mind and his soul. I think at Paris there may be female poets and artists whom that sort of argument would not have much influenced. But it so happens that Isura is not a Parisienne. She believes in those old myths, which you think fatal to sympathies with yourself. And those old myths also lead her to believe that where a woman has promised she will devote her life to a man, she cannot forsake him when told by his mother that she is necessary to the health of his mind and his soul. Stay, before you interrupt me, let me finish what I have to say. It appears that so soon as your bodily health was improved, you felt that your mind and your soul could take care of themselves. And certainly it seems to me that Isura Cicogna is no longer of the smallest use to either. Raymond was evidently much disconcerted by this speech. He saw what Savron was driving at, her renunciation of all bond between Isura and himself. He was not prepared for such renunciation. He still felt for the Italian as much of love as he could feel for any woman who did not kneel at his feet, as at those of Apollo, condescending to the homage of Arcadian maids. But on the one hand, he felt that many circumstances had occurred since the disaster at Sedan to render Isura a very much less desirable party than she had been when he had first wrung from her the pledge of betrothal in the palmy times of a government in which literature and art commanded station, and ensured fortune. Isura, whether as authoress or singer, was a brilliant marriage for Gustave Raymond. She had also then an assured and competent, if modest, income. But when times change, people change with them, as the income for the moment, and heaven only can say how long that moment might last. Isura's income had disappeared. It will be recollected that Louvier had invested her whole fortune in the houses to be built in the street, called after his name. No houses, even when built, paid any rent. Now Louvier had quitted Paris, and Isura could only be subsisting upon such small sum as she might have had in hand before the siege commenced. All career in such literature and art as Isura adorned was at a dead stop now. To do Raymond justice, he was by no means an avaricious or mercenary man, but he yearned for modes of life to which money was essential. He liked his comforts, and his comforts included the luxuries of elegance and show, comforts not to be attained by marriage with Isura under existing circumstances. Nevertheless, it is quite true that he had urged her to marry him at once, before he had quitted his father's house, and her modest shrinking from such proposal, however excellent the reasons for delay in the national calamities of the time, as well as the poverty which the calamity threatened, had greatly wounded his amour propre. He had always felt that her affection for him was not love, and though he could reconcile himself to that conviction when many solid advantages were attached to the prize of her love, and when he was ill and penitent and maudlin, and the calm affection of a saint seemed to him infinitely preferable to the vehement passion of a Cineriot, when Isura was only Isura by herself, Isura minus all the etc., which had previously been taken into account, the want of adoration for himself, very much lessened her value. Still, though he acquiesced in the delayed fulfillment of the engagement with Isura, he had no thought of withdrawing from the engagement itself, and after a slight pause, he replied, "You do me great injustice if you suppose that the occupations to which I devote myself render me less sensible to the merits of Mademoiselle Cicogna, or less eager for our union. On the contrary, I will confide to yours, man of the world, on main reason why I quitted my father's house, and why I desire to keep my present address a secret. Mademoiselle Caumartin conceived for me a passionate caprice which was very flattering for a time, but which latterly became very troublesome. Figure to yourself, she daily came to our house while I was lying ill, and with the greatest difficulty my mother got her out of it. That was not all. She pestered me with letters containing all sorts of threats, nay, actually kept watch at the house, and one day, when I entered the carriage with my mother and Signora Venosta for a drive in the boys, meaning to call for Isura, by the way she darted to the carriage door, caught my hand, and would have made a scene if the coachman had given her leave to do so. Luckily, he had the tact to whip on his horses, and we escaped. I had some little difficulty in convincing the Signora Venosta that the girl was crazed, but I felt the danger I incurred of her coming upon me some moment when in company with Isura, and so I left my father's house, and naturally wishing to steer clear of this vehement little demon till I am safely married, I keep my address a secret from all who are likely to tell her of it. You do wisely if you are really afraid of her, and cannot trust your nerves to say to her plainly, I am engaged to be married. All is at an end between us. Do not force me to employ the police to protect myself from unwelcome importunities. Honestly speaking, I doubt if I have the nerve to do that, and I doubt still more if it would be of any avail. It is very ennuyant to be so passionately loved, but que voulez-vous, it is my fate. Poor martyr, I condole with you, and to say truth, it was chiefly to warn you of Mademoiselle Caumartin's pertinacity that I call this evening." Here Savrin related the particulars of his rencontre with Julie, and concluded by saying, "I suppose I may take your word of honor that you will firmly resist all temptation to renew a connection which would be so incompatible with the respect due to your fiancé, fatherless and protectorless as Isura is. I feel bound to act as a virtual guardian to one in whom my wife takes so deep an interest, and to whom, as she thinks she had some hand in bringing about your engagement, she is committed to no small responsibilities. Do not allow poor Julie, whom I sincerely pity, to force on me the unpleasant duty of warning your fiancé of the dangers to which she might be subjected by marriage with an Adonis whose fate it is to be so profoundly beloved by the sex in general and ballet nymphs in particular. There is no chance of so disagreeable a duty being incumbent on you. Roman 1000 Savrin. Of course, what I myself have told you in confidence is sacred. Certainly there are things in the life of a Garcon before marriage which would be an affront to the modesty of his fiancée to communicate and discuss, but then those things must belong exclusively to the past and cast no shadow over the future. I will not interrupt you further. No doubt you have work for the night before you do. The red journalists for whom you write pay enough to support you in these terribly dear times. Scarcely, but I look forward to wealth and fame in the future, and you. I just escape starvation if the siege lasts much longer. It is not of the gout I shall die. Good night to you." Chapter Romans 16. Isura had, as we have seen, been hitherto saved by the siege and its consequences from the fulfillment of her engagement to Gustave Rameau, and since he had quitted his father's house, she had not only seen less of him, but a certain chill crept into his converse in the visits he paid to her. The compassionate feeling his illness had excited, confirmed by the unwonted gentleness of his mood, and the short-lived remorse with which he spoke of his past faults and follies, necessarily faded away in proportion as he regained that kind of febrile strength which was his normal state of health, and with it the arrogant self-assertion which was ingrained in his character. But it was now more than ever that she became aware of the antagonism between all that constituted his inner life and her own. It was not that he volunteered in her presence the express utterance of those opinions, social or religious, which he addressed to the public in the truculent journal to which, under a nom de plume, he was the most inflammatory contributor, whether it was that he shrank from insulting the ears of the pure virgin whom he had wooed as wife, with avowals of his disdain of marriage bonds, or perhaps from shocking, yet more her womanly humanity and her religious faith, by cries for the blood of anti-republican traitors and the downfall of Christian altars, or whether he yet clung, though with relapsing affection, to the hold which her promise had imposed on him, and felt that that hold would be forever gone, and that she would recoil from his side in terror and dismay if she once learned that the man who had implored her to be his saving angel from the comparatively mild errors of youth had so belied his assurance, so mocked her credulity, as deliberately to enter into active warfare against all that he knew her sentiments regarded as noble, and her conscience received as divine despite the suppression of avowed doctrine on his part. The total want of sympathy between these antagonistic natures made itself felt by both, more promptly felt by Isura, if Gustave did not frankly announce to her in that terrible time when all that a little later broke out on the side of the communists was more or less forcing ominous way to the lips of those who talked with confidence to each other whether to approve or to condemn the associates with whom he was leagued, the path to which he had committed his career, still for her instincts for genuine art, which for its development needs the serenity of peace, which for its ideal needs dreams that soar into the infinite. Gustave had only the scornful sneer of the man who identifies with his ambition the violent upset of all that civilization has established in this world, and the blank negation of all that patient hope and heroic aspiration which humanity carries on into the next. On his side, Gustave Rameau, who was not without certain fine and delicate attributes in a complicated nature over which the personal vanity and the mobile temperament of the Parisian reigned, supreme, chafed at the restraints imposed on him, no matter what a man's doctrines may be, however abominable you and I may deem the man desires to find in the dearest fellowship, he can establish that sympathy in the woman his choice singles out from her sex deference to his opinions, sympathy with his objects as man, so too Gustave's sense of honor. And according to his own Parisian code, that sense was keen, became exquisitely stung by the thought that he was compelled to play the part of a mean dissimulator to the girl for whose opinions he had the profoundest contempt. How could these two betrothed to each other not feel, though without coming to open dissension, that between them had flowed the inlet of water, by which they had been riven asunder? What man, if he can imagine himself a Gustave Rameau, can blame the revolutionist absorbed in ambitious projects for turning the pyramid of society topsy-turvy, if he shrank more and more from the companionship of a betrothed with whom he could not venture to exchange 3 words without caution and reserve? And what woman can blame an Isura if she felt a sensation of relief at the very neglect of the affianced whom she had compassionated and could never love? Possibly the reader may best judge of the state of Isura's mind at this time by a few brief extracts from an imperfect fragmentary journal in which, amid saddened and lonely hours, she held converse with herself. One day at Enghien, I listened silently to a conversation between Roman 1000 Savrin and the Englishman who sought to explain the conception of duty, in which the German poet has given such noble utterance to the thoughts of the German philosopher, viz., that moral aspiration has the same goal as the artistic attainment to the calm delight, wherein the pain of effort disappears in the content of achievement. Thus in life, as in art, it is through discipline that we arrive at freedom, and duty only completes itself when all motives, all actions are attuned into one harmonious whole, and it is not striven for as duty, but enjoyed as happiness. Roman 1000 Savrin treated this theory with the mockery with which the French wit is ever apt to treat what it terms German mysticism. According to him, duty must always be a hard and difficult struggle, and he said laughingly, whenever a man says, "I have done my duty," it is with a long face and a mournful sigh. Ah, how devoutly I listened to the Englishman, how harshly the Frenchman's irony jarred upon my ears, and yet now in the duty that life imposes on me, to fulfill which I strain every power vouchsafed to my nature, and seek to crush down every impulse that rebels where is the promised calm, where any approach to the content of achievement, contemplating the way before me, the beautiful even of art has vanished. I see, but cloud and desert, can this which I assume to be duty really be? So is it not sin, even to ask my heart that question. Madame Rameau is very angry with her son for his neglect, both of his parents and of me. I have had to take his part against her. I would not have him lose their love, poor Gustave. But when Madame Rameau suddenly said, "Today I erred in seeking the union between thee and Gustave, retract thy promise. In doing so thou wilt be justified." Oh, the strange joy that flashed upon me as she spoke. Am I justified? Am I? Oh, if that Englishman had never crossed my path! Oh, if I had never loved! Or if in the last time we met he had not asked for my love and confessed his own, then I think I could honestly reconcile my conscience with my longings and say to Gustave, "We do not suit each other, be we both released." But no, is it that Gustave is really changed from what he was when in despondence at my own lot, and in pitying belief that I might brighten and exalt his, I plighted my troth to him? Or is it not rather that the choice I thus voluntarily made became so intolerable a thought the moment I knew I was beloved and sought by another, and from that moment I lost the strength I had before, a strength to silence the voice at my own heart? What is it, the image of that other one, which is persuading me to be falsetto, exaggerate the failings, to be blind to the merits of him who has a right to say I am what I was when thou didst pledge thyself to take me for better or for worse? Gustave has been here after an absence of several days. He was not alone. The good Abbe Vertper and Madame de Vandermeer with her son Roman 1000 Raoul were present. They had come on matters connected with our ambulance. They do not know of my engagement to Gustave. And seeing him in the uniform of a National Guard, the Abbe courteously addressed to him some questions as to the possibility of checking the terrible increase of the vice of intoxication, so alien till of late to the habits of the Parisians, and becoming fatal to discipline and bodily endurance. Could the number of the canteens on the ramparts be more limited? Gustave answered with rudeness and bitter sarcasm, before priests could be critics in military matters, they must undertake military service themselves. The Abbe replied with unalterable good humor, but in order to criticize the effects of drunkenness, must one get drunk one's self? Gustave was put out and retired into a corner of the room, keeping sullen silence till my other visitors left. Then, before I could myself express the pain his words and manner had given me, he said abruptly, "I wonder how you can tolerate the tartuffery which may amuse on the comic stage, but in the tragedy of these times is revolting." This speech roused my anger, and the conversation that ensued was the gravest that had ever passed between us. If Gustave were of stronger nature and more concentrated, will I believe that the only feelings I should have for him would be antipathy and dread. But it is his very weaknesses and inconsistencies that secure to him a certain tenderness of interest. I think he could never be judged without great indulgence by women. There is in him so much of the child, wayward, irritating one moment, and the next penitent, affectionate. One feels as if persistence in evil were impossible to one so delicate both in mind and form. That peculiar order of genius to which he belongs seems as if it ought to be so estranged from all directions, violent or coarse. When in poetry he seeks to utter some audacious and defying sentiment, the substance melts away in daintiness of expression, in soft lute-like strains of slender music. And when he has stung, angered, revolted my heart the most, suddenly he subsides into such pathetic gentleness, such tearful remorse, that I feel as if resentment to one so helpless, desertion of one who must fall without the support of a friendly hand, were a selfish cruelty. It seems to me as if I were dragged towards a precipice by a sickly child clinging to my robe. But in this last conversation with him, his language in regard to subjects I hold most sacred drew forth from me words which startled him, and which may avail to save him from that worst insanity of human minds, the mimicry of the Titans who would have dethroned a god to restore a chaos. I told him frankly that I had only promised to share his fate on my faith in his assurance of my power to guide it heavenward, and that if the opinions he announced were seriously entertained and put forth in defiance of heaven itself, we were separated forever. I told him how earnestly, in the calamities of the time, my own soul had sought to take refuge in thoughts and hopes beyond the earth, and how deeply many a sentiment that in former days passed by me with a smile in the light talk of the salons, now shocked me as an outrage on the reverence which the mortal child owes to the divine Father, I own to him how much of comfort, of sustainment of thought, and aspiration elevated beyond the sphere of art, in which I had hitherto sought the purest air, the loftiest goal, I owed to intercourse with minds like those of the Abbé de Werther, and how painfully I felt as if I were guilty of ingratitude when he compelled me to listen to insults on those whom I recognized as benefactors. I wish to speak sternly, but it is my great misfortune, my prevalent weakness, that I cannot be stern when I ought to be. It is with me in life. As in art, I never could on the stage have taken the part of a Norma or a Medea. If I attempt in fiction a character which deserves condemnation, I am untrue. To poetic justice, I cannot condemn and execute, I can but compassionate and pardon the creature I myself have created. I was never in the real world stern. But to one, and then, alas, it was because I loved where I could no longer love with honor, and I, knowing my weakness, had terror lest I should yield. So Gustave did not comprehend from my voice, my manner, how gravely I was in earnest, but himself softened, affected to tears. He confessed his own fault, ceased to argue in order to praise, and uttering protestations, seemingly the most sincere, he left me bound to him, still woe is me. It is true that Isora had come more directly under the influence of religion than she had been in the earlier dates of this narrative. There is a time in the lives of most of us, and especially in the lives of women, when despondent of all joy in an earthly future and tortured by conflicts between inclination and duty, we transfer all the passion and fervor of our troubled souls to enthusiastic yearnings for the divine love, seeking to rebaptize ourselves in the fountain of its mercy, taking thence the only hopes that can cheer, the only strength that can sustain us. Such a time had come to Isora. Formerly, she had escaped from the griefs of the workaday world into the gardenland of art. Now art had grown unwelcome to her, almost hateful. Gone was the spell from the gardenland. Its flowers were faded, its paths were stony, its sunshine had vanished in mist and rain. There are two voices of nature in the soul of the genuine artist, that is of him who, because he can create, comprehends the necessity of the great creator. Those voices are never both silent. When one is hushed, the other becomes distinctly audible. The one speaks to him of art, the other of religion. At that period, several societies for the relief and tendance of the wounded had been formed by the women of Paris, the earliest, if I mistake not, by ladies of the highest rank, amongst whom were the Comtesse de Vandermeer and the Contessa di Riminetto. It necessarily included others of stations less elevated to this society. At the request of Elaine de Rochebriant and of Enguerrand, Isora had eagerly attached herself. It occupied much of her time, and in connection with it, she was brought much into sympathetic acquaintance with Raoul de Vandermeer, most zealous and active member of that society of St. Francois de Sales, to which belonged other young nobles of the legitimist creed. The passion of Raoul's life was the relief of human suffering. In him was personified the ideal of Christian charity. I think all or most of us have known what it is to pass under the influence of a nature that is so far akin to ours that it desires to become something better and higher than it is, that desire being paramount in ourselves, but seeks to be that something in ways not akin to, but remote from the ways in which we seek it. When this contact happens, either one nature, by the mere force of will, subjugates and absorbs the other, or both, while preserving their own individuality apart and independent, enrich themselves by mutual interchange, and the asperities which differences of taste and sentiment in detail might otherwise provoke melt in the sympathy which unites spirits striving with equal earnestness to rise nearer to the unseen and unattainable source, which they equally recognize as divine. Perhaps had these two persons met a year ago in the ordinary intercourse of the world, neither would have detected the sympathy of which I speak. Raoul was not without the prejudice against artists and writers of romance that is shared by many who cherish the persuasion that all is vanity which does not concentrate imagination and intellect in the destinies of the soul hereafter, and Isora might have excited his compassion, certainly not his reverence, while to her his views on all that seeks to render the actual life attractive and embellished through the accomplishments of muse and grace would have seemed the narrow-minded asceticism of a bigot. But now, amid the direful calamities of the time, the beauty of both natures became visible to each. To the eyes of Isra, tenderness became predominant in the monastic self-denial of Raoul. To the eyes of Raoul, devotion became predominant in the gentle thoughtfulness of Isra. Their intercourse was in ambulance and hospital, in care for the wounded, in prayer for the dying. It is easy to declaim against the frivolities and vices of Parisian society as they appear on the surface, and in revolutionary times it is the very worst of Paris that ascends in scum to the top, but descend below the surface. Even in that demoralizing suspense of order, and nowhere on earth might the angel have beheld the image of humanity more amply vindicating its claim to the heritage of heaven. Chapter Romans 17. The warning announcement of some great effort on the part of the besieged, which Elaine had given to Lemercier, was soon to be fulfilled. For some days the principal thoroughfares were ominously lined with military convoys. The loungers on the boulevards stopped to gaze on the long defiles of troops and cannons, commissariat conveyances, and saddening accompaniments, the vehicles of various ambulances for the removal of the wounded. With what glee the loungers said to each other, and fin, among all the troops that Paris sent forth, none were so popular as those which Paris had not nurtured. Sailors, from the moment they arrived, the sailors had been the pets of the capital. They soon proved themselves the most notable contrast to that force which Paris herself had produced. National Guard, their frames were hardy, their habits active, their discipline perfect, their manners mild and polite. Oh, if all our troops were like these, was the common exclamation of the Parisians. At last burst forth upon Paris the proclamations of General Trochu and General Ducrot, the first brief, calm, and Breton-like ending with "Putting our trust in God, march on for our country," the second more detailed, more candidly stating obstacles and difficulties, but fiery with eloquent enthusiasm, not unsupported by military statistics, in the 400 cannon, 2/3 of which were of the largest caliber that no material object could resist, more than 150,000 soldiers, all well armed, well equipped, abundantly provided with munitions, and all gen a l'espoir animated by an irresistible ardor for me, concludes the general. I am resolved, I swear before you, before the whole nation, that I will not re-enter Paris, except as dead or victorious. At these proclamations, who then at Paris does not recall the burst of enthusiasm that stirred the surface? Trochu became once more popular. Even the communistic or atheistic journals refrained from complaining that he attended Mass and invited his countrymen to trust in God. Ducrot was more than popular, was adored. The several companies in which Desmoulins and Enguerrand served departed towards their post early on the same morning, that of the 28th, all the previous night. While Enguerrand was buried in profound slumber, Raoul remained in his brother's room, sometimes on his knees before the ivory crucifix, which had been their mother's last birthday gift to her youngest son, sometimes seated beside the bed, in profound and devout meditation. At daybreak Madame de Vandermeer stole into the chamber, unconscious of his brother's watch. He had asked her to wake him in good time, for the young man was a sound sleeper. Shading the candle she bore with one hand, with the other she drew aside the curtain, and looked at Enguerrand's calm fair face, its lips parted in the happy smile which seemed to carry joy with it. Wherever its sunshine played, her tears fell noiselessly on her darling's cheek. She then knelt down and prayed for strength. As she rose, she felt Raoul's arm around her. They looked at each other in silence. Then she bowed her head and wakened Enguerrand with her lips. "Pas de querelle, mes amis," he murmured, opening his sweet blue eyes drowsily. "It was a dream, I thought. Jules and Émile, two young friends of his, were worrying each other. And you know, dear Raoul, that I am the most officious of peacemakers. Time to rise. Is it no peacemaking today? Kiss me again, mother, and say, bless thee. Bless thee, my child," cried the mother, wrapping her arms passionately round him, and in tones choked with sobs. "Now leave me, maman," said Enguerrand, resorting to the infantine ordinary name which he had not used for years. "Raoul, stay, and help me to dress. I must be très beau today. I shall join thee at breakfast, maman, early for such repast, but la petite vient en mangeant. Mind, the coffee is hot." Enguerrand, always careful of each detail of dress, was especially so that morning, and especially gay, humming the old air partant pour la Syrie, but his gaiety was checked when Raoul, taking from his breast a holy talisman, which he habitually wore there, suspended it with loving hands round his brother's neck. It was a small crystal set in Byzantine filigree embedded in. It was a small splinter of wood said by pious tradition to be a relic of the Divine Cross. It had been for centuries in the family of the Contessa di Rimini, and was given by her to Raoul, the only gift she had ever made him, as an emblem of the sinless purity of the affection that united those two souls in the bonds of the beautiful belief. "She bade me transfer it to thee today, my brother," said Raoul simply, "and now without a pang I can gird on thee thy soldier's sword." Enguerrand clasped his brother in his arms and kissed him with passionate fervor. "O Raoul, how I love thee, how good thou hast ever been to me, how many sins thou hast saved me from, how indulgent thou hast been to those from which thou couldst not save. Think on that, my brother, in case we do not meet again on earth." "Hush, hush, Enguerrand, no gloomy forebodings. Now come hither, my half of life, my sunny half of life." And uttering these words, he led Enguerrand towards the crucifix, and there, in deeper and more solemn voice, said, "Let us pray." So the brothers knelt side by side, and Raoul prayed aloud, as only such souls can pray. When they descended into the salon, where breakfast was set out, they found assembled several of their relations, and some of Enguerrand's young friends not engaged in the sortie. One or two of the latter, indeed, were disabled from fighting by wounds in former fields. They left their sick beds to bid him goodbye. Unspeakable was the affection this genial nature inspired in all who came into the circle of its winning magic, and when tearing himself from them, he descended the stair and passed with light step through the porte-cochere. There was a crowd around the house, so widely had his popularity spread among even the lower classes, from which the nobles in his regiment were chiefly composed. He departed to the place of rendezvous amid a chorus of exhilarating cheers. Not thus lovingly tended on, not thus cordially greeted, was that equal idol of a former generation, Victor de Maullion. No pious friend prayed beside his couch. No loving kiss waked him from his slumbers at the gray of the November dawn. He rose from a sleep which had no smiling dreams, with that mysterious instinct of punctual will, which cannot even go to sleep without fixing beforehand the exact moment in which sleep shall. And he too, like Enguerrand, dressed himself with care, like Enguerrand, with care strictly soldier-like. Then, seeing he had some little time yet before him, he rapidly revisited the pigeonholes and drawers, in which might be found by prying eyes anything he would deny to them curiosity. All that he found of this sort were some letters in female handwriting tied together with faded ribbon, relics of earlier days, and treasured throughout later vicissitudes. Letters from the English girl to whom he had briefly referred in his confession to Louvier, the only girl he had ever wooed as his wife. She was the only daughter of high-born Roman Catholics, residing at the time of his youth in Paris. Reluctantly, they had assented to his proposals. Joyfully, they had retracted their assent when his affairs had become so involved. Yet possibly the motive that led him to his most ruinous excesses, gambling of the turf, had been caused by the wild hope of a nature then fatally sanguine to retrieve the fortune that might suffice to satisfy the parents. But during his permitted courtship, the lovers had corresponded. Her letters were full of warm, if innocent tenderness. Still came the last cold farewell. The family had long ago returned to England. He concluded, of course, that she had married another. Near to these letters lay the papers which had served to vindicate his honor in that old affair, in which the unsought love of another had brought on him shame and affliction. As his eye fell on the last, he muttered to himself, "I kept these to clear my repute. Can I keep those when, if found, they might compromise the repute of her who might have been my wife? Had I been worthy of her, she is doubtless now another's, or if dead, honor never dies." He pressed his lips to the letters with a passionate, lingering, mournful kiss. Then, raking up the ashes of yesterday's fire and rekindling them, he placed thereon those leaves of a melancholy romance in his past, and watched them slowly, reluctantly smolder away into tinder. Then he opened a drawer in which lay the only paper of a political character, which he had preserved. All that related to plots or conspiracies in which his agency had committed others, it was his habit to destroy as soon as received. For the sole document thus treasured he alone was responsible. It was an outline of his ideal for the future constitution of France, accompanied with elaborate arguments, the heads of which his conversation with the incognito made known to the reader. Of the soundness of this political program whatever its merits or faults, a question on which I presume no judgment he had an intense conviction. He glanced rapidly over its contents, did not alter a word, sealed it up in an envelope, inscribed my legacy to my countrymen, the papers refuting a calumny relating solely to himself. He carried into the battlefield, placed next to his heart significant of a Frenchman's love of honor in this world as the relic placed round the neck of Enguerrand by his pious brother was emblematic of the Christian hope of mercy in the next. Chapter Roman 18. The streets swarmed with the populous troops. As they passed to their destination, among those of the mobiles who especially caught the eye were two companies in which Enguerrand de Vandamme and Victor de Maullion commanded. In the first were many young men of good family, or in the higher ranks of the bourgeoisie known to numerous lookers-on. There was something inspiriting in their gay aspects, and in the easy carelessness of their march mixed with this company, however, and forming, of course, the bulk of it, were those who belonged to the lower classes of the population, and though they too might seem gay to an ordinary observer, the gaiety was forced. Many of them were evidently not quite sober, and there was a disorderly want of soldiership in their mien and armament, which inspired distrust among such via mustaches as too old for other service than that of the ramparts mixed here and there among the crowd. But when de Maullion's company passed, the via mustaches impulsively touched each other. They recognized the march of well-drilled men, the countenances grave and severe, the eyes not looking on this side, and that for admiration, the step regularly timed and conspicuous among these men, the tall stature and calm front of the leader. "These fellows will fight well," growled a via mustache. "Where did they fish out their leader?" "Don't you know," said a bourgeois, "Victor de Maullion? He won the cross in Algeria for bravery. I recollect him. When I was very young, the very devil for women and fighting." "I wish there were more such devils for fighting and fewer for women," growled again le via mustache. One incessant roar of cannon. All the night of the 29th, the populace had learned the names of the French cannons, and fancied they could distinguish the several sounds of their thunder, their spits, Josephine shouts, an invalid sailor, their howls, our own populace cries, a red republican from Belleville. The populace had been contributed to the artillery, sou à sou, by the working class. "There sings le châtiment," laughed Gustave Rameau, who was now become an enthusiastic admirer of the Victor Hugo he had before affected to despise, and all the while mingled with the roar of the cannon came far and near from the streets, from the ramparts, the gusts of song-song, sometimes heroic, sometimes obscene, more often carelessly joyous. The news of General Vinoy's success during the early part of the day had been damped by the evening report of Ducrot's delay in crossing the swollen Marne, but the spirits of the Parisians rallied from a momentary depression on the excitement at night of that concert of martial music. During that night, close under the guns of the double redoubt of Gravelle and La Faisandrie, 8 pontoon bridges were thrown over the Marne, and at daybreak, the first column of the Third Army under Blanchard and Renault crossed with all their artillery, and covered by the fire of the double redoubts of the forts of Vincennes, Nogent, Rossuy, and the batteries of Mont-Avron, had an hour before noon carried the village of Champigny and the first echelon, important plateau of Villiers, and were already commencing the work of entrenchment, when, rallying from the amaze of a defeat, the German forces burst upon them. Sustained by fresh batteries, the Prussian pieces of artillery established at Chennevières, and at newly opened fire with deadly execution, while a numerous infantry descending from the entrenchments of Villiers charged upon the troops under Renault. Among the French in that strife were Enguerrand and the mobiles of which he was in command. Dismayed by the unexpected fire, these mobiles gave way, as indeed did many of the line. Enguerrand rushed forward to the front on mise en fans, on what will our mothers and wives say of us? If we fly vive la France on. Among those of the better class in that company there rose a shout of applause, but it found no sympathy among the rest. They wavered, they turned. "Will you suffer me to go on alone, countrymen?" cried Enguerrand. And alone he rushed on towards the Prussian line, rushed, and fell mortally wounded by a musket ball. "Revenge, revenge!" shouted some of the foremost. "Revenge!" shouted those in the rear, and so shouting turned on their heels and fled. But ere they could disperse, they encountered the march steadfast, though rapid, of the troop, led by Victor de Maullion Poltroons. He thundered with the sonorous depth of his strong voice, "Halt and turn, or my men shall fire on you as deserters." "Va citoyen," said one fugitive, an officer popularly elected, because he was the loudest brawler in the club of the Salon. Favre have seen him before Charles, the brother of Armand Moniermen, can't fight. When they despise their generals, it is our generals who are poltroons and fools both. Carry my answer to the ghosts of cowards, cried de Malden, and shot the man dead. His followers, startled and cowed by the deed, and the voice, and the look of the death-giver, halted. The officers, who had at first yielded to the panic of their men, took fresh courage, and finally led the bulk of the troop back to their post in levis, à la bayonet, to use the phrase of a candid historian of that day. Day on the whole not inglorious to France, it was the first, if it was the last, really important success of the besieged. They remained masters of the ground, the Prussians leaving to them the wounded and the dead. That night what crowds thronged from Paris to the top of the Montmartre heights, from the observatory, on which the celebrated inventor Bazin had lighted up with some magical electric machine, all the plain of Gennevilliers from Mont Valérien to the Fort de la Briche. The splendor of the blaze wrapped the great city distinctly. Above the roofs of the houses soared the Dôme des Invalides, the spires of Notre Dame, the giant turrets of the Tuileries, and died away, on resting on the infamous Scapulos Acrosronia, the thunder crags of the heights, occupied by the invading army. Lemercier de Brise and the elder Raymond, who, despite his peaceful habits and grey hairs, insisted on joining in the aid of La Patriot, among the National Guards attached to the Fort de la Briche and the neighboring eminence, and they met in conversation. "What a victory we have had," said the old Raymond. "Rather mortifying to your son Roman 1000 Raymond," said Le Mercier. "Mortifying to my son, sir, the victory of his countrymen. What do you mean?" "I had the honor to hear Roman 1000 Gustave the other night at the Club de la Vengeance." "Bon Dieu, do you frequent those tragic reunions?" asked de Brise. "They are not at all tragic. They are the only comedies left us, as one must amuse one's self somewhere, and the Club de la Vengeance is the prettiest thing of the sort going. I quite understand why it should fascinate a poet like your son Roman 1000 Raymond. It is held in a salle de café Chanton-style, Louis Quinze decorated, with a pastoral scene from Watteau I and my dog Fox drop in. We hear your son haranguing in what poetical sentences he despaired of the Republic. Government, he called them. Les charlatans de l'Hôtel de Ville were imbeciles. They pretended to inaugurate a revolution, and did not employ the most obvious of revolutionary means, their fox. And I pricked up our ears. What were those means? Your son proceeded to explain. All mankind were to be appealed to against individual interests. The commerce of luxury was to be abolished. Clearly luxury was not at the command of all mankind. Cafes and theaters were to be closed for ever. All mankind could not go to cafes and theaters. It was idle to expect the masses to combine for anything in which the masses had not an interest in common. The masses had no interest in any property that did not belong to the masses. Programs of the society to be founded, called the Ligue Cosmopolite Démocratique, should be sent at once into all the states of the civilized world. How? By balloons. Money corrupts the world, as now composed, but the money at the command of the masses could buy all the monarchs and courtiers and priests of the universe. At that sentiment, vehemently delivered, the applauses were frantic, and Fox, in his excitement, began to bark at the sound of his bark. One man cried out, "That's a Prussian." Another, "Down with the spy." Another, "There's an aristo-present keeps alive a dog, which would be a week's meal for a family." I snatch up Fox at the last cry, and clasp him to a bosom, protected by the uniform of the National Guard. When the hubbub had subsided, your son Roman 1000 Raymond proceeded, quitting mankind in general and arriving at the question in particular most interesting to his audience. The mobilization of the National Guard, that is, the call upon men who like talking and hate fighting to talk less and fight more. It was the sheerest tyranny to select a certain number of free citizens to be butchered. If the fight was for the mass, there ought to be la levée en masse. If one did not compel everybody to fight, why should anybody fight? Here the applause again became vehement, and Fox again became indiscreet. I subdued Fox's bark into a squeak by pulling his ears. "What cries your poets in la levée en masse gives us 15 millions of soldiers, with which we could crush not Prussia alone, but the whole of Europe." Immense sensation. Let us then resolve that the charlatans of the Hôtel de Ville are incapable of delivering us from the Prussians, that they are deposed, that the League of the Democratic Cosmopolite is installed, that meanwhile the Commune shall be voted the provisional government, and shall order the Prussians to retire within 3 days from the soil of Paris. Pardon me this long description, my dear Roman 1000 Ramo, but I trust I have satisfactorily explained why victory obtained in the teeth of his eloquent opinions, if gratifying to him as a Frenchman, must be mortifying to him as a politician. The old Ramo sighed, hung his head, and crept away, while amid this holiday illumination the Parisians enjoyed the panorama before them. The friars Crescens and the attendants of the various ambulances were moving along the battle plains, the first in their larger-brimmed hats and sable garbs, the last in strange, motley costume, many of them in glittering uniform, all alike, in their serene indifference to danger, often pausing to pick up among the dead their own brethren who had been slaughtered in the midst of their task. Now and then they came on sinister forms, apparently engaged in the same duty of tending the wounded and dead, but in truth murderous plunderers to whom the dead and the dying were equal harvests. Did the wounded man attempt to resist the foul hands searching for their spoil, they added another wound, more immediately mortal, grinning, as they completed on the dead the robbery they had commenced on the dying. Raoul de Vandamme had been all the earlier part of the day, with the assistance of the ambulance, over which he presided, attached to the battalions of the National Guard, in a quarter remote from that in which his brother had fought and fallen when those troops later in the day were driven from the Montmedy plateau, which they had at first carried. Raoul repassed towards the plateau at Villiers, on which the dead lay thickest on the way. He heard a vague report of the panic which had dispersed the mobiles, of whom Enguerrand was in command, and of Enguerrand's vain attempt to inspirit them, but his fate was not known there. At midnight Raoul is still searching among the ghastly heaps and pools of blood, lighted from afar by the blaze from the observatory of Montmartre, and more near at hand by the bivouac fires extended along the banks to the left of the Marne, while everywhere about the field flitted the lanterns of the Friar Crescens. Suddenly, in the dimness of a spot cast into shadow by an incompleted earthwork, he observed a small sinister figure perched on the breast of some wounded soldier, evidently not to succor. He sprang forward and seized a hideous-looking urchin scarcely 12 years old, who held in one hand a small crystal locket set in filigree gold torn from the soldier's breast, and lifted high in the other a long case-knife. At a glance Raoul recognized the holy relic he had given to Enguerrand, and flinging the precocious murderer to be seized by his assistants, he cast himself beside his brother. Enguerrand still breathed, and his languid eyes brightened as he knew the dear familiar face. He tried to speak, but his voice failed, and he shook his head sadly, but still with a faint smile on his lips. They lifted him tenderly and placed him on a litter, the movement gentle as it was brought back pain, and with the pain strength to mutter, "My mother, I would see her once more." As at daybreak, the loungers on Montmartre and the ramparts descended into the street's most windows, in which were open, as they had been all night, with anxious female faces, peering palely down. They saw the conveyances of the ambulances coming dismally along, and many an eye turned wistfully towards the litter on which lay the idol of the pleasure-reliving Paris, with the dark bare-headed figure walking beside it onwards, till it reached the Hôtel de Vandamme, and a woman's cry was heard at the entrance. Mother's cry, "My son, my son." Book Roman chapter Roman 1. The last book closed with the success of the Parisian sortie on the 30th of November, to be followed by the terrible engagements, no less honorable to French valor, on the 2nd of December. There was the sanguine belief that deliverance was at hand, that Trochu would break through the circle of iron, and effect that junction with the army of Aurels de Paladine, which would compel the Germans to raise the investment. Belief rudely shaken by Ducrot's proclamation of the 4th to explain the recrossing of the Marne and the abandonment of the positions conquered, but not altogether dispelled, till von Moltke's letter to Trochu on the 5th, announcing the defeat of the army of the Loire and the recapture of Orleans. Even then the Parisians did not lose hope of succor, and even after the desperate and fruitless sortie against Le Bourget on the 21st, it was not without witticisms on defeat and predictions of triumph that winter and famine settled sullenly on the city. Our narrative reopens with the last period of the siege. It was during these dreadful days that if the vilest and the most hideous aspects of the Parisian population showed themselves at the worst, so all its loveliest, its noblest, its holiest characteristics unnoticed by ordinary observers in the prosperous days of the capital became conspicuously prominent. The higher classes, including the remnant of the old noblesse, had during the whole siege exhibited qualities in notable contrast to those assigned them by the enemies of aristocracy. Their sons had been foremost among those soldiers who never calumniated a leader, never fled before a foe. Their women had been among the most zealous, and the most tender nurses of the ambulances they had founded and served. Their houses had been freely opened, whether to the families exiled from the suburbs or in supplement to the hospitals. The amount of relief they afforded unostentatiously out of means that shared the general failure of accustomed resource when the famine commenced would be scarcely credible if stated. Admirable, too, were the fortitude and resignation of the genuine Parisian bourgeoisie, of thrifty tradesfolk and small rentiers, that class in which to judge of its timidity when opposed to a mob. Courage is not the most conspicuous virtue. Courage became so no courage to bear hourly increasing privation and to suppress every murmur of suffering that would discredit their patriotism and invoke peace at any price. It was on this class that the calamities of the siege now pressed the most heavily. The stagnation of trade and the stoppage of the rents in which they had invested their savings reduced many of them to actual want. Those only of their number who obtained the pay of 1.5 francs a day as National Guards could be sure to escape from starvation. But this pay had already begun to demoralize the receivers. Scanty for supply of food, it was ample for supply of drink, and drunkenness, hitherto rare in that rank of the Parisians, became a prevalent vice, aggravated in the case of a National Guard, when it wholly unfitted him for the duties he undertook, especially such National Guards as were raised from the most turbulent democracy of the working class. But of all that population, there were two sections in which the most beautiful elements of our human nature were most touchingly manifest: women and the priesthood, including in the latter denomination all the various brotherhoods and societies which religion formed and inspired. It was on the 27th of December that Frederick Lemercier stood gazing wistfully on a military report affixed to a blank wall, which stated that the enemy, worn out by a resistance of over 100 days, had commenced the bombardment. Poor Frederick was sadly altered. He had escaped the Prussians' guns, but not the Parisian winter, the severest known for 20 years. He was one of the many frozen at their posts, brought back to the ambulance with Fox in his bosom, trying to keep him warm. He had only lately been sent forth, as convalescent ambulances were too crowded to retain a patient longer than absolutely needful, and had been hunger-pinched and frost-pinched ever since. The luxurious Frederick had still somewhere or other a capital yielding above 3,000 a year, and of which he could not now realize a franc. The title deeds to various investments being in the hands of Duplessis, the most trustworthy of friends, the most upright of men, but who was in Bretagne and could not be got at, and the time had come at Paris when you could not get trust for a pound of horseflesh or a daily supply of fuel. And Frederick Lemercier, who had long since spent the 2,000 francs borrowed from Elaine, not ignobly, but somewhat ostentatiously, in feasting any acquaintance who wanted a feast, and who had sold to anyone who could afford to speculate on such dainty luxurious lacs, bronzes, amber-mounted pipesol, that had made the envied garniture of his bachelor's apartment. Frederick Lemercier was so far as the task of keeping body and soul together worse off than any English pauper who can apply to the Union. Of course, he might have claimed his half-pay of 30 sous as a National Guard, but he little knows the true Parisian who imagines a seigneur of the Chaussée d'Antin, the oracle of those with whom he lived, and one who knew life so well that he had preached prudence to a seigneur of the Faubourg like Elaine de Rochebriant, stooping to apply for the wages of 30 sons' rations, were only obtained by the wonderful patience of women who had children to whom they were both saints and martyrs. The hours, the weary hours one had to wait before one could get one's place on the line for the distribution of that atrocious black bread, defeated men, defeated most wives, if only for husbands, were defied only by mothers and daughters. Literally speaking, Lemercier was starving. Elaine had been badly wounded in the sortie of the 21st, and was laid up in an ambulance. Even if he could have been got at, he had probably nothing left to bestow upon Lemercier. Lemercier gazed on the announcement of the bombardment and the Parisian gaiety, which some French historian of the siege calls douce philosophy, lingering on him still. He said, audibly turning round to any stranger who heard, happiest of mortals, that we are under the present government. We are never warned of anything disagreeable that can happen, we are only told of it. When it has happened, and then as rather pleasant than otherwise, I get up, I meet a civil gendarme. What is that firing? Which of our provincial armies is taking Prussia in the rear, monsieur? Says the gendarme. It is the Prussian Krupp guns. I look at the proclamation, and my fears varnish me. Heart is relieved. I read that the bombardment is a sure sign that the enemy is worn out. Some of the men grouped round Frederick ducked their heads in terror. Others, who knew that the thunderbolt launched from the plateau of Avron would not fall on the pavements of Paris, laughed and joked. But in front, with no sign of terror, no sound of laughter, stretched, moving inch by inch, the female procession towards the bakery in which the morsel of bread for their infants was doled out. Hist, mon ami, said a deep voice beside Lemercier, look at those women, and do not wound their ears by a jest. Lemercier, offended by that rebuke, though too susceptible to good emotions not to recognize its justice, tried with feeble fingers to turn up his mustache, and to turn a defiant crest upon the rebuker. He was rather startled to see the tall martial form at his side, and to recognize Victor de Mauleon. Don't you think, Roman 1000 Lemercier, resumed the Vicomte half sadly, that these women are worthy of better husbands and sons than are commonly found among the soldiers whose uniform we wear? The National Guard, you ought not to sneer at them, Vicomte, whose troop covered itself with glory on the great days of Villiers and Champigny, in whose praise even the grumblers of Paris became eloquent, and in whom a future Marshal of France is foretold. But alas, more than half of my poor troop was left on the battlefield, or is now wrestling for mangled remains of life in the ambulances, and the new recruits with which I took the field on the 21st are not likely to cover themselves with glory or to ensure their commander the baton of a marshal. I heard when I was in the hospital that you had publicly shamed some of these recruits and declared that you would rather resign than lead them again to battle. True, and at this moment, for so doing I am the man most hated by the rabble who supplied those recruits. The men, while thus conversing, had moved slowly on, and were now in front of a large café, from the interior of which came the sound of loud bravos and clappings of hands. Lemercier's curiosity was excited. For what can be that applause? He said, let us look in and see. The room was thronged. In the distance, on a small raised platform, stood a girl dressed in faded theatrical finery, making her obeisance to the crowd. Heavens, exclaimed Frederican, I trust my eyes. Surely that is the once superb Julie. Has she been dancing here? One of the loungers, evidently belonging to the same world as Lemercier, overheard the question and answered politely, no, monsieur. She has been reciting verses, and really declaims very well, considering it is not her vocation. She has given us extracts from Victor Hugo and de Musset, and crowned all with a patriotic hymn by Gustave Raymond, her old lover, if gossip be true. Meanwhile de Mauleon, who at first had glanced over the scene with his usual air of calm and cold indifference, became suddenly struck by the girl's beautiful face, and gazed on it with a look of startled surprise. Who and what did you say? That poor fair creature is Roman 1000 Lemercier. She is a Mademoiselle Julie Caumartin, and was a very popular coryphée. She has hereditary right to be a good dancer, as the daughter of a once more famous ornament of the ballet La Belle Leonuham you must have seen in your young days. Of course Leonish married a Roman 1000 Serville, a silly bourgeois gentilhomme who earned the hatred of Paris by taking her off the stage. So that is her daughter. I see no likeness to her mother, much handsomer. Why does she call herself Caumartin? Oh, said Frederick, a melancholy but trite story. Leonie was left a widow and died in want. What could the poor young daughter do? She found a rich protector who had influence to get her an appointment in the ballet, and there she did as most girls so circumstanced, dopied under an assumed name which she has since kept. I understand, said Victor compassionately. Poor thing, she has quitted the platform and is coming this way, evidently to speak to you. I saw her eyes brighten as she caught sight of your face. Lemercier attempted a languid air of modest self-complacency. As the girl now approached him, Bonjour Roman 1000 Frederic Armone, dear, how thin you have grown, you have been ill. The hardships of a military life, mademoiselle, are for the Beauforts, and the peace we insisted on destroying under the Empire, which we destroyed for listening to us. But you thrive well, I trust. I have seen you better dressed, but never in greater beauty. The girl blushed as she replied, do you really think as you speak? I could not speak more sincerely if I lived in the legendary house of glass. The girl clutched his arm and said in suppressed tones, where is Gustave? Gustave Raymond, I have no idea, do you never see him now? Never, perhaps I never shall see him again, but when you do meet him say that Julie owes to him her livelihood, an honest livelihood, monsieur. He taught her to love. Verses told her how to recite them. I am engaged at this curfew. Will find me here the same hour every day in case you are good and kind, and will come and tell me that Gustave is well and happy, even if he forgets me. Au revoir. Stop, you do look, my poor Frederic, as if pardon me, Monsieur Lemercier. Is there anything I can do? Will you condescend to borrow from me? I am in funds. Lemercier at that offer was nearly moved to tears, famished, though he could not, however, have touched that girl's earnings. You are an angel of goodness, mademoiselle. Ah, how I envy Gustave Raymond. No, I don't want aid, I am always errantier. Bien, and if you see Gustave, you will not forget. Rely on me, come away, he said to Desmoulins. I don't want to hear that girl repeat the sort of bombast the poets indite nowadays. It is fustian, and that girl may have a brain of feather, but she has a heart of gold. True, said Victor, as they regained the street. I overheard what she said to you. What an incomprehensible thing is a woman, how more incomprehensible still is a woman's love. Ah, pardon me, I must leave you. I see in the procession a poor woman known to me in better days. Desmoulins walked towards the woman. He spoke often of the long procession to the bakery, a child clinging to her robe, a pale, grief-worn woman, still young, but with the weariness of age on her face and the shadow of death on her child's. I think I see, Madame Monnier said, Desmoulins softly. She turned and looked at him drearily. A year ago, she would have blushed if addressed by a stranger in a name not lawfully hers. Well, she said, in hollow accents broken by cough, I don't know you, monsieur. Poor woman, he resumed, walking beside her as she moved slowly on, while the eyes of other women in the procession stared at him hungrily. And your child looks ill too. It is your youngest. My only one. The others are in Père Lachaise. There are but few children alive in my street. Now God has been very merciful and taken them to himself. Desmoulins recalled the scene of a neat, comfortable apartment, and the healthful, happy children at play on the floor. The mortality among the little ones, especially in the quartier, occupied by the working classes, had of late been terrible. The want of food, of fuel, the intense severity of the weather had swept them off, as by a pestilence. And Monnier, what of him? No doubt he is a National Guard, and has his pay. The woman made no answer, but hung down her head. She was stifling a sob. Till then her eyes seemed to have exhausted the last source of tears. He lives still, continued Victor, pityingly. He is not wounded. No, he is well in health, thank you kindly, monsieur. But his pay is not enough to help you, and of course he can get no work. Excuse me if I stopped you. It is because I owed Armand Monnier a little debt for work, and I am ashamed to say that it quite escaped my memory in these terrible events. Allow me, madame, to pay it to you. And he thrust his purse into her hand. I think this contains about the sum I owed, if more or less. We will settle the difference later. Take care of yourself. He was turning away when the woman caught hold of him. Stay, monsieur, may heaven bless you, but tell me what name I am to give to Armand. I can't think of anyone who owed him money. It must have been before that dreadful strike, the beginning of all our woes. Ah, if it were allowed to curse anyone, I fear my last breath would not be a prayer. You would curse the strike or the master who did not forgive Armand's share in it. No, not the cruel man who talked him into a tinto, all that has changed the best workman, the kindest heart there. Again her voice died in sobs. And who was that man? Asked de Mauleon falteringly. His name was Lebo. If you were a poor man, I should say shun him. I have heard of the name you mention, but if we mean the same person, Monnier cannot have met him lately. He has not been in Paris since the siege. I suppose not. The coward, he ruined Uzes, who was so happy before, and then, as Armand says, cast us away as instruments. He had done with but if you do know him and do see him again, tell him not to complete his wrong, not to bring murder on Armand's soul, for Armand isn't what he wasn't, has become oh so violent. I dare not take this money without saying who gave it. He would not take money as alms from an aristocrat. Hush. He beat me for taking money from the good Monsieur Raoul de Vandamarmy. Poor Armand beat me. De Mauleon shuddered. Say that it is from a customer whose rooms he decorated in his spare hours on his own account. Before the strike, Monsieur here, he uttered indistinctly some unpronounceable name, and hurried off, soon lost, as the streets grew darker, amid groups of a higher order of men, military men, nobles, ci-devant députés among such ones his name stood very high. Not only his bravery in the recent sorties had been signal, but a strong belief in his military talents had become prevalent, conjoined with the name he had before established as a political writer, and the remembrance of the vigor and sagacity with which he had opposed the war. He seemed certain, when peace and order became established, of a brilliant position and career in a future administration, not less because he had steadfastly kept aloof from the existing government, which it was rumored, rightly or erroneously, that he had been solicited to join, and from every combination of the various democratic or discontented factions. Quitting these more distinguished associates, he took his way alone towards the ramparts. The day was closing, the thunders of the cannon were dying down. He passed by a wine-shop round, which were gathered many of the worst specimens of the moblots and National Guards, mostly drunk, and loudly talking in vehement abuse of generals and officers, and commissariat by one of the men. As he came under the glare of a petroleum lamp, there was gas no longer in the dismal city. He was recognized as the commander who had dared to insist on discipline and disgrace. Honest patriots who claimed to themselves the sole option between fight and flight. The man was one of those patriots of the new recruits whom Victor had shamed and dismissed for mutiny and cowardice. He made a drunken plunge at his former chief, shouting abas paisto, "Comrades, this is the Coquin de Mauleon, who is paid by the Prussians for getting us killed." A la lantern stammered and hiccuped others of the group, but they did not stir to execute their threat. Dimly seen, as the stern face and sinewy form of the threatened man, was by their drowsied eyes the name of de Mauleon. The man without fear of a foe, and without ruth for a mutineer, sufficed to protect him from outrage, and with a slight movement of his arm that sent his denouncer reeling against the lamp-post, de Mauleon passed on. When another man in the uniform of a National Guard bounded from the door of the tavern, crying with a loud voice, who said, "De Mauleon, let me look on him." And Victor, who had strode on with slow lion-like steps, cleaving the crowd, turned and saw before him, in the gleaming light, a face in which the bold, frank, intelligent aspect of former days was lost in a wild, reckless, savage expression, the face of Armand Monnier. "How are you really, Victor de Mauleon?" asked Monnier, not fiercely, but under his breath in that sort of stage whisper which is the natural utterance of excited men under the mingled influence of potent drink and hoarded rage. "Certainly, I am Victor de Mauleon." "And you were in command of the company of the National Guard on the 30th of November at Champigny and Villiers?" "I was." "And you shot with your own hand an officer belonging to another company who refused to join yours?" "I shot a cowardly soldier who ran away from the enemy and seemed a ringleader of other runaways, and in so doing I saved from dishonor the best part of his comrades." "The man was no coward. He was an enlightened Frenchman, and worth 50 of such aristos as you, and he knew better than his officers that he was to be led to an idle slaughter. Idle, I say idle. What was France the better? How was Paris the safer for the senseless butchery of that day? You mutinied against a wiser general than Saint Trochu when you murdered that mutineer." "Armand Monnier, you are not quite sober tonight, or I would argue with you that question, but you no doubt are brave. How and why do you take the part of a runaway?" "How and why? He was my brother, and you own you murdered him, my brother the sagest head in Paris. If I had listened to him, I should not Babano matter now what I am. I could not know he was your brother, but if he had been mine, I would have done the same." Here Victor's lip quivered, for Monier griped him by the arm and looked him in the face with wild, stony eyes. "I recollect that voice yet you say you are a noble, a Vicomte Victor de Mauleon, and you shot my brother." Here he passed his left hand rapidly over his forehead. The fumes of wine still clouded his mind, but rays of intelligence broke through the clouds suddenly. He said, in a loud and calm and natural voice, "Mons le Vicomte, you accost me as Armand Monier. Pray, how do you know my name?" "How should I not know it? I have looked into the meetings of the Clubs Rouge. I have heard you speak, and naturally asked your name. Bonsoir Roman 1000 Monier. When you reflect in cooler moments, you will see that if patriots excuse Brutus for first dishonoring and then executing his own son, an officer charged to defend his country may be surely pardoned for slaying a runaway to whom he was no relation, when in slaying he saved the man's name and kindred from dishonor. Unless, indeed, you insist on telling the world why he was slain. I know your voice, I know it. Every sound becomes clearer to my ear, and if—" While Monier thus spoke, de Mauleon had hastened on. Monier looked round, saw him gone, but did not pursue. He was just intoxicated enough to know that his footsteps were not steady, and he turned back to the wine shop and asked surlily for more wine. "Could you have seen him then, as he leant swinging himself to and fro against the wall? Had you known the man 2 years ago, you would have been a brute. If you felt disgust, you could only have felt that profound compassion with which we gaze on a great royalty fallen, for the grandest of all royalties is that which takes its crown from nature, needing no accident of birth, and nature made the mind of Armand Monier kinglike, endowed it with lofty scorn of meanness and falsehood, and dishonor with warmth and tenderness of heart, which had glow enough to spare from ties of kindred and hearth and home, to extend to those distant circles of humanity over which royal natures would fain extend the shadow of their scepter. How had the royalty of the man's nature fallen? Thus royalty rarely falls from its own constitutional faults. It falls when, ceasing to be royal, it becomes subservient to bad advisers, and what bad advisers always appealing to his better qualities, and so enlisting his worser, had discrowned this mechanic. "A little knowledge is a dangerous thing," says the old-fashioned poet. Not so says the modern philosopher. A little knowledge is safer than no knowledge, possibly, as all individuals and all communities must go through the stage of a little knowledge before they can arrive at that of much knowledge. The philosopher's assertion may be right in the long run and applied to humankind in general, but there is a period, as there is a class, in which a little knowledge tends to terrible demoralization, and Armand Monier lived in that period, and was one of that class. The little knowledge that his mind, impulsive and ardent, had picked up out of books that warred with the great foundations of existing society, had originated in ill advices. A man stored with much knowledge would never have let Madame de Grantmesnil's denunciations of marriage rights or Louis Bland's vindication of Robespierre as the representative of the working against the middle-class influence his practical life. He would have assessed such opinions at their real worth, and whatever that worth might seem to him, would not to such opinions have committed the conduct of his life. Opinion is not fateful conduct, is a little knowledge, crazes an earnest, warm-blooded, powerful creature like Armand Monier into a fanatic. He takes an opinion which pleases him as a revelation from the gods. That opinion shapes his conduct, that conduct is his fate. Woe to the philosopher who serenely flings before the little knowledge of the artisan dogmas as harmless as the Atlantis of Plato, if only to be discussed by philosophers, and deadly as the torches of eight, if seized as articles of a creed by fanatics. But thrice woe to the artisan who makes himself the zealot of the dogma. Poor Armand acts on the opinions he adopts, proves his contempt for the marriage state by living with the wife of another, resents, as natures so inherently manly must do, the society that visits on her his defiance of its laws, throws himself head foremost against that society altogether, necessarily joins all who have other reasons for hostility to society, he himself having every inducement not to join indiscriminate strike. Wages, a liberal employer, ample savings, the certainty of soon becoming employer himself, No, that is not enough to the fanatic. He persists on being dupe and victim. He, this great king of labor, crowned by nature and cursed with that degree of little knowledge, which does not comprehend how much more is required before a schoolboy would admit it to be knowledge at all. He rushes into the maddest of all speculations, that of the artisan with little knowledge and enormous faith, that which entrusts the safety and repose and dignity of life to some ambitious adventurer who uses his warm heart for the adventurer's frigid purpose, much as the lawyer government of September used the communists, much as in every revolution of France a Bertrand has used a Raton, much as till the sound of the last trumpet men very much worse than Victor de Maullion will use men very much better than Armand Monnier. If the Armand Monniers disdain the modesty of an Isaac Newton on hearing that a theorem to which he had given all the strength of his patient intellect was disputed, it may be so, meaning, I suppose, that it requires a large amount of experience ascertained before a man of much knowledge becomes that which a man of little knowledge is at a jump fanatic of an experiment untried. Chapter Roman II. Scarcely had de Maullion quitted Lemercier before the latter was joined by two loungers scarcely less famished than himself, Savarin and de Brézé, like himself. Both had been sufferers from illness, though not of a nature to be consigned to an hospital. All manner of diseases then had combined to form the pestilence which filled the streets with unregarded herpes, bronchitis, pneumonia, smallpox, a strange sort of spurious dysentery, much more speedily fatal than the genuine. The three men a year before so sleek looked like ghosts under the withering sky, yet all three retained embers of the native Parisian humor, which their very breath on meeting sufficed to kindle up into jubilant sparks or rapid flashes. "There are two consolations," said Savarin, as the friends strolled, or rather crawled towards the boulevard. "Consolations for the gourmet and for the proprietor in these days of trial for the gourmand, because the price of truffles is come down." "Truffles," gasped de Brézé, with watering mouth. "Impossible, they are gone with the age of gold." "Not so, I speak on the best authority, me laundress, for she attends the succor sale in the Rue de Chatardon, and if the poor woman, being luckily for me a childless widow, gets a morsel she can spare, she sells it to me." "Sells it!" feebly exclaimed Lemercier. "Crisis, you have money then, and can buy." "Sells it in credit. I am to pension her for life if I live to have money again." "Don't interrupt me. This honest woman goes this morning to the succor sale. I promise myself a delicious biftec of horse. She gains the succor sale, and the employee informs her that there is nothing left in his store except truffles. A glut of those in the market allows him to offer her a bargain. 7 francs. La Boite, send me 7 francs, de Brézé, and you shall share the banquet." De Brézé shook his head expressively. "But," resumed Savarin, "though credit exists no more except with my laundress, upon terms of which the usury is necessarily proportioned to the risk, yet, as I had the honor before to observe, there is comfort for the proprietor. The instinct of property is imperishable." "Not in the house where I lodge," said Lemercier. "2 soldiers were billeted there, and during my stay in the ambulance they enter my rooms and cart away all of the little furniture left there except a bed and a table brought before a court-martial. They defend themselves by saying the rooms were abandoned. The excuse was held valid. They were let off with a reprimand and a promise to restore what was not already disposed of. They have restored me another table and 4 chairs. Nevertheless, they had the instinct of property, though erroneously developed. Otherwise, they would not have deemed any excuse for their act necessary. Now, for my instance of the inherent tenacity of that instinct, a worthy citizen in want of fuel sees a door in a garden wall, and naturally carries off the door. He is apprehended by a gendarme who sees the act. "Vola," he cries to the gendarme, "do you want to rob me of my property? That door your property? I saw you take it away." "You confess," cries the citizen triumphantly, "you confess that it is my property, for you saw me appropriate it. Thus you see how imperishable is the instinct of property. No sooner does it disappear as yours than it reappears as mine." "I would laugh if I could," said Lemercier, "but such a convulsion would be fatal. Dia des dia, how empty I am." He reeled as he spoke and clung to de Brézé for support. De Brézé had the reputation of being the most selfish of men, but at that moment, when a generous man might be excused for being selfish enough to desire to keep the little that he had for his own reprieve from starvation, this egotist became superb. "Friends," he cried with enthusiasm, I have something yet in my pocket. We will dine, all three of us." "Dine," faltered Lemercier, "dine. I have not dined since I left the hospital. I breakfasted yesterday and 2 mice upon toast, dainty, but not nutritious, and I shared them with Fox." Fox lives still," then cried de Brise, startled. "In a sort of way he does, but 1 mouse since yesterday morning is not much, and he can't expect that every day." "Why don't you take him out?" asked Savrin. "Give him a chance of picking up a bone somewhere." "I dare not. He would be picked up himself. Dogs are getting very valuable. They sell for 50 francs apiece. Come, de Brise, where are we to dine?" "I and Savrin can dine at the London Tavern upon rat pate or jugged cat, but it would be impertinence to invite a satrap like yourself, who has a whole dog in his larder, a dish of 50 francs a dish. For a king adieu, my dear Frederick Allens." Savrin. "I feasted you on better meats than dog, when I could afford it," said Frederick plaintively, "and the first time you invite me, you retract the invitation. Be it so. Bon appetit." "Bah," said de Brise, catching Frederick's arm as he turned to depart. "Of course I was, but jesting. Only another day, when my pockets will be empty. Do think what an excellent thing a roasted dog is, and make up your mind, while Fox has still some little flesh on his bones." "Flesh," said Savrin, detaining them. "Look, see how right Voltaire was in saying amusement is the first necessity of civilized man. Paris can do without bread. Paris still retains Polichina." He pointed to the puppet show round which a crowd not of children alone, but of men middle-aged and old were collected, while sous were dropped into the tin handed round by a squalid boy. "And mon ami," whispered de Brise to Lemercier with the voice of a tempting fiend, "observe how Punch is without his dog." It was true the dog was Garnate's place, supplied by a melancholy, emaciated cat. Frederick crawled towards the squalid boy. "What has become of Punch's dog?" "We ate him last Sunday. Next Sunday we shall have the cat in a pie," said the urchin with a sensual smack of the lips. "Oh, Fox, Fox," murmured Frederick, as the 3 men went slowly down through the darkening streets. Roar of the Prussian guns heard afar, while distinct and near rang the laugh of the idlers round the Punch without a dog. Chapter Roman 3. While de Brise and his friends were feasting at the Café Anglais, and faring better than the host had promised, for the bill of fare comprised such luxuries as ass mule peas, fried potatoes, and champagne in some mysterious way was inexhaustible during the time of famine. A very different group had assembled in the rooms of Isora Sicogna. She and the Venosta had hitherto escaped the extreme destitution to which many richer persons had been reduced. It is true that Isora's fortune placed in the hands of the absent Louvia, and invested in the new street that was to have been brought no return. It was true that in that street the Venosta, dreaming of cent per cent, had invested all her savings, but the Venosta at the first announcement of war had insisted on retaining in hand a small sum from the amount Isora had received from her Roman that might suffice for current expenses, and with yet more acute foresight had laid in stores of provisions and fuel immediately after the probability of a siege became apparent. But even the provident mind of the Venosta had never foreseen that the siege would endure so long, or that the prices of all articles of necessity would rise so high, and meanwhile all resource money, fuel, provisions had been largely drawn upon by the charity and benevolence of Isora, without much remonstrance on the part of the Venosta, whose nature was very accessible to pity. Unfortunately, too, of late money and provisions had failed to Monsieur and Madame Raymond, their income consisting partly of rents no longer paid, and the profits of a sleeping partnership in the old shop, from which custom had departed, so that they came to share the fireside and meals at the rooms of their sons, fiancé, with little scruple, because utterly unaware that the money retained, and the provisions stored by the Venosta, were now nearly exhausted. The patriotic ardor which had first induced the elder Raymond to volunteer his services as a National Guard had been ere this cooled, if not suppressed, first by the hardships of the duty, and then by the disorderly conduct of his associates and their ribald talk and obscene songs. He was much beyond the age at which he could be registered. His son was, however, compelled to become his substitute, though from his sickly health and delicate frame attached to that portion of the National Guard which took no part in actual engagements, and was supposed to do work on the ramparts and maintain order in the city. In that duty so opposed to his tastes and habits, Gustave signalized himself as one of the loudest declaimers against the imbecility of the government, and in the demand for immediate and energetic action no matter at what loss of life on the part of Alexcept, the heroic force to which he himself was attached. Still, despite his military labors, Gustave found leisure to contribute to red journals, and his contributions paid him tolerably well too. Do him justice, his parents concealed from him the extent of their destitution, they on their part not aware that he was so able to assist them, rather fearing that he himself had nothing else for support but his scanty pay as a national guard. In fact, of late, the parents and son had seen little of each other. Roman 1000 Rameau, though a liberal politician, was liberal as a tradesman, not as a red republican or a socialist, and though little heeding his son's theories, while the empire secured him from the practical effect of them, he was now as sincerely frightened at the chance of the communists becoming rampant, as most of the Parisian tradesmen were. Madame Rameau, on her side, though she had the dislike to aristocrats which was prevalent with her class, was a staunch Roman Catholic, and seeing in the disasters that had befallen her country the punishment justly incurred by its sins, could not but be shocked by the opinions of Gustave, though she little knew that he was the author of certain articles in certain journals in which these opinions were proclaimed, with a vehemence far exceeding that which they assumed in his conversation. She had spoken to him with warm anger mixed with passionate tears on his irreligious principles, and from that moment Gustave shunned to give her another opportunity of insulting his pride and depreciating his wisdom. Partly to avoid meeting his parents, partly because he recoiled almost as much from the ennui of meeting the other visitors at her apartments, Paris ladies associated with her in the ambulance Réal de Vendémiaire, whom he especially hated, and the Abbé Vertper, who had recently come into intimate friendship with both. The Italian lady's visits to Issoura had become exceedingly rare. He made his incessant military duties the pretext for absenting himself, and now on this evening they were gathered round Issoura's hearthon, which burned almost the last of the hoarded fueled venaster. The two Rameaus, the Abbé Vertper, who was attached as confessor to the society of which Issoura was so zealous a member, the old priest, and the young poetess had become dear friends. There is in the nature of a woman, and especially of a woman at once so gifted and so childlike as Issoura, combining an innate tendency towards faith with a restless inquisitiveness of intellect which is always suggesting query or doubt, a craving for something afar from the sphere of her sorrow, which can only be obtained through that bridal of the earth and sky which we call religion, and hence to natures like Issoura's that link between the woman and the priest, which the philosophy of France has never been able to dissever. "It is growing late," said Madame Rameau. "I am beginning to feel uneasy. Our dear Issoura is not yet returned." "You need be under no apprehension," said the abbé. "The ladies attached to the ambulance, of which she is so tender and zealous a sister, incur no risk. There are always brave men related to the sick and wounded who see to the safe return of the women. My poor Réal visits that ambulance daily. His kinsman Roman 1000 de Rochebriant is there among the wounded." "Not seriously hurt, I hope," said the venaster, "not disfigured. He was so handsome. It is only the ugly warrior whom a scar on the face improves." "Don't be alarmed, Signora. The Prussian guns spared his face. His wounds in themselves were not dangerous, but he lost a good deal of blood. Réal and the Christian brothers found him insensible among a heap of the slain. Roman 1000 de Vendémiaire seems to have very soon recovered the shock of his poor brother's death," said Madame Rameau. "There is very little heart in an aristocrat." The abbé's mild brow contracted. "Have more charity, my daughter. It is because Réal's sorrow for his lost brother is so deep and so holy that he devotes himself more than ever to the service of the Father, which is in heaven," he said a day or two after the burial, when plans for a monument to Enguerrand were submitted to him. "May my prayer be vouchsafed, and my life be memorial of him, more acceptable to his gentle spirit than monuments of bronze or marble. May I be divinely guided and sustained in my desire to do such good acts as he would have done had he been spared longer to earth. And whenever tempted to weary, may my conscience whisper, betray not the trust left to thee by thy brother, lest thou be not reunited to him at last." "Pardon me, pardon," murmured Madame Rameau humbly. while the Venaster burst into tears. The abbé, though a most sincere and earnest ecclesiastic, was a cheery and genial man of the world, and in order to relieve Madame Rameau from the painful self-reproach he had before excited, he turned the conversation. "I must beware, however," he said, with his pleasant laugh, "as to the company in which I interfere in family questions, and especially in which I defend my poor Raoul from any charge brought against him, for some good friend this day sent me a terrible organ of communistic philosophy, in which we humble priests are very roughly handled, and I myself am especially singled out by name as a pestilent intermeddler. In the affairs of private households, I am said to set the women against the brave men who are friends of the people, and am cautioned by very truculent threats to cease from such villainous practices." And here, with a dry humor that turned into ridicule what would otherwise have excited disgust and indignation among his listeners, he read aloud passages replete with the sort of false eloquence which was then the vogue among the red journals. In these passages, not only the abbé was pointed out for popular execration, but Raoul de Vandamme, though not expressly named, was clearly indicated as a pupil of the abbé's, the type of a lay Jesuit. The Venaster alone did not share in the contemptuous laughter with which the inflated style of these diatribes inspired the Rameaus. Her simple Italian mind was horror-stricken by language, which the abbé treated with ridicule. "Ah," said Roman 1000 Rame, "I guess the author that firebrand Felix Pyet." "No," answered the abbé, "the writer signs himself by the name of a more learned atheist, Diderot Lejeune." Here the door opened, and Raoul entered accompanying Isura. A change had come over the face of the young Vandamme. Since his brother's death, the lines about the mouth had deepened. The cheeks had lost their rounded contour and grown somewhat hollow, but the expression was as serene as ever, perhaps even less pensively melancholy. His whole aspect was that of a man who has sorrowed, but been supported in sorrow. Perhaps it was more sweet, certainly it was more lofty. And as if there were in the atmosphere of his presence something that communicated the likeness of his own soul to others, since Isura had been brought into his companionship, her own lovely face had caught the expression that prevailed in his. That, too, had become more sweet, that, too, had become more lofty. The friendship that had grown up between these two young mourners was of a very rare nature. It had in it no sentiment that could ever warm into the passion of human love. Indeed, had Isura's heart been free to give away love for Raoul de Vandamme, would have seemed to her profanation. He was never more priestly than when he was most tender, and the tenderness of Raoul towards her was that of some saint-like nature towards the acolyte whom it attracted upwards. He had once, just before Enguerrand's death, spoken to Isura with a touching candor as to his own predilection for a monastic life, the worldly avocations that open useful and honorable careers. "For others have no charm for me. I care not for riches, nor power, nor honors, nor fame. The austerities of the conventual life have no terror for me. On the contrary, they have a charm, for with them are abstraction from earth and meditation on heaven. In earlier years, I might, like other men, have cherished dreams of human love and felicity in married life. But for the sort of veneration with which I regarded one to whom I owe, humanly speaking, whatever of good there may be in me, just when first taking my place among the society of young men who banish from their life all thought of another, I came under the influence of a woman who taught me to see that holiness was beauty. She gradually associated me with her acts of benevolence, and from her I learned to love God too well not to be indulgent to his creatures. I know not whether the attachment I felt to her could have been inspired in one who had not from childhood conceived a romance, not perhaps justified by history, for the ideal images of chivalry. My feeling for her at first was that of the pure and poetic homage which a young knight was permitted, sans reproach, to render to some fair queen or chatelaine whose colors he wore in the lists, whose spotless repute he would have periled his life to defend. But soon even that sentiment, pure as it was, became chastened from all breath of earthly love in proportion as the admiration refined itself into reverence. She has often urged me to marry, but I have no bride on this earth. I do but want to see Enguerrand happily married, and then I quit the world for the cloister. But after Enguerrand's death, Raoul resigned all idea of the convent that evening, as he attended to their homes. Isora and the other ladies at to the ambulance, he said in answer to inquiries about his mother. She is resigned and calm. I have promised her I will not, while she lives, bury her other son. I renounce my dreams of the monastery. Raoul did not remain many minutes at Isora's. The abbe accompanied him on his way home. I have a request to make to you, said the former. You know, of course, your distant cousin, the Vicomte de Maulin. Yes, not so well as I ought, for Enguerrand liked him well enough at all events to call on him with a request which I am commissioned to make. But it might come better from you as a kinsman. I am a stranger to him, and I know not whether a man of that sort would not regard as an officious intermeddling any communication made to him by a priest. The matter, however, is a very simple one. At the convent of there is a poor nun who is, I fear, dying. She has an intense desire to see Roman 1000 de Maulin, whom she declares to be her uncle and her only surviving relative. The laws of the convent are not too austere to prevent the interview she seeks. In such a case, I should add that I am not acquainted with her previous history. I am not the confessor of the sisterhood. He, poor man, was badly wounded by a chance ball a few days ago when attached to an ambulance on the ramparts. As soon as the surgeon would allow him to see anyone, he sent for me and bade me go to the nun I speak of, Sister Ursula. It seems that he had informed her that Roman 1000 de Maulin was at Paris and had promised to ascertain his address. His wound had prevented his doing so, but he trusted to me to procure the information. I am well acquainted with the superior of the convent, and I flatter myself that she holds me in esteem. I had therefore no difficulty to obtain her permission to see this poor nun, which I did this evening. She implored me for the peace of her soul to lose no time in finding out Roman 1000 de Maulin's address, and entreating him to visit her lest he should demur. I was to give him the name by which he had known her in the world, Louise Duvel. Of course I obeyed the address of a man who has so distinguished himself in this unhappy siege. I very easily obtained and repaired at once to Roman 1000 de Maulin's apartment. I there learned that he was from home, and it was uncertain whether he would not spend the night on the ramparts. I will not fail to see him early in the morning, said Raoul, and execute your commission. Chapter Roman 4. Roman 1000 Maulin was somewhat surprised by Raoul's visit the next morning. He had no great liking for a kinsman, whose politely distant reserve towards him, in contrast to poor Enguerrand's genial heartiness, had much wounded his sensitive self-respect, nor could he comprehend the religious scruples which forbade Raoul to take a soldier's share in the battlefield, though in seeking there to save the lives of others, so fearlessly hazarding his own life. Pardon, said Raoul with his sweet mournful smile, the unseasonable hour at which I disturb you, but your duties on the ramparts and mine in the hospital begin early, and I have promised the Abbe Vertpe to communicate a message of a nature which perhaps you may deem pressing. He proceeded at once to repeat what the Abbe had communicated to him the night before relative to the illness and the request of the nun. Louise Duvel, exclaimed the Vicomte, discovered at last, and a religieuse. I now understand why she never sought me out when I reappeared at Paris. Tidings of that sort do not penetrate the walls of a convent. I am greatly obliged to you, Roman 1000 de Vandermeer, for the trouble you have so kindly taken. This poor nun is related to me, and I will at once obey the summons. But this convent des, I am ashamed to say, I know not where it is. A long way off, I suppose. Allow me to be your guide, said Raoul. I should take it as a favor to be allowed to see a little more of a man whom my lost brother held in such esteem. Victor was touched by this conciliatory speech, and in a few minutes more the two men were on their way to the convent on the other side of the Seine.